Chapter 1. I was reborn from the war of the twin gods, the void. Boom! A magnificent divine might descends with the dawn of the gods, as silhouettes intertwine in the heavens, carelessly unleashing torrents of divine power. This realm belongs solely to the deities, an absolute domain where no mortal can intrude. The brilliance of the sun, the malevolence of the Rakshasa, the vastness of the ocean, and the overwhelming murderous intent of the Asura. The clash of the divine beings seems to tilt the very fabric of the world, instilling fear and trepidation. Kill. The cries of battle erupt from the ground, where blood and ashes are masked by the resplendent light of soul techniques. In the heart of the plain lies a city exuding an aura of death-jowling pass, the most crucial fortress breached by the Spirit Empire against the Heaven Do Empire. This war, instigated by the Spirit Empire, has reached a point where the tides of battle have seemingly reversed. All that remains is for the divine conflict in the skies to determine the outcome, sealing the fate of all. Roar. A white tiger, radiating unparalleled ferocity, leaps over the city walls, obliterating the surrounding defenders. Its gaze sweeps across the battlefield, and merely its oppressive presence sends countless weaker soul masters into paralyzing fear, extinguishing any flicker of combat spirit. The morale, already shattered, is now utterly annihilated, and O1 can contend with the legendary Shrek 7 from the Continental Academy. Within just a few years, they have overturned centuries of tradition and heritage accumulated by the Spirit Hall. Wielding their talent and fortunate opportunities, the IT must be said, this world is truly a cruel jest. Cough, cough. In a corner of the city wall, a pallid young man clad in white wears a bitter and reluctant expression. Leaning feebly against the wall, he gazes upward, faintly perceiving the rampaging white tiger and the relentless tide of divine power descending from the heavens. His right hand bears a wound that is not particularly severe, yet after being tainted by a trace of the venom from the azure scale serpent king, it has transformed into a life-threatening injury. Even with his peak cultivation as a soul emperor, he has managed to endure but a single day. Ha! Am I merely a pawn to highlight those fellows? Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have forsaken cultivation. TSK. Upon introspection of his spiritual energy, he discovers that his internal organs are gradually decaying, ravaged by the horrific poison until they resemble putrid flesh. Meng Ye offers a bitter smile. Unless aided by divine intervention, he is truly doomed. Reflecting on his arrival in this world, although lacking a system, he still believed that through his own efforts and foresight, he could succeed against all odds. Reality has proven him gravely mistaken to an absurd degree. Every step has been taken with utmost caution, every strategy meticulously planned, yet he still cannot escape the mockery of fate. In an attempt to secure stability, he sought the support of Shrek Academy, only to be rebuffed by innate talent. Enrolling in an ordinary academy, he soon realized he could not even acquire a century-old first soul ring. Joining the Spirit Hall brought slight improvement, as he gained recognition through accumulation and hard work, yet he remains merely an accessory to the illustrious golden generation. His journey has been fraught with hardships, with friends departing one after another, and his beloved ultimately vanished without a trace. And now, he is on the brink of death. Well then, let this be but a dream. I only wonder if I shall awaken again. Overwhelmed by weakness and despair, Meng Ye chooses to close his eyes, no longer wishing to behold this world. Thud, thud. However, despite the will having acquiesced to the dictates of fate, the biological instincts compelled his body to summon the soul power within. The heart pulsed twice, seemingly pitying the corpse on the brink of decay, as the stagnated soul power quietly surged forth and broke through its confines. Yet, this change did little to alter the inevitable. Even a soul sage could not withstand the venom of the emerald-scaled serpent king, and Meng Ye did not open his eyes. No, he was incapable of opening them in that fleeting moment, as he surrendered all resistance. Spots of toxin corroded his skin, and his once lustrous hair began to turn ashen. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have transcended to a soul sage. The system has successfully activated. Ah, how could the hallucination of imminent death be this? His parched lips trembled, and, as the serpent's venom surged, his body resembled that of a desiccated corpse, unable to utter a single coherent syllable. Ultimately, however, he managed to emit 3 faint murmurs, likely conveying a sentiment of exasperation. The protagonist has perished. Detecting that the host's soul had yet to extinguish, the system would reconstruct the host's physical form. 2100. Reconstruction complete. An error in the timeline has been detected. Commencing timeline calibration. Void. It was as if a flamboyant, grotesque voice echoed through the heavens, causing all of existence to descend into stillness. The sky, the land, the ocean, the very fabric of space and time all fell silent in that moment, save for a body shrouded in unseen laws, lingering upon the river of time. Then, this body began to swim upstream against the current of time. Everything around started to reverse: the fractured earth, the crashing waves, the blinding divine light. All began to revert before such might. No life could challenge the power of time. Not even the gods. In the year 2637 of the Douluo calendar, in the eastern coastal region of the Tiando Empire, within the Principality of Salakar, as a principality with a high degree of autonomy, even possessing its own independent laws, it nominally belonged to the Tiando Empire but was, in truth, nearly independent in practice. That it was merely a matter of nomenclature. In the capital of Salakar stood a hall of martial spirits. Serving as the official institution for Soul Masters, branches of the hall were established in every major city. According to the hierarchy, it could also be deemed a symbol of the prosperity of a city. Another such emblem was the Grand Soul Arena. Buzz. It awakened. Oh heavens! What kind of martial spirit is this? Hey, little brother, wait up, don't leave. We haven't tested your soul power, yet the Hall of Martial Spirits needs individuals like you. A diminutive figure dashed out from the Hall of Martial Spirits, sprinting towards the outskirts of the city without a backward glance. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, only just grasping his current situation. Yet Meng Ye was reluctant to ponder further. He had returned. He had truly come back to this day. As the wild wind whipped around him, lifting the coarse fabric of his clothing, the rebellious spark reignited in his eyes, fueled by boundless ambition and hope. He rediscovered the feeling he once had. Having shed the decaying shell of his former self, Meng Ye now experienced an unprecedented sense of liberation and exhilaration. He frolicked freely upon a verdant expanse, unrestrained, basking in the warmth of the sun and the gentle caress of the breeze, releasing the pent-up frustrations and grievances within his heart. Ultimately, he reclined contentedly upon the grass as a passing rabbit scurried by. What a relief! He exclaimed, expelling the last remnants of stale breath from his lungs. Please remain calm, host. While this system may be invincible, you're Nota, at least not at this moment. Invincible. Then pray tell, why have you only now made your appearance? A youthful visage bore an uncharacteristic weight of wisdom and serenity, for he had traversed 2 lifetimes. His first life was a monotonous existence, devoid of any tumult, culminating in a mundane demi-sea life typical of an ordinary individual. In the second, he was fortunate, though not marked by grandiosity. He discovered the essence of existence and sacrificed everything for this youth, his talents, and even his very life. There remained a tinge of regret, yet it was not unbearable. The system declined to address this inquiry. Clearly, the system was not all-powerful, and Meng Ye did not harbor expectations of its omniscience or omnipotence to grant him rebirth. He felt a profound sense of gratitude. At the very least, it was not too late. Chapter 2. The system malfunctions. Currently, the system's functionalities were only partially unlocked. The creation of a physical form and innate abilities for the host, as well as the resetting of the timeline, demanded significant energy, necessitating a state of dormancy. Speak plainly. Lying on the grass, Meng Ye was reluctant to rise. The prolonged fatigue and oppression had rendered him, despite having lived merely around 20 years in his previous 2 lives, with a mentality that likely surpassed 50. Both the psyche and the soul's age were influenced by the physical form. In simple terms, his previous Buddhist condition had likely exceeded 50 years. Even if he had not perished in the dual deity war, he would probably not have lived beyond 50. What the system could offer the host was limited. The path ahead would rely on his own prowess. Good luck. Meng Ye fell silent for a moment before finally inquiring, are you truly a system? Shouldn't you be omnipotent? Host, do you comprehend the magnitude of energy required to reverse time and causality? He shook his head in confusion. Presumably, it must be considerable. If converted into energy, it would require the equivalent of 50 divine monarchs' sacrifices or the annihilation of 10 creation deities at the voids, and to reverse the entirety of time and causality in this world by a mere second. So, how long will you need to remain dormant? The system's response echoed in his mind. 50 divine monarchs, surely those a jest? Yet, contemplating the intangible nature of time and causality, a force so profound it eluded even the most expansive imagination, he understood that the system was likely not jesting. According to the current temporal framework of the world, approximately 63,890,000 years. Just tell me plainly, what conditions must be met to reactivate? Meng Ye rubbed his temples. 60 million years would he even live to witness that day? Even if he ascended to divinity, deities spoke of immortality. Yet in truth, none could claim equivalency with the universe's lifespan. Sacrifice requires the host to offer a high purity of energy to the system. As the system originates from a higher dimension, it must connect with the essence of this world. Thus, the host need only sacrifice a being of primal origin. For example, what is a being of primal origin? Meng Ye was utterly perplexed. The king of gods, or the creator deity, would suffice. Well, now he understood, but it only compounded his headaches. Perhaps it would have been better not to know. Are ordinary deities insufficient? As soon as the words escaped his lips, Meng Ye nearly choked on them. Even the most mediocre deity is still a god. Though he had been reborn, the notion of slaying a god seemed utterly fanciful. No matter, the system has already reshaped the host's body and talents. He must strive to procure the sacrifice of a king of gods. The system shall not disappoint him. The countdown to hibernation commenced. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Meng Ye fixed his gaze upon the clouds above, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. It was only then that he fully processed his current situation. Firstly, he had indeed been reborn, and the system had manifested, yet everything appeared largely unchanged in his previous life. Had it not been for certain circumstances, he might have truly validated Yu Xiaojiang's renowned theory. There are no useless martial souls. With innate soul power at level 5, he had not entered the Shrek Academy, but instead had climbed from the depths of the Martial Soul Hall, even surpassing the Shrek 7 monsters in cultivation for a time. However, fate had other plans, and an unforeseen turn of events shattered his life. That a gentle breeze caressed him, and familiar figures in his mind seemed to gradually merge with the clouds above. After more than 10 minutes, Meng Ye rose and returned to Salical City. Lost in thought, he murmured to himself, "Dual martial souls, the talent is indeed far superior to before, and this martial soul is... I found it, right here." Before he could ponder further, several figures clad in Martial Soul Hall uniforms approached swiftly. Most appeared to be middle-aged, with the only elder-looking individual bringing up the rear. Judging by the badge on his chest, the individual was a Soul Emperor. According to the standards of the Martial Soul Hall, only a Soul Emperor may preside over the Martial Soul Main Hall. "Child, we have finally found you." Meng Ye recognized the individual, but the latter likely did not recognize him. He gazed back in confusion. The others around him looked on eagerly, as if beholding a rare treasure. They surrounded him, seemingly fearful he might escape. "Child, do not be afraid. We are from the Martial Soul Hall. I wish to invite you to join us and cultivate you into a powerful soul master." The elder's demeanor was kind, his hair graying and face lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. "Very well, I shall join the Martial Soul Hall." Meng Ye replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. This elder had been quite close to him in his previous life. Indeed, one might consider him a guiding light. Without the system, Meng Ye realized that the online novels he once indulged in were mere scraps of paper in the face of reality, hardly worthy of use. This had led him to traverse many winding paths in his former life. It was the venerable elder before him who illuminated the path, transforming him into a true master of theory, as opposed to the fanciful and hollow theories espoused by Yu Xiaojiang. Alas, he had yet to seize the opportunity to shine, for the onset of war abruptly curtailed all prospects. "Very well, I shall endeavor to cultivate you into the finest soul master." Though the elder found it somewhat peculiar, he nonetheless nodded in agreement. The members of the Spirit Hall were equally astonished, for Meng Ye's earlier reckless escapade had startled them considerably. The eruption of such formidable soul power upon awakening one's martial soul was indeed unprecedented. While the testing of soul power had not yet occurred, it had already drawn the attention of the elder stationed at the Spirit Hall, who promptly pursued them. "I am called Lei Zhengyang, come with me," he declared. True to his name, Lei Zhengyang was a man of unwavering integrity, earning him the moniker of Old Monster Lei. He did not mind the various titles conferred upon him by the hall masters, priests, and stewards within the Spirit Hall. Although his long robe obscured his true form, beneath it lay a figure of considerable muscularity. Few were privy to the fact that Lei Zhengyang was not merely a soul emperor, but a soul sage. The mobilization of so many from the Spirit Hall naturally attracted attention, albeit mostly from onlookers eager to witness the commotion. Amidst the crowd, a figure flitted by, casting a curious glance at Meng Ye before swiftly departing, showing little inclination to linger. Upon entering the Spirit Hall, Meng Ye, under Lei Zhengyang's guidance, arrived at his Cortursa solitary courtyard. "You may reside in that vacant room. By the way, I forgot to test your soul power. Although Sun Hao mentioned your exceptional talent, it is still necessary to conduct the assessment. Lei Xingyang remarked, drawing a radiant crystal ball from his waist. He presented it to Meng Ye, urging, "Place your hand upon it. Fear not, having brought you back. I shall certainly uphold my promise." Nodding in acknowledgement, Meng Ye complied. He was acutely aware that the elder before him harbored no intentions of harm. Moreover, the elder's words were not mere platitudes having spoken them. He would endeavor to nurture Meng Ye's potential, regardless of its initial manifestation. With a resounding hum, a brilliant surge of soul power ascended, rapidly enveloping the surrounding space. The overwhelming energy even altered Lei Xingyang's expression. "What? This is—" he stammered, taken aback by a phenomenon he had never encountered, yet his astonishment was tinged with an unmistakable excitement, indicating that he was not entirely oblivious to the implications of the situation. Chapter 3. The First Soul Ring, Thunder Beast. An exceptional martial soul. An unequivocally supreme martial soul. Lei Xingyang affirmed Meng Ye's talent with resolute conviction, his gaze alight with fervor as he regarded Meng Ye, who seemed to radiate brilliance. The essence of his martial soul was self, his very being. It would not be an exaggeration to declare it the most potent of innate martial souls. Moreover, perhaps due to the system's reconstitution of his physical form, this body possessed a potential unlike that of an ordinary soul master, with an innate soul power that seemed to overflow. Old Lei, what constitutes a supreme martial soul? Meng Ye inquired with a feigned innocence, reminiscent of the time he first met Lei Xingyang and posed a similar question, back when he harbored a sense of disdain and arrogance towards this world. Though he was ostensibly asking a question, there was an underlying tone of jest in his demeanor. This time, however, despite being aware of the answer, he approached the inquiry with a sincere eagerness to learn. A top-tier martial soul. Let me explain it to you this way. In the realm of soul masters, martial souls are generally categorized into 3 tiers, further distinguished between tool-type and beast-type martial souls. Tool-type martial souls manifest in the form of objects, whereas beast-type martial souls take on the embodiment of a spirit. For now, this understanding should suffice. It was evident that Lei Xingyang possessed considerable expertise in martial souls, coupled with his unique insights in Meng Ye's view. Although Lei Xingyang's reputation may not be illustrious, his comprehension of martial souls was profound. It is no exaggeration to say that he surpasses Yu Shaojiang by several folds. Observing Meng Ye's earnest demeanor as he listened intently, Lei Xingyang nodded to himself and continued. The quality of martial spirits varies. First, there are the useless martial spirits, characterized by an exceedingly low innate soul power, rendering it nearly impossible for one to become a soul master. Next, we have the ordinary martial spirits, which possess decent quality and can indeed allow one to become a soul master. Finally, we arrive at the top-tier martial spirits, which include those with formidable innate soul power and exceptionally powerful attributes, such as those with inherent strengths. But what of the buts? Meng Ye continued to gaze at the elder with an inquisitive look. Lei Xingyang, pleased, stroked his beard and replied, "I believe that martial spirits cannot be so rigidly classified. After all, while there may not be millions, we have certainly discovered tens of thousands, and it is simplistic to categorize them in such a narrow manner. Moreover, the distinction between weapon spirits and beast spirits is also insufficiently comprehensive, as there are numerous martial spirits that do not fit neatly into these categories, such as yourself." Lei Xingyang cast a deep glance at Meng Ye. History, it seems, is astonishingly similar, Meng Ye mused inwardly. In his previous life, Meng Ye possessed a martial soul akin to his true form, albeit lacking the formidable strength he currently wields. It can be said that Lei Xingyang laid the foundational groundwork for him to pursue, and even surpass, the illustrious Shrek 7 monsters. This was all built upon a mere innate soul power of level 5, stemming from an ordinary martial soul. Had it not been for the unfortunate inheritance of the sea god, coupled with a series of unforeseen events, he would have undoubtedly had the potential to eclipse Tang San. At that time, Lei Xingyang discerned the essence of Meng Ye's martial soul at a glance, and generously shared his research and insights without reservation. Two individuals, separated by decades, forged a bond akin to that of teacher and friend. For a considerable period, Lei Xingyang served as Meng Ye's guiding light. Your martial soul is quite extraordinary. It does not conform to the categories of tool or beast martial souls. I prefer to divide talent into 2 distinct realms, Lei Xingyang mused, stroking his beard, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Martial souls and soul masters. The essence of the lifelong research that Lei Xingyang devoted himself to was distilled into this profoundly simple yet enlightening statement from Meng Ye, reminiscent of their past exchanges. Lei Jingyang was neither a formidable soul master nor a theoretical savant, at least not in the sense of a purely abstract theorist. He dedicated his life to the practical validation of his studies. The strength of a martial soul is but one aspect. What holds greater significance, in his view, is whether the soul master can fully harness the power of their martial soul and whether the soul master themselves possesses sufficient strength. Oh, I seem to have rambled a bit too much. Old age has its effects, Lei Jingyang remarked. Noticing Meng Ye's silence and realizing that expounding upon such matters to a child bore little fruit, he then added, "Come with me. I shall help you acclimate to your surroundings." Meng Ye trailed closely behind. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Ye not only comprehended the situation but had also traversed a considerable distance along the path he had indicated. In the ensuing days, Meng Ye and Lei Jingyang coexisted harmoniously, gradually earning each other's trust. A week later, in the Duchy of Saliker, within the Twilight Forest, due to its coastal location, it lies a considerable distance from the central starry forest of the continent, making this forest the optimal choice for acquiring soul rings. Of course, there was another option, to venture out to sea. Meng Ye, having merely acquired his first soul ring, found no need for unnecessary complexities and followed Lei Jingyang to this place. Poisonous insects, scorpions, snakes, and centipedes were ubiquitous among the treetops. The air was thick with a faint odor of decay and mist. This was not the morning dew, but rather miasma. The forest, naturally fermenting various gases, was saturated with a plethora of toxic substances, and swarms of mosquitoes lurked within, poised to strike. "Xiaoyi, take this," Lei Jingyang said, handing a dagger to Meng Ye. "Remember the hunt for souls." Meng Ye nodded in acknowledgement. Both of them wore damp cloths over their faces to prevent inhaling excessive miasma, which could lead to poisoning. To guard against unforeseen circumstances, Lei Jingyang had also brought detoxification pills, preparing thoroughly for their venture. After several hours of trekking, Meng Ye and Lei Jingyang finally discovered their target, a century-old soul beast. A slumbering black soul beast lay beneath a tree, adorned with faint blue stripes that flickered like flames, bestowing an air of mystique. Its elongated ears twitched, lifting its head to survey its surroundings. After a moment of inspection, it returned to repose, seemingly unaware of any disturbances. The Thunder Beast, a premier soul beast among its kind, was indeed a formidable entity, but it was 800 years old. "Xiaoyi, are you truly confident?" whispered Lei Jingyang, as two figures concealed behind a nearby tree held their breaths low. He transmitted his voice to Meng Ye in a hushed tone, almost like a threat. Meng Ye responded in kind, nodding in agreement. Although surprised that Meng Ye could also communicate so subtly, Lei Jingyang resolutely chose to act. The Thunder Beast's acute hearing would not tolerate hesitation. Any delay could lead to their failure. Buzz! A surge of soul power erupted, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings illustrating the formidable prowess of a soul saint. Lei Jingyang's martial spirit manifested as a resplendent golden tiger, transforming him into a colossal figure that was part human, part tiger, exceeding 5 meters in height. Ordinary soul masters would likely require the manifestation of their martial spirits or a similar large spirit, like a diamond mammoth, to achieve such a size. "Be cautious." Thud. The warning barely escaped his lips before Lei Jingyang, having completed his martial spirit transformation, became a terrifying blur, vanishing from sight. The violent wave of soul power radiated outward, akin to a shock wave that rattled the senses. Boom. Roar. A chilling crash was swiftly followed by a piercing scream. Meng Ye emerged from behind the tree, covering his ears. "Oh, have you witnessed my martial spirit before?" Lei Jingyang inquired, pinning down the enormous creature that exceeded 3 meters in length, casting a curious glance at Meng Ye. His martial spirit was overwhelmingly powerful. Even a cautious ordinary soul master could be injured due to the vast disparity in soul power levels. No typical tiger-like martial spirit or soul beast could rival the terror he embodied, not even the top-tier ones. "Old Lei, your gaze betrays you." Ahem, quickly resolve this matter. Caught off guard by Meng Ye's calm demeanor, Lei Jingyang awkwardly cleared his throat. His actions were intentional. He recalled how Meng Ye had been tricked during their previous soul-hunting endeavors, and thus, he took note. In essence, this was Lei Jingyang's way of acknowledging and nurturing him. As he often stated, the strength of one's martial soul is paramount, yet the fortitude of a soul master's will is even more crucial, serving to sharpen their resolve. For this reason, Meng Ye had endured considerable hardships, nearly facing dire consequences. Chapter 4. Astonishing Growth Rate. With a swift stroke, Meng Ye dispatched the Thunder Beast before him and began to absorb his first soul ring. 800 years. This was remarkably close to a 1,000-year soul ring, a standard typically associated with the second soul ring of an average soul master. Lei Xingyang retracted his martial soul and stood guard beside Meng Ye, his gaze frequently drifting towards him, his mind filled with perplexing thoughts. Despite their brief acquaintance, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. More significantly, it seemed that Meng Ye possessed an uncanny understanding of him. For instance, he exhibited no surprise at the nature of Lei's martial soul. Upon imparting knowledge of soul masters to Meng Ye, it became evident that he was not merely grasping the concepts, but had transcended the fundamentals entirely. Many ideas Lei had only conceptualized were being put into practice by Meng Ye. Take, for example, the soul ring before him. The act of forcibly absorbing a soul ring of a higher tier was achievable under certain conditions, even by ordinary soul masters. The dissipating soul technique allowed for the majority of the soul power accompanying the soul ring to be dispersed, enabling one to absorb the soul ring and still gain corresponding enhancements in soul skills, albeit with a diminished increase in soul power. Moreover, the backlash faced by the soul master upon absorbing the soul ring would be halved, significantly extending the duration over which a soul master could absorb soul rings. Naturally, Lei Xingyang would not hastily permit Meng Ye to attempt this. His seventh soul ring had been derived from an 80,000-year-old soul beast, already reaching the standard of an ordinary soul master's eighth soul ring. Is this lad possibly my illegitimate son? Lei Xingyang mused. Old Lei, you're overthinking it. A sudden voice from Meng Ye nearly caused Lei Xingyang to choke, and he coughed violently, his face flushing with surprise as he turned to Meng Ye. Has this been accomplished already? It was no wonder he was astonished. Merely a few minutes had passed. What soul master could absorb a soul ring so swiftly? Unless the soul ring's age was exceedingly low, the limits of the dissipating soul technique were merely double that of the original, which should not be so formidable. Well then, let us proceed. It is time for dinner. Meng Ye turned around and, with remarkable ease, made his way beyond the twilight forest. How peculiar, Lei Xingyang murmured, stroking his chin, yet he quickly followed suit, dismissing Meng Ye's manner of address. In his own words, it mattered not what Meng Ye was called, as long as no harsh words were uttered. Upon exiting the forest, the setting sun cast its golden rays, accompanied by the evening glow, resembling flames that reached the heavens, igniting the forest behind him. The name Twilight Forest, aside from being fraught with dangers, also derived its essence from this phenomenon. The miasma-laden forest appeared as a blazing inferno beneath the sunset. In Salakil City, at the Spirit Hall, the living quarters were naturally well appointed, for it was an official institution for spirit masters and could not afford to appear shabby. The culinary offerings were, of course, extravagant: roasted suckling pig, celestial pastries, steamed fish, steak, baked potatoes, fruit salad, and creamy mushroom soup. Being a coastal principality, seafood was abundant, although most of these ingredients were sourced from the Tiando Empire. Your spirit is quite remarkable, able to consume such quantities. However, it is indeed a good time for nourishment, as you are in your growth phase, Lei Xingyang concluded, attributing Meng Ye's hearty appetite to his spirit and his development, considering it a positive trait. Most spirit masters have frail physiques. Even those with beast spirits do not significantly surpass ordinary individuals when not utilizing their powers. Thus, having a hearty appetite is actually an advantage, representing minimal expenditure for maximum gain. I am full now. I shall proceed to cultivate, Meng Ye declared. Having finally satiated his hunger, he began his cultivation. Due to his rebirth, he had already experienced many of life's trials and errors, and it could be said that he had navigated the pitfalls others might encounter. While the path ahead was not guaranteed to be error-free, the destination was assuredly correct. How strange, Lei Xingyang observed, still eating, his expression one of confusion. Having encountered numerous spirit masters throughout his 70-plus years, he had lost the youthful ambition of his earlier days, but had gained a wealth of experience. Spirit masters are, after all, human, regardless of their innate talents. Children are inherently playful. This curiosity, stemming from a limited understanding of the world, is often uncontrollable. Rarely does a newly awakened spirit master manage to suppress this nature, and doing so might lead to undesirable character traits such as aloofness or eccentricity. After meditating for an extended period, Meng Ye opened his eyes, and a distinct spark of electricity flickered within them. The Thunder Beast, a top-tier spirit beast, was renowned for its potent lightning attributes, standing among the elite of its kind. Aside from its exceptional attributes, there were few spirit beasts or spirits that could rival it, placing it on par with the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Gazing at the toys spread before him, Meng Ye blinked. The window had darkened, signaling the arrival of night. He had unwittingly immersed himself in meditation for quite some time. What is this? He wondered, scratching his head. Although Meng Ye is but a child, he exhibits little interest in toys. It is true that one's physical age can significantly influence mental maturity. However, having lived 2 lives, he possesses the innate ability to transcend such trivialities. The following day, Meng Ye cast aside a heap of toys into a corner, only to be taken to Serical Academy by Lei Zhengyang. From this day forth, you shall commence your studies here. When you reach the age of 12, I shall escort you to the Soul City, Lei Zhengyang remarked, patting Meng Ye on the back and nudging him toward the academy's entrance. As an institution established by a principality, this primary academy is, of course, incomparable to the esteemed Tiando Royal Academy. No, it is utterly beyond comparison. Meng Ye nodded and stepped inside, harboring no expectations for this place to bestow upon him a graduation certificate. In his previous 2 lives, he had never taken his education seriously. He had bypassed the Junior Soul Master Academy entirely, proceeding directly to the Advanced Soul Master Academy, which was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, where he had largely squandered his time. Fortunately, this world did not demand profound knowledge. Such pursuits were merely a matter of personal interest. What truly mattered was the cultivation of soul power. As long as one's soul power was sufficiently formidable, one could be a fool, yet still command respect as a formidable fool. Why is this child so quiet? Lei Zhengyang pondered, resting his chin on his hand as he observed Meng Ye's retreating figure, musing to himself about whether the toys he had gifted were to the child's liking. Suddenly, Meng Ye halted his steps, now several dozen meters away. If you like them, please refrain from gifting more, he called back. A statement that left Lei Zhengyang even more perplexed. In his eyes, no matter how mature a child appeared, they remained a child, and there was no reason to conquer their inherent nature. Meng Ye found himself in a state of helplessness, for Lei Zhengyang, in his previous life, had treated him with an unparalleled familiarity. Later, when misfortune befell him, he was unjustly implicated and imprisoned, the outcome of which remained a mystery. Subsequently, during the day, Meng Ye would make his presence known at the academy, occasionally teasing the younger students, before stealthily slipping away to seek a serene place for cultivation. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall at night, apart from meals, he dedicated nearly all his time to rigorous training. As days turned into nights in this relentless pursuit of mastery, time gradually slipped by. In the first year, Meng Ye successfully advanced to the rank of Great Soul Master. Yet he did not acquire a soul ring. The second year unfolded similarly. It was not until the third year that Meng Ye obtained his second soul ring, propelling him directly to the remarkable level of 28 in soul power. The rapidity of his growth was astonishing, leaving Lei Zhengyang bewildered, even causing a few strands of his beard to fall out in frustration as he sought an explanation. Unlike other soul masters who typically assess talent through cultivation level, he possessed his own insights. He even speculated that Meng Ye's situation might stem from an excessive awakening of latent potential, prompting him to procure an abundance of rare herbs and treasures to aid in his development. Meng Ye remained entirely unconcerned, diligently cultivating his skills with remarkable progress. Chapter 5. Academy Exchange in the Principality of Serical. There existed a Junior Soul Master Academy. Given that the majority of its students hailed from local aristocratic families or soul master lineages, the institution was relatively well regarded. It was quite renowned within the neighboring provinces, and the principal had initiated contact with several nearby academies for the purpose of fostering academic exchanges, primarily to strengthen ties among the higher echelons of the institutions. Although the academy did not possess the vast influence of the Tiando Royal Academy, it still garnered significant attention from the Duke. Meng Ye, have you heard? It seems that students from other academies will soon be visiting. In a classroom, Meng Ye, who seldom made an appearance, was approached by a chubby boy. The other students either avoided him or gazed at him with admiration. Yes, I've heard, he replied with a nod. The chubby boy, named Wang Shua, was no ordinary individual. He bore a trace of royal blood, albeit from a collateral line, which rendered him somewhat overlooked. Nevertheless, within this academy he wielded considerable influence. As long as his antics did not reach the Duke's ears, there were no significant repercussions. On the very first day of Meng Ye's arrival, he encountered him and promptly gave him a beating, which rendered the boy obedient. Most of these young souls destined to become spirit masters are rather precocious. Thus they do not dare to report such incidents. Receiving a beating is trivial, but reporting it after being defeated would be far too embarrassing. This lad possesses a modicum of cleverness and principles. Understanding his inferiority, he refrained from seeking revenge and instead chose to accompany Meng Ye. Hehehe. The chubby little fellow sidled up to Meng Ye, winking and saying, "Meng Ye, I have heard rumors of several beautiful young ladies around. What do you think?" Meng Ye squinted one eye, leaning back slightly as he scrutinized the chubby boy before him. Quite impressive, he thought, to contemplate romance even before fully developing. What will he become as he matures? What do you intend to do? Meng Ye inquired, ready to employ his righteous fist should the boy harbor any misguided thoughts. Are you not curious at all? The boy, momentarily taken aback, pondered whether it was abnormal for a young lad to be intrigued by the opposite sex. Shaking off the weight of over 100 pounds, Wang Shuo continued, "All right, I'll be honest. It seems there's an exchange competition coming up, and you, my friend, are the face of our academy. We can't just ignore this, can we? I'm not interested. What is the point of watching a bunch of kids brawling?" Meng Ye retorted. He was merely a step away from reaching the 30th level of soul power. Even the threshold of a senior soul master academy pales in comparison to his prowess. Additionally, the disparity in combat experience was monumental, should he unleash his true strength. He could easily overpower most soul venerables. "Come on, Meng Ye, I'll offer you 100 gold soul coins. Just consider it a favor for me," Wang Shuo pleaded. Knowing well that Meng Ye's expenses were considerable, so much so that the academy had arranged for a personal chef to cater to him. If he were to dine with others, they would scarcely have enough to eat. Wang Shuo often spent from his own pocket to curry favor with him. Having reached this point in their conversation, Meng Ye could not simply dismiss the youngster without consideration. "All right, you need not offer the gold soul coins. But I will only intervene once. Deal. When you see a lovely girl, I'll be sure to leverage your face to help me win her over." With a swift motion, Meng Ye delivered a punch to the boy, signaling that this matter was settled. Wang Shuo, clutching his head, rounded the corner, likely to seek out his allies. The academy was a microcosm of the larger world, particularly for those with backgrounds. They belonged to circles of influence inherited from their forebears. Though seemingly whimsical, Wang Shuo probably shared a sense of camaraderie with Meng Ye, as he would not have approached him otherwise. Perhaps this was merely a glimpse into an alternate trajectory of fate. Since he had acquiesced, Meng Ye harbored his own thoughts. He was aware of another path his life could have taken. Alas, while the flutter of a butterfly's wings can indeed incite a tempest, such a storm holds little significance in the eyes of the divine. Now reborn, he wished to explore whether different choices would yield distinct outcomes. On the day of the exchange competition, within the Academy's soul arena, the amalgamation of junior and senior academies had led to the establishment of this very arena, alongside several simulated training grounds. "What brings you here?" Meng Ye approached the stands, addressing the elderly gentleman before him. "I have heard that this academy is hosting some sort of exchange competition. Did you not participate as well?" "I merely came to observe. What is the matter?" At this moment, Lei Xingyang was clad in coarse cloth attire, devoid of the soul master robe of the spirit hall, thus remaining unrecognized by the crowd. In the Duchy of Salakar, he is regarded as one of the formidable powers, and coupled with his status as the master of the spirit hall, even the Duke would not dare to underestimate him. After all, it is merely an exchange competition. Meng Ye found himself at a loss for words. It would be rather awkward to admit his embarrassment. It was akin to the feelings he experienced as a child during parent-teacher meetings or school sports events, where the awareness of his parents' watchful eyes instilled a certain nervousness within him. Meng Ye was not truly shy. Rather, he felt a subtle nuance in the air. "It's fine. As long as you know your limits and don't make too much of a scene," Lei Xingyang reassured him, mistakenly believing that Meng Ye was concerned about harming others. "You should consider your own capabilities." What a grandiose statement. A middle-aged man seated nearby suddenly interjected with sarcasm. Their gazes were drawn to him, but Meng Ye merely glanced over and chose not to dwell on it. He was merely a soul king. Not wishing to continue this idle banter with Lei Xingyang, he turned to depart. "The Fire Academy? It seems I must have a word with that fellow, Huowuji," he mused. Lei Xingyang observed the individual, seemingly recognizing his identity. The other man was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to be recognized as the director of his own academy, and cautiously inquired, "May I ask who you are?" In the realm of soul masters, there exists an unspoken rule: never provoke a soul master with greater power, for there are no explicit laws forbidding the act of murder. The decision to engage in violence rests solely upon the whims of the powerful and their often arbitrary moral codes. Lei Xingyang. Empty. A faint but formidable surge of soul power accompanied by a terrifying mental pressure descended, instantly immobilizing the opponent and leaving him momentarily dazed. Lei Xingyang was a pure beast martial soul, a formidable attack-type soul sage, whose soul power had yet to reach its pinnacle. Yet his strength was undeniably at the absolute peak of the Soul Sage realm. Meng Ye turned his gaze towards the audience, aware that aside from the Academy's dean, who possessed a soul power comparable to Lei Xingyang, he was likely the only one who sensed that oppressive aura of soul power. Was it nearly complete? That secret technique was formidable, for in this era, methods for developing mental strength remained elusive, rendering mental-type martial souls particularly troublesome, even fearsome. A prime example was the Dream of Remnant's martial soul, which, despite being wielded by merely a soul sage, bore a reputation that even titled Douluos were reluctant to provoke. This was merely a case of exploiting the ignorance of others who had not cultivated mental strength and were unacquainted with mental attacks. However, Lei Xingyang was an exception. His mental prowess was formidable. Meng Ye, boss, you finally made it. I was worried sick. In the waiting area, Wang Sha rushed towards Meng Ye with palpable excitement. If you're in a hurry, just turn right when you exit, Meng Ye said, pushing him aside and gesturing behind him. No, boss. We've already lost 2 matches. If we lose again, it will be utterly embarrassing. Wang Shuo clung to Meng Ye's arm, tugging him towards the arena. We can't afford another loss. All our hopes rest on you, boss. In the soul battle, there was no doubt about the opponent's defeat. The opposing team primarily consisted of soul masters, with only one Grand Soul Master, who had recently graduated from a Junior Soul Master Academy and was a few years older than Meng Ye. The final match was easily secured, and as Meng Ye pondered whether such a trivial choice would alter the overarching trajectory, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Upon exiting the academy after the exchange competition, Meng Ye and his companions found themselves obstructed. So, you are the one who bullies my junior classmates? A tall, red-haired girl blocked the entrance, causing those around to scatter. The 2 soul rings adorning her signified that her soul power had surpassed level 25. Meng Ye, with a single glance, discerned her exact cultivation level at level 28, her age approximately 14, and her martial soul as fire attribute. While ordinary soul masters required repeated testing or even bone analysis to ascertain such information, Meng Ye achieved this understanding within mere seconds, unaided by any external tools. Chapter 6. Confrontation Boss. She hails from the Blaze Academy, reputed to be a prestigious institution. Just look at me. Wang Shuo recognized her identity, and while Meng Ye pondered, he boldly approached her. With an outstretched finger and an exaggeratedly proud stance, he declared, Indeed, I am your boss, Meng Ye. What do you intend to do? Suddenly, before he could finish his words, a firm grip seized the nape of his neck. The intense heat and the acrid scent of singed hair almost causing Wang Shuo to lose control of himself. A deep crimson flame flickered before him, moving with such swiftness that it was barely discernible, yet it emanated a palpable danger. That nearly scared me to death, Wang Shuo exclaimed, clutching his chest. Cold sweat dripping from his brow as he regarded the audacious girl opposite him. A mere provocation had elicited her immediate response. Surely, that was rather excessive. Although he often bullied others, he did so only to flaunt his strength, never daring to inflict genuine harm. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Offending someone beyond his means could lead to dire consequences. His noble status meant nothing before a high-ranking soul master. Even the emperors of the 2 great empires had to show deference to title Douluo. Ah, indeed, she possesses considerable skill. The brazen girl raised her hand, summoning a deep crimson flame shadow behind her, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings. Addressing Meng Ye, she stated, If you can defeat me, today's incident will be forgiven. Otherwise, you will kneel and bow your head, and I shall let you go. Was this demand not a touch excessive? Meng Ye sighed internally. The audacity of youth often untempered by wisdom. This was not merely a case of poor upbringing, but rather a lack of guidance altogether. While confidence is commendable, such arrogance at this level posed significant issues. Though she might currently navigate her circumstances smoothly, future setbacks could spell her downfall. This world is never devoid of talent. Yet it sorely lacks those who harbor a reverent fear of it. Humph. Enough with the idle chatter. Unleash your martial soul. As the girl spoke, she waved her hand and unleashed her soul skill, a fiery red flame ring spreading outward, evidently a control-type soul skill. Typically, offensive soul skills would not disperse in such a manner, lacking in power. Just as the flames were about to engulf him, Meng Ye swiftly pushed Wang Shuo aside and, rather than retreating, advanced with determination. Clenching his fist slightly, a barely perceptible white airflow coalesced around his right hand, and then, with a powerful strike, he aimed a punch at the fiery ring. Boom. The sky was ablaze with scattered flames, dazzling and resplendent like fireworks. However, the temperature of these flames was far beyond that of mere pyrotechnics. A sharp sting radiated from his hand, causing Meng Ye to furrow his brow. He rarely engaged in combat, not due to a lack of capability, but rather because it was unnecessary. He had no need for practical experience. Furthermore, this body was still in a rapid stage of development, and injury could easily lead to misalignment of bones, resulting in latent harm. How could this be? The tall young woman was startled. Her talent was indeed remarkable. Otherwise, she would not be so imperious and unreasonable. Although this soul technique possessed a controlling effect, with just this one move, it was exceedingly difficult for soul masters of the same rank to approach her, let alone break through directly. Gritting her teeth, she glared fiercely at Meng Ye and inquired, "What is your soul power level?" Meng Ye remained silent, aside from Lei Zhengyang. No one was privy to the extent of his soul power, and he preferred to keep it that way. "Shall we cease this matter?" he stated, standing his ground. He had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble, as this was a trivial issue, unworthy of further escalation. However, to his surprise, the headstrong girl appeared even more incensed. With a swift motion, she unleashed her first soul skill, and the fiery shadow behind her surged forward with remarkable speed. Meng Ye would certainly not allow her to strike him unopposed. Feigning weakness was merely a tactic, not the ultimate goal. If gentleness proved ineffective, then a more forceful response was inevitable. "Be cautious, boss." Wang Shuo, standing behind, felt a surge of anxiety. He had narrowly escaped this very ploy moments ago and still harbored lingering apprehension. Meng Ye's pupils constricted, her demeanor shifting to one of utmost concentration, utterly devoid of distraction. In the fleeting moment before the impending attack, she raised her hand to seize the flickering flame with mere inches to spare. With a hiss, her palm, insulated by a faint surge of soul power, nullified the heat, causing the beads of sweat to instantly evaporate into wisps of white smoke. Subsequently, she deftly redirected the trajectory, transforming it into a U-shape and flinging it back. "Ah!" The young girl gasped, taken aback. She had never witnessed anyone dissolve her soul technique in such a manner. "Be careful." A figure suddenly sprang forth, intercepting the strike, although he was soon sent hurtling away. Despite being merely the first soul technique, attacks imbued with elemental attributes, particularly the explosive nature of fire, are not easily countered. Boom! The flames erupted, sending the two defenders sprawling to the ground under the force of the explosion. Fortunately, the newcomer possessed enough strength to avoid injury. "Let us go." Calling out to Wang Shuo, Meng Ye prepared to depart. Given the circumstances, prolonging the confrontation would lead to genuine discord, especially since no one had been harmed thus far. "Stop right there." The individual opposing them was a young man with fiery red hair, robust in stature despite his youth. Scrambling to his feet, he wiped the scratches from his face and exclaimed, "What kind of man bullies a woman? Meng Ye, which of your eyes perceives me as a man? Moreover, it was not I who struck first. Are you deliberately seeking trouble?" Wang Shuo, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, leaned closer to Meng Ye and whispered, "Boss, ignore him. This fellow is also from the Flame Academy. My butler mentioned he is a soul sovereign." Quite astute, Meng Ye cast a surprised glance at Wang Shuo. With such wit, as long as he doesn't encounter too much misfortune, life should not treat him poorly. In the realm of soul masters, the ironclad rule dictates that the strength of one's soul power fundamentally determines their prowess, at the very least. Lacking a soul ring makes it exceedingly difficult to contend in a one-on-one battle. Meng Ye raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating that his lack of a martial soul was already a considerable concession. He had not anticipated a rational response from his opponent. However, to his surprise, the other party appeared momentarily taken aback, revealing a conflicted expression as he scratched his head and glanced at the young girl beside him. "Sister, what do you think? Should we let this matter go? This fellow seems to be from a junior academy." With a huff, the young girl turned away, clearly unwilling to dismiss the issue so easily. The red-haired young man found himself in a quandary and could only turn to Meng Ye, suggesting, "Brother, how about this? I won't bully you. If you fight me without your martial soul, we can settle this matter based on the outcome of our match. What do you say?" "Go ahead," Meng Ye replied, displaying a measure of restraint, aware that utilizing his martial soul might complicate matters further. He nodded in agreement, raising one hand forward, palm up, while lowering his center of gravity. The red-haired youth momentarily faltered, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. He recognized that Meng Ye's stance was not to be taken lightly, though he could not pinpoint why. It was merely an instinctive feeling of being at a loss. In a word, it was indomitable. Indeed, Meng Ye's current state conveyed such an impression, even without the use of a martial soul. He had reached the pinnacle of his form. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength for a direct assault, there were no discernible weaknesses to exploit. Be careful. The red-haired youth charged forward, his physique no different from that of an average adult man, and having withstood the previous soul technique without injury, his strength was clearly formidable. Sensing that Meng Ye was not an ordinary opponent, he threw a punch, even without employing his martial soul, his soul power radiating with intense heat. In Meng Ye's eyes, every movement of his opponent was vividly reflected. With a swift motion, he turned his palm and grasped the opponent's fist. Bang! A surge of soul power erupted, radiating outward with tremendous force. Impressive, the red-haired man exclaimed, aware that he had held back a fraction of his strength. Nevertheless, his martial spirit was a fire dragon. Even an ordinary great soul master would struggle against such a punch. He was fully cognizant that he was overpowering someone much younger than himself, as Meng Ye appeared to be at least 5 or 6 years his junior. However, Meng Ye, who had successfully parried the attack, furrowed his brow, realizing he had indeed suffered a slight disadvantage. His soul power and physicality were inferior to that of his adversary, and he was only able to withstand the blow through his tactical prowess. Let me take another punch, he shouted. Bang! Boom! The intensity of the red-haired man's strikes grew, while Meng Ye's techniques became increasingly elusive, deftly neutralizing the attacks with minimal force. Chapter 7. The Banquet Boom. Creak. A violent explosion of soul power distorted the gates of Salical Academy, and a figure crashed forcefully against the wall, leaving an indentation. Cough. Brother. The girl who instigated the conflict panicked and rushed forward to assess the damage. As the confrontation drew to a close, the red-haired man seemed oblivious to the severity of the situation, unable to restrain himself, even resorting to using his martial spirit. The ferocious flames and power coalesced, and in a moment of desperation, Meng Ye had no choice but to retaliate with all his might. Though he was one soul ring short, he unleashed a terrifying assault that obliterated all flames in an instant, decisively overwhelming his opponent. Breathing heavily, Meng Ye withdrew his martial spirit, victorious yet visibly distressed. Exposing his true strength was one concern, but what troubled him more was the discomfort in his right hand. At 8 years old, his bones had yet to fully develop. Originally, he had intended to navigate this growth period discreetly, avoiding conflicts whenever possible. Wow, Meng Ye, you were incredible. You're my idol. Wang Shuo, sensing the shift in momentum, dashed over to Meng Ye, his face alight with excitement. Pushing aside the chubby visage that encroached upon him, Meng Ye regarded the gathering crowd with a desire to depart. I'm heading back now. Please excuse me for an extended leave. Are you all right, boss? Wang Shuo finally registered his concern, gazing at Meng Ye with worry. The emotions of children are the purest, untainted by the complexities of adulthood. I'm fine. Shaking his head, Meng Ye turned to leave. Wait. The defeated red-haired man had regained his composure, supported by his sister. He stood up, his expression fervent as he addressed Meng Ye. I am Huo Wushuang. I have never known defeat among my peers. You are a formidable opponent. What is your name? Meng Ye fell silent for a moment, a sense of anger brewing within him towards this individual. He had already surmised the identity of his opponent, the siblings Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang. Initially, he thought Huo Wu was merely a bit spoiled and that her unreasonable behavior would have its limits. However, it now appeared that the logic of the Huo family was somewhat askew. Had their martial souls been compromised? He turned to Huo Wushuang with a cold gaze and calmly stated, Meng Ye, there will be no next time. Under the weight of Meng Ye's piercing eyes, the siblings found their breath caught in their throats, their hearts skipping a beat, leaving them momentarily dazed. By the time they regained their senses, Meng Ye had already departed. Exchanging glances, Huo Wushuang managed a rueful smile and remarked, Sister, it would be wise to avoid provoking this fellow in the future. He does not seem to jest. Huo Wushuang was not foolish. Rather, his personality was akin to that of his martial soul, the unicorn Tyrannosaurus. Yet, such an inability to adapt was a significant flaw in itself. Humph. I shall inevitably challenge him again. Hearing Huo Wu's declaration, Huo Wushuang's expression grew even more troubled. His sister possessed undeniable beauty and an enviable figure. Yet her pride was excessive. The entirety of the Qihua Academy regarded her as a paragon of excellence, which was hardly surprising. However, Meng Ye's prowess was evident, and his age conferred a considerable advantage, especially after that final glance. Huo Wushuang sensed that Meng Ye's strength was likely beyond what he had displayed. Sister, did you discern his soul skills? Huo Wushuang inquired, feeling compelled to gauge Meng Ye's abilities in hopes of mediating the situation. Huh? You didn't see them? Huo Wu replied, her expression one of confusion as she looked at Huo Wushuang. What good is that? After all this time, we don't even know what his soul skills are. He has revealed all his trump cards. Upon returning to the martial soul hall, Meng Ye felt the peculiar scrutiny of others upon entering. Though most regarded him as Lei Xingyang's disciple, and thus he paid little mind. Once back at his quarters, he found Lei Xingyang engrossed in some task. A small furnace before him simmering with an unknown concoction. "Welcome back," he greeted, showing no inclination to regard Meng Ye as a mere child. Nodding in acknowledgement, Meng Ye made his way to his room to rest for a while. "Come over and take this medicine. It will aid your injuries." Lei Xingyang indicated towards the steaming furnace nearby. Meng Ye paused momentarily before approaching the stove. He inhaled slightly, squinting one eye as he gazed at Lei Xingyang. Nourishing herbs? This was not a remedy for injuries, but rather a tonic. Generally, one should not consume tonics directly after sustaining wounds. One must replenish when depleted. Yet overindulgence leads to deficiency. Not every circumstance warrants medication. At times, abstaining from it is the wisest choice. Indeed, Lei Xingyang nodded, wrapping the medicinal liquid from the stone mortar in a piece of gauze to create an ointment. "This will be beneficial for you. Drink it." Beneficial? After consuming this entire jar of concoction, it was certain that sleep would elude him tonight. Meng Ye uttered no further words, directly consuming the medicine. A warm current coursing through his body before swiftly dispersing and merging within. Subsequently, Lei Xingyang meticulously examined Meng Ye's right hand. Soul masters, particularly those of advanced age, possess a certain understanding of pharmacology, for when their soul power wanes, they naturally cultivate alternative interests. He belonged to the category of individuals who transform hobbies into professions. "Well, it won't affect the formation of your bones. I have prepared a medicinal bath for you. After soaking, apply this ointment, and in a couple of days, you will be fully restored." He placed the medicinal salve on the stone table beside him. This courtyard housed only the two of them. It was modest yet imbued with a sense of security. Nodding slightly, Meng Ye pressed his lips together. It would be impossible to claim he was not moved. Lei Xingyang had always been present. Otherwise, during the altercation at the Serical Academy gates, it would have undoubtedly attracted a multitude of onlookers. Not to mention, the higher-ups of the Chihua Academy would never stand by idly while their disciples were so ruthlessly beaten. This was not merely a matter of injury, but rather one of institutional prestige and face. However, it seemed that those individuals, including the senior officials of Serical Academy, were likely deterred by Lei Xingyang. "By the way, I have also prepared a celebratory feast for you. Remember to come out and eat after soaking for half an hour." Lei Xingyang gestured towards the outside. Meng Ye felt his emotions abruptly cease, and it was no wonder that others regarded him with peculiar glances. Presumably, the news of that wretched exchange competition had spread throughout the Serical Spirit Hall. Lei Xingyang usually treated him well, yet his goodwill often veered off course or was excessively generous. For instance, noticing Meng Ye's relentless dedication to training, he would bring back an assortment of toys. Observing his fervent research into various spirit beasts, he even emptied half of the Serical Duchy's library and requested a collection of books from the Spirit City. Most absurdly, a year prior, Lei Xingyang had inquired whether Meng Ye held any affection for the Princess of Serical. In his previous life, Lei Xingyang had engaged in similar antics. The reason for which was clear: he had been close friends with the Duke of Serical in their youth, having participated together in the Spirit Master competition. Moreover, Meng Ye had displayed undeniable talent at that time, prompting the Duke to propose this matter. Understanding this, Meng Ye simply acknowledged and entered his room to prepare a medicinal bath. These supplies were undoubtedly at Lei Xingyang's expense, although, as the hall master, he lacked for money. Many precious items were rare and hard to come by, likely procured from the Duke. Half an hour later, as dusk fell, Meng Ye arrived at the banquet hall, which was impressively spacious. Cheers! The crowd raised their glasses in celebration. To Meng Ye's surprise, Wang Shua was also present, accompanied by numerous noblemen. "Boss, my father is here too. That gentleman over there is him." Wang Shua, clad in a noble outfit, appeared more like a nouveau riche due to his physique, gestured towards a portly man conversing with a group of spirit masters. Though quite rotund, he did not exude an overly greasy aura. He was merely somewhat suave, wielding spirit power at the Spirit King level, yet navigating effortlessly among the nobles and spirit masters. "What is going on?" Meng Ye inquired. "It's merely a trivial exchange competition, yet this spectacle makes it seem like a noble gala," he remarked. Boss, you might not realize it, but you've become quite the coveted figure. Everyone wishes to catch a whiff of your allure," Wang Shua chuckled. Meng Ye felt a chill run down her spine, and she instinctively distanced herself from the little chubby boy. Even my father encouraged me to spend more time with you, claiming that you would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. Well, I appreciate his sentiment. Meng Ye has deduced the reason behind it, suspecting that it was intentionally orchestrated by Lei Zhengyang. However, it is primarily the aristocracy seeking to ingratiate themselves. The scene at the entrance of the academy certainly caught the attention of many, as the Serical Academy predominantly comprises the offspring of nobility. Their forebears could easily acquire information about Meng Ye, given Lei Zhengyang's status and prowess, as well as Meng Ye's exceptional talent, all of which merit their attention. They merely lacked a compelling reason, which has now conveniently presented itself. Is there any commentary on Chapter 8? Please share some so I may take notes. Is this the prodigious disciple you mentioned? Meng Ye was indulging in a meal, his appetite commensurate with the consumption of soul energy, necessitating ample nourishment. As for the injuries adorning his hands, they were primarily concealed wounds, and he was unperturbed, even with one hand occupied in eating. At this moment, numerous gazes were directed towards him. However, having traversed 2 lifetimes, Meng Ye found such scrutiny unremarkable and paid it no heed. Indeed, Lei Zhengyang nodded in acknowledgement. Beside him stood an elderly gentleman clad in formal attire, exuding an air of scholarly grace and noble demeanor. Truly a prodigy, he remarked with admiration, then fell silent for a moment before inquiring, is there truly no room for negotiation regarding that matter? You have watched Leonard grow. Does her talent not merit consideration? Not at all, Lei Zhengyang replied, casting a glance at his old friend, devoid of any semblance of politeness. You. The middle-aged man nearly choked, glaring at Lei Zhengyang in indignation, before retorting with a humorous insult, you old tiger, I have saved you once. I have rescued you 9 times. And your wife once as well. Is there truly no room for discussion? If the lad is unwilling, what can I do? Should I forcibly bind him to marry your daughter? The middle-aged man appeared to ponder this notion seriously, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Meanwhile, Meng Ye, in the midst of his meal, nearly choked at the absurdity of the conversation. His heightened senses allowed him to discern many subtleties that eluded the average person, a trait attributed to his innate martial soul. Naturally, he overheard Lei Zhengyang and his friend's discourse. What on earth was this? A princess of a nation fretting over marriage? Or was it a matter of her lack of appeal? Casting a glance at Wang Shuo beside him, who seemed to possess royal lineage himself, Meng Ye surmised that perhaps the princess was indeed not very impressive. What's the matter, boss? Wang Shuo, holding a roasted piglet poised for consumption, halted his actions upon noticing Meng Ye's gaze. Nothing, just eat, Meng Ye replied. After all, this was not a genuine noble banquet. Most soul masters, while not commoners, were not fond of the pretentious rituals associated with aristocracy. Why complicate a simple meal with toasts and frivolities? Lei Zhengyang shared this sentiment, and thus, the attendees, well acquainted with his temperament, refrained from sycophancy, resulting in a harmonious atmosphere. As the meal progressed, Meng Ye felt sufficiently satiated, having consumed about 70% of his fill. He intended to return and meditate, for his time was indeed precious. More importantly, he sensed he was nearing the threshold of level 30. A few lengthy sessions of meditation would suffice, aligning perfectly with the extended leave he had requested from the academy. Lord Lei, I apologize for the intrusion. This is a modest gift from the principal, as instructed. Just as Meng Ye prepared to take his leave, several familiar figures entered, drawing the attention of most in the room. Boss, it's them, Wang Shuo whispered, drawing closer to Meng Ye. I see, Meng Ye replied, acknowledging their presence. As he gazed upon the newcomers, a pair of siblings adorned with fiery red hair. Their eyes met, both displaying a lack of cordiality, yet devoid of overt hostility. Meng Ye's prior warning had evidently made an impact. These 2 individuals, imbued with pride and the distinctive traits of their martial spirits, were impulsive, a quality he could comprehend to a certain extent. However, his understanding had its limits. As long as they refrained from further provoking him, all would be well, but should they continue to seek trouble, his patience would wane. Hey, brother, we meet again. Fire Wushuang called out, approaching with an air of familiarity. Meng Ye responded with a mere nod, his demeanor unenthusiastic. He had no desire to engage with Fire Wushuang, and the rationale was straightforward. There was neither necessity nor justification for such interaction. With Fire Wushuang hailing from the Blazing Fire Academy, his fervent approach following their recent encounter was undoubtedly intentional. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not entertain you further, Meng Ye declared, turning to depart. Hey, don't be like that, Fire Wushuang interjected, stepping forward to grasp Meng Ye's shoulder. His intentions were indeed ulterior, fueled by a desire to gauge Meng Ye's strength. In an instant, an overwhelming mental pressure descended upon Fire Wushuang's consciousness, immobilizing him where he stood. It felt as though an immense weight had abruptly pressed down upon him. And a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He ceased his pursuit, realizing he lacked the ability to impede Meng Ye in that moment. It became abundantly clear that Meng Ye's true prowess far exceeded his expectations. Are you upset? Lei Xingyang observed Meng Ye's retreat with curiosity. As the only one privy to Meng Ye's capabilities, he understood the latter's desire to remain inconspicuous. The higher the echelon of soul masters, the more they tended to dismiss others. Not all of them were inherently arrogant. Rather, they possessed a profound understanding of the world. No matter how exceptional a genius may be, without adequate backing, they would lack the space and opportunities to flourish. The more extraordinary the talent, the greater the perceived threat to other factions. If they could not be harnessed for one's own benefit, it was only prudent to eliminate them. The principle of the tall tree catches the wind is eternally applicable. Thus, no high-ranking soul master would genuinely respect or regard a genius, regardless of outward friendliness. They could swiftly resort to lethal measures. Without a doubt, Lei Xingyang harbored hopes for Meng Ye's prosperous development. Though his own life may not have been marked by great renown, it was not filled with regret. Over the years, despite the absence of blood ties, a profound bond had formed between the elder and the younger. This, Lord Lei, is the son of our academy's principal. I apologize for the rudeness. The teacher from the Blaze Academy, responsible for delivering gifts, paused momentarily. His intention for being here was to resolve misunderstandings. He had witnessed the altercation during the day and initially intended to intervene, but was thwarted by Lei Xingyang, representing the Blaze Academy in discussions. He was acutely aware of the competitive dynamics among the 5 elemental academies within the territory of the Tiando Empire: Blaze, Thunder, Tianshui, Chiffon, and Elephant Armor. Each academy has its own pride, yet an unspoken agreement exists among them. They are the strongest within the Tiando Empire. While the Tiando Academy may occasionally assert dominance, it does not do so consistently. They accept the ebb and flow of victories and defeats dictated by martial spirits, but succumbing to a local academy is utterly unacceptable, as it would severely tarnish the reputation and prestige of the elemental academies. Although the incident did not constitute a formal challenge or public duel, the defeat of Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, the leading candidates for the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition, by a younger boy would not be a trivial matter, especially for the Blaze Academy. However, Meng Ye was backed by Lei Xingyang, and the teacher from Blaze Academy understood that this individual stood on par with their principal and thus could not be offended. The only option was to yield and strive to mitigate the repercussions of the incident. Within the martial spirit hall, Wang Shuo approached with an eager demeanor, nearly prompting Meng Ye to dismiss him. "Boss, wait for me," he exclaimed. "Is there something you need?" Meng Ye turned to glare at him. With a soul power barely reaching 20 levels and an innate soul power of level 7, he should have been able to achieve at least level 15 if he were willing to put in the effort. Although Meng Ye is not inherently aloof, he is also not one of those exuberantly affable individuals, and during his previous life, he had few companions. Wang Shuo produced a small pouch and handed it to Meng Ye, chuckling as he said, "Hee, boss, here is the 100 gold soul coins I promised you." Weighing it in his hands, Meng Ye looked at him and suddenly remarked, "You've made quite a bit, haven't you?" No, just a few hundred gold soul coins. "All thanks to you, boss, hee," Wang Shuo replied. A few hundred gold soul coins is no trifling sum. A soul master typically only receives 100 gold soul coins from the spirit hall each month, and that dwindles significantly by level 40. This amount is sufficient to cover the living expenses of an ordinary family for several years, perhaps even allowing for some luxury. In the realm of soul masters, the phenomenon of soul battles is exceedingly common, often accompanied by gambling activities. This not only satisfies the audience's curiosity about the battles between soul masters, providing them with a visual feast, but also allows many speculators to profit. A prime example is the Grand Arena, a vast establishment found in nearly every major city, rivaling the scale of the Spirit Hall, hinting at the immense profits involved. "All right, it's nothing. Just head back. Don't forget about my leave of absence." "Got it. Rest assured, boss, I've taken care of everything." After sending Wang Shuo off, Meng Ye wore a contemplative expression. To earn a few hundred gold soul coins from merely one exchange match at a junior academy is no small feat. Although most of the participants are young and from noble families, Wang Shuo's achievement is commendable, at least on the surface. While this fellow may lack talent and perseverance in cultivation, he possesses a knack for amassing wealth, which is, in its own right, a form of talent. Chapter 9. The troubles of youth. Wuhuan City, located in the southeastern part of the continent, is noteworthy. Although the Spirit Hall is nominally merely the official institution for Soul Masters, the power represented by Soul Masters compels the two great empires to acknowledge the vast territory of the Spirit Hall. Additionally, due to its institutional nature rather than imperial, there are no kingdoms or provinces within its territory. The Spirit Hall wields absolute power and maintains control over the military in these regions. All right, let us go. I'll show you the way. Lei Xingyang, clad in the standard attire of the Spirit Hall, walked ahead while Meng Ye followed. I know the way, Meng Ye replied, somewhat helplessly. After all these years, do you still consider yourself a child? Between his brows lay an air of sharpness and brilliance, despite being merely 12 years of age. The natural maturity of a soul master rendered his age difficult to discern from his appearance. His glossy, short hair framed a pair of strikingly arched eyebrows, while his elongated, piercing black eyes and sharply defined features, combined with a tall yet lithe physique, resembled a hawk in the night, emanating an aura of aloofness that warned others to keep their distance. Of course, to the casual observer, unless one were overly captivated by appearances, he would likely come across as intimidating. Standing at just over 1.80 meters, he matched Lei Xingyang in height, neither appearing gaunt nor bloated, a testament to the enhancements bestowed by his martial soul. The theory proposed by Lei Xingyang, which delineated soul masters and their martial souls as separate entities, resonated deeply with Meng Ye's hen. Without the influence of a martial soul, an ordinary person would never develop so swiftly, nor possess such precocious intellect. Well then, I shall escort you here, Lei Xingyang declared, retrieving a card from his storage soul guide and handing it to Meng Ye's hen. This card contains 10,000 gold soul coins. It should suffice for your needs. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to approach the Academy's principal. That old man and I share a bond, and he will assist you. Perhaps this lad feared that my assistance might bring him embarrassment? Ah, well, he is growing up. It is best to let him forge his own path. Meng Ye accepted the card, fully aware that Lei Xingyang was not lacking in financial resources, at least not in this regard. As the master of the Spirit Hall, particularly in a place like Saracle, along with his own formidable strength and connections, there were plenty of individuals eager to offer him money, provided he was not obstinately resistant. I see. I shall remember that, he replied. By the way, that young lady from Tianshui Academy has come by a few times, and I've intercepted her each time. Are you truly not considering it? Lei Xingyang had frequently broached this subject with Meng Ye over the years, as if it were a common affliction of aging. Every time Meng Ye had declined based on his age, as agreeing would not merely be considered early romance, but rather a descent into absurdity. It wasn't that he felt compelled to engage in matchmaking, rather, it was inexplicably so that Meng Ye's prowess had spread among the elemental academies ever since he had triumphed over Huowu and Huowushuang. The competitive nature among the elemental academies was well understood by him. However, the unfolding events had taken him by surprise. The other academies could not resist mocking Huowu and Huowushuang after their defeats, leading to an irate Huowushuang who, during an inter-academy exchange, relentlessly challenged Meng Ye. The Fire Dragon martial soul remained formidable, resulting in 2 victories and 2 defeats. The Blaze Academy, by virtue of its attributes, subtly restrained the Water Academy, particularly in direct confrontations against the Shuei sisters. Then there was the Elephant Armor Academy, whose Hu Yinli, with his robust defense and might, also succumbed to Huowushuang. Meanwhile, Feng Shaotian and Yu Tianxin from the Wind and Thunder Academies were exceedingly powerful, defeating Huowushuang in succession, yet they acknowledged his strength. Thus, all 4 elemental academies became acquainted with Huowushuang and indirectly with Meng Ye. The Elephant Armor and Water Academies, unable to endure Huowushuang's scorn, sought to assert their prowess through Meng Ye. After several attempts, Meng Ye had not appeared, as he was preoccupied. Ultimately, driven to exasperation, he retaliated by breaking Hu Yinli's arm as a form of reprimand. The Water Academy's advantage lay in their martial soul fusion techniques, which could decisively overpower in one-on-one encounters. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Shuei a staunch esthetician, frequently sought Meng Ye under the pretense of sparring after her defeat. In the end, Meng Ye, left with no choice, had to barricade himself from entering the academy. However, as fate would have it, Shuei managed to involve the academy's dean, a soul Douluo, who was a formidable presence. Lei Xingyang found himself at a loss and could only compel Meng Ye to engage in a conversation with Shuei. In summary, the outcome was simply that they were incompatible. Though harsh, Meng Ye genuinely wished to avoid any inexplicable entanglements, opting for a brief discomfort over prolonged suffering. Do not disturb my resolve, he declared resolutely. With that, he made his way towards the city gates of the martial soul city, turning back momentarily to say, "Do not claim I am here." With a sigh, Lei Xingyang shook his head. Naturally, he hoped Meng Ye would encounter a woman with whom he could share a true and profound love, although it might seem premature. Who among the youth has not indulged in such folly? In the realm of soul masters, apart from a few families with legacies, it is exceedingly rare for powerful martial souls to be passed down. The fundamental reason lies in the inherent paradox of the situation. To cultivate to advanced levels, unwavering focus is paramount. Only by being unencumbered in youth can one ensure vigorous and relentless progress in their abilities. As one's soul power increases, so too does age. And it is uncertain whether one possesses the inclination to seek a partner at that stage of life. Even if a partner is found, togetherness is not guaranteed. The barriers of experience, age, status, and even affiliations can create insurmountable divides. While some may resort to overtly forceful approaches, such instances are rare. And aside from those with peculiar inclinations who disregard reputation, most would not dare to act in such a manner. In Lei Xingyang's view, with Meng Ye's prodigious talent, even minor encumbrances would be inconsequential, as he is destined to reach the esteemed rank of title Douluo. Within the halls of the Martial Soul Academy, Meng Ye remained unaware of Lei Xingyang's thoughts as he arrived at the institution. As the Soul Academy of the Martial Soul Hall, it is situated in Martial Soul City, boasting the most exceptional scale and facilities in the entire continent. The students here are equally distinguished, unlike the other two empires, which, despite their resources, can only select from the remnants of the Martial Soul Hall. Although the selection system of the Martial Soul Hall is not without its flaws, it undoubtedly ensures a plethora of gifted disciples, as more than 60% of the continent's soul master resources are no trifling matter. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Denovis. There is a student here with a recommendation letter from the main hall, claiming it is for you. Oh. Meng Ye, clutching Lei Xingyang's letter, made his way to the dean's office. It was not merely a letter that could substantiate anything, as it remained unopened. What granted him some authority was the command token from Lei Xingyang, which, although not comparable to the elder's decree, was still valid in most places outside the papal hall and the sanctuary. An elderly man with a beard as white as snow emerged from behind the desk, waving his hand to make the quill pin in his grasp vanish. Approaching him, he accepted the letter and, casting a discerning glance at Meng Ye outside the door, nodded and smiled, remarking, "Indeed, it is that old fellow." Meng Ye was somewhat taken aback. He was well aware of Lei Xingyang's formidable prowess. However, what astonished him more was the extensive network of connections that Lei Xingyang possessed. In his previous life, Meng Ye had known of his friendships with numerous nobles and bishops from the Spirit Hall. Yet, that was merely the tip of the iceberg. His influence could be said to span across the two great empires, though the exact extent remained unclear. In Chapter 10, The Golden Generation, Always placed the letter on the table and turned to regard the young man before him with a peculiar expression. Meng Ye, perplexed, could not comprehend the situation. However, with his remarkable perceptive abilities, he casually skimmed over the letter and captured fragments of its content. The more conspicuous words conveyed a general message. This young man possesses extraordinary talent. Should any issues arise, I shall expose your clandestine gambling activities. Meng Ye remarked. I can only say, you truly live up to your reputation, old man. Lei Xingyang's approach can be summed up in 2 words, ruggedness. Yet, he shows you meticulous care. Despite the absence of any concerned words, he has done everything possible for you. It appears that old Lei truly values you. But his reluctance to disclose your talents complicates matters. He stroked his beard with a smile. Ovis gazed meaningfully at Meng Ye. His profound cultivation, at the level of a soul fighter, allowed him to perceive certain aspects of Meng Ye's abilities. However, he could not see the entirety, hence resorting to this method of probing. Soul respect. Meng Ye cast a glance at the other party, a fleeting glimmer of profound darkness sparkling in his eyes, as he entirely repressed his soul power aura. Typically, soul masters emanate fluctuations of soul power as effortlessly as they breathe. Those of considerable cultivation can discern the level of another's prowess through this. However, Meng Ye possessed the extraordinary ability to conceal or even disguise this essence completely. Oh, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Ovis's eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure, hesitatingly remarking, although he was recommended by old Lei, still. Meng Ye naturally understood his meaning. The Wuhuan Hall Academy represented the Wuhuan Hall itself. Should any incidents of favoritism occur, even the dean would find it difficult to account to the Pope's Hall. The 3 soul rings flashed by, and Ovis found himself momentarily speechless. A flicker of astonishment crossing his features before he finally exhaled. "Very well, I shall facilitate your admission. Shortly, someone will escort you to your dormitory." With a successful enrollment, Meng Ye's objectives were largely fulfilled, though there remained matters to attend to. Following a faculty member to the dormitory and classroom, Meng Ye's gaze wandered throughout his surroundings. Despite the passage of many years, his memory was remarkably sharp, and he retained a sense of familiarity with the place. Upon arrival, he was instructed to find any available seat. Nodding in acknowledgement, Meng Ye entered the classroom. The architectural style of the Wuhuan Hall Academy was notably simple, yet exuded an air of grandeur. Even a single classroom was sufficiently spacious to accommodate hundreds. As he stepped inside, he naturally attracted numerous glances. However, at a senior Soul Master Academy, particularly one as prestigious as the Wuhuan Hall Academy, there was no customary introduction process. A senior Soul Master Academy, as the name implies, serves as a venue for talented soul masters with promising futures to further their education. It was not akin to the noble academies of the two great empires, where over 90% of the attendees comprised a plethora of inept aristocrats. Those who could gain admission here undoubtedly possessed some degree of talent or influential connections. Discerning one another's identities was effortless, and relationships were often pre-established. Whether for genuine camaraderie or ulterior motives, the atmosphere was palpable. "Wow, he is incredibly handsome. Yes, he is exactly my type." Meng Ye's appearance is nearly flawless, yet his expression conveys an impression of being rather unapproachable. His gaze lingered momentarily on a seemingly delicate young woman. A glance that might easily go unnoticed by an ordinary person. However, she quickly met his gaze. With a slight, timid shrink of her neck, she resembled a startled rabbit. Her shoulder-length hair framed her face, with bangs partially obscuring her forehead, making it difficult to discern her features as she lowered her head, though her fair complexion remained evident. He chose not to disturb her, instead opting for an empty seat nearby. The courses at the Advanced Soul Master Academy are notably simple and brief, primarily consisting of common knowledge and essential guidelines, with the remaining time allocated for self-reflection. After all, for a soul master, cultivation is the very foundation of existence. As the mealtime approached, a surge of students akin to a horde of zombies was inevitable, not due to a lack of food, but rather the psychological pressure of fearing that arriving late would result in missing out. On his way, Meng Ye glanced at the young girl, who was greeting her friends, before heading outside the academy. Rather than a rigorous curriculum, it often felt more like merely clocking in. Although seemingly straightforward, this routine was crucial. Without such a competitive atmosphere, it would be challenging for soul masters, especially the younger ones, to maintain their dedication to cultivation. The relentless grind of a year, or even several, is something not only these academy students struggle with, but many high-ranking soul masters find difficult to endure as well. This difficulty in cultivation is, indeed, one of the reasons why soul masters face such formidable challenges in their training. As Meng Ye stepped out of the academy, he encountered a tall and graceful woman approaching him. Her elegant strides seemed to embody a unique rhythm, irresistibly drawing attention to her long, shapely legs. Each subtle smile and frown exuded an enchanting allure that left the surrounding men momentarily captivated, some nearly losing their balance. Merely passing by, she infused the entire academy with an intoxicating aura of pheromones that lingered in the air long after her departure. However, Meng Ye cast a glance and immediately recognized the issue, choosing to disregard it as he strode away from the academy. This phenomenon is a manifestation of a martial soul ability, showcasing certain attributes of the martial soul during the cultivation process of a soul master. And it is also a testament to the exceptional talent of the soul master. The woman appeared somewhat taken aback. Under ordinary circumstances, not to mention males, even other females passing by would be entranced. This is a charm ability effective on all living beings. It is her most formidable weapon. Meng Ye's reaction appeared to be completely unaffected, despite the proximity of the situation, which piqued her curiosity. "Nar, what is the matter?" Two young men emerged from the academy and greeted her. One was a burly figure with striking red hair, while the other exuded an air of detachment, surveying the surroundings and dispelling the intrusive gazes directed at them. "Nothing, just encountered an interesting person." To her surprise, this seemingly casual remark caused the red-haired man to furrow his brow, inquiring, "Is it a male or a female?" "A male." The once enchanting woman now responded rather blandly, her alluring aura dissipating. She merely relished the sensation of being admired, not seeking to exude her charm intentionally, nor did she wish to appear vulgar in her allure. With a sudden crack, the bones in the red-haired man's body erupted, his face contorting with a fierce expression as he demanded, "Who is it?" "Yen. It would be best for you to mind your own business," she retorted coldly, her irritation evident, before turning to leave. Yen stood there, visibly angered, while his companion, Xiaoyu, cast him a glance, shaking his head in resignation before following his sister. As core disciples of the Spirit Hall, the three of them held a status that set them apart from ordinary students. However, they were still a distance away from the pinnacle of fame. Yan's affection for Hulaina was no secret, yet it was equally well known that she did not reciprocate his feelings. Typically, a woman's criteria for a partner involves certain attributes that attract her, or more plainly, the expectation that he is superior in some respects, be it appearance, talent, perseverance, or character. Conversely, men often seek to be undeniably stronger than their female counterparts, primarily in terms of strength and capability, as this is deemed essential for protection. This is not merely a human trait, but a fundamental principle of evolution among animals, with few exceptions in specific environments. Yen possessed considerable strength, but Hulaina, valuing her connection with Bai Dong more highly, naturally overlooked him. With a contemptuous huff, Yen turned on his heel and exited the academy. Chapter 11. A chance encounter with Yen in a tavern in Spirit City. Meng Ye sat alone, indulging in a lavish spread of dishes. To an observer, it might seem he was entertaining guests, but in reality, he was simply enjoying a meal sufficient for a party of 10 or more. On the second floor, in a private room, the woman he had been observing was also present. "You, again troubling your mother." A perfectly sculpted matron, exuding an air of elegance, gently tapped the forehead of the young girl before her. A tender expression graced her fair visage as the girl, with a playful flutter of her eyelashes, leaned closer, closing her eyes and revealing a charmingly spoiled demeanor, while secretly peeking at the delectable feast laid out before her. Her adorable and mischievous antics were enchanting, yet she still bore a hint of fragility. Before them lay an array of exquisite dishes, rich in aroma and tantalizing in appearance. However, the bustling crowd of the academy intimidated her. She timidly uttered a few words, casting a pitiful glance at her mother, much like a little kitten. "Didn't you mention that you made a few good friends? Perhaps you should socialize with them more. It might help temper your disposition," her mother said, affectionately ruffling her daughter's hair, a note of exasperation in her tone. "But I still feel afraid," the girl replied, her delicate fingers fidgeting, her expression conflicted. "Ah, very well. Let us hasten and enjoy our meal, lest you go hungry," the matron sighed in resignation, commencing to serve her beloved child. Although she managed a bustling tavern in the city of martial souls, her daughter's persistent shyness could not continue unaddressed. It was not feasible for her to remain withdrawn forever. How would she ever find a suitor in the future? Lost in her troubled thoughts, she glanced at her daughter, whose innocent and blissful demeanor softened her heart. Knock, knock, knock. Then the door creaked open as a figure strode in. It was a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed yet exuding a refined grace. "My dear daughter, what troubles you? Are you finding it difficult to adjust to the academy?" he inquired, spotting his daughter engrossed in her meal, his face lighting up with a look of indulgent affection. "Enough of this. Your daughter is on the verge of becoming as timid as a quail, and yet you continue to coddle her," the matron remarked, rolling her eyes at her husband, her earlier warmth momentarily replaced by playful irritation. Though she jested, it was evident that both parents lavished care upon their daughter. Even a simple meal required her personal touch in the kitchen. "Ahem, I'll have a word with that rascal Luochuan later. He should lend a hand to his sister at the academy." The middle-aged man coughed awkwardly, attempting to ease the tension. When faced with dilemmas, it seemed that reprimanding their son was the simplest solution. The young girl savored the delightful fare in the presence of her loving parents, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seemed she was destined to live a carefree life. After finishing a sumptuous feast, Meng Ye stepped out of the tavern under the watchful gaze of a horrified attendant. Once outside, he walked down the street, a sense of relief flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the Soul Sage and Soul Emperor had concealed their true powers. It seemed my conjectures were not unfounded. In his past life, his beloved was that girl, Luo Xian, an unforgettable figure who had been enveloped in happiness since childhood, radiating joy to those around her. At that time, Meng Ye was in a state of seclusion, always believing he should be distinct from everything around him, dreaming of one day ascending to the pinnacle of this world and looking down upon all living beings. Though his innate talent, environment, and fortunes constrained him, he never succumbed to despair. Yet, enduring prolonged adversity wore him down, leaving him fatigued and powerless. It was Luo Xian's presence that helped him navigate through that low period, becoming an indispensable beacon in his life. However, she vanished abruptly, causing his world to collapse. Titles such as Douluo and divine status lost all significance. Day and night, he searched relentlessly, pursuing information at any cost, yet felt like a solitary wolf racing through a rain-soaked night. Even as he exhausted his last ounce of strength, the glimmer of hope remained elusive. Ultimately, he found himself drained and collapsed. He did not emerge empty-handed. Luo Xian's parents were his only lead. In his previous life, his talent had been inferior to what it is now, allowing him merely to sense that this couple was extraordinary. Yet, he remained unclear about their true strength or background. Now, he understood. A soul sage and a soul emperor, one of whom was adept in culinary arts, could not possibly be inconspicuous. Conservatively speaking, they were likely under 40 years of age, a level of genius even in this martial soul city, making them an enviable couple among soul masters. How could they lack connections? However, the Meng Ye of his past life had not reached such heights, ultimately summing it up in a single phrase. He was too weak. The yearning for power ignited within him. He desired to uncover the truth of those bygone days, but harbored no wish to rekindle old ties. Over the years, he gradually came to realize that while love may evoke nostalgia, it also demands risks and responsibilities. Without sufficient strength, it is perhaps wiser to refrain from such entanglements. Meng Ye possesses his own convictions and scorns the idea of harming others to satiate personal desires. Thus, he dedicates himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. His presence here is merely to resolve the uncertainties that linger in his heart. Yin, who has offended you? After leaving the academy, Yin encountered several companions. Selected as representatives of the Spirit Hall Academy, all distinguished individuals, although they do not receive the same attention from the Papal Hall as Yin and his two companions. Their talents are equally remarkable, earmarked as the future pillars of the Spirit Hall. Notably, a young man bearing the radiant golden scepter spirit, named Suyu, has garnered the favor of Yin and his companions. His formidable healing abilities, in addition to his support capabilities, render him particularly valuable to the proud trio of the Golden Generation. Humph. Yin cast a sidelong glance at Suyu, who had unwittingly touched a nerve, causing the latter to sheepishly retract his head. Nonetheless, Yin continued, has any man recently appeared around Nar? How could that be? Boss, you jest. Who doesn't know that Miss Nar is a disciple of His Holiness the Pope? Who would dare? He replied with a nervous smile, beads of cold sweat forming. This statement was rather unwise, as it risked offending all three of them, leaving him stranded. However, he found himself in a predicament. Both Xieyu and Hulaina held disdain for him, and Yin merely regarded him as a tool. As a weaker support-type spirit master, he undoubtedly needed a battle spirit master as his backing. It wasn't necessarily about friendship or companionship, but there had to be some mutual benefit involved. For instance, at this moment, you are to find someone to keep an eye on Nar. If any suspicious individuals appear, inform me immediately, Yin declared with a cold snort. He was evidently displeased with Suyu's words. His affections lay with Hulaina, and his reluctance to adopt a more assertive stance was precisely because she was the Pope's disciple. Though they were all regarded as prodigies by the Pope, distinctions existed. The Pope's disciples were groomed as successors, while he was merely seen as a candidate for elder status. What elder would dare covet the Pope's favor? That would be courting death. Suyu cautiously regarded Yin, while he sought to curry favor. Offending Hulaina in the process would be a grave error. Let them remain silent forever. Yin glared at Suyu. You cannot even handle this small matter and still expect to receive my protection? I will do my best, Suyu replied, feeling trapped. He could only promise and would have to assess the situation as it unfolded. Just then, Meng Ye approached. Yin was initially in a fit of anger, but upon seeing him Wei, perhaps instinctively or driven by the intuition of a soul master, he felt an immediate aversion to him. To put it simply, it was envy. Although he was not short in stature, Wei lacked the imposing bulk and somewhat eccentric appearance that Yin possessed, instead exuding a proud and solitary demeanor reminiscent of a majestic eagle. Who was this person? Could an ordinary student leave the academy at this hour? He glanced at XY and gestured towards Wei, inquiring. It appears he is a new student this year. Today he is permitted to move about freely. Typically, disciples like them were required to attend classes. Yet there were few that truly imparted useful knowledge. After all, for soul masters, cultivation was paramount. The basics of meditation had long been taught, while arcane techniques were reserved for core disciples or those with ancestral lineage. Such matters were beyond the reach of ordinary disciples. Members of the Wuhuan Hall representative team, however, were exempt from this requirement, as their primary focus was to ensure their cultivation remained on par with their peers. Chapter 12. The Depths of Unfathomable Power. Meng Ye had never encountered Yin before, yet he discerned his cultivation level at a glance, thus surmising his identity. A subtle gleam flickered in his eyes. Through the unintentional aura of soul power emanating from the Soul Master, he could ascertain the approximate level of cultivation, with a deviation not exceeding a single soul ring. This was a skill imparted to him by Lei Zhenong. However, perceiving the essence of soul power, even through certain barriers to gauge one's cultivation, required a different, more arcane technique. You come here. Yin suddenly pointed a finger toward Meng Ye's direction, his demeanor arrogant and domineering. As a core disciple, he possessed privileges that placed him above ordinary students. Yet, such privileges were more honorary than authoritative. His hubris stemmed from the fundamental law among soul masters: strength reigns supreme. With a casual glance at his adversary, Meng Ye neither paid heed nor exhibited any intention of stopping or approaching. The street was sufficiently wide, and he had no intention of obstructing Yan's path. Even if he were to block it, it would simply be a case of Yin yielding. For he was merely a soul master. Stop. Upon witnessing this, a surge of fury ignited within Yin, and his formidable soul power began to rise ominously. At level 48. With the dual attributes of fire and earth as a flame lord martial spirit, his prowess was undoubtedly unparalleled among this generation within the Advanced Soul Master Academy. He swiftly approached Meng Ye, his hand reaching out to grasp Meng Ye's shoulder. However, an inexplicable scene unfolded, leaving Yin questioning his own existence. Despite his accelerated pace, he found himself perpetually half a step behind Meng Ye. As he extended his hand, it grasped only air, and upon looking again, Meng Ye had advanced yet another half step ahead. Yin, filled with confusion, refused to relent and raised his hand once more to seize him, only to grasp at nothingness again. You dare toy with me? One misstep could be deemed an error. 2 missteps would not be his fault, at least. He would not accept it as such. His innate pride as a genius compelled him to reject the notion of failing twice in succession, even if he had to twist the narrative. In a fit of rage, his soul power surged dramatically, with flickering flames and earthy hues enveloping his form, which seemed to swell in size. Though his soul rings were not displayed, it was evident that he had entered a state of genuine fury and would not relent. He swung a fist toward Meng Ye's back. This strike, if it were to land on an ordinary soul master who was unprepared, would certainly inflict severe damage upon a mere soul master. Yin, Siyu and the others panicked, hastily warning him. Engaging in combat within the soul master city could lead to dire consequences. Not even a core disciple could act without considering the ramifications, let alone an elder. In a sanctuary where nearly all were soul masters, unchecked violence could lead to chaos of significant proportions. At this moment, Meng Ye finally halted his steps, turning to cast a profound glance at Yin. A roar erupted, reminiscent of a terrifying beast, reverberating like thunder within Yan's mind. In an instant, the soul power emanating from Yin dissipated entirely, rendering him rigid and immobile. Moreover, his eyes seemed to lose their spirit, only returning to clarity after a brief moment. A mental assault. Although it was merely a rudimentary form of mental attack, the disparity in mental strength, both in quantity and quality, exceeded at least 2 levels. That Yin was still standing was quite remarkable. Next time, it would not be so simple. With a slight movement of his lips, Meng Ye's voice resonated clearly in Yan's ears. He chose to exercise restraint, refraining from publicly humiliating Yin. It was unnecessary to embarrass him on their first encounter. Such actions would solidify their opposition. Meng Ye's principle was that there should be no living enemies. Either one does not become an enemy, or one must perish. Thus, he would not strike hard unless absolutely necessary. However, should it come to that, he would undoubtedly show no mercy. Having completed this, Meng Ye turned to continue on his path, for the cultivation of a soul master is a gradual process, built upon years of diligent effort. Siyu and the others hurried forward, observing the recovering Yin, and remarked, "Boss, it's fortunate you held back. Otherwise, things could have escalated dramatically." Casting a fierce glare at them, Yin felt both frustrated and angry, yet could only nod in agreement. He recognized that Meng Ye had spared him some dignity. And more importantly, he became acutely aware of Meng Ye's formidable strength. Realizing this, along with preserving his face, quelled any further inclination to provoke. The flames of his anger seemed doused by a sudden chill. "Investigate his background," Yin instructed, glancing toward the direction in which Meng Ye had departed. "Certainly, boss. Rest assured. I will uncover the details," Siyu promised, almost thumping his chest in assurance. It was a trivial matter, merely investigating a student's identity. Wait, Yin called out, continuing. Do not provoke him, just gather the intelligence. It was evident that he understood the nature of Su Yu and his companions, who typically bullied ordinary individuals or lower-year disciples, which the academy often overlooked unless it became excessive. However, the crux of the matter was discerning whom one could provoke and whom one could not. Understood, though puzzled. Su Yu did not press further. He hastened to handle the matter, concerned that Yin might create complications for him. Yin stood there with a darkened expression, feeling a twinge of confusion. When had such a formidable entity appeared in the Spirit Soul City? Simultaneously, a sense of crisis enveloped him, despite his confidence. He was acutely aware of the adage that there is always someone stronger. The path of soul master cultivation is one where stagnation equates to regression. If one has progressed lags, they risk being surpassed and replaced by others. In the heart of Spirit City, within the revered papal palace regarded as a sanctuary by all soul masters, the esteemed Pope received a letter of recommendation from the Lord of Thunder. The Academy's principal, Ovis, had arrived here. Although he held the title of principal, he also served as a cardinal of the Spirit Hall. It was essential to conduct routine reports, as each year many prodigies were recommended from various Spirit Hall branches, sub-branches, and main halls. Notably, several recommendations came from the holy halls of the two great empires, overtly competing for talent with the two powers. Unless one's talent was exceptionally remarkable, such recommendations seldom garnered significant attention, for Spirit City was not lacking in talent, at least not in the ordinary sense. The letters of recommendation from the master of the Spirit Hall were inherently scarce, and more importantly, the identity of Lei Xingyang was exceedingly unique. The noble figure seated upon the grand throne perused the envelope in hand, swiftly finishing its contents. A soul master at the age of 12? Quite commendable, he mused, nodding in satisfaction. Naturally, Bibi Dong did not disdain an abundance of talents within the Spirit Hall. To be precise, while the Spirit Hall was not bereft of talents, it was in dire need of top-tier prodigies. Merely having Hulaina and her companions was far from sufficient. Master, Hulaina entered the hall, bowing respectfully upon seeing the principal. Ah, Laina has arrived. Bibi Dong's rare smile graced her lips before she adopted a more serious demeanor. Shouldn't you be focusing on your training? What brings you here? Despite being her most cherished disciple, Bibi Dong wished for Hulaina to remain humble and not become complacent due to her accolades. I finished my training for the day, so I came to visit you. Master, Hulaina, demonstrating her cleverness, spoke words that she knew would please Bibi Dong. For various reasons, Bibi Dong had no family by her side, and thus, Hulaina's recognition was perhaps as much due to her innate talent as it was to Bibi Dong's personal inclinations. You. Indeed, Bibi Dong merely shook her head slightly, indicating no intention of reproach. Your Holiness, I shall take my leave now. There are numerous matters to attend to at the Academy. Ovis understood that his presence here was somewhat superfluous and bowed respectfully. Go ahead, she waved him off, leaving only the master and disciple in the grand hall. Bibi Dong approached Hulaina, stowing her staff into the soul guide, and affectionately ruffled Hulaina's hair. Speak, what is it that you wish to discuss? Bibi Dong said with a hint of indulgence. She regarded this disciple as her own daughter, despite her unwillingness to acknowledge her biological daughter for various reasons. With a gentle nudge of her head, a look of delight graced Hulaina's captivating visage as she announced, Master, I have once again broken through a level in my soul power. Oh? Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with delight at this stage. Each breakthrough was remarkably swifter than in the years following one's 20th birthday. This was termed the Golden Age for soul masters, yet each level remained critically significant. The intervals between breakthroughs provided clearer insights into one's innate talent, sometimes rapid, at other times slow, or perhaps increasingly swift, or conversely, dragging. These variations served as direct indicators of both talent and diligence. You've done splendidly. Do you desire any rewards? Bibi Dong praised. Nala sought only the joy of her teacher, desiring nothing more. Oh, you dear girl. Bibi Dong smiled once more, a reflection of her affection for Hulaina. Teacher, what is this? After winning Bibi Dong's favor, Hulaina noticed the envelope in her hand. Her curiosity piqued. As Bibi Dong had intended to nurture her as a successor, she revealed without hesitation. A disciple who achieved the rank of soul master at the tender age of 12, she should be able to keep pace with you in the future. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, 12-year-old soul masters were rare, a mere handful among many. Even among this generation of young disciples, Hulaina and her companions did not meet this standard, The sole exception might be Qianren, possessing innate soul power of level 20. Had she not squandered her potential? Beginning with level 40 at 12 years old would have been entirely normal. Is she not even more formidable than us? Hulaina expressed her astonishment, her mind quickly conjuring an image of someone she had scant recollection of. Not necessarily, it depends on future developments. If she can break through to the rank of soul sect by the age of 15, she may indeed surpass you slightly. Otherwise, it remains uncertain. Bibi Dong remarked with a smile as she withdrew her hand. To someone of her stature, the notion of genius held little significance, valued, yet not irreplaceable. Much like the Golden Generation, who represented the Spirit Hall's prestige, they held a unique position. From Bibi Dong's perspective, in terms of talent, aside from Hulaina, her other two disciples were not indispensable. There were plenty of geniuses in Seoul City, and many aspired to this position. May I inquire as to the identity of this disciple? Hulaina finally asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. Bibi Dong chuckled lightly, unfazed, and replied, "Her name is Meng Ye. If you're interested, you might attempt to recruit her. With your abilities, it should pose no challenge. There are certain teachings I must also bestow upon you." "Thank you, teacher." As the Pope, Bibi Dong wields absolute authority over the papal hall, instilling considerable trepidation even in the formidable Douluo. While her strength is indeed the foundation of her power, the art of governance and the ability to wield influence are equally paramount. Had it not been for her extraordinary prowess, the demise of Qian Sundi would have left her incapable of suppressing the elders, thus rendering her current esteemed position unattainable. One of the reasons Hulaina is held in such high regard by her is due to her unparalleled talent. The ability to bewitch is one of the most potent forms of mental manipulation, classified as a psychological assault, and during this era, no effective countermeasures have yet been established. At the Wuhuan Hall Academy, Meng Ye continues his training with unwavering dedication. His reticence, coupled with his striking appearance, has led some female students to refer to him as the cold-faced god. In this vibrant phase of youth, brimming with vigor and enthusiasm, few can maintain the focus necessary for the arduous and monotonous path of cultivation. Meng Ye undoubtedly represents a unique existence, and given the considerable attention he receives, many regard him as a fervent practitioner of cultivation. "I would like to invite you to dinner. May I inquire if you are available?" He gazed at the shy, lovely girl before him with an unsettling calmness that bordered on eerie. "I apologize, but I have prior commitments." Within a mere week, this was not the first instance. Occasionally, a letter or two would appear at his seat. While popularity is generally favorable, to him, it merely felt like a diversion of time. Watching Meng Ye depart, the girl let out a resigned sigh and returned to the classroom. It still doesn't seem to work. Evidently, the idol does not favor appearances. "How delightful!" a slightly plump girl exclaimed, covering her cheeks in rapture. I think perhaps I am not pretty enough," another murmured. "What did you say?" "Nothing, shall you?" "I meant no offense." "Ah, it infuriates me. I am so unwilling. This is my first confession." When the topic of beauty arose, several girls engaged in discussion turned their gaze to the corner, where a certain girl was soundly asleep. Perhaps she was in such a deep slumber that she remained blissfully unaware of the attention directed her way, occasionally revealing a silly smile that elicited quiet laughter. "Luo Xian must be the prettiest girl in our class, though she is rather mysterious. I wonder if she has anyone she likes. Hey, do you think?" The sparks of gossip ignited, rapidly evolving into a blazing fire, seemingly destined to spread uncontrollably. Meng Ye initially intended to conduct himself with utmost discretion, however. His distinctive and unconventional demeanor inadvertently drew the attention of many. This, in turn, attracted individuals with hostile intentions or ulterior motives, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless even upon their discovery. Such circumstances often left him in a state of vexation, making it challenging to concentrate on meditation. Consequently, he was compelled to spend a considerable sum to access the Academy's advanced simulation zone for meditation. This zone resembled a miniature forest, its environment imbued with a rich essence of elemental energy, greatly benefiting one's meditative practice. Yet, it was not open to the public and was accessible to only a limited number of students. Meng Ye expended 1,000 gold soul coins merely to secure a month's rental. Within the advanced simulation zone, he sat cross-legged at the edge of a tranquil lake, surrounded by a mesmerizing display of radiant orbs. With a hum, he extended his mental energy outward, forcefully absorbing the surrounding elemental essence into his being, subsequently transforming it into soul power to expedite his training. Typical soul masters merely relied on accelerating the flow of their soul power, continuously refining it to draw upon the external elemental energy. Meng Ye, however, adopted a dual approach, skillfully stirring the elemental forces of the universe with his mental prowess, actively drawing them into his being. Consequently, the efficiency of his meditation nearly multiplied. Suddenly, a beast, radiating a faint aura of thunder, materialized without warning behind Meng Ye, emitting a low growl as it gazed towards the thicket ahead. Who could it be? In the next instant, Meng Ye opened his eyes, and the fearsome creature, exuding a terrifying electric energy, vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. With a crackle, although the soul energy dissipated, the violent arcs of lightning scattered, sending ripples across the surface of the lake. Can it truly perceive my presence? A captivating woman emerged, her presence accompanied by a delicate fragrance that wafted through the air. Meng Ye felt that merely inhaling a breath caused the vital energy within him to surge uncontrollably. Fortunately, as a manifestation of his original martial spirit, this energy was a part of him and he managed to suppress it effortlessly. This was one of the reasons he remained unaffected by Hu Lai's martial spirit. The primary reason was the disparity in spiritual power. In his previous life, his physical body perished, yet his soul endured. Much of his spiritual cultivation had been preserved, placing him firmly at the soul sage level. Moreover, he possessed secret methods for spiritual cultivation and even means of spiritual attack. Chapter 14. Testing the waters during the leasing period of the Advanced Mimicry Zone. Was it permissible to enter freely? Though Meng Ye maintained a calm exterior, his soul energy was anything but tranquil, a repressive aura enveloping the surroundings. The interruption of his meditation was a significant taboo for a soul master. Furthermore, this was the Martial Spirit Hall Academy, not some place where the two great empires nurtured incompetence. The rules ought to be more stringent here. Hu Laina did not anticipate Meng Ye's vehement reaction. Rather, she had not foreseen being discovered at all. Despite being a disciple of Bibi Dong, the expression on Meng Ye's face instilled an inexplicable dread within her, prompting her to say, "I apologize for the unintentional intrusion. My training area is nearby. I must have taken a wrong turn." After observing for nearly a quarter of an hour, it appeared that her misstep was quite thorough. Meng Ye showed no inclination to grant her an escape. From the moment she stepped into this mimicry zone, he had sensed her presence. Initially, he assumed she had merely erred, but soon he realized it was anything but accidental. A sudden shock coursed through her, and she raised her gaze to Meng Ye, whose profound eyes seemed to hold the vastness and mystery of the cosmos. Hu Laina was taken aback by how thoroughly she had been exposed, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a lingering glance at Meng Ye, her pride prevented her from yielding. She could only grit her teeth and declare, "I will compensate you, but you must tell me how you discovered me." However, Meng Ye paid no heed to her offer of compensation. He merely regarded her intently before striding towards the edge of the forest. "No need, you may have this place," he replied. He sought merely a location to meditate. Hu Laina's purposeful approach was of no interest to him, regardless of her motives. He had no desire to squander time entangled with her. A change of scenery would suffice, if necessary. He could take an extended leave back to the Serical Martial Spirit Main Hall. This location held little appeal. As long as he was not expelled from the Martial Spirit Hall, it mattered little. "Stop right there." A sharp exclamation rang out, her previously delicate demeanor replaced with firmness. Hu Laina furrowed her brow and said, "I admit I was at fault earlier, but the Academy will not intervene. To be direct, I wish to know about your martial spirit and cultivation level. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Hu Laina, with the Fox Demon Martial Spirit, a level 48 control-type Battle Soul Master. The revelation of one's soul power and martial soul serves as a customary greeting among soul masters, as well as a necessary procedure prior to a soul duel. After all, a soul duel is not merely a brutal clash. It is imperative that the fundamental disparity in martial souls and cultivation levels remains relatively modest. If it were not for the duel, this exchange would signify mutual acknowledgement, for it is unlikely that a titled Douluo would voluntarily disclose their soul power and martial soul to an ordinary individual. Turning her gaze to Hu Laina, Meng Ye calmly replied, "My martial soul is a true body martial soul, at the rank of soul master." A soul master? Hu Laina's delicate brows furrowed, as she found it difficult to believe that a 12-year-old soul master could attain such a level of cultivation. Yet, even more unfathomable to her was the notion that a soul master could exude a terrifying pressure capable of unsettling her very spirit. In the instant that the extraordinary phenomenon manifested, she experienced a disconcerting illusion that even her top-tier martial soul, the enchanting fox, quivered in response. Despite the fact that her soul power might be surpassed by one rank, it is still challenging to directly suppress her. There are few martial souls in existence that could completely subdue her. What, then, is a true body martial soul? Was it that extraordinary beast just now? It could not be, so she bid farewell. Meng Ye exited the forest without further elaboration. Continuing would not foster understanding, and they were not yet sufficiently acquainted. The concept of a true body martial soul in this era may align more closely with the variant branches of beast martial souls rather than constituting a distinct category. As for the remarkable manifestation, it stemmed from his practiced mental techniques, specifically visualization methods. Through visualization, he could materialize in his mind the things he had witnessed, transforming indistinct outlines into intricate lines, ultimately capturing every detail. Each step demanded immense focus and time, yet the enhancements yielded were extraordinarily profound. The most immediate manifestation is that upon completing the final step, one's mental power undergoes a qualitative transformation, becoming tangible yet intangible. Mental attacks can be materialized and even projected outward. Should the visualization involve something aggressive, be it a weapon or a ferocious beast, it could directly become a means of mental assault. In his previous life, Meng Ye had achieved this level prior to breaking through to Soul Sage, albeit regrettably too late. Nevertheless, it granted him the capability to contend with typical Soul Sages. Of course, he could not currently replicate this feat, as his cultivation level imposed limitations on his mental power output. Until Meng Ye departed, Hulaina chose not to impede his exit, as there was no rationale to continue such an obstruction. What, precisely, is a true body martial soul? A half-hour later, within the Pope's Hall, Hulaina, still perplexed, relayed everything to Bibi Dong. A true body martial soul? Though Bibi Dong had not encountered this term before, as one of the most formidable beings of the age, she could naturally deduce much from the information presented. After a moment of contemplation, she stated, it must pertain to a martial soul that embodies the individual's physical form. The records within the Spirit Hall regarding this matter originate from the Hall Master of the Serical Main Temple. Thus, it is not surprising that Meng Ye, being recommended by him, possesses knowledge of true body martial souls. Indeed, however, my esteemed teacher, it seems that Meng Ye's prowess is rather formidable. My disciple may not stand a chance against him. Although her pride makes her reluctant to admit this, as a disciple of Bibi Dong, she refrains from concealing the truth. At this revelation, Bibi Dong appeared somewhat astonished and inquired urgently, Nar, are you suggesting that his cultivation surpasses yours? Hulaina, upon hearing this, hesitated momentarily but then responded solemnly, I am uncertain, but the magnitude of his presence is far beyond that of an ordinary soul sovereign. Intriguing. Bibi Dong waved her hand, and a shadowy figure materialized silently beside her, which soon coalesced into a tangible form, standing respectfully at her side. Bibi Dong commanded, Elder Ghost, go investigate. Understood. The response emerged with a raspy, low timbre, and with it, the shadow dissipated, moving at an uncanny speed. The ghostly Douluo. A title Douluo signifies a qualitative transformation and represents the ultimate realm for soul masters. For those who have yet to breach this threshold, they possess an undeniable dominion. Even in terms of soul power, unless one can conceal it or employ some secret technique, it can be readily discerned. After a brief moment, the ghost Douluo reappeared before Bibi Dong, replying respectfully, indeed, he is no ordinary soul sovereign. He is suppressing his soul power, and his age is not an issue. However, the overflow of soul power is quite severe, making it impossible to ascertain his true cultivation unless he acquires a fourth soul ring. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes brightened further, for it indicated that Meng Ye's innate talent far exceeded everyone's expectations. The ghost Douluo hesitated before continuing. It seems he has become aware of my subordinate. His tone was laden with uncertainty, yet this very uncertainty brought him immense shock. Who is he? A title Douluo. An elder of the Spirit Hall, with a cultivation level reaching 95. Not to mention, possessing the ghostly martial spirit, it is almost impossible for an ordinary soul master, even a soul Douluo, to perceive his scrutiny. Fascinating, truly intriguing. It appears that Lei Jingyang has concealed much. There is no need to alert him. Understood. After instructing the ghost Douluo, Bibi Dong turned her gaze back to Hulaina and said, Nar, you have done well. If possible, continue to probe into his background. But do not force yourself. I understand, teacher. After giving her instructions to Hulaina, Bibi Dong appeared to reconsider, feeling that sending Hulaina may be somewhat burdensome. She then addressed the ghost Douluo once more, Elder Ghost, find someone for me. Chapter 15. The Manifestation of Visualization, the thunder beast's lethal strike. In the stillness of the night, Meng Ye sat in meditation within the confines of his dormitory. The Spirit Hall Academy was not an institution for the elite. Even the likes of Xie Yu and his companions did not enjoy considerable privileges. The advanced mimicry training area was undoubtedly off-limits. The unexpected appearance of Hulaina made Meng Ye somewhat vigilant, though he remained untroubled. The Spirit Hall was neither a sect nor a family, and thus, there were no internal conflicts or betrayals among its members. The only point of contention between Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo revolved around Qian Renxue. It had no bearing on others. The former aspired to unify the continent and establish dominance, while the latter was solely focused on attaining divinity. Upon realizing his own limitations, he placed his hopes on Qian Renxue, and naturally, he would not allow Bibi Dong to harm her. Which is why he consented to her undertaking the treacherous scheme against the Heaven Do Empire, rather than a desire to conquer the Heaven Do Empire without bloodshed. It was more about Qian Daolu's intention to protect her. Suddenly, Meng Ye, lost in thought, opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. In the darkness, a distinct fluctuation of soul power flickered subtly, almost imperceptibly, yet undeniably present. Such a faint and diffused manifestation of soul power would likely escape the notice of most. However, he was well acquainted with it, recognizing it as a sign of imperfect mental detection. It was likely a soul skill, to manipulate pure mental power. One would need to attain at least the 70th level and possess a profound understanding of the essence of mental force. Remarkably, he had not been ensnared. This was indeed intriguing. A shadowy figure shrouded in a black robe gradually emerged from the corner. Meng Ye cast a glance at him, his eyes clear yet tinged with a faint hint of murderous intent. Without waiting for the other to speak again, Meng Ye calmly rose to his feet and addressed him. Soul Saint, the residual dream martial spirit. Is that you, Xinian? The figure cloaked in black paused, looking up at Meng Ye with astonishment, seemingly taken aback by how he recognized his identity. However, this surprise was swiftly supplanted by greed and savagery. The inherent flaws of the residual dream martial spirit had warped his personality, rendering him incapable of deep thought. I did not expect you to know me. It seems today, I cannot spare you. Boy, remember to mention my name when you descend into hell. It will save you the toll. With a hum, 7 soul rings manifested around him, undeniably exuding the aura of a soul saint. Regrettably, his soul power was insubstantial, and compared to the ghost Douluo, he resembled more of a specter. Suddenly, a beast crackling with lightning emerged from behind Meng Ye, its terrifying roar resonating ominously, followed by a bolt of lightning hurtling directly towards Xinian. Even though the disparity in cultivation was immeasurable, that bolt of lightning pierced through Xinian's soul power defense and struck him instantaneously. Boom, crack, spurt. The thunderous crash echoed. The first sound emanated from the clash of spiritual realms, while the second was the noise of the building collapsing. Xinian was sent flying as if struck by lightning, landing with a visage filled with terror, his mind a blank slate. Never had anyone been able to counter his mental assaults. Even titled Douluos feared his enigmatic abilities. Yet, in this moment, he felt as though he had been struck by a thunderous force more terrifying than the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, nearly shattering his martial spirit. The residual dream, indeed, was a reflection of his martial spirit's profound flaws, which in turn led to his personality defects, inflicting torment upon others until death. Deriving pleasure from their suffering to compensate for his mental shortcomings was his method of cultivation, akin to the malevolent martial spirits of later generations. Consequently, Xinian had become notorious within the Soul Master community. A low growl reverberated, accompanied by the muted rumblings of thunder and footsteps. Meng Ye stepped through the breach, and under Xinian's horrified gaze, the youth before him appeared as a harbinger of death. Apologies, but I shall not assist you in evading the toll. However, do not worry. 4. As Meng Ye approached Xinian, a surge of fierce white lightning erupted from his eyes, accompanied by the manifestation of 3 soul rings. The beast behind him also unleashed its full power, its body adorned with blue lightning patterns transforming into a ghastly pale hue. The aura of annihilation clung to his fragile mental strength, achieving a sublime harmony between indomitable force and delicate softness. With a roar, the phantom of the lightning beast lunged directly at Xinian. No, amidst his agonized screams, the destructive force of Meng Ye's mental energy gradually tore apart his sea of consciousness, followed by his martial soul, and ultimately his very essence. You shall find no opportunity to descend into the depths of hell. Looking coldly at the charred remains before him, the terror etched upon Shernyen's face seemed frozen in time, destined to linger eternally. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of emotion stirred within Meng Ye. He had encountered Shernyen in his previous life, harboring considerable animosity towards him. At that time, he had yet to mature, lacking any semblance of talent when he first crossed paths with Shernyen. Though he had narrowly escaped death, the encounter left an indelible mark. And it was likely that half of the bottlenecks he faced in his cultivation were the result of the hidden injuries inflicted upon him then. Regrettably, he never found the chance for revenge. Now, standing before his former foe once more, despite the outcome being entirely reversed, the nature of hatred knows no bounds. For this, he was even willing to forcibly summon his unstable mental power to ensure Shernyen's demise. With both possessing the level of a soul sage, Meng Ye's mastery and realm of mental control far surpassed Shernyen's, making his assassination a trivial matter. In fact, against a typical soul sage, he might have faced challenges. But Shernyen's martial soul bore flaws, resulting in deficiencies within his sea of consciousness. He was adept at mental attacks, yet paradoxically vulnerable to them. With Meng Ye having perfected his mental assault techniques, Shernyen's approach was akin to courting death. What transpired here? The teachers of the Spirit Hall Academy and the guardians from the Spirit Hall swiftly arrived at the scene. Such a terrifying commotion should never have occurred in this place. This location was the foundation of the Spirit Hall for decades to come, with protective forces accounted for. Among the faculty and the principal, there were more than 10 soul sages and over 5 soul Douluos. This underscores the importance placed on this establishment. Should any mishap arise resulting in casualties among the students, they would be held accountable by the Papal Hall. Meng Ye casually removed the head soul bone of Shernyen and stored it in his spatial soul guide, subsequently blending into the surrounding shadows. This was merely a simple application of his mental prowess. He could effortlessly manifest a thunder beast, a feat far less complex. However, he was still detected. Upon reaching the entrance of the academy, Meng Ye revealed himself, not by choice, but because someone awaited him. Clad in a black robe, the figure's face was obscured by a shroud of darkness, exuding an aura of terror and formidable soul power that far surpassed the superficial enhancements of Shernyen's sinister martial soul. It was a testament to the rigorous cultivation achieved through sheer effort. The truth was evident. Dark and necromantic martial souls need not be inherently unstable or enigmatic. A robust soul power could equally emanate an overwhelming sense of authority. The lad is quite formidable, managing to eliminate Shernyen. It seems I have misjudged him. The spectre mused. You flatter me. The backlash from my martial soul, dream of ruin, was fortuitous, Meng Ye replied, devoid of any sense of luck. Facing a titled Douluo, especially one of the 95th rank, he had no room for struggle, none whatsoever. Yet, he understood that his opponent would not kill him. The ghost Douluo was not like Shernyen. Every action he took could be traced. Like the chrysanthemum Douluo, wherever they appeared was tantamount to acting on Bibi Dong's wishes. The ghost Douluo frowned slightly, initially contemplating seizing an opportunity for gain, such as acquiring that soul bone. Although Bibi Dong had sent him, Meng Ye's strength and composure rendered him uncertain, compelling him to abandon the thought. Follow me, he commanded. Meng Ye followed the ghost Douluo to the Hall of the Pope. In his previous life, he had been here as well, though his experiences were far from pleasant. The world feeds on the mundane, a saying that rang true. Chapter 16, Meeting Bibi Dong. Salutations, Your Holiness. Meng Ye greeted upon encountering Bibi Dong, having adjusted his soul power and emotions to a steady state, ensuring he would not lose control from the exertion of his mental energy. The ghost Douluo silently appeared beside Bibi Dong, whispering something. Despite being less than 50 meters away, Meng Ye heard nothing. The disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable, beyond the reach of any soul skill or means to bridge. Shernyen is dead? Bibi Dong looked up at Meng Ye, seemingly taken aback. Shernyen's martial soul, dream of ruin, held a certain notoriety within the realm of soul masters, though infamous. Such renown attested to his genuine capabilities. Particularly, his troublesome mental attacks made him a formidable opponent, despite the disdain he garnered in the soul master community. Surviving until now was no small feat. Meng Ye remained silent, aware that Bibi Dong must have conducted an investigation before summoning him to this place. Moreover, if all went according to plan, Shernyen was also someone she had ordered to find. Meng Ye has lived 2 lives. How could he possibly overlook such details? The timing of the ghost Douluo's appearance and the fact that someone like Xinyan could directly enter the Spirit Hall Academy raised numerous suspicions. It appears I have underestimated you. Indeed, you possess exceptional qualities. Ding. As Bibi Dong's words fell, a terrifying and eerie light emanated from her eyes. The once noble and imposing Pope instantly transformed into a harbinger of hell. The oppressive darkness nearly compelled Meng Ye to instinctively unleash his martial spirit. Buzz. A yellow and 2 purple spirit rings encircled him, although his spirit power was still insufficient to contend with Bibi Dong's pressure. It was enough to prevent him from being immediately overwhelmed. Crack, 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 hiss. A white mist of vitality, akin to smoke signals, radiated from him, barely allowing Meng Ye to withstand the crushing force. Twin martial spirits. The ghost Douluo suddenly expressed doubt. The surpassing spirit ring configuration and the consecutive spirit rings were phenomena almost unheard of among ordinary spirit masters. Twin martial spirits serve as the best explanation. Although their rarity is acknowledged within the spirit master community, absorbing spirit rings beyond 1's rank is a perilous endeavor. No one can guarantee 100% success every time. It appears that Lei Xingyang has imparted considerable knowledge to you. The brilliance in Bibi Dong's eyes diminished, and her spirit power gradually waned. She regarded Meng Ye with admiration, aware that she had been discovered and nurtured by the Spirit Hall from a young age. When it comes to understanding martial spirits, few across the continent could rival her, given her unparalleled experience and cultivation. Might I inquire why the Pope has summoned me? Meng Ye also retracted his martial spirit and vitality, feeling the toll on his mental energy. The energy within him exhibited signs of volatility. Not humble, yet not arrogant. Composed and unperturbed, very well. Bibi Dong offered another word of praise before waving her hand to release a surge of spirit power, which flowed into Meng Ye's body, helping to stabilize his chaotic spirit energy. By this very action alone, even if Bibi Dong lacked mastery over mental energy, her control surpassed that of the average peak Douluo. I ask you, would you be willing to take me as your master? Upon hearing these words, Meng Ye furrowed his brow. This was certainly not a favorable circumstance. In this world, the significance of mentorship extends far beyond merely seeking a patron or ally. It is a reciprocal bond, succinctly encapsulated in the saying, once a teacher, forever a father. It is no exaggeration to assert that, at times, this relationship may even eclipse that of one's biological parents, as it is fundamentally a matter of principle. To betray such a bond would not only be disgraceful, but could also render one forever tainted by infamy. Lei Xingyang had never formally acknowledged Meng Ye as his disciple, nor had he ever mentioned it. He had simply devoted himself wholeheartedly to nurturing him. You foolish boy. His Holiness the Pope must hold you in high regard to consider you as a disciple. Why the days? Gui Douluo urged, seemingly apprehensive of inciting Bibi Dong's ire. Even as a high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall and one of Bibi Dong's most trusted allies, he instinctively felt a twinge of fear. The Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor were both formidable martial spirits, possessing terrifying dark attributes, regardless of Bibi Dong's outwardly flawless and noble appearance. The mere presence of these two martial spirits was enough to instill dread. To my knowledge, His Holiness the Pope is already in possession of a disciple. Thus, would it not be somewhat inappropriate for me to pledge myself to him? Meng Ye was indeed reluctant to take on a master, and he could certainly use Lei Xingyang as an excuse. However, considering Bibi Dong's temperament, it was highly probable that Lei Xingyang would be implicated. At the moment, he understood the potential repercussions of openly rejecting Bibi Dong. While he might escape unscathed, the aftermath would likely be far from pleasant. He had no choice but to seek a pretext to divert the conversation. The girl, Nar, would not mind, yet your argument holds some merit. As Bibi Dong appeared somewhat hesitant upon hearing this, she had nurtured Hulai Na as her successor, not solely due to her innate talent. If talent were the only criterion, Hulai Na would never have ascended to her current standing. While it might suffice to control the Elder Hall, it was imperative for the likes of Xie to mature and support her in order to keep Yin in check. It was unfeasible for her to suppress the Elder Hall single-handedly, let alone instill fear in the Worship Hall, rendering Qian Dao Lu too wary to confront her directly. By accepting Meng Ye as her disciple, she also intended for him to assist Hulai Na. However, based purely on talent, Meng Ye would likely overshadow the trio of the Golden Generation. This posed a dilemma. Her desire for Hulai Na to inherit her position was largely driven by her own ambitions. Very well, you shall temporarily be my registered disciple. Tomorrow, Elder Gui will accompany you to acquire your soul rings. Thank you, master. Meng Ye is not inflexible. His willingness to adapt is commendable, especially given his current lack of strength. As a named disciple, his relationship is merely nominal, lacking the intimacy of an officially accepted disciple. Thus, he is not required to visit Bibidong frequently and can continue his tranquil cultivation in solitude. Meanwhile, Bibidong need only occasionally monitor his progress and reserves the right to expel him from the sect at any moment. You may go, she gestured, indicating that Meng Ye was free to leave. Lacking even a symbolic identity, Hulaina, on the other hand, navigates this realm with ease, possessing an elder's token, which serves as a notable distinction. After Meng Ye's departure, Ghost Douluo hesitated for a moment before questioning, Your Holiness, why take him as a named disciple? With his innate talent, would it not be better for him to inherit the papal throne? Humph. Bang. To his surprise, as soon as these words left his mouth, the previously calm Bibidong's eyes gleamed with malice, her staff crashing to the ground as she cast a glance at the now silent Ghost Douluo. Nana's position is irreplaceable. Have I not made myself clear, Elder Ghost? Yes, I understand. Lowering his gaze to the ground, Ghost Douluo, despite being a titled Douluo, found himself unable to lift his head, the chilling pressure now far exceeding that which he had faced with Meng Ye. This was the true terror of Bibidong. When angered, even a titled Douluo would tremble in fear. Moments later, Ghost Douluo exited the papal hall as if granted a reprieve, only to encounter a delicate figure clad in a white robe adorned with golden threads. Little Meng Ye is still as careless as ever, provoking the Holy Pope. The newcomer remarked with a delicate voice, fingers elegantly poised. In the entire spirit hall, only another titled Douluo, renowned alongside Ghost Douluo, could freely enter in such a guise. It was Ju Douluo Yuguan. Humph. Go to hell. In a foul mood, Ghost Douluo dismissed any desire to engage with this Yuguan and departed. For the following day, he was to take Meng Ye on a soul-hunting expedition and deal with matters concerning the Spirit Hall Academy. Little Meng Ye truly is indifferent to others. Chapter 17. Soul Hunting. The next day, upon arriving at the Academy's entrance, Meng Ye spotted Ghost Douluo's figure. By day, the stark black attire of Ghost Douluo was exceedingly conspicuous. Fortunately, few recognized him, and only the occasional high-ranking soul master, sensing his terrifying aura, chose to keep their distance. Elder Ghost, Meng Ye saluted. As one of the elders, ordinary soul masters would typically kneel in his presence. No need for such formalities. I detest this ritual. Just wait here. There are others who will accompany us. Ghost Douluo's voice seemed to be altered, carrying a raspy quality. Meng Ye was taken aback. Who else could there be? The three members of the Golden Generation should not have made any breakthroughs. Not to mention breakthroughs. They should be experiencing a considerable bottleneck at this stage. Meng Ye had calculated the passage of time. Although the three appeared to have reached level 48, it would take at least another year for them to break through to level 50, perhaps even longer. The cultivation speed of soul masters has never been uniform. It is influenced by a myriad of factors. Age, innate talent, opportunities, and even one's state of mind play significant roles. The title Douluo serves as the most extreme example. Lacking the right opportunities and mindset, it is not uncommon for one to remain stagnated at the same level for several years, or even decades. Conversely, when opportunities and mindset align, it is not unheard of for a soul master to ascend directly from soul sage to title Douluo within just a few years. This is precisely why Meng Ye sought to minimize external influences. While having an obsession may not necessarily be detrimental, it could also serve as a source of strength. Yet, lacking such obsession cannot be deemed a negative trait. Elder Goe, I apologize for the wait. Meng Ye turned to look, only to see the old man always approaching, accompanied by several teachers and disciples, totaling around 10 individuals. Upon witnessing this scene, Meng Ye began to grasp the situation. Collective soul hunting would undoubtedly enhance safety significantly, which explained why many opted to hire spirit masters for protection. The Spirit Master Academy would form teams for soul hunting, and the Spirit Hall would do the same, boasting an impressive array of high-ranking spirit masters for escort. Among them were 3 soul saints and 2 soul emperors. Additionally, there was the Ghost Douluo. Although it was unclear how he would consent to accompany them given his temperament, it seemed this journey would extend for quite a while. The more people there were, the slower their pace. This was an unavoidable reality unless everyone's spirit power was exceptionally high. Never mind, let us depart, the Ghost Douluo succinctly stated before turning away. Always briefed the teachers, who promptly ushered the students to follow, and Meng Ye joined their ranks. Yet, What piqued his interest was the presence of several familiar faces within this hunting party, although he understood it was likely mere coincidence. The sight of Luo Xian still caught his attention. In addition, there were 3 disciples from a spirit master family, Lu Yu, Lu Ji, and Lu Ming, making a total of 5 individuals, 4 of whom he recognized. This coincidence left him somewhat astonished, as these were among the few acquaintances from his previous life. The 3 siblings hailed from the same family, all possessing light attribute spirit abilities, which could be considered as originating from the same source, complementing one another remarkably. Similar to the Tianshui Academy, their spirit compatibility was even higher, nearly rivaling spirit fusion techniques. In Meng Ye's eyes, if their spirit power were to increase slightly, their combined strength could potentially surpass that of the Golden Generation trio. Of course, in individual combat, this would not be feasible. Perhaps Lu Yu might find a way to contend against mental control, comparable to a duel with Hulaina. As the group continued, they exited Spirit City, and the ghost Douluo began to quicken his pace. Keep up, the teachers urged, not daring to slacken their efforts, compelling the students to hasten their steps. Meng Ye found himself momentarily stunned as a timid figure stealthily approached from behind, resembling a cat in search of refuge. Upon noticing him turn, she lifted her gaze, locking eyes with him, yet remained motionless. After a brief pause, she continued to follow closely. Though Meng Ye contemplated abandoning her, he found it difficult to persuade his own heart. Some memories cannot simply be erased by the desire to forget. Ultimately, he quickened his pace, with the figure trailing closely behind him until they had walked for a full hour. I cannot go on any longer. 2 support-type soul masters voiced their fatigue within the group. Aside from Luo Xian, there was also Lu Ming, whose sunflower spirit granted commendable support abilities, albeit with a certain frailty. Teacher, interjected Lu Yu, the eldest among the trio, clad in the Soul Palace uniform. Her tall stature striking and her demeanor exuding an icy elegance that commanded respect. Lu teacher, please continue without us. I will accompany these children and catch up at the next town. With a nod, the teacher resumed the journey ahead, having only traveled for an hour. This was indeed a test for support-type soul masters at the soul master rank, while battle soul masters were just beginning their trek. Lu Ji, please continue ahead. I shall remain here with Meng for a moment, Lu Yu said. Be careful, sister, came the reply as the 3 bid each other farewell. Although the likelihood of danger was minimal along the way, caution was still prudent. The 2 great empires occasionally clashed, and localized skirmishes had erupted in recent years, leading some to become bandits, living by ambushing travelers. Some soul masters, whether due to mediocrity or inherent flaws, had also turned to brigandage. Naturally, the Soul Palace would not register such individuals, as they too would engage in highway robbery, knowing soul masters possessed significantly greater wealth than ordinary folk. After 3 more hours of travel, one of the unfamiliar soul masters among them appeared pallid, a sight that did not escape notice. Beyond the support-type soul masters, even the battle soul masters began to feel the strain of their prolonged journey. The more experienced teachers fared well, but the others, largely at the soul master rank, began to show signs of fatigue. Luo Xian, who had been trailing Meng Ye, was already drenched in sweat but continued to persevere through gritted teeth. As the one with the weakest soul power and a support-type spirit, she should have reached her limit long ago. Just a bit longer. We should reach the town in an hour, the leading soul saint teacher reminded them. Understood. Meng Ye remained silent, his pace slightly slowing. The journey from the Spirit City to the Star Doe Forest, spanning 3 days, necessitated relentless travel both day and night. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the actual leader of their group was the ghost Douluo. The instructors, fully aware that they might be pushing the limits of their students, had no choice but to proceed as such. Teacher, I need to rest for a moment. One of the students finally admitted, unable to endure any longer, leaning heavily on his knees. One of the instructors promptly approached him from behind, grasping his arm to assist him in continuing onward. Just a little longer, we are nearly there. This was not a matter of preferential treatment. After all, Lu Ming was a girl, and they could not be overly demanding. The student grimaced, casting an unfriendly glance at Luo Xian, who trailed behind Meng Ye. How dare an auxiliary spirit master bring me such embarrassment? How infuriating. He had assumed that Luo Xian would also take a break, thus allowing him to pause without consequence, providing an excuse for his own respite. Being among this hunting party, he found himself isolated as he recognized none of his companions. Luo Xian, sensing the tension, inched closer to Meng Ye, her already pale face appearing even more wan due to fatigue. At that moment, the student suddenly felt a piercing gaze and looked up to find Meng Ye watching him calmly. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable flutter coursed through his heart, causing his pulse to skip a beat, and he hastily averted his eyes. Chapter 18. The clever Lu Ming. The cities surrounding the Spirit City stretched for over 100 miles, and the group had been traveling for most of the day, leaving them utterly exhausted. Stopping to rest briefly would allow others to acclimate, making the journey ahead far more manageable. Phew, I'm utterly spent. Had I known, I wouldn't have joined the Academy for soul hunting, Lu Yu remarked as she entered the inn with Lu Ming. Don't speak nonsense. The Academy's instructors will ensure our safety in obtaining soul rings, Lu Yu insisted. But the family elders will assist us in acquiring soul rings as well, Lu Ming retorted, pouting slightly in displeasure. At that moment, she filled a basin with cool water and submerged her delicate, fair legs within, seeking relief from the pain. That's because the elders pamper you. You can't remain sheltered in the family forever. You must venture out and gain experience, Lu Yu said, shaking her head in exasperation. Her younger sister was wonderful in many respects, yet she had been spoiled by their family, unable to endure hardship. As spirit masters, even those of the auxiliary type had no future if they merely sought a life of ease. While it might not be problematic for an ordinary family or noble to live a quiet life, as long as they did not provoke the wrong individuals, that was not the case for their family. The spirit master world had been tumultuous in recent years. Come on, let us grab something to eat. Among those who joined us for this soul hunting expedition, there is someone quite remarkable who didn't accompany us. If the opportunity arises, we should make their acquaintance, Lu Yu suggested, picking up the storage soul guide from the table before turning to exit the room. Hey, wait for me, sister, Lu Ming called out, the door slamming behind her with a crash. As a result, Lu Ming accidentally overturned the basin of water, hastily putting on her shoes. Upon stepping out of the room, she found that the water on the floor had evaporated almost entirely, leaving behind an eerie warmth permeating the air. Although the inn offered food, those who had emerged from the Spirit Hall Academy were not lacking in funds and had opted to dine at the tavern instead. A few instructors sat at one table, while the nameless student and Lu Ji occupied another. It was not that Lu Ji was unsociable. It was rather customary for teachers and students to remain separate, as there was little to converse about, and it was easy to lose decorum. However, they dared not approach Meng Ye's table. After all, what restrictions might the elder ghost have? Meng Ye glanced at the menu, then turned his gaze towards the ghost Douluo sitting across from him. Despite having walked quite a distance, fatigue was not an issue. Yet, the sweltering heat was undeniable. Did the ghost Douluo not find his dark robe stifling? No matter. He nodded and handed the menu to a nearby waiter, stating, "Very well, please bring me 2 portions of your top 10 signature dishes, and 1 serving of the pork knuckle." The waiter paused in surprise, momentarily thinking he had misheard. However, upon observing the attire of Meng Ye and his companions, as well as the emblem denoting their identity and rank from the Spirit Hall, he dared not be negligent and promptly relayed the order to the kitchen. "I cannot consume such a quantity," the ghost Douluo remarked, unsure whether he was bored or genuinely intrigued by Meng Ye. "You have misunderstood, elder. This is for my consumption," Meng Ye clarified. The ghost Douluo raised an eyebrow. "Is this not a meal fit for at least 10 individuals? Soul masters are known for their hearty appetites, especially those with power-type spirits, as their vigorous vitality naturally demands more sustenance." Meng Ye belonged to the category of innate martial souls. His mastery over vital energy had reached an extraordinary level, leading to a naturally insatiable appetite. This was a secret technique developed in collaboration with Lei Xingyang, akin to visualization methods, yet it focused on the refinement of vital energy. The advantages were evident. Their physiques were robust, and at higher levels, it resembled Lei Xingyang's condition, even capable of inducing changes in their martial souls. However, the downside was a voracious appetite, making them prone to hunger. Luo Xian harbored a certain trepidation towards the ghost Douluo, yet felt an incongruous connection, inexplicably finding herself seated beside Meng Ye. Before long, the dishes arrived. Meng Ye had no habit of wasting food and began to eat heartily. The ghost Douluo sampled a bit, but seemed more intrigued by the extent of Meng Ye's consumption. Luo Xian remained still, her timidity amplified in unfamiliar surroundings, her head bowed, and her hands folded delicately upon her jade-like legs. At that moment, she thought to herself, "I am so hungry. I miss the meals my mother used to make. Here comes the elbow meat, sir. Your dishes are served. Enjoy your meal." The waiter wiped the sweat from his brow. Although he did not recognize them, he felt an inexplicable chill as he passed by the ghost Douluo. Meng Ye nodded, having no intention of engaging in pleasantries with the ghost Douluo. After all, he had no expectation of the ghost Douluo treating him to a meal. There was no need for hesitation with his own funds. Casting a glance at Luo Xian, he sighed inwardly, saying, "Go ahead, you should. Is it really okay?" The little girl gazed at the elbow meat pushed towards her by Meng Ye, nearly drooling, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. In her innocence, she seemed oblivious to the fact that Meng Ye had chosen her favorite dish, almost letting slip her excitement. Meng Ye, realizing his oversight, merely nodded and returned to his meal. Wow, such a feast. At that moment, Lu Yu and Lu Meng entered, scanning the room. The young girl seemed to notice Luo Xian and Meng Ye and made her way over, deliberately ignoring her brother, who was huddled in a corner with another young man. Meng, be polite. Liu managed to maintain her composure, grabbing her exuberant younger sister, and respectfully addressed the ghost Douluo. Disciple greets the elder. Oh, the young lady from the Lu family. I see, the ghost Douluo remarked, his dark robes emanating a faint blue glow as he regarded Lu Yu. Seemingly perceiving her martial soul and cultivation level, thus unveiling her identity, as martial souls often served as emblems of certain soul master families. Please excuse my rudeness. Lu Yu offered another bow. While etiquette may seem trivial, it was a gesture she deemed essential. Having spoken, she attempted to lead her sister to another table. But the little girl remained obstinate, causing a ruckus. Ah, big sister, stop being foolish. She admonished her sister, fully aware of the ghost Douluo's esteemed status. Haha. No worries, please, take a seat, the ghost Douluo interjected, and while Liu felt a flutter of nerves, she managed to maintain a semblance of calm on the surface. My apologies. Thank you, esteemed elder. Lu Meng, this little girl, was blissfully unaware of the true identity of the ghost Douluo. However, she was quite adept at leveraging her charm. Her sweet smile, coupled with a voice that was endearing yet not overly delicate, nearly rendered the ghost Douluo's resolve pliable, prompting a hearty laugh from him. Little girl, call me Ghost Grandpa. I refuse to be addressed as elder. Good day, Ghost Grandpa, she replied, nodding obediently. The sight of her was such that not only the ghost Douluo, but anyone who laid eyes upon her would surely feel a surge of protective instinct. Yet, this little girl was not merely a picture of cuteness. While she sought to ingratiate herself with the ghost Douluo, she was mindful of boundaries and did not recklessly approach him. Instead, she cast a glance at Meng Ye, recalling her elder sister's words about him being quite formidable, though he appeared somewhat unapproachable. With a clever twinkle in her eye, she shifted her focus to Luo Xian, standing beside Meng Ye. When one individual proves difficult to approach, targeting those nearby often proves the most effective strategy. Hey there, hello. I'm Lu Meng, she chirped. Luo Xian, caught off guard while enjoying her meal, felt her cheeks flush at the unexpected greeting. Flustered, she hastily concealed her earlier lapse in composure and timidly replied, Hello, I'm Luo Xian. Indeed. Luo Xian, you are quite beautiful. Is it all right if I sit next to you? Luo Xian nodded, not rejecting the request. However, she thereafter adopted a notably more reserved demeanor while eating, almost hesitant to indulge. Lu Meng, on the other hand, remained engaged in conversation with her, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Meng, please refrain from talking while eating. Oh, the little girl finally quieted down, though she still managed to interject with the occasional comment. Had she possessed this much energy earlier, she likely wouldn't have needed to pause mid-journey. Chapter 19. The soul fragrance would after a hearty meal. Though the day was still young, continuing on their journey was no longer feasible. Reaching the next town was out of the question. Hunting for souls was not a matter of life and death, hence there was no need to rush. Several instructors from the Wuhuan Temple Academy sought the ghost Douluo's perspective. And ultimately, after Lu Meng's heartfelt plea, they agreed to rest for a day. With the ghost Douluo's nod of approval, no one dared to voice dissent. Phew. I'm so full. Luo Xian, how do you maintain such a great figure, having eaten so much? After their meal, Lu Meng directly invited Luo Xian to join her for a leisurely stroll. Given that both were support soul masters, Lu Yu, feeling uneasy, decided to accompany them. She was a control-type battle soul master of considerable strength. I really don't know, Luo Xian replied, her gaze lowered. In truth, she had intended to decline, but Lu Meng's exuberance left her feeling helpless. Comparatively, she would have preferred to stay close to Meng Ye, as one often seeks comfort in familiar company amidst unfamiliar surroundings. Although they were strangers, Meng Ye somehow exuded an inexplicable sense of safety. Ah, I truly envy you, Lu Ming remarked, casting an admiring glance at Luo Xin before looking down at her own feet. Smack. Ouch. Why did you hit me, elder sister? Suddenly struck. Lu Ming clutched her head and turned to face her elder sister. You are exceedingly rude. Be cautious, or I shall inform our mother. And you shall suffer upon our return. Lu Yu, observing her younger sister's demeanor, was momentarily speechless. She discerned that Luo Xin appeared somewhat timid, and Lu Ming's increasingly erratic speech was concerning. After all, they hailed from a family of soul masters, and such behavior could eventually lead to complications. With a sigh, she turned her gaze away and murmured a few complaints under her breath. After traversing for over an hour, the trio returned to the inn, albeit with some unforeseen circumstances. What is the matter? Lu Yu inquired curiously upon noticing Luo Xian halting at the counter. Luo Xian, somewhat embarrassed, replied, I seem to have forgotten to book a place to stay, rarely venturing out and particularly unaccustomed to traveling far. She had been so preoccupied following Meng Ye that she neglected to secure accommodations. I see. Lu Yu turned to the counter and asked, Excuse me, proprietor, are there any available rooms? Well, the esteemed soul master who accompanied you has already reserved this room. Here is your key, the innkeeper responded, handing the key to Luo Xian. The group exchanged puzzled glances but did not dwell on it, speculating that perhaps their instructor had arranged the lodging. After a night's rest, the group continued their journey. Since Ghost Douluo was not in a rush, their schedule was slightly delayed, which relieved them. Arriving at the Douluo forest within 3 days would be strenuous even for a battle soul master. To this end, they had hired several carriages, estimating that they would arrive within a week, which was quite expeditious, as a typical journey could take up to half a month. Along the way, they occasionally encountered some ill-fated souls, but most were swiftly dealt with. Lu Ming proved to be quite charming, endearing herself to nearly everyone, and even eliciting laughter from Ghost Douluo on numerous occasions. Finally, after several days, the group reached the small town bordering the Douluo forest, where the horses were sent to the post station. We have finally arrived. I am exhausted, Lu Ming exclaimed, stretching and revealing her youthful, vibrant figure, her face reflecting fatigue. Yes, we are somewhat later than anticipated, but we should still have time to enter the forest. Elder, the soul master leading us, Gao Cheng, is a formidable attack-type bear soul master with a soul power of level 74. Even without Ghost Douluo's presence, he would have brought these students for soul hunting, as acquiring soul rings is an indispensable step in a soul master's training. However, since they were visiting the Douluo forest, Principal Ovis, being acquainted with Ghost Douluo, learned of his intention to bring Meng Ye for soul hunting and naturally wished for him to lead the expedition for enhanced safety. Since we are all fatigued, a brief respite would be prudent. Ghost Douluo had found the journey quite effortless, and he held a particular fondness for the spirited Lu Ming. Indeed, Shiqing dared not voice much, as there remained 2 hours until dusk. It would take approximately 30 minutes to enter the forest from this point. Conservatively estimating, they would need to spend several days within, for finding a suitable spirit beast was contingent upon fortune. Should luck be lacking, they could only resort to whatever they encountered. Resting here for the night would not be detrimental, as ultimately, it was still a matter of chance. Shiqing's primary concern lay with the impatience of Ghost Douluo and the others. Hooray! Long live Grandfather Ghost. The others, too, exhibited signs of fatigue, yet Lu Ming, who had incessantly complained about weariness along the journey, suddenly sprang up with joy, showing no trace of exhaustion. While long journeys may not strain the body with the aid of transportation, the psyche remained vulnerable to fatigue. Even several teachers of the Soul Emperor rank displayed signs of weariness, let alone the others. Among them, Meng Ye appeared to be in the best condition, hardly exhibiting any signs of fatigue. Interestingly, Luo Xian was in even better spirits. Luo Xian, let us go shopping. I spotted some beautiful garments for sale over there. I think I will pass. Come on, just accompany me. All right then. The two set off to indulge in shopping, while the others sought refuge in an inn for temporary lodging. Meng Ye, however, made his way towards a herbal shop, for the towns surrounding the Douluo forest offered a wealth of precious materials from spirit beasts. Many soul masters, unwilling to join the spirit hall and lacking influential backgrounds, opted to form mercenary groups, specifically undertaking various tasks or collecting materials and rare treasures to sell. Among these wares were numerous exotic items with unique effects, albeit with a low probability of acquisition. In recent years, Meng Ye encountered a rare treasure of heaven and earth only once, a millennium-grade item that elevated his soul power by 2 levels. Such treasures inherently possess a significant element of chance. Even if many precious herbs are brought back by fortunate soul masters, they often lose their potency due to improper preservation, rendering them ineffective. Boss, didn't you claim last time that this was exquisite soul incense wood? Why has the price dropped this time? Are you toying with me? How could that be? The sales from the last batch were dismal, and we dared not charge too much, replied the boss. You know as well as I do that in this area, who would purchase such aristocratic items? We must wait for the merchant caravans to come and transport them to the main city. Humph. Nonsense. Just give me 50 gold soul coins. I'll take it. All right. I promise not to lower the price next time, but I can't guarantee much. Sales might improve next month. Fine, I believe you. As Meng Ye approached the entrance of the herb shop, he overheard a conversation within, followed by the emergence of a figure clad in coarse fabric. While not particularly imposing, the individual exuded a fierce aura, suggesting a demeanor that was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the strong scent of wild beasts emanating from him was unmistakable. He had likely just emerged from the Douluo forest. Ah, what can I do for you, esteemed guest? Feel free to browse, said a shrewd-eyed proprietor with a small mustache. Ushering the figure to the door, and coincidentally noticing Meng Ye, he extended a greeting. Meng Ye's gaze swept over a piece of wood in the boss's hand, its wooden grain distinct yet shimmering with a glass-like luster. Furthermore, the surface of the wood emanated a faint, exotic fragrance that Meng Ye could perceive even from a distance. As the alluring scent wafted into his nostrils, Meng Ye felt an inexplicable surge of restlessness within his soul power, causing his pupils to constrict. Boss, how much for this soul incense? Meng Ye inquired, pointing to the wood in his hand. He had overheard the conversation and was aware that this small piece, merely the size of a pen holder, commanded a price of 50 gold soul coins, a sum more extravagant than that of most rare treasures. Nevertheless, in comparison to its worth, it was indeed a bargain. This wood resembled sandalwood, prized for its rarity and its calming, soothing effects that assist soul masters in swiftly entering a meditative state. However, it was primarily an item for the nobility or royalty to signify status. No soul master would rely on it for cultivation. Ah, sharp eyes, esteemed guest. The proprietor was taken aback that Meng Ye had immediately recognized the value of the soul incense wood. Without further ado, he placed it before Meng Ye, boasting, "This soul incense wood has just arrived. Look at its quality. It is at least 20 years old. If you are satisfied, I can offer it to you at a cost price of 500. What do you think?" The boss raised his hand, extending 5 fingers. 100. Meng Ye gazed at him with an impassive expression. The value of this item, if consigned to an auction house, could fetch thousands. However, that presumes there are buyers. And the distance to the nearest metropolis is considerable, a factor that must be accounted for in transportation costs. If sold locally, this old fellow had only paid 50 gold soul coins, and now he would turn around and triple his profit. To call it robbery would be a mild understatement. Even outright thievery would be too audacious. Chapter 20. Intelligence acquired. A stroll. Ah, splendid. Today marks our grand opening. Consider me, old Bai, your friend. Now, let us settle the payment. The proprietor chuckled ruefully, aware that Meng Ye had likely overheard his previous remarks, and thus proceeded to finalize the transaction without further ado. The exchange of 50 gold soul coins was a remarkable gain for him. With money in one hand and the goods in the other, Meng Ye successfully acquired the soul-scented wood, disregarding it entirely as he swiftly pursued the individual who had just departed. Ah, esteemed guest, is there anything else you require? The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, surprised to encounter such a straightforward customer, and he pondered if there might be another opportunity for profit. No, thank you. Meng Ye was disinclined to engage in a protracted exchange with him. The piece of soul incense wood was of considerable significance, and he wished to ascertain its origin. As for purchasing it at double the price, it could be deemed a mutually beneficial arrangement. The proprietor was content with the profit. A few minutes later, Meng Ye caught up with the middle-aged man and, after inquiring, the latter promptly revealed the location where he had discovered the soul incense wood. It was specifically situated in a marsh. This substance was submerged within the mire, yet it appeared to be guarded by formidable soul beasts. I dared not venture near the center and could only retrieve this fragment from the periphery. Thank you. This is your reward. Meng Ye casually offered the other party 2 gold soul coins as a token of gratitude for the information. You're welcome, little brother. If you have any further inquiries, feel free to seek me out. My name is Li Si, and I reside just ahead. Delighted by the unexpected gain of 2 gold soul coins, Li Si expressed his joy. Nodding slightly, Meng Ye refrained from elaborating further and made his way back. This journey to the Stardow Forest not only involved soul rings, but he also had an additional objective: to uncover the source of the soul incense wood. Though this substance could be classified as soul incense wood, perhaps a more fitting name would be 10,000-year soul incense. This material inherently possesses the ability to soothe and calm the spirit. However, its existence for over 10,000 years without decay implies a singular possibility. It was consumed by a soul beast, and before it could be fully digested, the beast was slain. Over time, the soul power would gradually be absorbed by the soul incense wood, a process that must endure for at least several years. Moreover, it could only be achieved by a soul beast of at least 10,000 years. Otherwise, the soul power from ordinary soul beasts would dissipate swiftly alongside the soul rings, leading to the rapid decay of the soul incense wood. To attain a true 10,000-year level, this process would need to be repeated multiple times to form such a refined essence of soul incense. Soul incense wood of this caliber is indeed a rare treasure. Soul masters cannot directly absorb the soul power of soul beasts for their own use, unless they possess an evil martial soul. Yet, this 10,000-year soul incense wood can do just that. It accelerates the soul power condensation rate by over 30%. This particular piece could sustain Meng Ye for more than half a year, effectively elevating his soul power by approximately 2 levels. If only he could acquire more. The value of such a substance would be incalculable, beyond any monetary measure. Just this piece in his possession could easily fetch over 10,000 gold soul coins if discovered by a high-ranking soul master. And it would not be surprising for it to reach tens of thousands at an auction. Meng Ye, what a coincidence. What brings you here? On the street, Meng Ye encountered 3 girls out for a stroll. I was just buying a few things and was about to head back, he replied, nodding at the other 2. Liu offered a slight smile, having a favorable impression of Meng Ye, while Luo Xian gazed at him with a somewhat pitiful expression, her eyes betraying a hint of desperation. Initially wishing to avoid entanglements, Meng Ye found it challenging to evade Lu Meng, whose cheerful disposition made her easily relatable to anyone, unless one were inherently aloof. Would you care to join us for a stroll? Lu Meng winked at Meng Ye. All right, he acquiesced. Meng Ye initially intended to decline, but doing so at such a moment would appear somewhat deliberately distant, or even indifferent. Subtlety and indifference are not synonymous. Meng Ye wished to limit his interactions with others merely to avoid hindering his cultivation. Soon, the group commenced their shopping excursion. Lu Meng, however, reveled in the experience. Although there was little of value, everything seemed novel to her, and she was endlessly fascinated. Occasionally, she would purchase small trinkets or decorative items. The Lu family was not lacking in the realm of soul masters, thus all 3 possessed storage soul guide devices. Upon seeing Meng Ye, Luo Xian instinctively drew nearer to him, while Lu Yu purposefully sought his insights on cultivation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. 4th soul ring. Meng Ye, did you acquire your 4th soul ring the same way we did? Yes, Meng Ye affirmed with a nod, choosing not to conceal the truth. This was hardly a significant matter. No matter how exceptional a soul master's talent, lacking recognition renders it meaningless, much like the trio known as the Evil Moon. Dubbed the Golden Generation, their reputation was primarily a construct of the Spirit Hall to bolster their image and solidify its standing. If one were to truly assess talent, the 3 of them would not compare to the likes of Bi Dong from years past, nor to Qian Rinxue. I recall that you and Luo Xian are in the same class, correct? May I ask, Lu Yu, how old are you this year? Lu Yu inquired, aware that her question might be inappropriate, yet unable to suppress her curiosity. It's all right. I'm 13, Meng Ye replied. Does that mean you're younger than I am? Lu Meng, who was ahead, turned back holding a ribbon and placing it into her storage soul guide, suddenly interjecting. Meng. Lu Yu shot a glare at her younger sister before turning to Meng Ye with an apologetic expression. I apologize, my sister can be a bit too exuberant. Not at all, Meng Ye waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. I never expected you to be so remarkable, Lu Meng chimed in, her eyes sparkling. And you're rather handsome too. By the way, Yuao. Before she could finish, Lu Yu swiftly smacked her, causing her to curl up and retreat to one side. If you don't curb your indiscreet nature, it will surely lead to significant troubles, Lu Yu admonished her sister with a stern look. Sticking out her tongue, Lu Meng refrained from further comments. She had been curious about whether Meng Ye had a partner, but such a topic felt too sensitive and overtly probing. Meng Ye, though still young, possesses a remarkable insight that Lu Yu readily perceives. A disparity between mental maturity and chronological age often denotes either an inherent affliction or the mark of genius. The realm of the gifted diverges significantly from that of the ordinary. Perhaps it is time to return. We must prepare for the soul hunt tomorrow, Meng Ye mused. Shaking his head, reminiscing about events from his past life, he acknowledged Lu Yu's astute observation. Lu Meng's indiscreet remarks had indeed caused considerable trouble, nearly embroiling the Lu clan in chaos. While their downfall was ultimately averted, the price paid was steep. Indeed, you speak true, Lu Yu replied, nodding. By the way, let us properly introduce ourselves. My martial spirit is light, and I am currently seeking my fourth soul ring, although I have restrained myself for a while. She extended her hand, and Meng Ye, with an air of calm, reciprocated the gesture. Lu Yu's talent is exceptional, and barring unforeseen circumstances, she is poised to become the future head of the Lu family. The current patriarch, a soul Douluo, leads a lineage that ranks among the most prestigious in the spirit master community. While they may not compete with the top 3 sects, they certainly surpass the lower 4 sects in prowess, despite perhaps lacking in numbers. At merely 18 years of age, Lu Yu possesses the potential to ascend to the rank of titled Douluo in the future, provided fortune favors her. You are overly modest. The disparity in our abilities is not trivial, Lu Yu remarked, a wry smile gracing her fair visage. As they withdrew their hands, his touch was akin to warm jade, smooth and comforting. The distinction between a level 40 at 18 and a level 40 at 17 is profound. Their talents are worlds apart. Moreover, the 6-year gap is critical, as these years represent a pivotal period for the emergence of a soul master's potential. Even a mere ascent of 3 or 4 levels within a year could result in a disparity exceeding 20 levels. This is precisely why Lu Yu is eager to engage with Meng Ye. In the realm of soul masters, 2 types of individuals are held in high esteem: the formidable and the prodigious. The former requires no explanation, while the latter embodies the promise of future power. Chapter 21. Thunder God Bamboo. The Star Do Forest, recognized as the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the continent, remains largely unexplored by humanity. With less than half of its expanse surveyed, it can only be vaguely categorized into outer and inner regions, effectively distinguishing areas dominated by 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts. As for the 100,000-year soul beasts, encounters with them that result in survival are exceedingly rare, thus rendering further classification moot. Crack. The sound of crushed underbrush resonated as dappled light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the already enigmatic depths of the forest. Do not stray. Stay close behind us, came the admonition. Several students, upon hearing Gao Cheng's words, nodded in silent agreement. In such an environment, their lack of experience with life and death battles, and even with soul combat, rendered them somewhat anxious. The typically talkative Lu Meng had fallen silent, her complexion pale as she trailed behind Lu Yu. And even Lu Ji appeared similarly affected. This reaction was not unfounded. It is a natural response for ordinary individuals when faced with unfamiliar surroundings. As for those who are inexperienced and somewhat nonchalant, their survival would largely depend on fortune. Soul beasts do not require a rationale to attack humans. They instinctively prioritize targets that capture their attention. Little girl, you two would do well to stay close to me, the voice of Ghost Douluo echoed from ahead. He led the way, his eyes occasionally emitting a ghostly glow, keenly observing every subtle movement in the surroundings. The success of this expedition in swiftly locating a suitable soul beast rested heavily upon his shoulders, while the other instructors may possess some detection abilities. They undoubtedly paled in comparison to his. Meng Ye possessed an extraordinary mastery of spiritual energy, potentially surpassing even that of the Ghost Douluo in finesse. However, when it came to range, his detection capabilities were limited to approximately a diameter of 1 kilometer, and could not be sustained for long due to the immense consumption of spiritual power. Relatively speaking, he excelled more in spiritual attacks than in detection or control. Lu Meng glanced at Lu Yu, who met his gaze with an affirming nod. Only then did she position herself behind the Ghost Douluo, ensuring her safety. Luo Xian, on the other hand, trailed closely behind Meng Ye, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Following him was hardly safe, while a 1,000-year-old soul beast posed little threat. Anything over 5,000 years was still manageable. However, should a 10,000-year soul beast emerge, he would have to retreat cautiously, given his cultivation level. Even if he could defeat it, he would still incur significant costs. Luo Xian, you should join us, Lu Meng suggested, turning to her. I think I'll pass. Luo Xian promptly declined her kind offer. The ghost Douluo, with an inscrutable expression, let out an unexpected laugh before speaking in a low tone. The first targets have appeared. A 3,000-year-old light tiger and a 4,000-year-old sunworm. You three should be capable, right? I want to. Lu Meng, brimming with excitement, raised her hand, only to hastily cover her mouth, her large eyes fixed on the ghost Douluo. Speaking loudly in such a place was ill-advised. If they were ambushed, she would be the first to suffer the consequences. And my martial soul is the sunworm. I appreciate your assistance, elder and esteemed teachers, Lu Ji added, managing to suppress his excitement as well. Though they belonged to the same family, their martial souls differed. Strictly speaking, only Lu Yu inherited the family's authentic martial soul among the three, when both parents possessed equally powerful martial souls. The likelihood of a variant martial soul emerging was substantial. However, it was also the scenario where dual martial souls were most probable. If one was strong and the other weak, it was clear that over 90% of the time, the inheritance would be a powerful martial soul, with only slight variations occurring. Elder, what direction are those two soul beasts in? Gao Cheng inquired. Right ahead, approximately 800 meters away. Additionally, there's an 8,000-year-old bear blind on the left, about 1,000 meters out. With a slight nod, Gao Cheng signaled to his two soul emperor-level teachers behind him, who immediately took flight and swiftly vanished into the forest. Their approach to capturing the beasts was the safest course of action. Otherwise, if all were to move, it would be slow and cumbersome. In the increasingly intricate and primitive environment of the Stardow Forest, a careless encounter with an ambush could jeopardize everyone's safety. Kid, are you not interested? The voice of the ghost Douluo unexpectedly emerged beside Meng Ye, drawing no attention from those around. He deliberately mentioned that the 8,000-year soul beast was intended for Meng Ye's ears, knowing well that Meng Ye had consistently absorbed soul rings beyond his level. Typically, a soul master at the 4th soul ring stage, even with a top-tier beast martial spirit, would absorb a soul ring no older than 5,000 years, with few surpassing that threshold. Auxiliary system soul masters are even more limited, typically able to absorb within the range of 3 to 4,000 years. Even if Meng Ye's soul ring could be absorbed in double, 8,000 years would essentially be its limit, or at least that was the belief of Ghost Douluo. However, Meng Ye's response was simply too weak. Oh, how many years are you seeking? Ghost Douluo inquired with palpable interest. He was somewhat curious about the extent of Meng Ye's endurance, as it was part of his task to report back to Bibi Dong. 20,000 years. Not exceeding 25,000 years, preferably of the lightning attribute, or a top-tier large soul beast, Meng Ye replied. Ghost Douluo glanced back at him, and through the shadow of his cloak, one could almost perceive the astonishment in his eyes. Are you certain, young man? Absolutely, Meng Ye responded, maintaining his composure while gazing at Ghost Douluo. The astonishment of Ghost Douluo was entirely reasonable. After all, not only ordinary soul masters, but even those recorded within the spirit hall, including Bibi Dong, had never encountered a 4th soul ring capable of reaching 20,000 years. That was the benchmark for a 6th soul ring, the standard of a soul emperor. Each tier of soul ring carries its significance, with the refinement of physique, mental strength, and soul power being of paramount importance. In practice, a mere 30% of a soul emperor's soul power is sufficient to overwhelm a fully powered soul master. Highlighting the stark disparity, Meng Ye found himself in a state of helplessness, constrained by the limitations of his age, still not having reached his peak. Had he not been summoned by Bibi Dong, he would have intended to suppress his soul power until after he turned 16, at which point he would have felt confident enough to absorb a soul ring over 50,000 years old for his 4th ring. However, that was no longer feasible. The Spirit Hall would not permit such a superficial and seemingly wasteful display of talent. Very well, I shall procure for you a soul beast of 20,000 years. Ghost Douluo seemed invigorated, eager to witness how Meng Ye would absorb a soul ring of such age. With a thud, 2 soul emperors returned, dragging 2 soul beasts along, their breaths noticeably shallow. Lu Ji and Lu Meng stepped forward to deal with them, commencing the absorption of the soul rings. Having just entered the Stardow Great Forest, acquiring 2 soul rings was undoubtedly auspicious news. Subsequently, under Ghost Douluo's deliberate guidance, they successfully located the soul beasts of the other 3 members. Liu encountered a mutated light-winged moth, aged 4,800 years, granting her a formidable single-target control soul skill, which was quite commendable. Luo Xian. In pursuit of her 3rd soul ring, obtained a colorful deer, whose ability was purification, perfectly suited for a support-type soul master. Lastly, there was Jeremy, the barely recognized figure among them, who had been somewhat moody throughout the journey, harboring dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, he ultimately acquired his fourth soul ring, the Ghost Vine Martial Spirit, which also belonged to the control category, yet paled in comparison to Luo's. Having surpassed the age of 20, it seemed he would likely be relegated to a mere steward in the future, with the misfortune of being assigned to the main hall not entirely out of the question. With the soul hunting nearly concluded, Ghost Douluo instructed the others to return first while he continued the hunt with Meng Ye, as they needed to delve deeper into the Star Do Great Forest. Be cautious. Before departing, Luo Xian cast a worried glance at him, softly uttering a barely audible word. Though it was but a simple phrase, Meng Ye felt an inexplicable warmth, as if transported back to a cherished time. Humph. Ghost Douluo, standing nearby, chuckled. It seems that young lady has taken a liking to you. Elder, you previously mentioned that you had not found a thunder attribute soul beast, correct? Meng Ye refrained from answering directly, instead turning to Ghost Douluo with a question. TCH, it merely did not meet your standards. Mentioning this matter clearly irked Ghost Douluo. As a title Douluo, he still valued his pride. Little did he know, Meng Ye casually remarked, I have indeed discovered one. Impossible. Ghost Douluo naturally harbored doubts. Yet he continued to follow Meng Ye through the forest with a skeptical mindset. Before long, they brushed aside the thicket before them and beheld a steep stone pillar. Surrounding the pillar lay a clearing, where vegetation seemed unable to encroach, revealing extensive layers of rock upon the ground. The cliff was not particularly high, merely a few dozen meters, but the most crucial aspect was the object at its summit, faintly shimmering with a purple light. Merely approaching it, Meng Ye felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body. Zap! Ghost Douluo also manifested a flicker of electric arc, a testament to the thunderous force repelled by his protective spirit power. What is this? Even Ghost Douluo's vast experience could not immediately discern the identity of this spirit beast. The Thunder God Bamboo. Chapter 22. Absorbing the Spirit Ring. The Thunder God Bamboo. An anomaly of the thunder bamboo, struck by a thunder calamity, exists as a rare exceptional thunder attribute plant-type spirit beast amongst tens of thousands of thunder bamboos. Meng Ye's voice was tinged with excitement. His desire to seek a thunder attribute spirit beast was simple, to continually enhance his own attributes. Striving to reach the pinnacle of power, his innate martial soul exhibited remarkable adaptability, allowing him to select a diverse array of soul skills for comprehensive development: offense, melee combat, area of effect, defense, and control, all except for support were within his grasp. The dual martial souls he possessed granted him this privilege. Yet to be broad without depth held no meaning, thus he chose to specialize in one or two domains. Ultimately, he selected strength and thunder attributes, combining power with explosive potential, rendering his combat style exceedingly efficient and formidable. Before him, this Thunder God Bamboo represented the perfect spirit ring he sought, and he was almost certain that absorbing this spirit ring would grant him mastery over the ultimate thunder attribute. Such overwhelming power. To think such a marvel exists in the world. Ghost Douluo exclaimed. His astonishment was not merely at the age of the Thunder God Bamboo, which surpassed 20,000 years, a trivial matter in his eyes, but rather at the sheer dominance of its attributes. The fact that it could directly influence his protective spirit power, even imparting a subtle sensation of his martial soul being suppressed, was astonishing. Normally, not even a top-tier spirit beast aged 50,000 years could achieve such an effect. After his moment of awe, Ghost Douluo turned to Meng Ye and inquired, "Is this the spirit beast you desire? Are you certain you can absorb it?" Meng Ye did not dare to be overly confident. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I have a 60% chance. I wish to take the gamble." In truth, even if he possessed merely a 30% assurance, he would still venture forth, regardless of whether it had been over 30,000 years. The soul beasts with ultimate attributes are exceedingly rare. Aside from a select few, they are even scarcer than soul beasts of 100,000 years. Among the soul beasts known to Meng Ye, even the 10 most formidable beasts of the future do not possess attributes of utmost excellence. 60%, you say? The Ghost Douluo expressed surprise. He believed that even a soul emperor might struggle to absorb this soul ring. He then spoke solemnly. "Very well, should this endeavor succeed, you shall indeed be unparalleled in history. I shall assist you this once." He was also taking a gamble, wagering on Meng Ye's success. For he could almost foresee that Meng Ye would inevitably reach, if not surpass, the current pope. At that time, his position would be undeniably secure. Having already supported 2 popes, the foresight of the ghost Douluo was undoubtedly profound. With a swift motion, the ghost Douluo transformed into a shadow, darting toward the stone pillar, effortlessly traversing the dozens of meters in the presence of the title Douluo. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, an ominous atmosphere enveloping the world. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of divine lightning descended, striking the ghost Douluo directly. This was the true might of the heavens. Unlike the soul techniques unleashed by soul masters, which require time to manifest, this was unavoidable, even for one as powerful as a title Douluo. Such trifling skills dare to display themselves before me. Rise. The ghost Douluo scoffed, leveraging his immense cultivation to shield himself from the lightning. Seizing the trunk of the thunder god bamboo. Concurrently, 9 soul rings appeared around him, and a chilling specter of ghostly energy emanated from his being. As if a multitude of spirits were unleashed, enveloping even the blinding lightning within. The cultivation of a title Douluo rendered them largely impervious to most natural disasters. Thus, ordinary lightning posed little threat to them. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The blinding lightning sliced through the layers of mist, causing the soul rings on the ghost Douluo to radiate with an intense glow. Night of the 100 Ghosts. The chilling aura of spirits spread forth, shrouding the sky in a veil of darkness, as more ghostly figures began to dart wildly, voraciously consuming the power of the lightning. Nevertheless, the thunder god bamboo continued to exude a terrifying presence, the lightning remaining defiantly unextinguished amidst the phantoms. The sky relentlessly unleashed bolts of lightning, attempting to disperse the dark mist. This was a demonstration of attribute suppression. Meng Ye had retreated considerably. The descending lightning was no jest, and with his cultivation, he could not withstand it. Observing the ghost Douluo's struggle to secure the bamboo, his expression grew increasingly grave. Even as a title Douluo, faced with attributes of utmost excellence, he found himself suppressed, unable to claim victory for the moment. After several arduous minutes, the ghost Douluo finally managed to extract the thunder god bamboo, albeit with a semblance of disarray. Even heavily wounded, the bamboo occasionally emitted sparks of electricity, while the ghost Douluo's body still radiated faint wisps of white smoke. His eyes tinged with a crimson hue. What manner of soul beast is this, young one? My ghostly energy has been considerably disrupted. Ghost Douluo was somewhat vexed, for he was genuinely unfamiliar with this soul beast. What surprised him even more was that this force of thunder not only restrained his martial soul, but did so in a manner that transcended mere attribute suppression. It directly countered him, effectively diminishing his cultivation by at least a year or 2. While it did not result in a complete fall in his cultivation, it still caused him considerable distress. Elders need not worry, he continued. Though this thunder restrains the esteemed elder, it embodies the supreme and unyielding power of heaven and earth, possessing the ability to refine soul power. Given that the elder's martial soul is exceedingly yin and lacks yang, harnessing this thunder to eliminate the dross will undoubtedly prove advantageous for future cultivation. Meng Ye stepped forward to take the thunder god bamboo, simultaneously elucidating, Young lad, do not presume that I am easily deceived. The ghost Douluo, momentarily calmed by the words, remained skeptical. Of course not. I presume you and Elder Ju share a similar bond, with your martial spirits complementing one another, allowing for your remarkable cultivation. As he spoke, Meng Ye decisively shattered the core of the thunder god bamboo, extinguishing its life force entirely. A pitch-black soul ring materialized, emanating a faint aura of thunderous might. The ghost Douluo's pupils constricted, and he found himself believing a substantial portion of Meng Ye's assertions. His martial soul, in conjunction with Elder Ju's, was indeed a fusion technique. Owing to their yin-yang compatibility, the mystical Qirong Tongtian Ju, alongside the celestial herb of utmost yang, bestowed upon them the ability to invigorate their limbs and enhance their blood flow, fostering an indestructible physique. The ghostly charm, naturally, was of the utmost yin. If they could cultivate together and even exchange soul power, the results would be exponentially fruitful. Over the years, their proximity had already allowed them to reach the pinnacle of level 95. Thank you, esteemed elder, Meng Ye remarked as he settled down to absorb the soul ring. The ghost Douluo, witnessing Meng Ye's absorption, refrained from further commentary, focusing instead on dispelling the chaotic thunder within his own body while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Crackle. As Meng Ye drew the soul ring close, he felt a sharp pain ripple through his skin, followed by an assault on his flesh and internal organs. He had already absorbed 2 supreme lightning attribute soul rings and was tantalizingly close to ultimate thunder, though a gap still remained. Nonetheless, the process proved arduous. The dispersing soul secret technique and his vitality were in motion. Even his mental energy was summoned to subdue the overwhelming thunderous force. The ghost Douluo observed Meng Ye's actions with intrigue. Initially, he felt a twinge of anxiety at the sight of Meng Ye's absorption. For this was not merely a matter of surpassing levels, but of transcending 2 significant tiers. Yet, as he noted the soul power radiating from Meng Ye, a spark of realization illuminated his expression, and he began to grasp the essence of this dispersing soul technique. Even an ordinary soul master could achieve a level-up absorption with this method. Hiss! A white mist gradually spread from Meng Ye's form, rising like smoke signals. The vitality surged like a wolf's smoke. This lad possesses an astonishing physique, the ghost Douluo exclaimed. He had previously witnessed Meng Ye unleash remarkable vitality before BB Dong, but that had been under immense pressure, igniting his latent potential, which seemed reasonable. However, it now appeared that there was more to it. This substantial manifestation of vitality smoke was not merely a product of potential. For strength-type soul masters, reaching the soul sage level was often unattainable, as vitality and life force were entirely different matters. Chapter 23, The Titan Great Ape. In the heart of the starry forest, a realm dominated by ancient souls, the tranquil yet profound woods are laden with an imperceptible menace. Beside a marsh, a baboon seeking water remains alert, acutely aware of the lurking dangers beneath the swamp, yet instinctively perceives that the rear is the most precarious position for any creature. However, beneath the marsh, a shadow emanates an even more terrifying aura of danger. Exhaling softly, the baboon resumes its quest for water, only to be startled by a thunderous roar that reverberates through the forest. As a colossal beast emerges from the deeper recesses of the woods, uprooting trees in its wake. The sheer ferocity of its presence causes tremors even in this realm ruled by various titanic creatures. Countless aerial soul beasts scatter in panic. The dreadful essence of this primordial monster sends all nearby beings fleeing in terror. Upon a moving mountain, 2 distinct sources of light shine like beacons, becoming the only illumination in this dense thicket, simultaneously serving as the source of dread. The hidden predator beneath the marsh dares not reveal itself, and the surrounding soul beasts that sought water hastily retreat, though many fall prey to the calamity, crushed beneath the fallen trees. This is dire. A millennia-old soul beast is on the prowl. We must flee. The distance separating Shurcheng and his companions from their escape from the starry forest remains great. Yet the magnitude of this disaster is overwhelming. Those soul beasts driven from the inner regions have rallied into a small-scale beast tide. Several soul saints and soul emperors dare not linger for a moment, hastily retreating with their students. Yet ultimately they are engulfed within the turmoil. Elsewhere, another group, also in pursuit of souls, has set up camp beneath the cloak of night, oblivious to the impending catastrophe drawing near. Deep within the forest, Meng Ye has completed the absorption of his soul ring, the flickering lightning surrounding him gradually dissipating. With a crackle, a mere stray bolt of lightning strikes the ground, scorching the rocks and leaving behind charred marks and fissures. The overwhelming force of his extreme attributes is unmistakable. The heat and power of ordinary lightning are insufficient to obliterate stone in an instant. It has truly manifested. Ghost Douluo, having dispelled the thunderous energy within himself, gazes at Meng Ye in astonishment. He is prepared to rescue him, and has validated Meng Ye's prior assertion that the thunder would benefit his cultivation, contemplating whether he should consult Zhu Douluo upon returning. Senior, do you perceive any sounds? Meng Ye, remaining composed, directs his gaze into the depths of the forest. He faintly discerns a sound, too distant to identify, yet that unprecedented aura of terror instinctively quickens his heart. Sounds? Perhaps it is merely a soul beast. The starry forest is teeming with them. Occasional disturbances are quite normal. Ghost Douluo dismisses the notion, having heard nothing. Nodding, Meng Ye replies, I have discovered a site of opportunity. I wish to explore it before we depart. Opportunity? What do you mean? Ghost Douluo gazed at Meng Ye and inquired. In the realm of soul masters, it is widely acknowledged that treasures are rather scarce. If one were to insist, there are perhaps merely 2 categories. Soul bones. And then there are others. It is not that they do not exist, but rather that their intrinsic value is evident. Every treasure has a price. Yet soul bones are priceless. In the black market and at auction houses, even human lives are assigned a value. This matter is best left unspoken. However, should the elder be willing to lend assistance, I assure you, the elder shall not be disappointed. Meng Ye did not disclose the nature of the ghost Douluo, a rarity whose value remains a mystery to many. He had once chanced upon a small fragment of it, gifted by the young Wang Shuo. The nobility, lacking understanding of its worth, could not distinguish between the precious 10,000-year soul incense and ordinary soul wood. Such remarkable items that enhance soul power typically command a starting price in the tens of thousands of gold soul coins at auction. The ghost Douluo, intrigued, remarked, "Very well, I shall accompany you." The return to Soul Master City would take some time, and as it was not an urgent matter, he felt no rush. After Meng Ye determined the direction, he set off toward the location he had inquired about earlier. According to Li Si, it was likely that he was nearing the boundary of the inner region, where the presence of 10,000-year soul beasts was not uncommon. For a mere grand soul master to venture into such a perilous area could indeed be described as risking one's life for monetary gain. Even though Meng Ye had ascended to the rank of soul sect, this place remained exceedingly dangerous. What is this? After walking several miles, they discovered a fallen giant tree, a multitude of soul beasts, soul rings scattered about, and enormous footprints imprinted on the ground. Such extensive destruction would leave even a ghost Douluo astounded. 100,000-year soul beast. We must flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the ghost Douluo seized Meng Ye and swiftly dashed toward the outskirts of the Stardo forest. Their speed was so swift that it appeared as merely a fleeting shadow, almost impossible to discern in the darkness. Elder, Meng Ye was in great distress. In the midst of this frantic pace, coupled with the branches and leaves that occasionally brushed against his face, he found himself unable to utter a single coherent word. He wished to warn Ghost Douluo not to run in that direction, for the terrifying traces reminded him of a dire revelation. At this precise moment, should fate conspire in a certain way, the only 10,000-year soul beast that could possibly appear on the outskirts of the Stardo forest was none other than the Titan giant ape. It was searching for Xiao Wu, and if all went as expected, it was likely on its way back now. Thud, thud, thud. Indeed, in the haste of Ghost Douluo, he soon heard the resounding footsteps approaching from ahead. Both parties were rushing forward, and they collided head-on. As Ghost Douluo raised his gaze once more, a colossal foot came crashing down. He forcefully hurled Meng Ye aside, simultaneously unleashing a terrifying surge of soul power. 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Phantoms, arise. Roar. The Titan giant ape, upon catching sight of Xiao Wu again, was consumed by the desire to find her and bring her back to meet the sky blue bull python. As two formidable beasts who had been raised by Xiao Wu's mother, they regarded her as family. Knowing that Xiao Wu had chosen to transform and venture into the human realm, their concern was only natural. Now that Xiao Wu had returned, it was only logical for the Titan giant ape to seek her out at the first opportunity. However, the sudden emergence of Ghost Douluo ignited a flicker of rage within the Titan giant ape, for Ghost Douluo's area of effect attacks could potentially harm Xiao Wu. Without the luxury of time to contemplate further, Meng Ye summoned all of his vitality and unhesitatingly threw himself to the ground. Boom! In the next instant, a horrifying shockwave spread forth, leveling everything within a diameter of several hundred meters to the ground. Though Ghost Douluo was not a power-type martial spirit, he was still a title Douluo. Engaging directly with the Titan giant ape, the residual waves from this clash were potent enough to obliterate 1,000-year soul beasts. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Meng Ye felt his mind go blank, and his internal organs groaned in protest. With no time to assess his injuries, he rose and fled into the distance, his sole thought being to escape. Ghost Douluo would undoubtedly survive. It was nearly impossible to kill him with physical attacks. However, he would struggle to withstand another wave like this, and if it happened twice more, he might not even be able to flee. Roar. Beast, do not act recklessly. The enraged roar of the Titan giant ape, along with Ghost Douluo's furious shout, echoed across the skies of the Stardo forest. Having already sprinted over 1,000 meters, Meng Ye's ears rang, and he inwardly cursed. Damn it. The Titan giant ape was likely enraged for Xiao Wu's sake, and Ghost Douluo, caught off guard by the frenzied Titan giant ape, acted without hesitation and panic. Now, with communication failing, the only recourse seemed to be to continue fighting. He needed to find a place to heal. After a moment of hesitation, Meng Ye assessed the injuries within his body, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. Though his wounds were not severe, they were rather evenly distributed, affecting some of his more delicate organs. Even as a soul of his essence, he would require several days of recuperation. Continuing to explore the depths of the Douluo forest was no longer feasible. Who could tell if misfortune would strike and he might encounter a beast tide? Without the ghost Douluo, his only option was to retreat. After nearly half an hour of travel, he finally distanced himself from the battlefield. Fortunately, the surrounding soul beasts had fled from the terrifying aura of the Titan giant ape. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so recklessly. Rustle, rustle. Sounds emerged from the bushes ahead. Meng Ye narrowed his gaze and extended his spiritual awareness. Oh, it's you. It was Lu Yu and Lu Ji, accompanied by Luo Xian and a Soul Emperor teacher. The group appeared somewhat disheveled, clearly having experienced their share of misfortune. Meng Ye, where is the elder? We got separated, the teacher inquired, looking towards him. They had hidden nearby for some time, only emerging after the beast tide had passed. However, even Shi Cheng had been scattered, so they were hesitant to act recklessly. Upon seeing Meng Ye, they instinctively believed the ghost Douluo was nearby, igniting a flicker of hope within them. Faced with the calamity of the beast tide, they could only lament their own fragility and the miracle of survival, feeling powerless to do anything else. They encountered a powerful soul beast engaged in battle. Where? I will go assist the elder, exclaimed the teacher in surprise. The elder must have already escaped. There is no need for you to go. We should leave this place first. Casting a glance at the teacher, Meng Ye remarked, help? You won't be able to satiate the Titan giant ape with your physique. The teacher fell silent, feeling somewhat awkward and refraining from further comment. At that moment, Lu Yu turned to Meng Ye and asked, Meng Ye, have you seen my sister? We were separated by the beast tide. No, he replied, shaking his head slightly. The direction I came from should have no living creatures daring to approach. Where did you get separated? Lu Yu fell silent, and it was Lu Ji who spoke up. After we were scattered by the beast tide, we lost our bearings. Given the terrain, it's nearly impossible to discern the environment. This is a primitive forest, not a street where one could find a signpost. After pondering for a moment, Meng Ye inquired, so what do you plan to do? There were essentially two choices, to first leave the Douluo forest and regroup with Shi Cheng and the others before returning to search, which was undoubtedly the more prudent approach, or to search directly, which posed a considerable risk but also had the highest probability of finding her. The variables within the Douluo forest were significant. With the slightest misstep, it could become a question of survival. And he feared that a support-type soul master would struggle to endure in this perilous environment until help arrived. I must find my sister. With unwavering determination, Lu Yu stood resolutely, her brother Lu Ji by her side. As siblings, they were not inclined to abandon their mission. This is absurd. We must first regroup with the elders. Everyone, follow me. The Soul Emperor would undoubtedly not allow them to act recklessly. Teacher, Meng Ye suddenly interjected. Casting a glance at the others, might we not search the vicinity? Having acquired the fourth soul ring, we possess a measure of self-defense. Moreover, with the beast tide having recently passed, it is likely that danger is minimal at this moment. I oppose this. We should hasten our departure from this cursed place. I cannot bear to remain even for a moment longer. Jeremy, who had been trailing behind, suddenly shouted in a fit of panic, clearly pale and trembling in fear. His reaction was entirely understandable, and the others bore him no ill will. In truth, the entire group was merely forcing themselves to maintain composure. While the Lu siblings clung to their fervent desire to save others, the teacher, recognizing the discord among them, offered some comfort. Perhaps they have already exited the forest. With the protection of Senior Shi Cheng and the others, they should be safe. This statement held some truth. After all, the absence of news could be considered the best news. Ultimately, Lu Yu, despite her pale countenance, bit her lip and insisted, Teacher, I wish to search a little longer. If we find nothing after half a day, we shall leave. If you wish to search, do so on your own. Teacher, I must leave. You know my father. He is a nobleman. You must take me with you. Jeremy, in his state of panic, grasped the Soul Emperor's arm, an action that elicited clear dissatisfaction from the Soul Emperor, though it was rooted in truth. Nobility could not sway the judgment of a soul master, especially that of a Soul Emperor, but human sentiment could. The Lu siblings, at this juncture, could only lower their heads. They had no justification to compel everyone to accompany them. They were resolute in their decision to remain, regardless of the potential perils. Teacher, Meng Ye addressed the Soul Emperor. Why not lead the others out first, marking the path as you go? I shall assist in searching the area. Should the others have already departed, you can return here and signal us with a flare, enabling our timely escape. What do you think? The Soul Emperor hesitated, recognizing the difficulty in resolving this discord, and ultimately nodded, "Very well, but you must not take unnecessary risks. If danger arises, you must flee at once. Do you understand?" The Lu siblings sighed in relief, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." They also cast appreciative glances at Meng Ye, acknowledging his assistance. "You should come with me. Remaining here is perilous," the teacher urged. Turning to Luo Xian, the young girl had stealthily positioned herself behind Meng Ye, silent and inscrutable, her state of fear or bravery indiscernible. I will help search for them as well." Despite repeated attempts to dissuade her, Luo Xian remained resolute, unwilling to depart. Ultimately, with a solemn expression, the teacher instructed Jeremy to leave. It was not that he wished to forcibly take anyone away, but time was of the essence. Any hesitation could jeopardize the chance to save lives. Moreover, he could not possibly take everyone at once. "Meng Ye, thank you," the siblings began, but Meng Ye, aware of their intentions, gently shook his head and declared, "Follow me. I may uncover a clue." However, delving deeper might not meet the teacher's approval. So we must resort to this less favorable option. The two siblings ceased their conversation, nodding gravely before trailing behind Meng Ye. Luo Xian, too, followed closely, unwilling to stray far from him. After traversing a stretch in the intended direction, Meng Ye discovered a fallen tree and spotted a scrap of fabric among the branches. His memory was sharp. It belonged to Lu Meng, and numerous tracks of the soul beasts were evident nearby. Lu Ji observed Lu Yu, who stood quietly in silence, and, with a tremor in her voice, urged, "Eldest sister, I am fine. Hurry along and search in this direction." With that, Lu Yu proceeded towards the path marked by the departing footprints of the soul beasts. Meng Ye observed that her eyes were reddened, merely suppressing her emotions, and it seemed she had abandoned the thought of leaving without finding Lu Meng. With a sigh, Meng Ye could only follow her. His ability to detect such subtle clues was undoubtedly a result of his mental acuity, yet the range was regrettably limited, preventing him from pinpointing their location. Along the way, Meng Ye encountered numerous soul beasts, though perhaps due to the recent passage of the Titan giant ape, these creatures dared not stir. After half an hour had elapsed, Lu Yu, in her impatience, nearly strayed off course several times. Fortunately, Meng Ye was able to discern certain hints, gradually drawing closer to their destination. These must have been deliberately left by Meng Meng. At this moment, Lu Yu had also regained her composure. Once could be an accident, but multiple times was undoubtedly intentional. Although the clues along the way were not overt, they followed a discernible pattern, clearly orchestrated by the clever little Meng Meng. Suddenly, Meng Ye raised his hand, signaling the others to halt. His expression had turned grave. They had found Lu Meng, yet she had encountered some trouble. "This is clearly our discovery. Why should it be given to him?" Meng Ye lamented as she faced the second encounter with Tang San and his companions. Feeling as if fate was playing a cruel game, all Meng Ye desired was a suitable soul ring. However, Oscar had swiftly claimed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and the faceless spider had fallen to Tang San's Zhuge divine crossbow. Naturally, Long Gong Meng Shu was not one to be trifled with. He sought an explanation. Yet, upon hearing Zhao Wuji reveal Tang San's father's identity, he hesitated. Initially, he had thought Tang San was merely the disciple of a theoretical master. But in the world of soul masters, strength ultimately reigned supreme. The might of the Haoyan Douluo was not to be trifled with, even years later. The individual who could single-handedly annihilate the Pope of the Spirit Hall was someone Long Gong, and his ilk dared not offend. "Iran, why not let them assist you in finding a soul beast? If they fail, they can compensate," suggested the little girl, Meng Meng, who had inexplicably found herself alongside Meng Ye. She whispered, her eyes darting mischievously towards Tang San and his companions. Chapter 25, Procuring a Soul Ring Indeed. Upon hearing Meng Meng's sweet voice, Meng Ye turned to her grandfather and declared, "Grandfather, I want them to find a soul beast of the same level as the faceless spider. Is that too much to ask?" "That is certainly not unreasonable." Meng Shu contemplated before glancing at Zhao Wuji. The expressions of the Shrek group shifted. Such soul beasts were not easily found. They had been wandering in this forest for over a week to gather just these two soul beasts. It must be noted that they owed their success to Meng Ye, as both soul rings were her contribution. Why should it be like this? The troublemaking duo, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, were silenced by Dai Mubai's hand covering their mouths, unable to voice their thoughts. "Senior, I fear that such conditions are hard to comply with. We have been exploring this Star Do forest for quite some time and have pressing matters to attend to," Zhao Wuji stated, his heart heavy with bitterness. He had just utilized his martial spirit's true form to combat the Titan great ape, leaving his internal organs in a grievous state. At this moment, he was not only incapable of assisting Meng Ye in locating a spirit beast, but he also yearned to find a place to heal. And that little rascal, Xiao Wu Sai? Then compensation is in order. At the very least, 100,000 gold soul coins. The spirited girl Lu Meng, ever the troublemaker, had been spoiled by the Meng couple and quickly befriended Meng Ye due to their similar ages. While her intentions to defend Meng Ye were genuine, her understanding of the value of money seemed rather superficial. 100,000 gold soul coins could purchase an entire academy or even a 10,000-year spirit beast. Humph. The members of Shrek Academy noticed Lu Meng's mischief and cast her disapproving glares, with Zhao Wujia letting out a cold snort. He dared not be disrespectful to Meng Shu. Yet what qualification did a mere soul master have to bargain with him? Lu Meng's face paled, and she stumbled back to Meng Ye's side. As an auxiliary system soul master, her physique was inherently frail, coupled with the injuries sustained during the beast tide. Had it not been for her naturally vivacious and optimistic spirit, she would have already retreated to a corner to weep. The absence of her elder sister and second brother, who usually cared for her, forced her to learn resilience. Meng Ye, who shared a close bond with Lu Meng, immediately supported her and turned to her grandfather. Grandfather, Zhao Wujia, cease your arrogance. Do you think I am afraid of you? Meng Shu struck the ground with his dragon-headed staff, releasing a menacing aura. As a soul Douluo, the chasm in soul power between higher-level soul masters became increasingly insurmountable, compelling Zhao Wujia to endure. Senior, 100,000 gold soul coins is indeed excessively high. I truly cannot produce such an amount. Please forgive me. Zhao Wujia forced himself to bow, gritting his teeth, nearly shattering his steel jaw. When had the formidable king of indestructible wisdom ever been so humiliated? However, faced with such circumstances, he had no choice but to lower his head. Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai, and the others gritted their teeth in frustration. The impulsive Ma Hongjun could scarcely contain his anger, but ultimately, he was restrained by Tang San. At that moment, Tang San stepped forward, offering a respectful gesture. Esteemed seniors, while 100,000 gold soul coins is indeed impossible, I can offer this secret tome in exchange, which I trust will meet your satisfaction. Tang San retrieved a tome from the storage soul guide at his waist, upon which were inscribed the 4 prominent characters, Secrets of Hidden Weapons. As an esoteric treasure of the Tang sect, this book encompassed nearly all techniques pertaining to the use of hidden weapons. Naturally, aside from the most essential varieties, which were chronicled in the Xiantian treasure record. This compilation of hidden weapon techniques, even in Tang San's previous life, could only be deemed a third-rate manual. Some skills, lacking sufficient internal power and heavily reliant on innate talent, were tasteless to consume yet regretful to discard. Although termed a manual, it was merely a hobby for soul masters. Hidden weapons? Meng Ye felt a flicker of intrigue. Her martial spirit being rather ordinary, she had practiced some hidden weapon techniques to compensate for this shortcoming. Just moments ago, she had intended to engage Tang San in a contest of hidden weapons, not anticipating his actual preparedness, yet it seemed she had underestimated him. Meng, little sister. At that moment, several individuals led by Lu Yu emerged from the forest, and Meng Ye also spotted Tang San and his companions, raising an eyebrow. He had previously assessed the situation and determined that there was no immediate danger, hence he did not impede Lu Yu. If circumstances had been dire, the 4 soul sect members, along with a soul master, would not have been in a secure position. Even with his utmost effort, it would have been the same. For Zhao Wuji and Meng Shu were not to be trifled with. Eldest sister, Luo Xian. How wonderful I finally found you. Lu Meng, seemingly shaken, had previously managed to hold herself together, but now rushed to embrace Lu Yu, her little face crumpling as she nearly burst into tears. All right, it's all right. Gently patting her sister's head, Lu Yu, though accustomed to reprimanding her, felt a pang of tenderness in this moment. Seeing Lu Yu momentarily detained, Meng Yu sighed and stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. Honorable seniors, I am Meng Ye, a disciple of the Spirit Hall. We have come to hunt souls and lost our companions, inadvertently causing a disturbance. I hope for your understanding. Spirit Hall, Meng Shu, Chao Tianxiang, and Zhao Wuji all exhibited a slight change in their expressions, casting wary glances behind Meng Ye until they ascertained that no one was following, at which point they breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps sensing that he had momentarily lost his composure, Meng Ye maintained his decorum as Meng Shu, with an air of authority, inquired, As disciples of the Spirit Hall, what brings you here alone to hunt souls? Where are your elders? Meng Ye, are you affiliated with the money leopard? Are you hard of hearing, or perhaps lacking in intellect? I have already stated that it is a case of being lost. Did you not notice the commotion earlier? Beside him, the snake lady Tian Xiang felt that her husband was somewhat hard of hearing, causing a misunderstanding, and she gently prodded him. At that moment, several teachers were waiting outside the forest, having been scattered by the spirit beasts. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and we appreciate your concern, esteemed elder. Meng Ye understood the importance of preserving the old man's dignity. With a single phrase, he diffused the awkwardness, and Meng Shu, who had initially sought some advantage, suddenly found Meng Ye much more agreeable. Indeed, he displayed great courtesy, unlike certain others. Casting a glance at Zhao Wuji and the others, Meng Shu spoke with intention, then nodded and said, "After all, he is a disciple of our clan. I can escort you out shortly. Come with us." Meng Shu was deeply incensed by the actions of Shrek and his companions. The initial incident where his wife and granddaughter were bullied by Zhao Wuji could be overlooked. But the second occurrence, where he personally intervened only to be thwarted, was an affront he could hardly swallow, had it not been for the constraints of the situation. In contrast, he found himself favorably inclined towards Meng Ye. Even if it was merely a first impression, cultivating a positive one is no trivial task. In this perilous Stardew forest, having a formidable ally for protection undoubtedly brings a sense of security. Exchanging glances with his companions, they readily agreed to the arrangement. It was hardly a matter of great significance. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to the elder. Indeed, Meng Shu nodded, continuing to gaze at his granddaughter. However, he soon noticed that the young lady appeared somewhat dazed upon seeing Meng Ye, prompting him to reveal a knowing smile. Tian Xiang, being quite astute despite her age, grasped the situation immediately, yet she still gently nudged her elderly husband. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Meng Ye regained her composure, and Meng Shu inquired, "Ran, what are your thoughts?" "I would like to take a look," she said, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, requesting to examine the hidden weapons compendium. "Certainly," Tang Sen replied, handing over the compendium. Although his unhesitating demeanor seemed extraordinary, considering that the book was merely an introductory manual for the outer disciples of the Tang sect, it took on a different significance. An item given freely in exchange for a fitting superior soul ring. What a remarkable trait. The value of a soul ring lies not only in its age, but also in its compatibility. For Tang San, this represented an exceptional soul ring. To be honest, Meng Ye found the 8 spider lances quite intriguing, while the soul ring itself held little importance. It was merely a soul ring of 2,000 years, and moreover, the faceless demon spider was renowned for its toxic attributes, which starkly contrasted with the power and attributes he sought to master. "Senior, I am willing to offer 100,000 gold soul coins for this soul ring." Meng Ye's sudden proclamation caught everyone off guard, evoking surprise and then astonishment. Chapter 26. The challenge for soul masters. Hidden weapons ultimately remain a minor art. Meng Ye had practiced them to a mere hobbyist level, far from enhancing her strength. Hidden weapons inherently require the aid of poison to triumph over adversaries. Otherwise, what could possibly rival the lethality of blades and swords? Bullets, perhaps? However, the situation with the golden soul coins was entirely different. The figure of 100,000 golden soul coins was a casual remark made by Lu Meng. But if truly presented, it would not be a trifling sum. This holds true even for the families backing the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron. "What did you say?" Meng Shu, hard of hearing, gazed at Meng Ye with astonishment. The junior is willing to spend 100,000 golden soul coins to acquire this soul beast. Meng Ye simply desires the 8 spider lances. The value of this soul bone undoubtedly exceeds 100,000. In the realm of soul masters, there exists a notion that soul bones are priceless. However, his actions have evidently led to some misunderstandings among others, such as Meng Ye, whose face flushed with embarrassment. She had just been deprived of 2 soul rings and was currently in a fit of anger. Meng Ye's visage is not traditionally deemed alluring to the opposite sex. Rather, it is the inner vitality that emanates from her very core, accentuated by the recent acquisition of her 4th soul ring, which has lent her already chiseled features an air of formidable coldness. Such an aura can sometimes prove more captivating than anything else, leading her to entertain misguided thoughts. Similarly, the Dragon King and Snake Lady have also misinterpreted the situation, believing that Meng Ye's actions were motivated by a desire to avenge Meng Ye. Without delving deeper into their perceptions, one must consider Meng Ye's true background. In the realm of soul masters, high cultivation does not necessarily equate to wealth. However, those who are wealthy invariably possess a significant status. In a moment of desperation to save a life, Tang Sen placed all his hopes upon the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. Already injured, he was nearly overwhelmed by a surge of blood, his complexion paling as he trembled and pointed towards Meng Ye. Little San, Damu Bai and the others, witnessing this, hurried forward. Fully aware of the fierce battle that Tang Sen had just endured, the evidence lay in the form of the human-faced demon spider, prompting them to cast furious glances at Meng Ye. I am unscathed. Tang Sen raised his hand to signal his well-being, quickly forcing himself to regain composure. His gaze remained somewhat frosty as he addressed Meng Ye, saying, "We bear no grievances towards one another. Why must you complicate matters for me? Indeed, while this soul beast may hold no utility for me, its value surpasses that of some obscure manual, does it not?" In Meng Ye's eyes flickered a spark of electricity. Though his expression remained impassive, an overwhelming aura of unyielding authority emanated from him. The members of Shrek, meeting his gaze, inexplicably felt an oppressive weight bearing down upon them. Their breaths momentarily caught in their throats. This was neither a pressure of soul power nor a mental force, but rather a transcendental essence. A distinct aura possessed solely by those who have long dwelled in positions of power. Meng Ye was also making his debut, and a look of astonishment flickered in Zhao Wuji's eyes. What a formidable young talent. Fixing his gaze upon Tang San, he spoke in a grave tone. The path of a soul master is one of refining the heart, a journey that necessitates time for cultivation and accumulation. While practicing hidden weapons may be a personal interest, to neglect fundamental training in pursuit of it would be a grave misdirection. His words resonated with conviction, devoid of any hesitation or doubt. What held significance was not merely the content of his speech, but the infusion of his own spirit and vigor into it. The fierce and dominating aura he exuded seemed to strike directly at the hearts of those present, leaving an indelible impact. Even Zhao Wujie and Ming Shu, after their initial shock, exhibited a glimmer of enlightenment. Having aged, their progress in cultivation had been minimal. In truth, beyond the limitations of their physical bodies, what they truly lacked was this vibrant youthful energy. The profound and enlightening barrage from Meng Ye stirred something within them, causing their long-dormant soul power to stir, instilling within them a profound sense of astonishment. Meng Ye's philosophy is remarkably pure, even to the point of extremity. If one is to cultivate soul power, one should embody the essence of a soul master. In his eyes, Tang Sen does not qualify as a true soul master. Yu Xiaojing, renowned as a theoretical master, is eclipsed by Tang San's lack of a complete development into poison attributes, and his control abilities are confined to certain limitations against soul masters of equal standing. During the soul master competition, had it not been for the two divine herbs that granted him immunity to ice and fire, the blue-silver grass's ability to absorb soul rings across levels would have been merely adequate. In fact, any soul master possessing those three divine herbs could likely cultivate a similarly gifted genius. However, while others were awestruck, Tang San's eyes burned with an unquenchable fury. His profound feelings for the Tang sect led him to regard hidden weapons as anything but a trivial pursuit, and he would not tolerate any insult. Xiao San, stay calm. Damu Bai, standing nearby, sensed Tang San's unusual state and attempted to intervene, but Tang San deftly evaded him. Ghostly shadow stealth, I hereby challenge you to prove that the hidden weapons in my hand are not mere trifles. Under normal circumstances, Tang San would not act so recklessly, but with Xiao Wu in peril. His rationality was already threadbare, and being provoked into a loss of control was entirely understandable. Stepping forward to confront Meng Ye's imposing presence, he declared with unwavering resolve, "If I am defeated, I shall willingly forfeit this soul beast. If I emerge victorious, I hope you will retract your earlier statements." Meng Ye furrowed his brows, not out of trepidation towards Tang San, for the latter had yet to earn such a regard. It was rather the gaze that irked him. To outsiders, it might appear neither servile nor arrogant, yet those targeted by it could sense a chilling aura akin to that of a venomous snake fixating on its prey. He chose to disregard Tang San and instead turned to Meng Shu, inquiring, "What are your thoughts, esteemed senior?" While Tang San had succumbed to irrationality, Meng Ye remained composed. And given the current circumstances, nothing was beyond his anticipation. The ownership of the soul beast still did not lie in Tang San's hands. As long as Meng Shu withheld his consent, the beast could not be taken away. Tang San's audacious challenge, Wagering that very soul beast was a blatant overstepping of boundaries. Humph. Very well, this is indeed the caliber of the disciples from Shrek Academy, the apprentices of the master? Casting a furious glare at Tang San. The terrifying aura of soul power sent shivers through all present, for this was the undeniable presence of a soul Douluo. Meng Shu gazed at Meng Ye and said, "If you are confident, young friend, teach this boy a lesson on my behalf. Should you prevail, this soul beast shall be yours, and I shall take nothing in return. None shall claim it. I shall do my utmost to honor your esteemed request." With a respectful bow, Meng Ye turned to face Tang San. His eyes a picture of tranquility. Zhao Wujia's heart tightened. He was still grappling with the sudden shift in Meng Shu's demeanor, struggling to comprehend the inexplicable change. However, the look in Meng Ye's eyes suggested an unsettling awareness of the situation. Everything unfolded too abruptly and unnaturally. What began as a contest between them and the Dragon King and Snake Lady had inexplicably transformed into a wager involving a disciple of the Spirit Hall. The connections seemed flawlessly seamless. "It is I who proposed this. Therefore, I shall forego my martial spirit and engage you using only concealed weapons," Tang San declared, not affording Meng Ye a moment to respond. His palm brushed against the 24 bridges under the moonlight at his waist, and an array of uniquely shaped concealed weapons materialized at his fingertips. The motion of grasping them was so subtle that it appeared as though the weapons had autonomously found their way into his hand. This was the Tang sect's secret art, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. This technique was one of the core methods of employing concealed weapons. Without it, the mastery of concealed weaponry would likely be inferior to third-rate techniques. Whoosh. Zing, 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 zing. Swift beyond measure, the concealed weapons excelled in their unpredictability and compactness, striking swiftly against the enemy. Tang San's speed and skill in launching these weapons were impeccable, the only shortcoming being the force behind them. Onlookers were taken aback. What they had assumed to be a mere impulsive act on Tang San's part now revealed a torrent of metallic projectiles that would likely cause even seasoned soul masters to falter. The gleaming blades radiated an aura that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Retreat. Lu Yu and the others, already positioned behind Meng Ye, hurriedly withdrew. Lu Yu seized Lu Meng, neglecting to account for Luo Xian, who remained frozen in place. Zing. Meng Ye stood his ground, undeterred, his body shimmering with distinct arcs of electricity as he continuously deflected the hidden projectiles. Yet, amidst the relentless barrage of these concealed weapons, evasion proved nearly impossible, let alone enduring the onslaught while remaining stationary. After a golden crystal pierced through his soul force defense, a subsequent dark needle penetrated Meng Ye's skin. His expression darkened, and in the next moment, the soul rings upon him materialized. Yellow, purple, purple, black. This extraordinary configuration of soul rings, pulsating with a ghastly white lightning, was far more awe-inspiring than the torrent of metal projectiles. With a resounding crash, as the first soul ring illuminated, terrifying thunder coalesced into a shockwave that surged forth. Wherever it passed, not only were the concealed weapons swept away, but the more fragile ones were utterly obliterated. The first soul skill, Thunderstorm. Third brother. Tang San had not anticipated the ferocity of Meng Ye's counterattack. He was not alone in his astonishment, for others shared his disbelief. In an instant, the tide had shifted from dominance to peril. At this critical juncture, a pink figure darted forth, tackling Tang San to safety, narrowly evading disaster. Boom. Chapter 27. The transaction. The fearsome thunder struck a distant tree trunk with tremendous force, toppling a tree that required 2 or 3 individuals to embrace it. The side that bore the brunt of the thunder was charred black, and the surrounding grass mirrored this devastation. The might of this thunderous power surpassed the bounds of ordinary martial souls. It transcended even the pinnacle of martial souls, embodying the essence of ultimate martial prowess. Even the weakest first soul skill, with a mere 800 years of history, unleashed an onslaught that sent shivers down the spines of all present from the Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun, whose attributes were closest to the ultimate attribute, turned pale as the malevolent fire swirling within him was momentarily suppressed to the point of submission. Not only the members of Shrek, but even Lu Yu and her companions were witnessing Meng Ye's prowess for the first time, their spirits shaken. Though they too were soul masters, they feared they could not withstand that recent assault. Not at all. The outcome was clear. They had conceded. With an expressionless countenance, Meng Ye reached forth to sweep his hand over a wound on his chest, extracting a slender, twisted golden needle as fine as a hair. His brow furrowed slightly. Although this object possessed minimal lethality, it was rather repulsive. Known as the Dragon Whisker Needle, it requires a specialized technique to infuse soul power, rendering it as hard as iron, specifically designed to penetrate protective energy shields. Were it to confront a soul master, it would target their protective soul energy. Had Meng Ye employed his martial soul from the outset, this needle would have been obliterated by a ferocious bolt of lightning. Once embedded in flesh, it would curl up and become ensnared within the meat due to the loss of soul power, causing excruciating pain that could severely impact the soul master's ability to wield their strength. Meng Ye, possessing the essence of the martial soul, can expel the flesh from his body through his mastery over it. For an ordinary soul master, succumbing to such an attack would prove dire, unless they resorted to the drastic measure of severing the entire piece of flesh. Crack! Simultaneously, an electric arc erupted from his form, followed by a plume of white smoke. The suppression of attributes rendered the poison ineffective against him. Cough! Spurt! Overcome with urgency and the tumultuous ebb and flow of emotions, Tang San, barely rising to his feet, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Third brother, are you all right? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face etched with concern, fearing that he had sustained a life-threatening injury. In truth, it was primarily internal injuries, exacerbated by the fluctuations in his emotional state. Xiao Wu, you have finally returned. Tang San suddenly embraced her tightly, remaining motionless for an extended moment. Meng Ye did not interrupt. He harbored little animosity towards Tang San, and certainly no affection either. Approaching the formidable 3-meter-tall creature, the human-faced demon spider, he felt an unsettling aura that lingered even in its lifeless state. The soul ring gradually dissipated. With a hum, he stored the human-faced demon spider in his storage soul guide, a bracelet of considerable capacity, far exceeding that of ordinary storage devices. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed senior, he said, slightly bowing his hands as he stepped before Meng Shu. Meng Shu was still somewhat taken aback. Upon hearing the words, he did not immediately respond, only realizing it after a gentle reminder from Chao Tianxiang. Oh, yes, indeed. Straightening his expression, Meng Shu then spoke. My young friend, you are too polite. It is I who should express my gratitude to you. I shall honor my promise and escort you out of this Stardew forest. Old man, Chao Tianxiang quietly reminded him, casting a discreet glance at her granddaughter beside her. The two elders could easily perceive their granddaughter's sentiments, especially since Meng Ye had yet to acquire her third spirit ring, leaving now would surely cause her distress. Senior, I happened to stumble upon a 1,500-year-old mandala snake on my way here. I wonder what your thoughts are on this. Meng Ye suddenly interjected. Oh, where is it? At this, the reactions of Long Gong and Shipu were finally in unison. Meng Ye was genuinely disinterested in wasting time. Leading the trio of grandparents and granddaughter back along their previous path, Lu Yu and the others quickly followed, albeit with their own questions lingering. Had they encountered a mandala snake on their way here? Luo Xian felt a tinge of guilt as she trailed behind Meng Ye, recalling that he had shielded her when he was injured. Even with the slightest possibility of being hurt, Meng Ye had chosen not to evade, nor had he unleashed his martial spirit. That overwhelming thunderous might was beyond what a support-type spirit master could withstand. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Meng Ye took a few detours and eventually led Meng Shu and the others to a 1,500-year-old mandala snake. Throughout the journey, he had been employing his spiritual energy to scan the surroundings, and this mandala snake was indeed fortunate. As they hunted for the spirit ring, it took more than half an hour for Meng Ye to absorb it, and eventually, even Shi Cheng and the others arrived, allowing the group to finally exit the Stardew forest. Thus, this soul-hunting expedition came to a close. I must sincerely thank you, young friend, for not only assisting my granddaughter in venting her frustrations, but also finding a suitable spirit ring. Truly, I am grateful, Meng Shu said, feeling somewhat at a loss for words, as he had intended to escort Meng Ye and the others out of the Stardew forest, only to find himself indebted to Meng Ye instead. With a sigh, he added, if you ever find yourself in need in the future, do not hesitate to send a letter. I shall do my utmost to assist. Senior, you are too kind, Meng Ye replied with a respectful bow. Long Gong and Shipa held a certain renown within the spirit master community. While they could not compare to a titled Douluo, they were certainly not to be underestimated. Though their resources might not be immediately useful, they would undoubtedly hold value in the future, serving as a foundation for connections. Farewell. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang exchanged solemn glances with Ghost Douluo before reluctantly departing with their beloved granddaughter. The presence of Ghost Douluo, a revered elder and a trusted aide of Bibi Dong, assisting in the acquisition of soul rings, was indeed a testament to their status. This further solidified their belief in Meng Ye's extraordinary identity, prompting a desire to forge connections. It appears your recent encounters have been rather remarkable. The Dragon King and Snake Matriarch typically do not bestow such attention upon a mere soul sect member. Ghost Douluo, his emotions concealed, stood beside Meng Ye, a smile gracing his lips. Your injuries must be quite severe, esteemed elder, he remarked. As the words fell, Meng Ye felt a chilling gaze pierce through from the side. Ghost Douluo, his tone frigid, inquired, how did you discern that this seat is wounded? Initially, I was unaware. But now I am enlightened, Meng Ye replied, turning to meet Ghost Douluo's gaze with an impassive expression. As a titled Douluo, even in injury, one must not reveal their vulnerabilities. Each has ascended through years of hardship, emerging from a myriad of blood-soaked battles. Were they not sufficiently cautious? They would not have survived to this moment. Fortunately, Shicheng had returned with others to their former town for recuperation, leaving only the two of them in this place, allowing Ghost Douluo to gradually temper his aura. Bus. Meng Ye retrieved a jade box from his storage soul guide and presented it to Ghost Douluo, saying, this object may aid you in recovering some of your injuries. What could you possibly offer? Ghost Douluo held this thought in disdain. However, the moment the box was opened, an exquisite fragrance wafted forth, captivating his senses. The words of refusal lodged in his throat, unspoken. He extended his hand to accept the box and inquired, speak, what do you desire in exchange for this blood ginseng? All I ask is for you to assist me in venturing into the Douluo forest once more. Your help would be greatly appreciated. Agreed. Ghost Douluo appeared to recall his previous encounter with the Titan giant ape, and after a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. Although this blood ginseng was not a millennium-old rarity, it was indeed a precious healing herb. Given Ghost Douluo's already diminished vitality, this ginseng would suffice for a swift recovery, saving him considerable time. For Meng Ye, the blood ginseng was valuable, yet not indispensable. He had previously consumed a millennium-old one, which significantly enhanced his vitality and elevated his soul power by 2 levels. Chapter 28. 10,000-Year Soul Incense. Soul Bone. Deep within the Douluo forest, under the escort of Ghost Douluo, Meng Ye successfully located the marsh. With a swift motion, he extracted a piece of azure-hued wood from the mire, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Indeed, this was 10,000-year soul incense. Yet its quantity seemed rather extraordinary. Despite the presence of some decayed pieces, those he observed were sufficient to last 4 to 5 years. With his innate talent, the threefold enhancement in soul power over those years would elevate him by at least 10 levels. Though it appeared modest, 10 levels of soul power would sufficiently bridge the inherent gap between full innate soul power and the 6-winged angel's natural endowment. The distinction between top-tier martial spirits and divine martial spirits. Is this what you have come seeking, these wretched pieces of wood? Ghost Douluo stood by, refraining from intervening, as he could neither discern their significance nor perceive any difference from ordinary soul incense wood. Please, esteemed elder, could you assist me in collecting those pieces? I would be immensely grateful. There is a soul beast below, so do exercise caution. Ghost Douluo frowned and gazed at the area Meng Ye indicated, which lay at the center of the marsh, entirely inaccessible without a flying martial spirit. Naturally, a titled Douluo could soar, and feeling compelled, Ghost Douluo complied and took to the air. Roar! Just as he approached, a massive, dark python erupted from the swamp, its gaping maw capable of swallowing Ghost Douluo whole. Even more terrifying, a vortex emanated from the serpent's mouth, drawing Ghost Douluo downward against his will. Beast, die. Ghost Douluo, filled with fury and astonishment, raised his hand and struck down with force. Boom. Bang. The terrifying soul force directly caused the center of the swamp to sink, forming a massive pit with a diameter of several dozen meters, forcing Meng Ye to retreat to the shore. Swiftly, he collected the 1,000-year soul incense that had been blasted out, aware that even if it shattered, it would not diminish its value. It was not a rare treasure, nor was it so delicate, which contributed to its obscurity. As the Ghost Douluo landed on the shore, he held the soul beast in his hands, a robust serpent with a diameter exceeding 0.5 meter, a colossal python over 20 meters long. A pitch-black soul ring emerged, revealing that this was indeed a 1,000-year soul beast. This creature appeared to be a mutated soul beast, but the journey was not in vain. With a swift motion, the Ghost Douluo separated the flesh from the serpent's body, quickly exposing a portion of its ebony bones, which astonishingly turned out to be a soul bone. "Congratulations, Senior," Meng Ye remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise, yet he felt no desire for it, continuing to gather the surrounding 1,000-year soul incense. Apart from growth-type external soul bones and 10,000-year soul bones, his interest in other soul bones was minimal. He preferred to enhance his cultivation. Based on his mastery of his martial soul, reaching level 80 would make acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring quite feasible. His martial soul's potential remained substantial. Not interested? The ghost Douluo cast a lingering glance at Meng Ye. What soul master could resist the allure of a soul bone? This is a senior's opportunity, not one to covet. Observing Meng Ye's impassive demeanor as he continued collecting the shattered remnants, the ghost Douluo's eyes narrowed beneath his cloak. Such depth of character. What was this young man truly about? Throughout their journey, he had engaged with Meng Ye, as it was part of Bibi Dong's task to gain insight into Meng Ye's situation, strength, cultivation, and temperament. Yet even now, he felt he could not fathom Meng Ye completely. Moreover, he found himself somewhat led by Meng Ye, unable to discern the reason, which left the ghost Douluo feeling rather vexed. However, the acquisition of a soul bone brought him joy, and he chose not to dwell on it further, even assisting Meng Ye in gathering the elusive 1,000-year soul incense. In the end, Meng Ye confirmed that there were no more remnants left, and his storage soul guide was nearly full, even retrieving his spare vessel. Finally satisfied, he departed. With decades worth of 1,000-year soul incense acquired, this journey was indeed worthwhile. With these, he was confident he could elevate himself to the rank of Soul Douluo within the next decade. Certainly, this is merely the most fundamental foundation. Possessing merely soul power is insufficient. One requires suitable soul rings and other fortuitous encounters. If possible, he even considers procuring a few celestial herbs from Douluo. After all, Douluo is oblivious to their true value, making acquisition not overly difficult, albeit requiring some effort. As the ghost Douluo and Meng Ye departed, a colossal shadow gradually emerged from the center of the marsh, its terrifying aura causing everything in its vicinity to tremble slightly. Bubbles began to rise beneath the marsh, followed by the emergence of numerous skeletal remains of soul beasts, many larger than the black giant python. With a thunderous roar, Meng Ye, just stepping out of the forest, felt an unusual heaviness in the air as the distant rumble of thunder reached his ears. However, he merely glanced back. The Douluo forest is vast, with a humid climate that naturally brings forth abundant rainfall. Occasional weather changes are not surprising. Otherwise, it would be challenging for such an extensive forest to thrive. "Elder, you have finally returned," Shiqing remarked, standing outside the forest. He had initially escorted others to the town for rest, but upon noticing the prolonged absence of the ghost Douluo and his companion, he came to check on them. "Indeed," the ghost Douluo replied calmly, offering no further words. "Is Teacher Zhao injured?" Meng Ye inquired, surprised as he glanced at Shiqing, who should not have been wounded so soon after their departure. Shiqing had grown accustomed to Meng Ye's uncanny ability to perceive the cultivation levels of others, considering it merely a manifestation of his talent. "Ah, I was somewhat careless in my encounter with an old rival," Shiqing admitted with a hint of shame. While the ghost Douluo paid no heed, Meng Ye scrutinized him deeply, sensing a tension in Shiqing's demeanor that suggested he was concealing the truth. The injury was internal, marked by a palm print on his chest, indicative of the formidable strength of his opponent. Given Shiqing's bare martial soul, which balanced both offense and defense, it was likely that only a select few could overpower him. Meng Ye surmised the identity of the adversary, Zhao Wujie. Moreover, Shiqing likely knew of Zhao Wujie's past conflicts with the Spirit Hall, perhaps even being one of the Soul Emperors involved in the siege against Zhao Wujie. Such a reaction implied that Shiqing either had a wager with Zhao Wujie or had established some rapport with him. Otherwise, had he spoken up, the ghost Douluo would not have allowed the Shrek group to return. Meanwhile, the Shrek group, having already exited the Douluo forest, was recuperating in the town. Meng Ye might not have anticipated that Tang San's fortunes had not waned despite his interception of the man-faced demon spider. He still acquired a soul ring from one, though it remained uncertain whether he obtained a soul bone. "Mubai, how is Teacher Zhao's condition?" Tang San inquired as he approached Dai Mubai, who stood guard at the door of the inn. "He is fine." Teacher Zhao indicated he would return to the academy by tomorrow, Dai Mubai replied with a smile, crossing his arms. "However, you were indeed clever to compel that Spirit Hall soul saint to wager. Otherwise, even if Teacher Zhao managed to fend him off, it would have been somewhat troublesome." Indeed, Teacher Zhao's title of the Unmoved King was established through the martial soul hall in the past. Coughing softly, Tang Sen acknowledged that his injuries had not yet fully healed. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow and said, Xiao San, you should rest. I can keep watch here. Thank you for your trouble, Tang San replied. What are you saying? We are brothers. With that, Tang San turned and returned to his room, needing to meditate to hasten his recovery. Before long, others began to inquire about the situation. Dai, about that fellow who wielded lightning. Did you discern his martial soul? I was utterly terrified, Ma Hongjun confessed, still shaken by the encounter. I don't know. Dai Mubai shook his head, his gaze sharpening as he added. Neither Xiao San nor Teacher Zhao could identify that martial soul, but it was undeniably powerful. This was his more tactful way of expressing it, as he typically assessed opponents in two categories, those he could defeat and those he could not. The latter was a truth he dared not voice. That soul skill nearly frightened me to death. Are the geniuses of the martial soul hall truly that formidable? Oscar remarked with a hint of pessimism. After all, they had trained for so long, and although Flinder instilled in them a somewhat reckless ideology, he also nurtured a sense of fearlessness, which was crucial. Now, that confidence was somewhat shaken. What are you saying? That guy is likely among the strongest geniuses even within the martial soul hall, and he is probably older than us. Dai Mubai replied irritably. Indeed, Dai is correct. I've been to the martial soul hall, and those disciples are not even as capable as I am. Ning Rongrong chimed in, helping to restore some morale. Enough of this. I'm off to indulge in a grand feast. Don't just think of yourself. Bring back a few portions. Certainly. Chapter 29. Lei Jingong arrives him? Is there something you need? Meng Ye returned to the inn to find Luo Xian waiting for him. The young girl fidgeted with her hands, seemingly unsure of where to place them. Ghost Douluo shot him a meaningful glance as he walked by. And Shicheng also stepped away. Meng Ye found it somewhat perplexing that at least two pairs of eyes were fixed upon them, even without the aid of spiritual detection. Are you all right? Luo Xian finally mustered the courage to look up into Meng Ye's eyes, her concern evident. I'm fine. The poison has been expelled. Just a minor surface wound. My physique will recover easily, and I won't need to meditate for long. In fact, he felt fatigued from the considerable mental exertion he had endured while searching for Lu Meng. That's wonderful. Luo Xian's expression brightened with relief. By the way, thank you. Just a moment, please. Luo Xian clasped her hands together before her, and in an instant, a sizable white steamed bun materialized in her grasp, symbolizing her martial spirit, an embodiment of the simplest sustenance. Yet, the potency of this martial spirit is anything but trivial. For food-based soul masters, the criteria for talent extend beyond mere soul power. It also encompasses the longevity of the food they create. Oscar, lauded by Flander as a once-in-a-century prodigy, boasts a sausage martial spirit that can endure for 12 hours, equivalent to a day, with potential for augmentation. In contrast, Luo Xian's martial spirit possesses the remarkable ability to last over a week. Her soul power remains almost entirely intact, and she possesses an innate soul power level of 9. At merely 15 years of age, she has already transcended to the rank of Soul Sovereign, heralding a future brimming with promise. Thank you. Meng Ye took a few bites and felt a warm current coursing through his body, restoring both his soul power and physical stamina, even invigorating his mental faculties. The first soul skill was a comprehensive healing technique, beneficial for injuries, stamina, and soul power. It was only right to express my gratitude. Luo Xian quickly crafted steamed buns with various effects. The second soul skill was detoxification, while the third possessed purifying properties. The first two were standard abilities of food-type martial souls, posing no issues, but the third was somewhat unique. Its purifying capacity could counteract soul power and soul skill suppression, even alleviating attribute constraints. Such a skill was vital in practical combat, capable of nullifying even formidable control soul skills. That's enough, Meng Ye remarked, noticing that Luo Xian showed no signs of halting. He had to speak up. These buns also had satiating effects. He could not consume them all at once, and naturally, with Luo Xian's soul power, she could not produce an excessive quantity either. Truly thank you. Luo Xian promptly ceased her efforts, lowering her head in a bow. Her ears flushed with color. Sighing deeply, Meng Ye, though resolved to abandon the ties of his past life, found it exceedingly difficult, especially whenever he beheld Luo Xian. His heart struggled to suppress its focus on her. Never mind, you should rest. We must return tomorrow. Luo Xian raised her head and hurried away, her swaying figure exuding a faint, enchanting aroma. Though not as captivating as Hulaiina's mesmerizing presence, it still caused Meng Ye's gaze to waver. Crack! An electric arc flickered in his eyes, awakening Meng Ye from his reverie as he looked around in confusion, pondering what had transpired in that fleeting moment. It was common to be lost in thought, but it was unusual for him. He had never before been so distracted without awareness. Now, as a quasi-mental type martial soul master, mental dispersion was particularly undesirable. Not dwelling on it further, Meng Ye finished the bun in his hand and returned to his room to continue meditating, while the others gradually began to rest. The following day, the group rented a carriage and set off on their journey back to Soul Master City. The return was considerably smoother than their arrival, with the experience fostering a greater camaraderie among them, though Jeremy still maintained a distance from the others. That skill, the one that boom knocked the opponent down, is truly impressive. Within the carriage, Lu Ming playfully extended her arms, striking an exaggerated pose as she spoke. With this little girl accompanying them, the journey was far from dull. The others frequently wore smiles in response to her antics. After finishing her statement, the girl gazed at Meng Ye with admiration, seemingly having forgotten the peril they had narrowly escaped, as well as the fact that she was actually a few years older than him. A week swiftly passed, and upon returning to Spirit City, the group received a brief respite, during which their instructor and ghost Douluo departed. Back at the academy, Meng Ye hesitated as he examined the storage soul guide in his hands. The 8 spider lances were a remarkable external soul bone, and when fully matured, could rival 100,000-year soul bone. However, in terms of value, it was merely a 1,000-year soul bone, holding little significance for him at present. Once he ascended to the rank of Soul Douluo, or even title Douluo, acquiring a 100,000-year soul bone would not pose a challenge. More importantly, he realized that the 8 spider lances were ill-suited for him. The poison attribute was unnecessary, and before fully maturing, the lances were too fragile, failing to align with his pursuit of strength. They had even shattered several times while in Tang San's possession. It was a case of being tasteless to consume, yet too valuable to discard. His innate martial soul was already the most formidable weapon. This external soul bone was but a mere accessory. Ultimately, Meng Ye chose to forego it. He recalled the words of Lei Xingyang, who had told him that as long as one continued to unleash the potential of their innate martial soul, it could rival any divine weapon. Had it been an external soul bone with flight capabilities, he might have reconsidered, but the 8 spider lances were truly a redundant option for him. Nonetheless, their value remained substantial, and he contemplated ways to convert it into resources he could utilize. The most promising target was undoubtedly the Spirit Hall. With so many title Douluo there, even Bibi Dong would likely express interest in the soul bone. However, the Spirit Hall lacked the resources he sought, and he held no interest in Bibi Dong's favor. Knock, knock, knock. Early in the morning, a knock at the door roused Meng Ye from his meditation. His eyes opened sharply, emitting a piercing light that left a faint arc of electricity in their wake. The room was filled with a subtle fragrance. The effect of the 1,000-year soul incense was remarkable, accelerating his soul power growth somewhat. Of course, it could have been even quicker, but he had now transformed into an ultimate attribute, which slowed his progress slightly. Rising to open the door, he found Lu Ji standing there. This taciturn individual was difficult to envision as a disciple of a Soul Master family. Generally, those from Soul Master families were considered the nobility among Soul Masters. Not overly arrogant, but they should possess some extraordinary presence, such as Lu Yu's calm composure. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. "The dean is looking for you." "Oh, thank you. I will go see him now." Expressing his gratitude, Meng Ye nodded slightly. Lu Ji also nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave. Among the trio of siblings, Liu undoubtedly exhibited the most composure, remaining calm in the face of adversity. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was somewhat exuberant, displaying an exuberance that bordered on childishness. Lu Ji appeared rather ordinary, even somewhat sullen, rarely initiating conversation. However, Meng Ye possessed a deeper understanding of them, having known them in a previous life. Lu Ji was far from being an ordinary individual. A few minutes later, Meng Ye arrived at the dean's office. After knocking and entering, he found Oways engrossed in conversation with a robust elder at his desk. "Dean, what brings you here?" Meng Ye initially intended to inquire about any matters at hand. But as he turned his gaze, he noticed the figure seated before Ovis, one he was undeniably familiar with. "Oh, you've arrived. It seems you are faring quite well here." Lei Xingyang turned to look at him, his eyes reflecting both satisfaction and nostalgia. Although they had cohabited for 6 years, the daily passage of time rendered the changes imperceptible. However, having been apart for just over a month, he sensed a distinct transformation in Meng Ye. Well, it's not too bad. Meng Ye rarely experiences intense emotional fluctuations. But at this moment, he finds it somewhat difficult to suppress his feelings, striving to maintain a semblance of calm. The Pope holds him in high regard, having accepted him as a named disciple, which promises a bright future ahead. Ovis gazes at Lei Xingyang with a smile, his tone tinged with envy. Having reached their age, there seems to be little hope left. The prospect of breaking through in soul power appears bleak, and the only aspiration likely rests in the growth of the younger generation. In Ovis's eyes, Meng Ye undoubtedly qualifies as Lei Xingyang's disciple, even if not officially recognized. And indeed, this holds true. How could he not be a personal disciple? Lei Xingyang furrows his brow, acutely aware of Meng Ye's exceptional talent. Logically, there should be no issue with him becoming the Pope's personal disciple. Chapter 30. Teacher. The Pope can have only one personal disciple. There cannot be two popes, after all. Meng Ye converses with Lei Xingyang in a relaxed manner, as there are no secrets between them, and then continues to smile and inquire, "By the way, what brings you here? I came to see how you have been faring." Meng Ye suddenly regretted asking such a question. Lei Xingyang spoke in a casual manner, expressing whatever came to mind without a care for the opinions or judgments of others. "Have you obtained the fourth soul ring?" Lei Xingyang inquired, following up with questions about Meng Ye's recent circumstances, clearly adopting a demeanor that suggested he had come to check on him. As for Oways, it seemed he was merely stopping by to offer a greeting. "Yes, I have acquired a suitable soul ring," Meng Ye nodded, confirming that the fourth soul ring had indeed met his expectations. The utmost attributes formed a crucial component of the training regimen he had devised for himself, originally intended to be attained before the seventh soul ring, ensuring a smoother progression in his future cultivation. Moreover, the enhancement of soul power from the utmost attributes was limited between levels 30 and 70. After all, maintaining such formidable strength necessitated a higher quality of soul power. His collection of 10,000-year soul incense was also aimed at eliminating this constraint. "That's good to hear." Lei Xingyang nodded in response, then produced a card from his pocket and handed it to Meng Ye, saying, "This is your allowance for the month." Meng Ye, he is not lacking in wealth. Wang Shuo possesses a keen business acumen. Ever since this was discovered, Meng Ye has provided him with several pieces of advice. Through the soul fighting arena, the black market, and auction houses, coupled with his noble status, he has amassed a considerable fortune over the years. His earlier intention to purchase the 8 spider spears for 100,000 gold soul coins was not merely bluster. He possesses over 200,000 gold soul coins, a portion of which, amounting to several tens of thousands, were provided by Lei Xingyang as living expenses. This sum could sustain several smaller soul master families for over a decade. He did not decline, for Lei Xingyang, too, is not in want of money. Though he may speak candidly, Lei Xingyang is far from dull. The connections he holds are an invaluable asset. By the way, there is also this. Lei Xingyang retrieved a jade box from his storage soul guide, a type of packaging typically reserved for precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as the jade box prevents the loss of medicinal properties. Oh, Ao-Wei-Si is also intrigued. He is curious about what Lei Xingyang has brought from Meng Ye. As an old acquaintance of many years, he is well aware of Lei Xingyang's temperament. He either refrains from action or ensures that it is of the utmost quality. Let us see. Meng Ye casually opened the jade box, and a faint red light immediately captured his attention. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the object within, a fruit the size of a cherry, emanating a soft red glow, reminiscent of a magnificent gemstone glistening brilliantly. Ao-Wei-Si, initially unable to identify it, soon widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "The phoenix blood fruit. Alas, it is only 9,900 years old. It almost could have become a genuine rarity of heaven and earth." Lei Xingyang sighed. You. Ao-Wei-Si stood up in anger, trembling as he pointed at Lei Xingyang. "You are squandering a treasure. This object, in just another 100 years, would transform into a true spirit of heaven and earth. Although a 10,000-year plant-based soul beast can no longer leave its place of growth, it possesses a degree of spirituality, even intelligence, thus rightfully deserving the title of a miraculous entity. To speak candidly, in a century, its potency would rival that of the celestial herbs found in the eyes of ice and fire, if not surpass them. 100 years? What use will it be then?" Lei Xingyang remarked nonchalantly, casting a dismissive glance at him. But Ao-Wei-Si was left speechless by this retort. Indeed, this assertion held truth. Soul masters generally cared little for the age of rare materials, often consuming them on the spot when encountered. Those circulating in the market hardly qualified as true treasures of heaven and earth, merely constituting somewhat precious herbs. It is indeed somewhat regrettable. Meng Ye interjected with a hint of lament in his voice. It is a pity it lacks a century, yet even so, it can still elevate one's soul power by 3 or 4 levels. More importantly, it possesses the efficacy of cleansing the marrow and refining the essence, solidifying one's foundation. He closed the jade box and stored it within his soul guide device. His philosophy largely mirrored that of Lei Xingyang. Rather than allowing this treasure to be consumed by another in a century, he preferred to consume it himself now. Well, I should take my leave, Lei Xingyang announced, preparing to depart. He had no particular business here. The master of the spirit hall typically did not leave unless dismissed or promoted regularly. There was no need for him to report to the spirit hall unless during special circumstances. Wait a moment. I have gathered some insights during my recent soul hunting expedition. I should be able to summarize them by tomorrow, and they should hold some value, Meng Ye suddenly interjected. Lei Xingyang paused, glancing at Meng Ye before nodding. Very well, then I shall wait another day. Ao Weici was unaware of the conversation's particulars, though he knew of Lei Xingyang's passion for researching martial souls. Many of the documents and materials within the spirit hall were provided by him. Thus, despite Lei Xingyang holding only the rank of soul sage and not being an elder, his status within the spirit hall was quite elevated, second only to the elders. Meng Ye's interest in this regard was not surprising, nor did he inquire further. Upon exiting Awei's office, Meng Ye prepared to escort Lei Xingyang out of the academy, maintaining a contemplative silence throughout their journey. Being a direct disciple of the Pope was not without its merits, given your talents. Even if the Pope favored her female disciple, opportunities would still present themselves. He felt no inclination to contest this notion. In response to Lei Xingyang's candid remarks, Meng Ye replied with equal straightforwardness. Lei Xingyang continued, stating that there was no need for Meng Ye to concern himself with his disposition, as he had not formally taken him as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye furrowed his brow, recognizing that Lei Xingyang had his best interests at heart, yet he could not shake a feeling of discomfort. After a brief silence, he spoke. As you mentioned, the Pope places greater importance on her direct disciples. Furthermore, even if I were to attain such a position, what value is there in merely remaining stationary? Would I become a mere statue? You certainly dare to voice such thoughts, Lei Xingyang remarked, shaking his head. His unfiltered nature was part of their dynamic. And with a sigh, he added, as long as you have your own convictions, it is well enough. Let us refrain from contention. As they continued on their way, they encountered several familiar figures. Meng Ye, what a coincidence. Where are you headed? Lu Ming, who was currently linked arm in arm with Luo Xian, inquired. The latter appearing to wish to escape, but finding herself unable. Although Luo Xian was a few years younger, she possessed a strikingly tall and graceful figure, appearing far more mature than Lu Ming. Just a brief excursion outside the academy, Meng Ye replied. Lu Ming, with a glint of understanding in her eyes, recognized that Meng Ye was not particularly talkative. He would answer questions directly or remain silent if he chose not to respond. Thus, she turned her gaze to Lei Xingyang and asked, and this esteemed elder, is he with you? Ah, I am Lei Xingyang, he responded with a smile. My teacher. Meng Ye interjected calmly before Lei Xingyang could introduce himself. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they resumed their walk toward the academy's exit. Lei Xingyang possessed a residence within Martial Soul City. While it was not grand, it was certainly not insignificant. Meng Ye found no motivation to run, which is why he had never stayed here before. Residing directly at the academy saved him a considerable amount of time. His instructor, Luo Xian, was indeed formidable. One could only surmise that such a teacher would possess exceptional strength. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Meng, linking arms with Luo Xian, continued onward. I sense that Meng Ye holds his teacher in high regard. Luo Xian felt a twinge of discomfort. She had initially intended to return home to indulge in her mother's cooking and perhaps seek a bit of affection, but having encountered Lu Meng, she was now being dragged back. Engaging in casual conversation along the way was not particularly troublesome, yet it was Lu Meng who initiated all the exchanges. At this moment, Luo Xian's heart ached with longing for her mother's delightful pastries. Thus, lost in her thoughts, Lu Meng spoke far less as she contemplated while guiding Luo Xian to her class. Chapter 31. Concern from Lei Xingyang Bang. Ouch! After receiving a light tap on her head, Lu Meng pouted, feigning innocence as she looked up at Lu Yu with a plaintive expression. Lu Yu, with her fair complexion still carrying an air of sternness, stood tall and composed, inquiring, What is the meaning of this? Hee hee, dear sister, I was in the wrong. Lu Ming admitted, recognizing her mistake and refraining from any further antics in front of her elder sister. After countless admonishments, Lu Yu could only sigh and turn to Luo Xian, apologizing. Luo Xian, I truly apologize for the trouble Lu Ming has caused you. It's really no trouble at all. Luo Xian hastily waved her hands, flustered. When she had unexpectedly entered the unfamiliar classroom, her mind had gone blank, and her anxiety rendered her speechless. Fortunately, Lu Yu had been there to rescue her. Sister, we just encountered Meng Ye and his teacher. Meng Ye's teacher? Lu Yu furrowed her brow at the mention, but soon relaxed and asked directly, You didn't act disrespectfully, did you? What are you implying, sister? I am the most well-behaved. Lu Ming huffed, recognizing that although Lu Ming could be mischievous, she would not act recklessly when it truly mattered. Liu escorted Luo Xian back to her class before turning her attention back to Lu Ming. Master of the main hall? Yes, I saw the emblem. And Meng Ye shows him great respect, Lu Ming declared proudly to Lu Yu. She was far from foolish, while she may possess a hint of cunning. Her naturally deceptive appearance suited her well. Meng Ye's impressive strength undoubtedly reflects the influence of his teacher, hence the respect he shows, Lu Yu remarked, glancing at Lu Ming and gently tapping her forehead. Do not get too proud. Your little cleverness has likely been seen through already. Go prepare yourself. The test will commence next week. What tests? Lu Ming exclaimed, her demeanor deflating as she lamented, I absolutely detest tests. A comprehensive assessment. I've heard it's to select candidates for next year's Soul Master competition. What? Just end me now. The examination at the Spirit Hall is undeniably rigorous. It cannot be concluded merely by filling out a form casually. The advancement of soul power, soul rings, and physical capabilities must all be meticulously assessed. Although there is a considerable degree of freedom in daily life, the testing itself is exceedingly stringent, and failure could very well result in expulsion. With control over 60% of the resources for Soul Masters, the Spirit Hall is not lacking in talent, and many aspire to gain admission to its esteemed academy. Within the residence of Lei Xingyang, Meng Ye completed the necessary summary in just an hour and handed it over to Lei Xingyang. Extreme attributes. Have you already finished? With merely a glance, Lei Xingyang looked up at Meng Ye, astonished. Nodding in affirmation, Meng Ye released his martial soul. The terrifying vitality enveloped his body in a tangible form. His martial soul was himself, encompassing a remarkably broad range. Flesh, bones, meridians, hair, and even blood and internal organs were all included. While ordinary martial souls represent only a fraction of this, he possessed a significant advantage that others lacked. Even his brain was part of this, granting him a greater advantage in developing and cultivating mental techniques compared to his previous life. With a crackle, a wide arc of electricity shot forth from his body, striking the ground and creating a fissure in the stone-paved surface. Lei Xingyang distinctly felt the overwhelming force of the thunder, causing a momentary stagnation in his soul power, though it quickly regained its flow. In terms of vitality, he was far stronger than the current Meng Ye. What an imposing attribute. Is this what extreme attributes truly are? Excitement sparkled in Lei Xingyang's eyes as he gazed at Meng Ye. He had studied various aspects of martial souls, and even suggested the separation of martial souls and soul masters for independent cultivation. Meng Ye's mental visualization techniques and vitality methods were both developed from the research achievements of Lei Xingyang's previous life. Regrettably, these concepts had not gained widespread acceptance, and Lei Xingyang had no desire for fame across the continent, nor any ambition for domination. He simply wished to validate his findings and witness Meng Ye's growth, just as he was doing now. For him, this sense of accomplishment far outweighed any other pursuits. While extreme attributes were undeniably powerful, there were a few minor issues he had noted down. If you are interested, you may seek out similar martial souls, though do not bother with soul beasts. Meng Ye expressed his concerns, apprehensive that Lei Xingyang might impulsively venture into the starry forest or the depths of the extreme north in pursuit of soul beasts with extraordinary attributes for research. He was indeed capable of such reckless actions, not to mention the rarity of these exceptional soul beasts. Even if one were to be found, they would likely be formidable soul beast overlords, easily provoking terrifying beast clans. Examples include the Ice Emperor Scorpion and the Dark Golden Terraclaw Bear, among others. The encounter that Meng Ye had with the Thunder God Bamboo was largely a matter of fortune. Indeed, I possess a sense of propriety, however. This extraordinary martial soul is rather challenging to discern. Observing the documents in hand, Lei Xingyang nodded in agreement. Although he was persistent, He was not stubborn to the point of recklessness. He could restrain himself even when aware of the dangers. With so many soul masters awakening each year, do you truly believe in the existence of innate full soul power with a useless martial soul? Meng Ye interjected. At the lower echelons of the spirit hall, the branches and sub-branches are primarily occupied by great soul masters and soul sages, whose perspectives are rather limited. They are incapable of discerning the innate talent in those with slightly more complex backgrounds. In reality, innate soul power is fundamentally proportional to the quality of the martial soul. The notion of a useless martial soul possessing innate level 10 soul power is utterly absurd. That is not incorrect, Lei Xingyang conceded with a nod. Preparing to return and commence his endeavors, he held dominion over the martial soul hall of the Salker Duchy, which essentially meant he controlled the soul master resources of the entire duchy. While not all, it was certain that a significant majority would pass through his hands. By meticulously compiling the detailed list and information of soul masters who awaken each year, it was not unreasonable to expect that among the thousands, one or two with innate full soul power would certainly be found. As for the exceedingly rare odds, that was merely a metaphor. The flaws within the structure of the martial soul hall are evident. While the first step is to selflessly assist civilians in awakening their martial souls, it is also the stage where most talents are likely to be overlooked. By the way, that young girl named Shui Ware seems quite tenacious. I heard she caused quite a stir at the Water Academy, Lei Xingyang remarked as he tucked away the documents. Let her be, as long as it does not escalate to this point. Rubbing his temples in mild frustration, Meng Ye remained indifferent. He had no intention of considering Shui Ware, nor did he contemplate any romantic affairs. His sole desire was to elevate his cultivation swiftly. Young man, do not be so heartless. Eventually, you will establish a family. Or is your heart already claimed? Lei Xingyang felt it was unwise for Meng Ye to persist in such a manner. Although he did not wish to meddle in Meng Ye's romantic affairs, it seemed rather abnormal for a young man to harbor no thoughts on the matter. Could it be that there is a physical issue? No, I shall return now. I will not see you off tomorrow. Meng Ye rose and departed. Wishing to avoid further discussion on the matter, Lei Xingyang remained seated, lost in thought. He was aware of Meng Ye's singular focus on cultivation. Yet having lived to this age, he possessed a certain understanding of the youthful psyche. Frankly speaking, at that stage in life, curiosity and feelings towards the opposite sex are entirely natural, stemming from the body's development. To suppress such feelings entirely could lead to psychological issues, after all. Human instincts are not easily quelled. It seems that Oways would need to invest some effort in this regard. With a murmured thought, Lei Xingyang stood up and made his way to the Martial Soul Hall Academy once more, though this time he refrained from appearing within the institution. Chapter 32, Dining 1 week later. In the span of a week, Meng Ye's soul power had risen once more by a level. Having already reached level 44 soul power after acquiring the Thunder God Bamboo, and with the aid of the 10,000-year soul fragrance and his own secret techniques, his cultivation speed remained swifter than it was prior to obtaining the ultimate attributes. Now, he had attained level 45 soul power, a feat aided by the suppression he had previously exerted on his own power. With a whoosh, crackling arcs of electricity danced around him as Meng Ye opened his eyes from meditation, a frown crossing his brow. These arcs were not a favorable sign. After all, he did not possess a martial soul of innate ultimate attributes, and his primary martial soul lacked any specific element. His second martial soul was not of the lightning element either. These arcs appeared to be a manifestation of his inability to fully control the tempestuous power within him. Ultimate attributes are not the pinnacle. There remains room for ascension. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor of the extreme north both embody the ultimate ice. Yet the latter wields a power that transcends mere ice, approaching the realm of laws themselves. Thus, even within ultimate attributes, there exists a hierarchy of strength. Should Meng Ye desire to harness a more formidable lightning power, he must first master this force completely. With a creak, he rose and stepped out to the classroom. Although he typically merely punched in for attendance, his presence was nonetheless obligatory. The Martial Soul Hall maintained strict measures in this regard. While there was a degree of freedom, it did not imply a lax atmosphere or system, particularly as the testing period approached. The freshmen had officially been enrolled for over a month, and the academy's assessments had commenced. Many were now scrambling to prepare, working harder than ever. Meng Ye is a transfer student who entered directly with a recommendation letter from Lei Xingyang. Although she joined a bit later than the new students, she is still required to undergo testing. The assessments will commence after 3 days, taking place at the number 2 Seoul Arena within the academy. Students will be granted a 2-day break, but it is imperative that everyone attends the test. Otherwise, they must bear the consequences. Is that understood? A unified response echoed through the room. The rules at the Wuhuan Hall Academy are quite stringent, and no one dares to act carelessly, except for one individual. The instructor at the podium is a middle-aged woman, responsible for managing this class. She appears to be in her 40s, possessing a subtle array of wrinkles, yet exuding a noble demeanor and an enduring charm. Her martial spirit is the Crimson Whip, a remarkably powerful weapon spirit, with a soul power reaching level 60. It is said that on the first day, she established her authority by demolishing the classroom door and expelling a troublesome student on the spot. Meng Ye was a latecomer who had transferred in unexpectedly, which left her quite displeased. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a piece of chalk struck Luo Xian, who was dozing in the corner. She raised her hand to scratch her head but remained asleep. Luo Xian. What's happening? The terrifying roar, reminiscent of a lion's growl, finally roused Luo Xian, who lifted her head in startled confusion, her fair complexion marked by the impressions of her hair. You come to the office, and you too. The teacher suddenly pointed at Meng Ye, summoning both of them out of the classroom, then addressed the rest of the class. The others are dismissed. A few minutes later, Meng Ye stood calmly in the office, while Luo Xian bowed her head in silence. Luo Xian, you possess great talent. But can you explain why you consistently sleep during class? I was wrong, she replied weakly, her voice so faint that it could scarcely be heard in the stillness around them. The teacher frowned, pressing on, this is not the first time. You must give me an explanation today. As Luo Xian perceived the teacher's stern demeanor, her mind went blank, unable to formulate a response, and her eyes turned red. As a soul master, even one of the support type, she should not exhibit such behavior. However, this appeared to be a congenital issue for Luo Xian, partly due to her martial soul. Teacher, Meng Ye interjected, casting a sympathetic glance at her. It seems that Luo Xian's method of cultivating her martial soul is related to her sleep. The teacher was naturally skeptical and replied, absurd. I have never heard of such a meditative practice. It is not meditation, but rather a necessity for support. Surely, you must have encountered some materials on martial souls like the gluttonous or mutated types that require unique methods for cultivation. Many such souls exist, and they do not necessarily represent a disadvantage. In fact, those that require assistance in their cultivation can be viewed as possessing an advantage. After all, although it may deviate from the norm, it can serve as a shortcut, depending on how it is utilized. Upon hearing Meng Ye's explanation, the teacher appeared momentarily taken aback. Whether she had reviewed such materials was uncertain, but having worked at the Martial Soul Hall Academy, she had undoubtedly encountered them before. Turning her gaze back to Luo Xian, she asked, is what he said true? Yes, Luo Xian nodded in affirmation. All right then, I shall let you off this time. But do not let it happen again. Remember to attend the test at the number 2 Seoul Arena in 3 days. Still in a daze, Luo Xian was ultimately ushered out by the teacher. In the office, the teacher regarded Meng Ye with an appreciative expression. I have reviewed your records. Your talent is remarkable, even surpassing that of many advanced students. However, your abilities require further assessment. Have you ever been to the Seoul Arena? This can be regarded as a standard, generally. Spirit masters seldom possess the audacity to venture alone into the arena of soul battles before reaching adulthood. After all, the distinction between the soul battle arena and the beast fighting arena is merely a single character, yet the differences are quite significant. Of course, having participated in such endeavors as opposed to never having done so represents two entirely different concepts for a spirit master. Engaging in combat as a spirit master is not akin to a turn-based game. A blow received not only deducts health, but also hinges on factors such as defense and evasion. Without any practical combat experience, facing a seasoned opponent on the battlefield could result in an inability to unleash one's soul skills, ultimately leading to defeat. Meng Ye nodded and replied, I managed to obtain the purple gold fighting soul. The purple gold fighting soul from the grand fighting arena? The teacher gazed at Meng Ye with uncertainty, almost believing he was hearing things. Indeed, Meng Ye nodded in affirmation, realizing that according to the rules of the Duhan Arena, this purple gold Duhan badge did not signify his utmost limit, but rather the pinnacle of the Soul Master rank. Previously, there had been a dearth of Soul Masters and Soul Ancestors at the Duhan level, with even Soul Kings being a rare sight. Initially, he had no desire to enter the Duhan Arena. However, In order to enlist Wang Shua's assistance in acquiring funds, he spent 2 months obtaining this badge. Subsequently, his mentor took him to the Duhan Arena, specifically the one within the Spirit Hall designated for training, to assess his capabilities. He then assigned Meng Ye a task to rank among the top 5 in the academy. Currently, the most gifted and accomplished students at the Spirit Hall Academy were undoubtedly Hu Liena and her companions, a fact universally acknowledged. Nevertheless, if others possessed sufficient strength, they could also join the Spirit Hall representative team, stepping onto the stage coveted by talented soul masters across the continent, an honor and an opportunity to attain fame. While the significance of fame may be ambiguous and its practical effects subtle, it should not be disregarded. Beyond the sense of honor, considerable renown serves as a deterrent to others and also embodies a certain depth of character. Of course, it can easily become a stepping stone for others, thus presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Upon exiting the Duhan Arena, Meng Ye intended to dine outside the academy. Although the Spirit Hall Academy provided meals after hours, they would undoubtedly be cold. Just as he reached the academy gate, he spotted Luo Xian waiting there. "Thank you." She mustered the courage to approach Meng Ye and bowed slightly. "It's nothing. I would like to treat you to a meal. I haven't properly expressed my gratitude for the last time." A deeply buried memory was stirred by her familiar voice. The surrounding environment seemed to overlap with a similar scene from the past, yet the figure before him remained unchanged, a shy girl who turned back to smile, causing everything around to dim in comparison. "I would like to treat you to a meal." "Sure." The response came almost instinctively. By the time Meng Ye regained his senses, he had no opportunity to contemplate or refuse, and he followed Luo Xian to her home. Chapter 33. Luo Xian's parents. Luo Xian returning home with a friend surprised her parents, as they were quite familiar with their daughter's temperament. Merely being able to engage in normal conversation was an achievement in itself. Greetings to both esteemed seniors. Among soul masters, such formalities were customary. No need for formalities. Since you are a friend of Luo Xian, we shall refer to each other as uncle and niece. The refined gentleman momentarily paused, then broke into a smile. Dressed in a long robe with neatly combed long hair, he possessed an extraordinary handsomeness. Luo Xian's mother was equally breathtaking, not merely retaining her beauty, but at 40, she had mastered the art of agelessness, appearing vibrantly youthful. A hint of tender warmth shone in her brows, captivating any man who laid eyes upon her. It seemed that Luo Xian's striking beauty was a harmonious blend of her parents, though her personality remained somewhat enigmatic. "I shall take Luo Xian to change her attire, Xiaoya. You may converse with your uncle Luo in the meantime." With that, Luo Xian's mother grasped her bewildered daughter and departed, casting a knowing glance at her husband as they left. The couple exchanged several furtive glances in an instant, culminating in a subtle nod. A soul sage and a soul emperor. Such gestures would easily escape the notice of ordinary individuals. "Haha, Xiaoya, how old are you this year? What is your ancestral origin? By the way, do you have someone you admire?" Meng Ye felt a twitch in his eyelid. He did not refuse Luo Xian's invitation to dinner, but soon forgot about it. Luo Xian's father, Luo Zekin, had an ambiguous background, rumored to be associated with a certain soul master family. Her mother, Xian Yao, possessed a martial spirit identical to Luo Xian's. And being a food system soul master at the soul emperor level was indeed impressive. In his previous life, Meng Ye and Luo Xian had shared a fervent bond. So much so that there were whispers of an engagement, yet events later unfolded that led Meng Ye to harbor resentment towards their relationship. Ultimately, he found peace, but met his demise. While conversing with Luo Xian's father, another discussion ensued. My daughter is bringing boys home now. She has truly grown." She feigned anger as she gently tapped Luo Xian's forehead, unable to suppress a smile. What parent is not concerned for their children? Given Luo Xian's gentle disposition, her parents were naturally more protective. "Mother, what are you saying? I merely invited him for dinner," Luo Xian protested, leaning closer to her mother, her cheeks warming. "What does this have to do with marriage? It's just a meal." "All right, I know you well enough. When did you meet?" After a moment of shyness, Luo Xian replied, "During the last soul hunt, he treated me to some food and saved me. Well, our little princess is undoubtedly charming." And then, Xian Yao nodded, sensing no issues, and continued to inquire. Heroic acts are not mere cliches but profound truths, no matter how eloquent or outstanding one may be. Lacking the courage to step up when it matters renders all words meaningless. What then? Luo Xian gazed innocently at her mother, her bright eyes blinking. "Oh, you dare to speak to your mother in such a manner? Have you grown wings? Xian Yao teased, pinching Luo Xian's face, which seemed so soft it could yield to the slightest pressure. Quickly, tell me, do you have feelings for him? Or is it merely infatuation? Ah, mother, what are you saying? Luo Xian's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching her earlobes, her demeanor a mix of struggle and fluster. After a playful exchange, feeling it was enough, Xian Yao helped Luo Xian change into a fresh outfit before returning to the living room. Inviting a friend home meant not heading to a tavern, but to their own residence. Owning a mansion in Seoul Master City was no small feat. Wealth alone could not secure such a property. For instance, Lei Jingyang, the master of the Seoul Master Palace, despite his numerous connections, could only afford a moderately sized mansion. Perhaps he seldom resided there, thus not needing a larger one. Luo Xian's family was similar. Their home was adequately spacious, sufficient for their needs. The servants soon prepared and presented the dishes, crafted with finesse befitting a restaurant's standards, both in flavor and presentation. Xiaoyi, it's your first time here. Do you savor Annie's cooking? By the way, this dish is one of Luo Xian's favorites, she remarked. Indeed, he replied, ready to indulge. Nodding slightly, Meng Ye, though lacking restraint, did not entirely let go. Typically, he was not overly rough when it came to eating. Yet one could easily envision the unseemly spectacle of devouring the portions meant for a dozen individuals within mere minutes. As he gazed at the elbow meat presented before him, Meng Ye found himself at a loss for words. Was this not an implicit indication? At that moment, Luo Xian, who had been quietly bowing her head, momentarily paused, casting a puzzled glance in Meng Ye's direction. The meal, meant to foster a convivial atmosphere, was marred by the couple's frequent veiled insinuations regarding his thoughts, leaving Meng Ye rather uncomfortable. Eventually, he deftly diverted the conversation, managing to endure until the gathering was on the verge of concluding. Father, mother, I have returned. A voice resonated from outside the courtyard, followed by a figure approaching. The newcomer, initially unnoticed by those dining, visibly darkened his gaze upon spotting Meng Ye. Who is he? Chuan has come back just in time for dinner. This is your sister's friend, Meng Ye. My sister's friend? His expression instantly soured, tinged with anger as he directed a fierce look at Meng Ye. How could my sister? He was about to unleash his indignation when he caught sight of the amiable yet chilling gaze from his parents, prompting Luo Chuan to promptly shut his mouth, suppressing his words. He obediently settled beside Luo Xian, bowing his head to focus on his meal. As Luo Xian's younger brother, he was well aware of his sister's temperament. It was a rare feat for her to bring home friends, let alone a boyfriend. Despite not being in the same class, he would occasionally stealthily observe Luo Xian from a distance, ensuring her well-being before departing. A fact that had not escaped Meng Ye's notice on several occasions. Meng Ye, why do you keep staring at me while eating? This makes me even more uncomfortable. Quickly finishing his meal, Meng Ye took his leave and returned to the academy. Lo Chuan, attend. After seeing Meng Ye off, the couple at home sat solemnly in the hall, casting serious glances at Lo Chuan, who stood to the side. Lo Xian, on the other hand, was held back by her mother, her eyes filled with confusion. Present, Lo Chuan stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I command you to investigate the individual known as Meng Ye. Leave no stone unturned. Every detail matters. Yes. Following the grave order, a chill permeated the atmosphere, resembling frost that rendered the air devoid of warmth. Mother, why are you investigating Meng Ye? Lo Xian asked innocently, her curiosity piqued. Humph. To her surprise, Lo Xian's mother let out a cold laugh, gesturing dismissively. Ah. With a startled cry, Lo Xian found herself pulled closer by Xian Yao. Gripping her face, her mother gritted her teeth, saying, It's all for you, my little enchantress. To prevent you from falling prey to deceit without realizing it. But why would I be deceived? Lo Xian, her face pinched, looked up at her mother with a pitiful gaze. Silly daughter, always putting us in a dilemma, sighed Luo Zaichun. With his martial soul talent and intellect, he is rare in this world. How could he possibly take an interest in you? Without understanding this, how could your mother and I dare to entrust you to him? Father, what are you saying? I've said it's only to repay him for saving me before, Lo Xian continued to explain, her cheeks flushing. Well? Xian Yao said, turning her daughter's face towards her with a hint of a smile. Then promise your mother you won't associate with him further, lest you find yourself sold and unaware. Lo Xian found it difficult to meet her mother's gaze. Your temperament requires more than just someone who can protect you. You need someone who is willing to guard you for a lifetime. Your brother, well, Lo Chuan, standing nearby, felt a twinge of discontent but dared not voice it. He continued in a gentle tone. Otherwise, you may live with regret forever. Do you understand? I understand, Lo Xian replied, leaning into her mother's embrace, feeling an overwhelming warmth. Chapter 34, Poison Douluo, Purple Record Badge. After leaving the Lo Xian residence, Meng Ye returned to the Spirit Hall Academy, only to encounter the enigmatic Yu, who had come seeking him. When nothing happens, there is nothing. Yet when something occurs, one event follows another, leaving Meng Ye with a sense of foreboding. Is there something you need? As they gazed at each other, those around them instinctively stepped aside. Meng Ye naturally exuded a proud and aloof demeanor, his beauty flawless, attracting the attention of those who appreciated aesthetics. Yet, in this moment, facing off against Xiaoyu, there was a palpable tension, akin to a clash of daggers. Xiaoyu's presence, too, radiated a chilling coldness, the sharpness of his moon-blade martial soul evoking an unmistakable sense of icy dread. Typically, Xiaoyu's approach bore some resemblance to Meng Ye's, yet in this instance, the atmosphere was charged. The Grand Pope has summoned you, Xiaoyu stated calmly. Meng Ye furrowed his brows, momentarily perplexed by the purpose of Bibi Dong's summons at such an hour. He was not one to foresee every occurrence. Nor was he endowed with omniscience. Understood, I shall make my way there immediately. Despite his confusion, he recognized the importance of attending to Bibi Dong's call. The two exited the academy and proceeded towards the hall of the Pope, seemingly unimpeded, likely due to a prior decree from Bibi Dong. As they walked, a figure clad entirely in deep green approached them. Within the hall of the Pope, it was customary for all soul masters to don the standard attire of the Spirit Hall, from the lowest-ranking guards and attendants to the soul emperors and elders. While the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo were somewhat distinctive, their style remained fundamentally comparable. This was the most immediate means of identifying members of the Spirit Hall. Oh, the figure in deep green was an elderly man, his hair matching the color of his attire, emanating an aura of danger. Upon noticing the two, he merely offered a faint smile, causing Guiyu to feel a sudden jolt, as if his heart had skipped a beat, staring in astonishment at the stranger. Although Meng Ye remained expressionless, he felt a sudden stagnation of his vital energy and blood. The title Douluo, and moreover, the title Douluo known for his poison, Douluo. How could this old poison master be here? Meng Ye was somewhat taken aback, yet he remained undaunted by the casually emanating pressure of soul power. The sheer robustness of his own vitality rendered him impervious to any ordinary soul force, unless the attack was specifically directed at him or involved direct confrontation. The poison Douluo was powerless against him. The poison Douluo, upon observing the two passing by, turned to glance at Meng Ye's retreating figure and murmured to himself, interesting. Suddenly, a small emerald snake emerged from his wrist, flicking its crimson tongue, and gradually slithered down to the ground, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the shadows. Meng Ye's reaction piqued his interest. In the realm of spirit masters, he was often characterized by his capriciousness. Douluo acted with great spontaneity. Even in the face of the formidable martial soul hall, he resolutely declined to join the Elder Hall. This individuality, while rendering him somewhat unappreciated among the title Douluo of his rank, also deterred others from provoking him. It was not that the poison Douluo was particularly formidable. In terms of strength, he ranked among the lower echelons of the title Douluo, and his poison was unlikely to inflict fatal harm on his peers. In terms of martial soul strength, even some of the top offensive-type spirit Douluo could engage him directly. However, what made his green-scale Serpent King's poison exceptionally tyrannical was its insidious ability to spread through the corpses of those who succumbed to it. Should enough individuals perish from his poison, he could single-handedly unleash a catastrophe. Meanwhile, Meng Ye and Xiaoyu arrived at the Hall of the Pope, where they encountered Bibi Dong, along with Hulaina and Yin. At that moment, Meng Ye began to surmise the purpose of Bibi Dong's summons. In addition to the three of them, a striking duo of black and white figures stood beside Bibi Dong. Yu Guan and Gui Mei. Greetings, Your Holiness, they intoned. Bibi Dong nodded, gesturing for them to rise, and then she continued, I have summoned you today to impart some crucial information. The upcoming Spirit Master competition, taking place in a year, is of great significance. It pertains to the honor of our martial soul hall. You four are the elite of our generation, bearing not only glory but also a profound mission. Thus, my sole requirement of you is this. Within the year, Nar, the three of you must break through to the Spirit King level. Understood. The three responded in unison, their eyes alight with fervor. Even without Bibi Dong's exhortation, they would have pursued this goal. Standing at the forefront of this extraordinary era, their renown had already spread to the two great empires. Even before they claimed victory in the Spirit Master competition, Meng Ye made his entrance rather late, not initially capturing the attention of Bibi Dong, and thus lacked the fame of the other three. However, this was merely a transient state. Once the Soul Master tournament commenced, Bibi Dong would not allow him to remain in obscurity. This tournament was not merely an opportunity for the trio to gain renown, but rather a strategic move to elevate the prestige of the Spirit Hall alongside them, propelling it to unprecedented heights. With such momentum, they could exert pressure upon the two empires, gradually encroaching upon their territories. Unfortunately, as dictated by the original narrative, the emergence of Shrek disrupted the plans of the Spirit Hall, leading to a fall from grace for the Golden Generation that was as profound as their rise had been. Consequently, the authority of the Spirit Hall suffered, marking one of the catalysts for the soul-hunting plan. After all, if they could not be utilized, eliminating them would be the most prudent course of action. Furthermore, Meng Ye, I now bestow upon you the purple record badge, proclaiming your status to the world. Huh. The previously indifferent Meng Ye suddenly froze, and not just he. Hulaina and the others turned their gazes toward him. Each bore a different expression, but both Yin and Xiaoyu were visibly astonished and incensed, for they had yet to receive the purple record badge, a symbol of honor within the Spirit Hall. It represented the highest accolade, and should they successfully advance to Soul King, their renown and talent would warrant such recognition. Yet, why should Meng Ye be the one? You should express your gratitude to His Majesty, reminded Ghost Douluo, standing beside Bibi Dong. Meng Ye finally realized that a steward had approached him, holding a tray adorned with an ancient-looking emblem engraved with the insignia of the Spirit Hall. The grace of His Holiness, Pope Xie, was upon him. At this moment, he still could not fathom the reasoning behind this gesture. Was it to incite animosity from the trio of Xiaoyu? Unlikely. For Bibi Dong possessed absolute strength and confidence in governing the Spirit Hall, rendering such actions unnecessary. Very well, Bibi Dong waved her hand, addressing Xiaoyu and Yin. You two may return for now. Focus on your training. In 3 days, I shall summon you for a personal examination. Although Yin felt discontented, he dared not show it and could only respond in silence. As you command. The two then turned to leave. Once they had departed, Bibi Dong turned her attention back to Meng Ye, her profound power emanating a certain authority as she spoke with a tone imbued with gravity. Are you questioning why I have conferred upon you the purple record badge, a privilege not even granted to my direct disciple, Nar? Your Holiness has her reasons. It is not for me to inquire further, Meng Ye replied. Unlike Hulaina, who could openly address her as teacher due to her status as a direct disciple, he felt he was not yet acknowledged to that degree by Bibi Dong, nor did he wish to be. A slight, chilling smile graced her noble visage as she continued. I understand your reluctance to accept me as your mentor. Indeed, Lei Xingyang possesses some merit, and I do not wish to impose. Your talent merits this honor, and the Spirit Hall shall not allow a true genius to be tarnished. Meng Ye felt a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow. It was not the pressure of Bibi Dong's aura that unsettled him, but rather the weight of her demeanor. In truth, if it were merely a transaction of benefits, such as his request for the Ghost Douluo to assist him in locating soul rings or gathering the Millennium Soul Incense, he would have readily accepted. Having already willingly provided the Ghost Douluo with the blood ginseng and subsequent soul bones without hesitation, such exchanges were fair, and he lived by the principle of not owing others nor wishing to be indebted. If Bibi Dong were to assign him a task he could accomplish and offer a reward, he would accept it without qualm. However, receiving something without any accompanying demand left him feeling somewhat adrift. Of course, from today onward, you will need to teach Na or how to harness her spiritual power. I do not require you to divulge any secret techniques. Instructing only Na or should not pose a difficulty for you, she stated. As you command, he responded. Although it was bothersome, at that moment, Meng Ye felt a sense of relief. He was not the least surprised that Bibi Dong was aware of his mental secret technique. After all, teaching a secret technique was merely a trivial matter. The cultivation of mental techniques was not an endeavor easily undertaken, as talent, perseverance, and time were all crucial elements. In truth, even if he were to directly hand it over to the Spirit Hall, it would not pose a significant issue, for it was a technique he had developed for himself and was not universally applicable. Chapter 35. The disappearance of Meng Ye upon exiting the Pope's palace. Meng Ye distinctly sensed a gaze upon him. Paying it no heed, he continued on his way. Hulaina followed closely behind, having been assigned a task by Bibi Dong as well. Nar, Meng Ye is a true genius. While you possess remarkable advantages, you may still fall short in comparison to him. You must humbly learn from him. Yes, Nar will not disappoint the teacher's high expectations, though somewhat reluctant. Hulaina had gleaned much from the ghost Douluo, and she had previously sensed that she was no match for Meng Ye. This intuition stemmed from her exceptional mental strength. Meng Ye's mental prowess was far superior to her own cultivation level, and it was entirely reasonable for her to perceive the danger. As he walked back to the academy, Meng Ye's gaze swept towards a shadowy corner by the street, where a small emerald-green snake lay concealed, flicking its tongue in his direction. What was Douluo truly up to? At that moment, Meng Ye was not preoccupied with how to instruct Hulaina. He was far more concerned with the reason this old poison master had set his sights on him. Being targeted by a venomous snake was hardly a pleasant experience. Meng Ye, I wish to speak with you, Hulaina called out as she caught up to him, walking alongside him without noticing any anomalies. Go ahead. After glancing at her, Meng Ye did not refuse, his mind primarily focused on sensing his surroundings, hoping to locate Douluo's whereabouts. Noticing Meng Ye's apparent indifference, Hulaina furrowed her brow. Her perception of Meng Ye was not lacking, but her pride made her reluctant to seek his guidance. Yet, under Bibi Dong's orders, she had no choice but to confront reality. In terms of mental strength, even Bibi Dong could offer her little advice, only encouraging her to focus on cultivating her martial spirit. However, while the fox spirit martial soul was considered a mental-type spirit, it lacked purity. I hope to exchange insights regarding mental cultivation secret techniques with you. What do you have to offer? Meng Ye suddenly halted, turning to regard her. Hulaina, with her innate allure, bore a frown yet exuded a unique charm. I possess a secret technique that amplifies the power of soul skills by compressing soul power. Is it the fusion ring? You. How do you know? Hulaina exclaimed, her surprise evident as she looked at Meng Ye with a hint of panic. If I am not mistaken, among your peers, you have likely never encountered anyone capable of countering your charm soul skill, have you? The most practical soul skill of Hulaina is undoubtedly her charm, which serves as the core of her abilities. This soul skill entails a form of coercive mental control, one that those with feeble mental fortitude cannot resist. Unlike the illusions crafted by Xinyan, which can potentially be escaped through intense stimuli, Hulaina's skill taps into the innate desires buried deep within the heart, ensnaring even those with relatively strong mental power but weaker will. This is precisely why Bibi Dong regards Hulaina as the most promising among her peers. It is only natural. Although Hulaina remains perplexed by Meng Ye's intentions, she nods in response. What if one were to close their eyes? Could you still ensnare them? To this, Meng Ye affirms that it is indeed possible. After a moment's hesitation, Hulaina explains that her soul skill can manifest its effects through scent. What if one were to block their sense of smell? She queries. How then would one engage in battle? It suddenly dawns on Hulaina that she has unwittingly followed Meng Ye's line of reasoning. Indeed, if one's eyes are closed, a soul master would be rendered nearly useless, incapable of combat. However, there are exceptions to every rule. If mental power is wielded adeptly, it can substitute for other senses, effectively nullifying Hulaina's skill. Just because you have not witnessed it does not mean others are incapable. Internally shaking her head, Hulaina had initially intended to offer guidance as per Bibi Dong's orders, but it now seemed hopeless. With a hum, Meng Ye retrieves a tome of secret techniques from his storage soul tool and presents it to Hulaina. This is the secret method you seek. If you believe your talent is sufficient, you may attempt to cultivate it. However, it would be wise to have a trusted companion assist you, as there are inherent risks involved. Are you truly willing to part with this so easily? Hulaina hesitates, taken aback by Meng Ye's willingness to entrust her with such a precious secret. This is a command from the Pope, since you are unwilling for me to guide you. This is the only course left. With that, Meng Ye quickens his pace, continuing onward. This way, he need not squander time with Hulaina. The initiation of this secret method is notoriously challenging. If he were to teach her step by step, even a gifted individual like Hulaina would require considerable time to master it, rendering his efforts futile. As for Bibi Dong's assertion that she would not pressure him into relinquishing it, that was merely a courteous pretense. He is not so naive as to believe otherwise. Regardless of whether he presents it willingly, Bibi Dong will find a way to obtain it, so it is better to be proactive and reap additional benefits. Gazing at the visualization method in her hands, Hulaina bites her lip gently, her resolve gradually solidifying. At worst, she could repay this favor in the future. Meng Ye was fervently determined to locate the whereabouts of the poisoned Douluo, and curiously, he noticed an increasing number of gazes directed at him from the surroundings. At the other end of the street, a figure swiftly vanished. Damn that scoundrel. Within the halls of the Spirit Hall Academy, Luo Chuan had just returned from outside and hurried to the dormitory to find Luo Xian, stealthily pulling his sister to a secluded spot. Sister, is it true what father and mother said? Luo Chuan's face was filled with fury. How could his sister possibly have affections for someone else? Luo Xian, who had just been sleeping in the dormitory, was roused by Luo Chuan's urgent summons. Having already endured a morning of incessant nagging from their parents, she still felt somewhat dazed. It's that scoundrel named Meng Ye, right? I just saw him walking with a woman, and he even gave her a gift. Luo Xian blinked. And only then did she realize the implications, her face suddenly flushing as she remarked, Meng Ye is quite nice to me. I really don't need him to give me gifts. Luo Chuan exclaimed, I mustn't allow my sister to be deceived by that scoundrel. Father and mother will surely support me. Yes, I should inform father immediately and have him take action to eliminate that rascal. While Luo Chuan plotted how to deal with Meng Ye, Hulina had also returned to the academy, but Meng Ye, who had left prior to her, had not yet returned. Curious about the visualization secret technique, she promptly attempted it, only to find the entry level incomprehensible, even the annotations proving to be somewhat obscure. Confused, she sought out Meng Ye, but after several unsuccessful attempts to locate him, she inquired with her teachers and the dean. He's still not back? In the dean's office, Awais nodded. Looking at Hulina with a puzzled expression, the academy steward also reported that he had not been seen. Earlier, Xie, you had come to see me, mentioning that the Pope had summoned Meng Ye. Thank you, Dean. Since they were within Spirit City, Hulina did not give it much thought. Assuming Meng Ye had simply gone out for some matter, the academy itself allowed a high degree of freedom, with no restrictions on entering or exiting. However, without Meng Ye's guidance, Hulina could only return to her studies of the visualization technique. 3 days later, the academy's tests officially commenced. In the absence of the promising new student, Meng Ye caught Awais' attention. This was subsequently reported to the Pope's palace. Boom. Missing. Within the confines of the Pope's palace, a terrifying and oppressive aura spread, causing the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo to kneel in silence, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Indeed, the steward guarding the city found no suspicious signs. It is presumed he disappeared on his way back to the academy 3 days ago. The ghost Douluo reported the findings truthfully. Yet, this outcome was not what Bibi Dong desired. A chilling gaze filled with malice manifested, and a faint dark green web-like pattern flickered across her forehead. Then, where was Elder Ghost at that time? Guluo Gue, the ghost Douluo, refrained from speaking, for at that moment, Bibi Dong had already instructed him to follow Meng Ye and his companion, the purpose being the secret technique held within Meng Ye's grasp. Although Bibi Dong articulated her intentions with ostentatious grandeur, such a technique was one that the entire Spirit Hall had not documented in detail. During the course of events, Meng Ye directly entrusted the secret technique to Hulina, prompting the ghost Douluo to trail behind her, as he wished to avoid drawing Meng Ye's attention. This consequently led to his complete ignorance of how Meng Ye had vanished. On that day, who possessed the capability to enter and exit Spirit City, silently abducting individuals? Bibi Dong had not completely lost her composure. Having held a high position for many years, she could expertly control her fury. It was Douluo. At this moment, the Ju Douluo took the initiative to speak, revealing his slight acquaintance with Douluo. Take my Pope's decree and personally venture to the Tiando Empire to retrieve the individuals for me. If you cannot bring them back intact, then return with Douluo, regardless of the consequences. Bibi Dong's chilling voice reverberated throughout the Pope's hall. Understood. The two-titled Douluo affirmed, their figures vanishing from the spot. After the two-titled Douluo departed, Bibi Dong lifted her gaze towards the exterior of the Pope's hall, as if peering through the layers of obstructions towards another hall situated behind the Pope's hall, slightly elevated in stature. On Spirit Mountain lies the Douluo Hall, where the gravestones of the titled Douluo who have left their mark in the annals of Spirit Hall's history over the past few centuries are enshrined. It is a place of profound significance to the Spirit Hall. However, at this moment, Bibi Dong's gaze was not fixed upon the Douluo Hall, but rather the Enshrinement Hall. Originally considered the core of the Pope's Hall, every enshrined individual therein was a titled Douluo of level 95 or above. The Grand Enshrined, renowned across the continent decades ago, now stood as one of the few remaining unparalleled Douluo. The six-winged angel spirit, Douluo. Bibi Dong had indeed contemplated the possibility of the Enshrinement Hall intervening to take Meng Ye away, yet given the proximity, she could not believe anyone could accomplish such a feat under her very nose. unless Douluo himself took action, but he would not dare to do so. 4. After years of mutual restraint, despite consistently overshadowing Bibidong in strength, Douluo would not risk testing her limits. He would not permit any unexpected events that could threaten Qianrenchua's safety. The Heaven Dou Empire, situated in the northern reaches of the continent, is encircled by numerous autonomous provinces and principalities. Its once dominant position has significantly waned, rendering it incapable of exercising complete control over the administrative and military powers of these regions. Presently, the Douluo Empire finds itself in a similar predicament, rather than being empires that govern the southern and northern expanses of the continent. They have devolved into mere principalities of influence. With local governance fragmented and warlords vying for power, the imperial strength is in gradual decline, and the absence of capable successors foretells inevitable disintegration. To the east of the Heaven Dou imperial city lies a considerable clandestine forest, shrouded by a lethal array of toxins, establishing it as a forbidden zone for both humans and soul beasts. Year-round, a dense fog envelopes the area, not exuding the nauseating miasma, but rather a potent poison. "Young man, you appear rather unperturbed by my presence," remarked Douluo, observing the boy who had been brought before him with keen interest in his eyes. Meng Ye remained remarkably composed. In fact, he seemed indifferent to the demeanor of Douluo, instead surveying his surroundings with keen interest. Given his martial spirit, gaining entry here was no trivial matter. The toxic mists emanating from the biling Kijua outside did not particularly concern him, but any injury could certainly pose complications. While attribute suppression could counteract the poison, should the toxin spread too swiftly, he would still find himself ensnared by a deadly fate. The valley was replete with an array of exotic flora, and although some of these plants were indeed highly toxic, the abundant life force from the heavens and earth lent the place an ethereal quality akin to a celestial paradise. Suddenly, Douluo paused, raising his hand as a slender green serpent darted toward Meng Ye's neck, flicking its tongue at his face. The mere scent of the serpent's venomous sweetness weighed heavily on Meng Ye's mind, a clear indication of the potency of this poison. "Predecessor, do not jest," Meng Ye cautioned. "This little creature is not only capable of ending my life, but its venom is a double-edged sword." With a swift motion, he seized the serpent by its head, an electric arc flickering as it rendered the creature unconscious. The 9-sectioned emerald was a notorious toxin. A careless brush with it could exact a price even a brave soul would find unbearable. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the 9-sectioned emerald to Douluo, who caught it deftly and tucked it away within his sleeve. "Humph!" Douluo scoffed, a chilling aura radiating from him as he glared at Meng Ye's retreating figure. His voice laced with ire. "You possess quite the audacity. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take your life?" "That is hardly the case," Meng Ye replied with unwavering confidence. "I have complete faith in your ability to kill me. However, I am merely apprehensive about the cost you would be willing to bear." Meng Ye advanced a couple of steps under the oppressive soul power of Douluo, only to turn and discover a vibrant chrysanthemum exuding a rich medicinal aroma beneath a tree. This celestial-grade herb, the wondrous Tongtian chrysanthemum, held immense value in his eyes, akin to the precious autumn water dew, a treasure he was determined to possess. Douluo was somewhat amused by the audacity of Meng Ye, nearly resorting to violence in his fury. However, he felt a flicker of curiosity at Meng Ye's repeated disregard for his oppressive aura. He inquired, "Pray tell, what price shall I pay?" The elder should be familiar with this item. Meng Ye then produced the purple emblem. This insignia bore a recognition level comparable to that of an elder's token, though rarer. As a title Douluo, Douluo could not possibly be unaware of it. "The purple emblem? You are a disciple of the Pope?" Douluo reacted as though his tail had been stepped on, his oppressive aura dissipating in an instant. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Presently, Hulayina and the others had yet to obtain the purple emblem. Such an item, once issued, would typically be announced to the world, demonstrating the Soul Hall's significance and authority. To put it plainly, if one were to casually eliminate a disciple of the Soul Hall, lacking identity or status, they would merely be pursued, and if the cost were too great, they would be abandoned. Yet, to slay one who possessed the purple emblem would be tantamount to slapping the Soul Hall in the face, not to mention that the emblem itself signified Bibidong's esteem. According to the original storyline's progression, a year later, the Golden Generation lost at the Soul Fighting Tournament, nearly prompting Bibidong to order the eradication of Shrek on the spot. There were personal grievances, but also a desire to restore the Soul Hall's reputation. Initially, Douluo regarded Meng Ye as an ordinary disciple, presuming he could withstand his oppressive force due to some hidden secret, hence his decision to apprehend him. Accompanied by a companion, they hastily returned to the Sunset Forest from the Soul City in merely 4 days, a distance not short compared to the journey from Soul City to the Stardew Forest. It seemed now that sparing him was out of the question. After a moment's contemplation, Douluo cast a vicious glance at Meng Ye, preparing to strike him down without hesitation. Are you perhaps dazed from your own poison, Elder? To perish alongside a mere disciple of the Soul Hall would indeed be a most imprudent choice. Meng Ye showed no intention of resistance. Instead, she merely raised her gaze toward Douluo and calmly articulated the truth. If I were to release you today, it would be my own demise. Is that so? Meng Ye observed the soul power accumulating in Douluo's hands, realizing that resistance was futile, and continued. But does the esteemed elder truly believe that by slaying me, one can do so unnoticed? It appears that only you, esteemed elder, were capable of silently escorting me out of Wuhuan City that day. Do you perceive the Pope as foolish? Or do you consider those more than a dozen titled Douluo as mere decorations? In that moment, even Douluo could not help but feel a tremor of apprehension, not due to Meng Ye's audacity, but because the situation left no room for him to relax. Meng Ye was indeed reminding him, which is why he deliberately emphasized Bibi Dong and those titled Douluos, so that he could gain a clearer understanding of reality. Douluo was unpredictable in his emotions, yet he was no madman. Being among the weakest of the titled Douluos, he had indeed offended others of the same rank and even declined the invitation from the Spirit Hall. However, to completely alienate the Spirit Hall was something he would never dare to do. With more than a dozen titled Douluos and the unfathomable Pope, merely contemplating Douluo sent shivers down his spine. I have released you, so consider yourself fortunate. Douluo maintained his lofty demeanor. Yet there lingered a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Upon witnessing this scene, Meng Ye secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Aware that his previous words had indeed made an impact, a person like Douluo had no right to engage in dialogue unless he was subdued in spirit. It was inconceivable to negotiate terms otherwise. I am grateful for your mercy, esteemed elder, Meng Ye said, offering a respectful bow. Despite his outward calm demeanor, he was still human, and it was impossible to remain indifferent in the face of life and death. Thus, his words carried a measure of sincerity. For in the realm of soul masters, strength is the ultimate truth. Meng Ye has never believed in the existence of true fairness in this world. Douluo naturally felt that Meng Ye was mocking him. With a cold snort, he ultimately restrained himself and stated, I shall now escort you out. Do not push your luck. My esteemed senior has misunderstood. Since I have arrived, I require a suitable justification. Otherwise, should you bear the accusation of abducting me, it would unjustly provoke the Spirit Hall, and that would be my fault. Douluo suddenly found himself perplexed. It seemed as though Meng Ye was indeed considering his perspective. His tone was earnest, appearing devoid of deception. Hesitantly, he inquired, what are you trying to convey? Chapter 37, The Great Horn. Within the ice and fire duality eyes, Douluo regarded Meng Ye with a peculiar expression. An absurd thought swirling in his mind. Could this lad have deliberately allowed himself to be captured by me? Harboring such doubt, Douluo cast another glance at the soul bone in his hand. 8 intertwined soul bones coiled around a single vertebra, exhibiting a unique form, yet undeniably an external soul bone. The 8 spider spears. The strength of this soul bone was far inferior for Meng Ye, and its poison attribute did not align with his needs. He was not in want of wealth. Contemplating how to maximize its utility, Douluo's appearance presented him with an opportunity. Douluo was not mistaken. Meng Ye indeed harbored the intention of leading him to capture himself, albeit with a mindset of experimentation. Fortunately, the process unfolded more smoothly than he had anticipated. Senior, would it suffice to exchange this soul bone for 50% of the medicinal materials here? Cough. Douluo nearly choked, waving his sleeve in indignation as he glared at Meng Ye, exclaiming, do you have any notion of the value of the celestial treasures associated with my ice and fire duality eyes? I am unaware of that, however. Meng Ye shook his head, gesturing towards the soul bone in Douluo's grasp. I recognize that this soul bone aligns with your attributes. And considering the growth potential of external soul bones, one might regard it as a 100,000-year soul bone without dispute. Soul bones are priceless. Might you elaborate on the worth of a 100,000-year soul bone? Meng Ye gazed leisurely at Douluo, having entrusted him with the soul bone ahead of time, with the intention of making him reluctant to part with it. The allure of a soul bone is difficult for most soul masters to resist, particularly one that harmonizes almost perfectly with their essence. The characteristics of this 8-spider lance resonate with Douluo even more profoundly than with Tang San. Clearing his throat, Douluo discreetly stowed the soul bone into his storage soul guide. Very well, I shall concede some losses. How about you take 30%? The 50% is not a loss for you, esteemed elder. I wish to procure some water from the ice and fire yin-yang well. Should you agree, I can reveal to you the method to counteract the toxin of the green phosphor serpent. It's a deal. Without a moment's hesitation, Douluo acquiesced. The antidote was far more precious to him than the soul bone, for the toxin coursing through his veins posed a threat not only to himself, but also to his descendants. The only means to suppress the toxin was through soul power. Even as a titled Douluo, he could only endure a few more years, still tormented by the venom. More crucially, his granddaughter was equally afflicted by this poison, and he feared she might succumb before him. In the original narrative, Tang San's solution was to forcefully expel the toxin rather than neutralize it. Meng Ye could certainly achieve this as well, and Douluo could do it himself, provided he had acquired the 8-spider lance first. Meng Ye swiftly harvested all the celestial medicinal herbs within the Eye of Ice and Fire, leaving a portion of the roots behind, knowing they would regenerate within a few years. In addition, he collected a variety of rare flowers and herbs, which, though not comparable to the celestial grade ones, could still be deemed treasures of heaven and earth. Finally, he approached the spring that contained both icy and fiery waters. Douluo, following him with a pained expression, cautioned, "Be careful, young man. If you fall in, I cannot guarantee your rescue." The waters of the Eye of Ice and Fire flowed with the essence of extreme fire and extreme ice. Even ordinary soul masters would feel the chilling cold and searing heat from merely approaching. Douluo refrained from intervening, curious about how Meng Ye managed to remain unaffected by his oppressive aura, and wished to observe how he approached the spring waters. "Rest assured, senior," Meng Ye replied before directly leaning over to extend his hand toward the icy spring. "Stop!" Douluo exclaimed, nearly terrified at the sight. He could not bear the thought of Meng Ye perishing here. Yet, in the next moment, he halted just half a meter behind Meng Ye, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. To his astonishment, when Meng Ye touched the icy spring, he was neither harmed by the extreme cold nor scorched by the nearby fiery spring. Instead, the manifested powers of ice and fire began to converge towards his palm and integrate into his body. This bizarre spectacle rendered Douluo momentarily speechless. He would not dare to touch the spring water himself, as not only would he face elemental suppression, but the potent toxins within his body would also be completely obliterated by this ice and fire energy. His cultivation was intricately linked to his mastery of poison. He merely sought to avoid being poisoned to death, not to diminish his own abilities. This process continued for a quarter of an hour before Meng Ye finally withdrew his hand. A portion of the ice and fire from the spring seemed to be drawn out as he waved his hand to disperse it. These pure elemental forces resonated with his second martial soul, allowing him to absorb them directly. However, he sensed he had reached his limit and could not continue without consequence. "Thank you, senior," he said, turning to Douluo. Upon seeing that Meng Ye bore no signs of injury, Douluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. "What on earth are you?" he inquired. Meng Ye explained, "After you assimilate that soul bone, you will be able to channel the toxins within your body into it, not only neutralizing the potent poison but also enhancing the quality of the soul bone." Having achieved his goal and wishing to linger no longer, he directly shared this method with Douluo. Douluo was momentarily taken aback and then began to circulate his soul power to test the method. Regarding Meng Ye with a somber expression, "Are you jesting with me? I too possess a soul bone, and the toxins within me have long since penetrated my very marrow. It cannot be so easily forced into the soul bone. I'm referring to the soul bone I just mentioned. Once you integrate it, you will understand. I believe it will not disappoint you." Despite his lingering doubts, Douluo retrieved the 8-spider lance's soul bone and commenced the fusion process. He felt no concern over a sudden ambush from Meng Ye. He was utterly secure in this place. Half an hour later, Douluo had completely merged with the 8-spider lances. His expression shifted several times during the process, clearly affected by the torment of the green phosphor snake venom. With a soft hiss, 8 sharp, crystal-like soul bones protruded from his back. Curiously glancing behind him, a look of satisfaction washed over his face, for he had discerned the effects of this soul bone. It could absorb soul power and even toxins, although not all poisons could be absorbed. He had integrated it within his being. The venom of the man-faced demon spider and the green phosphor snake fused together, truly deserving the title of the world's most extraordinary toxin, allowing him to absorb the potent venom coursing through him, if the elder wished to swiftly neutralize it. Utilizing the ice and fire springs to suppress some of the toxins would yield even greater results. Excellent. Ha. Douluo suddenly laughed heartily towards the heavens. The affliction that had plagued him for years was at last resolved, and the countless days and nights of torment had been alleviated. How could he not be overjoyed? This was even more exhilarating than a breakthrough in his cultivation. The terrifying sound wave stirred a fierce wind that swept through the valley of the ice and fire duality eye, prompting Meng Ye to step aside. After contemplating for a moment, he filled a cubic meter of soil with his storage soul tool, pondering its potential usefulness. After a full minute, Douluo finally calmed down, though his eyes still sparkled with excitement. Turning to Meng Ye, he solemnly clasped his hands together and declared, "Young friend, I shall forever remember the favor you have bestowed upon me today. Should you find yourself in need in the future, as long as it does not contravene my principles, do not hesitate to call upon me, and I shall offer my utmost assistance. There is no need for such formality. This was merely a transaction between us." Meng Ye waved his hand dismissively. He felt he had not suffered any loss and did not wish to owe Douluo a personal favor. Such things are not easily repaid, while other debts could be settled with tangible compensation. How does one quantify a personal favor? I operate solely based on my inclinations. If I have said it, I will act upon it. Do you not hold my cultivation in any regard? Douluo retorted, his eyes widening in indignation. He was a man of principles. The negative reputation he bore in the outside world was largely due to his martial soul. When one wields a kitchen knife, those around tend to keep their distance, especially considering Douluo's terrifying capability to slay 100,000 foes in a single fit of rage. I dare not. Meng Ye replied, choosing not to further the discussion. It was perhaps best to leave the matter as is. It might prove useful in the future. At that moment, two terrifying waves of soul power surged from above the ice and fire duality. Old poison. Are you seeking death? The furious roar of the ghost Douluo reverberated across the skies. The overwhelming pressure felt like the wrath of the heavens, a full-scale suppression from two tidal Douluos. Aimed squarely at Douluo. Humph. Meng Ye grunted softly, momentarily overwhelmed but quickly regaining his composure. Douluo furrowed his brow, preparing to retaliate, but was halted by Meng Ye. Allow me to handle this. Elder, your involvement may lead to misunderstandings. Having spoken, Meng Ye infused his dantian with energy, channeling his soul power to his throat, and unleashed a thunderous roar. You two esteemed elders have misunderstood. Please, descend for a discussion. The terrifying sound wave radiated from Meng Ye, with the valley's duality of ice and fire resembling a trumpet's bell, amplifying the already formidable voice before it erupted forth. Buzz. The two tidal Douluo, who had just arrived above the eye of ice and fire, were caught off guard and nearly toppled by the sheer force of this auditory blast. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 38. Return to Spirit City. Humph. The ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo, descending from the air, locked their energies onto the poisoned Douluo, who had already retracted his soul bone, defiantly staring back at them. Cough, cough, ahem. Meng Ye cleared his throat. This technique was a spur-of-the-moment invention of his, devoid of lethality, yet a masterstroke for intimidation. Approaching the two, he stated, Esteemed elders, I appreciate your efforts. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I have heard that Elder Douluo possesses a treasure trove, hence I proposed purchasing some rare materials from him. Would that old poison master be so benevolent as to sell to you? The chrysanthemum Douluo, clad in white, pointed a delicate finger at Douluo with a hint of sarcasm. Chrysanthemum, refrain from pointing that finger at me. Who knows if you have washed it? Douluo, being an old rival, was quick to retort. Who are you insulting, Chrysanthemum? Insulting you. What of it? Very well. Just wait until I destroy your eye of ice and fire, Chrysanthemum, he declared sharply, preparing to unleash his ultimate move, with his soul rings emerging. Yet, the ghost Douluo swiftly lifted Meng Ye into the air. Chrysanthemum, you dare to ruin my treasure ground? I will not rest until we settle this. Roar. Douluo, now incensed, summoned his martial soul's true form, propelling the chrysanthemum Douluo into the sky. The two tidal Douluo became enmeshed in a fierce struggle, golden light shimmering. Toxic mist enveloping the skies, a terrifying spectacle akin to a natural disaster. The ghost Douluo carried Meng Ye to a more distant location. Esteemed elder, will you not intervene? Meng Ye had no intention of betraying Douluo, as he had already gained considerable advantage. Furthermore, continuing this confrontation would inevitably lead to significant costs for Douluo. Douluo calmly remarked that it was rare for the two to meet without engaging in combat. He could easily subdue Douluo with Meng Ye's assistance. But the potential losses outweighed the gains. Nonetheless, a lesson needed to be imparted to prevent others from considering the Spirit Hall as an easy target. After being chastised by Bibi Dong, the two titled Douluos were filled with frustration that had no outlet, and despite their rapid journey to this location, even they could not escape a sense of fatigue. Simply put, while Douluo could endure, Douluo had a personal vendetta against Douluo and could not tolerate it any longer. The proximity to the Heaven-Do Imperial City meant that the clash between the two titled Douluos quickly drew attention, though fortunately, the battle did not persist for long. Old Ghost, come help me. His Majesty has made it clear that we must not care about life or death. Douluo, despite possessing greater soul power, found it challenging to subdue Poison Douluo and had no choice but to call upon Douluo for assistance. Humph. I shall return to report first. You can deal with the old Poison Master at your leisure. Douluo was disinterested and directly took Meng Ye away. He understood that the Spirit Hall needed to project an aura of deterrence. Killing Douluo just outside the Heaven-Do Imperial City would likely provoke sensitive nerves within the Heaven-Do Empire. Douluo was a guest elder of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, maintaining a cooperative relationship with the royal family. Although the Spirit Hall was currently powerful, taking action prematurely would put them in a precarious position, something Bibi Dong would never allow. Even this time, had Douluo not taken Meng Ye, provoking Bibi Dong to the point of issuing a kill order, she would not have acted so decisively against him. Damn it, Douluo. Do you truly wish for me to destroy the Eye of Ice and Fire? Humph. If you dare to touch my Eye of Ice and Fire, I shall expose your disgraceful deeds to the world. You speak nonsense. You are shameless. Despite both titled Douluos knowing the battle would lead to no clear victor, neither was willing to concede verbally, yet continuing the fight was impossible. Within the Heaven-Do Imperial City, in the palace, the Emperor received reports from scouts. Your Majesty, the scouts report that it is merely a sparring session between two titled Douluos and has not caused any significant disaster, so there is no need for concern. Very well. That is good to hear. Your Majesty, I believe we should send someone to the Spirit Hall to demand an explanation. Given that this involves two titled Douluos and should not be taken lightly, stated Prince Xueqinghe, stepping forward among the officials. Aha. Then let this matter be entrusted to Qinghe. It coincidentally allows us to establish regulations for next year's Soul Master competition. You may take a contingent of personal guards to the Spirit Hall and discuss the matter with the Pope. How does that sound? On the snowy night, the Emperor encountered Xueqinghe, who proactively stepped forward and spoke with a smile. Among the courtiers, the majority now supported Xueqinghe, although the Emperor still held his position. His influence over the overall situation had waned. In simple terms, he was unable to exercise even the right to abolish the Crown Prince. Unless he could present sufficient evidence to unequivocally expose Xueqinghe's true identity and schemes before everyone, he remained powerless. I accept the command. Xueqinghe replied with a bow before returning to his position, his mind deep in contemplation. This aligned perfectly with his intentions. He had not returned to the Spirit Hall for quite some time. Years of being away from home, even concealing his cultivation and appearance, were all for the sake of this treasonous plan to prove himself to his mother. Having infiltrated the Heaven-Do Empire since childhood, he found it increasingly difficult to discern his own identity. Was he the heir of the Spirit Hall or the Crown Prince of the Heaven-Do Empire? Well then, let us conclude today's court session. I am somewhat fatigued. We bid farewell to your Majesty. Despite the internal and external troubles, the Heaven-Do Empire remained a formidable entity, possessing overwhelming military strength that dominated its numerous provinces and principalities. Thus, the empire's dignity was not to be infringed upon. For instance, at present, a titled law from the Spirit Hall had appeared near the imperial city of the Heaven-Do Empire, and the empire had the right to demand an explanation from the Spirit Hall. Of course, whether the Spirit Hall would provide an answer or show any respect was an entirely different matter. Spirit City. 3 days had passed since Meng Ye and Douluo returned to this place. Douluo had pursued them along the way, and upon their return to the Spirit City, he proceeded to the Hall of the Pope to report to Bibi Dong. As long as everything was well, it was best to maintain a distance from Douluo, who was renowned as the foremost poison master of the age. The disciple understood. Bibi Dong nodded and continued. Nader seems to have encountered some obstacles in practicing the secret method you provided. Go and offer her some guidance. Yes, I take my leave. However, it was likely that the situation was more complex than merely facing difficulties. With her profound cultivation, Bibi Dong had undoubtedly perused that secret method. Yet she had not discovered a solution, nor even an entry point. In this era, complete mental secret methods were non-existent. And the method Meng Ye developed over a lifetime was a synthesis of later understandings of mental power. The gaps in knowledge were enough to instill despair without his guidance. Mastering it would be a matter of sheer luck. Upon returning to the academy, Meng Ye initially intended to check on Hu Laina's condition, but he unexpectedly encountered Luo Xian. The young girl, who had exited the door with an air of joy, suddenly became quiet upon seeing Meng Ye, walking up to him with excitement. You're back. I heard you went missing. As she spoke, her words faltered, and her fair complexion flushed from her cheeks to her ears, leaving Meng Ye with the impression that she might just burst into flames. Yes, I am back. This scene felt oddly familiar. A bittersweet smile tugged at his lips. He had thought he could forget such moments. I brought you a gift. Come with me. Saying this, Meng Ye led Luo Xian to the academy's advanced training area, where he retrieved a jade box from his storage soul guide. As the box opened, it revealed an 8-petal orchid, its crystalline white petals immaculate and untarnished. This is beautiful. Though still a bit shy, Luo Xian could not resist leaning closer to the flower's heart to inhale its fragrance. It smells wonderful. I've never seen such a flower before. Yes, it's for you. Remember not to show it to others easily. This is a rare treasure. You can absorb it with soul power when consuming it. I feel this is very precious. I cannot accept it. Luo Xian hesitated, instinctively sensing its value, yet unaware of its true worth. Recalling that she had vaguely heard Luo Chuan mention Meng Ye would gift her something, her cheeks reddened once more. Having been led here in a daze, she now felt even more bashful and hurriedly murmured, I must return now. Goodbye. Seeing this, Meng Ye did not intervene. In truth, he was not entirely lucid at the moment, as his memories and reality intertwined, leaving him somewhat unable to discern the real from the illusory. A faint, exotic fragrance wafted through the gentle breeze, causing Meng Ye to furrow his brow. Chapter 39. The Reappearance of the Thunder Beast. Having failed to present Luo Xian's gift, Meng Ye had no choice but to continue his search for Hu Laina. The issues with his mental cultivation were quite serious. If left unresolved, he might find himself in a predicament he could not escape. With his mental strength still unsteady, it was only natural that his eagerness to visualize living beings would result in a backlash. However, what exactly did you attempt to visualize? Meng Ye encountered Hu Laina outside the teaching building, where her eyes occasionally revealed a hint of allure, radiating an irresistible charm that captivated those around her. I envisioned my own martial spirit, believing it would be significantly easier to manage. Exercising considerable restraint over my emotions indicated that Hu Laina's consciousness remained relatively clear, which was a reassuring sign. It would be prudent to commence with the simplest of forms, preferably starting from a single point, whether it be a droplet of water or a flicker of flame, and ideally avoiding any living entities. As Meng Ye spoke, he raised his hand and gently pressed against the center of Hu Laina's forehead, withdrawing instantly. A faint arc of electricity flickered briefly, yet in Hu Laina's mind, it resonated like thunder, accompanied by the roar of a thunderous beast, as a hazy, distorted fox spirit she had envisioned was utterly obliterated. Am I all right now? Hu Laina snapped back to reality, the seductive glimmer in her eyes fading as she gazed at her hands in confusion. Indeed, Meng Ye nodded, continuing, in essence, this secret technique is merely challenging at the outset, but one must not err in its application. My counsel is that you should first enhance your mental control through foundational methods before delving deeper. Foundational methods? Hu Laina furrowed her brow, questioning whether there truly existed basic principles in the cultivation of mental power. Meditation has remained unchanged throughout history. Initially, everyone practices the same techniques, differing only in the pathways they traverse based on their meridians and innate martial spirit talents. There are no secret mental techniques. Advancement relies solely on the natural progression of one's cultivation. The visualization technique imparted by Meng Ye transcends the mere enhancement of spiritual prowess, delving further into the realms of offensive and defensive capabilities, even incorporating elemental attributes. Even a millennium hence, this will remain one of the most elite spiritual secret arts. I previously mentioned that gradually closing off the five senses could aid in mental control and perception. You might consider trying it and reach out to me should you encounter any difficulties. Having resolved most of the issues, Meng Ye turned to depart. It was implausible to provide hands-on instruction, as he had not done so even for Lei Xingyang. To be precise, Lei Xingyang grasped the concept swiftly, as over half of the secret arts developed by Meng Ye were attributable to his efforts. Therefore, his techniques could be employed by others, with even the blood essence arts being notably more profound. Wait a moment. Huh? Turning to Hulaina, Meng Ye felt a twinge of confusion. Is there something else? Hulaina furrowed her brow, then fixed her gaze upon Meng Ye, stating, I wish to witness your strength. Let us proceed to the soul arena. This was not an unreasonable request. Indeed, resolving matters through force may not always be the most prudent approach, yet it is undoubtedly the swiftest. This aligned with Meng Ye's aversion to wasting time. Minutes later, the two arrived at the soul arena. After Hulaina presented a token, she led Meng Ye inside. Oh, Nar, what brings you here? Xiaoyu and Yin were also present, and observing the many students around them, it appeared they were engaged in practical training. As the spirit hall included such activities, the Grand Soul Arena posed considerable risks. Sparring among students could be beneficial, although it was not without its costs. Primarily the need for someone to oversee the proceedings to prevent serious injuries. The turtle fist was effective, yet blows could be unpredictable. Inexperienced novices were the most perilous. Yin, this is none of your concern. Step aside. Hulaina disregarded Yin and continued toward the largest soul arena. Though Yin frowned, he did not obstruct her. He was unwilling to clash with Hulaina. What are you doing here? However, upon seeing Meng Ye, Yan's demeanor shifted unfavorably, his gaze sharpening. Despite their previous minimal exchanges, he was aware of Meng Ye's recent closeness with Hulaina, which ignited his simmering anger. Is there a problem? Meng Ye hesitated, having no desire to squander time here as he contemplated how to utilize the celestial herbs. The emergence of Yin only soured his mood further. Humph. What business do you have following Nar? That you should inquire of her. Why do you question me? As he spoke, a flicker of electricity ignited in Meng Ye's eyes, and a formidable aura surged toward Yin. Ugh. The Flame Lord, not being a spirit-type martial soul, instinctively recoiled a step under Meng Ye's overwhelming mental pressure. Enraged and humiliated, Yin unleashed his martial soul. Bear. Flames swirled around him, a fierce aura erupting forth, and the earthy glow added an air of indomitability, with four soul rings manifesting. A dual attribute supreme martial soul, the Flame Lord. Typically, those possessing elemental martial souls are deemed to possess supreme capabilities, not for trivial reasons, but rather due to their inherent lethality, which invariably surpasses that of ordinary martial souls. Thus, the esteemed title of the Five Elements Academy is derived. In the eyes of others, Yan's martial soul is indeed formidable, adeptly wielding two elemental forces, yielding astonishing destructive power. Humph, I shall challenge you. With a disdainful snort, Yin pointed decisively at Meng Ye. Yin, what are you doing? Cease at once. Hulaina, having awaited Meng Ye's arrival in vain, turned to witness this confrontation. Yin, consumed by fury, paid no heed to anything else, fixating his gaze upon Meng Ye. Very well, it matters not if we confront this together. Meng Ye sighed, recognizing that one or two adversaries made little difference, and proceeded toward the arena. A short while later, within the largest arena, Meng Ye and Yin stood 50 meters apart. This arena was not as grand in scale as the Great Arena. Its height was modest, approximately 1 meter, and its diameter was merely around 100 meters. Yet it sufficed for their purpose. Do you truly wish to engage in combat? The teacher overseeing the arena regarded the two with a hint of apprehension. As a prodigy of the Spirit Hall Academy, Yin's reputation was formidable. As for Meng Ye, while perhaps not yet widely recognized, his possession of the purple record badge indicated that his standing and worth within the Spirit Hall had likely surpassed even Yin and Xiaoyu. Should anything untoward happen to either of these two, the teacher would find himself in a precarious position, especially considering he was merely a soul emperor. He could intervene in a clash between two top-tier soul masters, yet whether he could do so in a timely manner remained uncertain. Let us begin. I appreciate your assistance. Nodding to the teacher, Meng Ye sought to maximize efficiency. Humph. Spare me the pleasantries. Boom. In a fit of rage, Yin, blinded by fury, did not await the teacher's signal to commence and unleashed his soul skill. Terrifying magma erupted unexpectedly from beneath Meng Ye's feet. The sheer potency of this soul skill was remarkable, as the range was second to none. First soul skill, Hell's Magma Surge. Alas, the teacher acting as the referee gasped in shock, initially believing Meng Ye had been struck. For the extreme heat of this attack was beyond the endurance of an average spirit master. However, Meng Ye emerged unscathed from behind the torrent of magma, having deftly retreated a step just before the nearly instantaneous activation of the soul skill, expertly evading the attack. The timing was impeccable. TCH, you shall perish. Witnessing Meng Ye's lack of martial soul response, Yan's fury intensified. He slammed his hands onto the ground, activating his fourth soul ring. The magma surged violently, the skill of his 5,000-year soul ring. As a wielder of the Flame Lord martial soul, all his skills were ranged area of effect attacks, boasting tremendous destructive capabilities. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, the spout of lava coalesced into a molten mountain, spreading ominously in all directions. Beware! As Meng Ye's figure vanished into the molten lava, Hulaina was taken aback and hastily reminded him. She intended to witness Meng Ye's prowess, but did not believe she would inevitably be defeated. At least from the perspective of soul power, Yin possessed a distinct advantage. Suddenly, a faint azure flame emerged unexpectedly from the lava, and Meng Ye astonishingly emerged unscathed from it. This bizarre scene left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. Even the Soul Emperor teacher, who had been prepared to intervene, stood frozen in place. Casting a glance at Hulaina below, Meng Ye spoke solemnly. Observe closely. This is how one wields mental power. With a thunderous roar, a colossal beast towering over 2 meters, radiating an aura of terrifying thunder, materialized behind Meng Ye. Its bellow resonated like a thunderclap, sending visible shockwaves radiating across the arena. The Soul Emperor was forced back, his face etched with incredulity as he gazed at Meng Ye. With a thundering stomp that resonated like a muffled drum, the beast's paw struck the ground, causing a tremor that unsettled the minds of those present. Pointing towards Yan, who was paralyzed in fear by the thunderous beast, Meng Ye declared indifferently, "Control the thunder." With a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning erupted from the beast's mouth, reverberating through the mental sea. The sheer might of the lightning strike rendered dozens of students and teachers present utterly motionless, lost in a daze. Yan, as the direct recipient of this onslaught, struggled to swallow hard, his gaze fixated on the space beside his ear. Mental attacks leave no room for error, and Meng Ye was far from being capable of such an oversight. He hadn't even targeted Yin initially. Had he done so, this strike would have been sufficient to obliterate him completely. Having brushed with death, Yin felt the chilling essence of life ebbing from his fingertips in that moment. If one were to seek rapid advancement, they might consider a spirit beast of the mental type for the 5th spirit ring, rather than confining themselves to a similar type. Having achieved her purpose of gauging his strength and hearing what Meng Ye had to say, Hulaina turned to leave the arena. Her eyes sparkled as she watched Meng Ye's retreating figure, unable to tear her gaze away. Following this battle, Meng Ye's name would swiftly disseminate throughout the entire Spirit Hall Academy and even across the Spirit City. Simultaneously, the news of the Pope's bestowal of the Purple Record Badge would be announced to the world. Announcements would echo from every Spirit Hall, sub-hall, and branch across nearly every city on the continent, including the sanctuaries of the 2 great empires. As the official institution of Soul Masters, while ordinary people might not be fully aware of these developments, the Soul Masters undoubtedly would. This exemplifies the influence of the Spirit Hall. In the Duchy of Serikal, within the Hall of Martial Spirits, Lei Zhengyang sat bare-chested in the courtyard, his exaggerated muscles bulging with veins, exuding an awe-inspiring sense of strength. Scattered around him were iron ingots weighing several tons, each marked with distinct imprints of fists and fingerprints. A smile graced the weathered face of he who held a proclamation document from the Martial Spirit City. "Come, my lord," he commanded. "Take this expanded copy and disseminate it widely, and send a separate one to Longxing City." Yes, this matter, though it may seem trivial to some, held significant weight. The issuance of the Purple Record Badge could be interpreted as a signal between the 2 great empires. According to the trajectory of Hulaina and her companions, it would typically take half a year or even a year for the Martial Spirit Hall to bestow such an honor and announce it to the world. The granting of 3 of these prestigious accolades at once was indeed an anomaly. However, for the majority of Soul Masters and commoners, this event had yet to bear any immediate impact. Nevertheless, the name Meng Ye gradually began to resonate within the Soul Master community. Families of Soul Masters, Soul Master Academies, and sects, all factions attentive to the martial spirit hall, had begun to covertly gather intelligence on Meng Ye. In the martial spirit city, within the Pope's hall, the ghost Douluo appeared before Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, scouts from various factions have begun to depart from the martial spirit city, and none have reported sightings of the remnants of Haoyan. None. Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened. Her ambition to dominate the continent left no room for the resurgence of what had once been the greatest obstacle to the martial spirit hall. Even if there were a possibility of their emergence, she was determined to stifle it preemptively. Very well, it is perhaps for the best that they remain hidden for now, as the timing is not yet ripe. Furthermore, Na and her companions are on the verge of a breakthrough. This is a matter that requires your personal attention. Understood. The ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo were both trusted confidants of Bibi Dong, yet they were also the busiest, handling the majority of her affairs. It was not that there were no other elders, but rather that she did not fully trust them. A few days had passed since Meng Ye resolved his conflict with Yin and returned to his usual path of cultivation. During this time, Hulaina occasionally came to seek his guidance, demonstrating a newfound humility as she no longer clung to her pride nor insisted on a rematch with him. As he emerged from his meditation, opening his eyes, not a single trace of soul power escaped him. His control was impeccable. His eyes sparkled with the brilliance of countless stars, and everything around him vividly materialized in his mind. His mental force radiated effortlessly, and with a mere gesture, he stirred the air currents around him. Although he had not yet reached a transformative state, his mental prowess had increased several-fold. The elusive autumn water revealed its secrets. Consuming it could hone one's sight to perceive extraordinary phenomena, clearly indicating that this rare herb significantly benefited the eyes. In truth, it was an extraordinary treasure that remarkably enhanced mental strength. With a sufficiently powerful mental force, one could pierce through illusions and comprehend the essence of all things. His soul power had also ascended a level, suggesting that a visit to the eyes sent fire yin yang was in order. Rising to his feet, he left behind a lingering silhouette formed by condensed soul power. The ethereal blue flames exuded no warmth, yet radiated a terrifying aura of destruction. He had drawn upon his second martial soul to absorb a substantial amount of the spring water from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, which rendered his primary martial soul temporarily unusable. Without the support of his martial soul, even his physical form could not endure the extreme cleansing of ice and fire from within. He had to rely on his second martial soul to mitigate it, a process that required time, which also explained his use of mental attacks during his confrontation with Yin. His second martial soul had yet to acquire a soul ring. It was not that it was incapable, but rather that there was no need to reveal it. As he stepped outside towards the classroom, the presence of the purple record badge instilled a sense of awe among those who spotted him along the way. The defeat of Yin should have had a more profound impact, yet the significance seemed overshadowed by the purple record badge. Here they come. How thrilling. Don't be infatuated. You have no chance. How infuriating. How can one be so exceptional? I feel dizzy. Upon entering the classroom, nearly every gaze converged upon him, causing Meng Ye to momentarily falter in his stride. It was not that his composure was lacking, rather, the sheer synchronicity of their attention was something even seasoned warriors might find difficult to achieve. Taking his seat, he found Luo Xian still asleep in her own spot. This indeed seemed to be her method of auxiliary cultivation, seemingly connected to her martial soul, though Meng Ye could not discern the specifics. He could only attribute it to the peculiarities of a food-type martial soul. Meng Ye, someone is looking for you. Today marks a rare occasion for a formal class, reputedly delivered by the dean himself, who will elucidate his original soul techniques. This is undoubtedly one of the few invaluable courses for the disciples of these esteemed soul master academies. After all, the cultivation of a soul master, devoid of familial lineage, can essentially be encapsulated in the concept of meditation. The creation of original soul techniques is considered an advanced course, though it may not necessarily be of practical utility. Is there any further inquiry? Approaching the entrance, I encountered Hulaina. However, at this moment, she appears to be in distress, frequently furrowing her brow, and the alluring aura surrounding her has mysteriously dissipated. I made another attempt, questioning why I am unable to project my spirit in the same manner as you. Meng Ye paused for a moment, then glanced at Hulaina and remarked, typically, a soul master at the 60th level possesses the foundational ability for spiritual projection. To achieve my level, one must attain a soul sage's mental prowess, alongside mastering the visualization technique. Which of these have you accomplished? Soul Sage. Hulayina's expression soured. Indeed, her impatience had caused her to overlook the disparity between herself and Meng Ye. Undeterred, she stubbornly inquired, "You merely possess the cultivation of a soul sect. How is it that you can accomplish this?" Mental cultivation does not always align perfectly with martial soul cultivation. Your spiritual power undoubtedly approaches the level of a soul king, which is commendable. If it were Yin and the others, they would barely match their cultivation level. Yet I understand the reasoning, but how can your progression be so significant? Hulayina still struggled to comprehend. The gap had widened to an extent that was difficult for her to accept. Chapter 41. Data synchronization complete. After bidding farewell to Hulayina, Meng Ye shook his head. This was likely what was meant by aiming too high. In truth, it was not entirely Hulayina's fault. Meng Ye had not deceived her. It is indeed a normal manifestation for a talented soul master to have their mental prowess keep pace with their cultivation. As for ordinary soul masters, their spiritual strength often lags behind. Insufficient control can lead to demonic deviation and difficulty in breaking through bottlenecks. These are all signs of weak mental fortitude. As Meng Ye was preparing to return to the classroom, an individual unexpectedly entered before him, casting a disdainful glance his way. Luo Chuan? How did this fellow end up here? Moreover, he had the audacity to walk directly in. He should belong to the neighboring class. However, considering Luo Chuan's temperament, Meng Ye soon found himself at ease. Externally, he had evidently inherited his parents' genes, caught between handsome and beautiful, with a hint of the ethereal. He was certainly a popular type within the academy, and his martial soul, Dream Eater, bore a ghostly resemblance, though it remained uncertain whether it was inherited from his father. Reflecting on how he had first met Luo Chuan, Meng Ye recalled that it was during his initial visit to Luo Xian's home for dinner where a scuffle ensued. To be precise, Luo Chuan had been on the receiving end of a beating, after which he became more subdued, albeit occasionally seeking out minor troubles. Yet, as time passed, many details had faded from memory, leaving only familiar scenes and fragments of recollections. Before long, Ovis arrived, with a crowd present. He seemed oblivious to the fact that Luo Chuan from the neighboring class had rushed in, finishing the class and subsequently summoning Meng Ye to his office. "Dean, is there something you need?" Meng Ye inquired. "Haha, Xiaoyi, please have a seat." Ovis gestured for Meng Ye to sit. Although Meng Ye sensed a certain insincerity behind Ovis's smiling facade, he paid it no mind. Once Meng Ye was seated, Ovis continued with a smile. "I am aware of your encounter with Yin. It was Yin who instigated the trouble, and the fault does not lie with you. Dean, please feel free to speak plainly." Meng Ye replied. Given the circumstances of that day, both the outcome and the process left little room for discussion. If accountability were to be sought, it should be directed at Yin. Thus, Meng Ye surmised the direction of Ovis's intentions, which likely revolved around the secret technique he had employed. In the world of soul masters, secret techniques were typically family legacies, such as the chaotic wind blasting method from the Haotian sect or the seven-peaked heart from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Besides martial souls, these secret techniques served as the cornerstone for ensuring the longevity of a family, often regarded as closely guarded secrets. As such, it was generally considered impolite to inquire about them. Clearing his throat, Ovis appeared somewhat awkward. He indeed had such intentions, though he did not wish to ask outright. Adopting a more serious tone, he said, "Xiaoyi, please do not misunderstand. The dean wishes for you to guide the students in their soul techniques with your strength. Serving as a teaching assistant would be quite sufficient. Additionally, we can allocate a dedicated area in the Academy's advanced simulation training zone for you. What do you think? Soul techniques?" After a moment of contemplation, Meng Ye shook his head and spoke candidly. "Dean, it is not that I am unwilling, but rather that it is unnecessary." Xiaoyi, you need not be modest. I have faith in your abilities." "Dean, you misunderstand. What I meant to convey is that for the majority of disciples, their soul techniques no longer require correction." Meng Ye hesitated for a moment before ultimately speaking the truth. Upon hearing this, Ovis could not help but furrow his brows. He struggled to comprehend Meng Ye's meaning, as the words seemed to carry a hint of disdain towards the Spirit Hall Academy. As a pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm, such sentiments sounded rather unpalatable to his ears. Meng Ye sighed and remarked, "The dean should be aware of the distinctions between limit flow and balanced flow. Each possesses its own advantages and disadvantages. If I am not mistaken, the Academy is likely adopting a development model that embraces mutual dependence and incorporates both approaches as its mainstream, correct?" Always hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, but that pertains to teamwork. Is there an issue with that? In the early stages, soul masters certainly require collaboration. The synergy between teammates' soul abilities is what delineates the roles of offense, control, and support. The essence of teamwork lies in the ability of different soul masters to achieve an effect greater than the sum of their parts. Otherwise, it devolves into a battle of individual prowess, which is utterly meaningless. However, as one progresses to the later stages, success largely hinges on personal strength. While team collaboration is not impossible, it is exceedingly challenging, except for martial soul fusion techniques. Always was puzzled as to why Meng Ye brought this up. He merely wished for Meng Ye to provide guidance on the use of soul abilities to enhance some student strengths. Has the dean ever considered that if soul abilities were entirely dismantled, there could also exist possibilities for mutual cooperation or the pursuit of extremes? Meng Ye said, casting a penetrating glance at Always. After pondering for a moment, Always replied with a wry smile. "Ah, Xiao Yi, you know well that in the realm of soul masters, aside from certain inherited martial souls, the acquisition of soul rings for other martial souls often involves an element of luck. Take Yan as an example. Aside from one defensive ability, all his soul skills are area of effect attacks. His burst damage is high and sustained output is considerable, but how long can his soul power endure? Without a boosting soul skill, any competent close combat soul master of the same rank could easily thwart him. In summary, lacking the ability to break through defenses makes one susceptible to countermeasures, and by the time one seeks to adapt in the later stages, it may be too late, as a soul master can only possess a total of 9 soul rings. This issue does not arise with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul, which boasts formidable offense, amplification, area attacks, and destructive power that rivals even that of the Flame Lord. Moreover, while Hulaina and Skyeyu may not lack in soul ring quality, their soul skills fail to achieve proper synergy. What then would you have me do, Dean? Meng Ye continued to inquire. Indeed, how can I provide guidance? They do not even meet the standards. If it were not for Bibidong's orders, Hulaina would hardly warrant attention. Even a genius favored by Bibidong is in such a predicament. As it stands, the soul master system of this era still has room for development and is far from perfect, with even the concept of mental strength remaining rather nebulous. Ultimately, Always had no choice but to allow Meng Ye to depart without further discussion on the matter. As for that secret technique, he found it too difficult to broach. After Meng Ye left, Always sat alone in his office and sighed. What kind of prodigy has old Lei been teaching? Meng Ye comprehended the meaning. Yet the profound realization left him inexplicably shaken. He recognized that Meng Ye possessed a philosophy surpassing that of the vast majority of soul masters, transcending even the standards of his era. Months later, outside the Soul City, in the southeastern expanse of a vast plain, the wind rustled through the grass and stirred the billowing clouds. Lying on the soft grass with arms outstretched, a natural essence enveloped his senses, and at this moment, Meng Ye felt an unparalleled sense of ease. It was so tranquil. Nearly 7 years had elapsed since his rebirth. Many memories had begun to fade. Yet certain places remained vividly etched in his mind. This was one of the few locations he cherished, a sanctuary where he could fully release his burdens without a care in the world. However, an inexplicable void lingered. Ding. The synchronization of data with the host's consciousness frequency has been completed. In the system space, Meng Ye's consciousness emerged. What is happening? You have awakened? The conditions for reactivating the system, which had fallen into slumber, filled him with despair. Meng Ye had always exerted himself in training, a crucial reason for his predicament. Not quite. The system merely fell into slumber. The data has not vanished. It is a rare occurrence for the host to synchronize their data frequency with the system during slumber, akin to the host entering a dream within the system. So what is this dream you are experiencing? Meng Ye observed the scene before him with intrigue. It was still the grassland and the sea of clouds. But why was there a sheep above, adorned in vibrant colors, grazing on the grass as it ambled past him? The host may interpret this as the system also experiencing a bout of boredom. Chapter 42. Fate. Encountering the system once more brought Meng Ye joy, for he felt a growing fatigue and confusion. When one traverses the path of solitude, the pervasive sense of loneliness can evoke despair. System, upon reflection, it seems that as long as I continue my training in this manner, steering clear of past tribulations, I might be able to navigate the remainder of my life in tranquility, wouldn't I? Meng Ye hesitated, often reminiscing about the moments spent with Luo Xian during this period. as well as recalling some perilous encounters he had once faced. There existed nostalgia, anguish, and uncertainty, though he felt as if fortune had forsaken him. It seemed that this was the common plight of soul masters. After all, whoever experienced a journey devoid of trials. Was the host attempting to evade destiny? Destiny? What destiny could I possibly possess? Meng Ye pondered, for he was not a native of this world. Even if destiny were to exist, he ought to be akin to a butterfly that does not belong to this realm, merely inciting change. The world is a monster that feasts upon the ordinary. Yet does the host remain oblivious to reality? Do you genuinely believe that your tragic demise in your previous life was merely a consequence of ill fortune? Reflect upon it carefully. You lacked opportunity, hence your cultivation faltered. You had no backing, thus your beloved departed from you. You possessed no strength, leading to your tragic end in a merciless war, becoming mere cannon fodder. The system can unequivocally inform the host. If you wish to thrive independently, you must ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Can I truly achieve that? The pinnacle of the world, what could that possibly be? Meng Ye found it impossible to fathom. No matter how fervently she tried to conjure images within her mind, whether splendid or terrifying, she could not envision them. The mere thought of achieving such feats seemed daunting. Why could it not be so? The host now possessed unparalleled talent, and even her fortune surpassed that of her previous life. With the accumulation from her past, could she not possess the confidence to rival that of the so-called child of destiny? Is it not true that fate can be altered? Meng Ye felt a peculiar sensation. His understanding of fate was that it should be immutable. Otherwise, the concept of causality would cease to exist. What did the host perceive fate to be? A set of rules transcending time and space? Or perhaps the divine threads controlling all living beings? Neither, indeed. Fate is akin to the teeth of a monstrous entity named the world. If you do not resist, it will grind you to dust. In other words, if I do not oppose it, I shall meet a fate as tragic as in my previous life, correct? At this, Meng Ye furrowed his brow. The feeling of struggling with every ounce of strength, yet remaining as powerless as a butterfly whose wings have been grasped, he recalled vividly. Before fate, one cannot even grasp the essence of life and death, let alone entertain other extravagant desires. The system was unaware, however. It could allow the host to glimpse his own destiny. Thus, a beam of white light manifested above the vast grassland, engulfing the entire world. In the next moment, Meng Ye's consciousness materialized within a familiar scene. As he beheld the cacophony of battle cries and the chaos of war, his heart suddenly constricted. The familiar city walls loomed majestically between the vast plains of the martial Soul Empire and the Tiando Empire, serving as a formidable chasm. The tumultuous army, though disordered, transformed the area into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, resembling the entrance to a relentless grinder, continuously producing severed limbs. A figure of striking elegance stood atop the city walls, exuding a formidable aura that dispelled the murky sky, casting down a glimmer of light. It seemed to be uttering something, gazing skyward. At this moment, Meng Ye's consciousness finally returned, and he realized that he was observing the world from a third-person perspective. The scene of the great battle before him was not as he had witnessed in his previous life. The Soul Master Legion of the Spirit Empire did not array themselves like ordinary soldiers marching out of the city. Instead, they steadfastly defended the city walls, relying on the innate advantages of Soul Masters to withstand the cavalry, which had lost its mounts and crossbows. Those Soul Masters who appeared from the sky were met with resistance from the prepared aerial forces. A torrent of terrifying firepower, akin to lasers, poured forth, inflicting heavy casualties on the attacking forces of the Tiando Empire. Turning his gaze, he beheld a divine figure standing in the sky. Tang San, with 8 sea god wings manifested from the 8 spider lances behind him, emanated a terrifying divine might that obscured the heavens and the earth. With a trident in his hand, symbolizing the sea god's authority, he pointed, and colossal waves surged toward the horizon, shrouding the sunlight and drowning hope. A thunderous sonic boom pierced the air, and in an instant, the figure atop the city wall ascended to an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters. Tang San, you seek death. The Spirit Empire, in a rebellious fury, had slaughtered the 3 major sects and 2 grand sects, while numerous Soul Master academies fell victim to their merciless hands. They regarded the common folk as mere fodder, and it was they who were the true instigators of this war. The exalted sea god recounted the origins of this conflict, and under his grand and overwhelming divine might, the morale of the Spirit Empire's forces began to waver. How grandiose! You, Tang San, awakened your martial soul in the Spirit Hall of Nodding City. His furious gaze swept over Tang San, and with another pointed gesture towards the battlefield below, his voice resonated across the skies, reaching the depths of the abyss. And you? Over 90% of soul masters awakened their martial souls within my spirit hall, and I provided the resources that enabled you to cultivate to level 30. What have the two great empires accomplished? Inept governance, division of territories, and lives trampled underfoot by the nobility as if they were mere livestock. Is this the fairness you desire? The terrifying will subdue the battlefield somewhat, awakening a measure of clarity in the minds once clouded by the frenzy of battle. However, in the next moment, a voice rose from the ranks of the Tiando Empire. For every 10 enemies slain by the soldiers of the Tiando Empire, a reward of 100 gold. For 100 slain, 1,000 gold. For 1,000, 10,000 gold, and a noble title. Kill. No matter how eloquent the words or how just the reasoning in the face of profit. Those who originated from humble beginnings would hardly contemplate the broader situation of the world. As the rearguard and supervisory forces roared, the bloodied remnants continued to advance slowly towards the city wall. Meanwhile, Su Bing, clad in golden armor, turned to his side and regarded the blue lightning tyrant dragon. The commander of the Tiando Soul Master Corps, Yu Xiaojiang. Master, will this not harm the heavens? Su Bing found it difficult to accept such a strategy that traded the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers for victory. Your Majesty need not worry. This is a tactic to sway the heart. We must not allow that pope to shake the morale of the army, lest this battle result in even greater sacrifices. Yu Xiaojiang serves as the leader of the Tiando Soul Masters, rather than the supreme commander of the army. However, due to his role as Tang San's mentor, his words cannot be dismissed by Su Bing. The blue lightning tyrant dragon's assertions hold merit. Ultimately, Su Bing can only sigh in resignation, for he is aware that this is the nature of war. In the vast expanse above, two figures stand in stark opposition, and a bolt of lightning descends between them. Boom. Excellent. Indeed, Tang San. It is true that a distinguished teacher begets an exceptional disciple. Today, I shall witness the disparity between the 100th and the 99th level. To assist tyranny and remain obstinately unyielding deserves punishment. The sea god's trident is wielded, and the techniques belonging to the sea god are unleashed one after another. As the azure tides in the sky continue to pour forth divine power, infusing it into the sea god himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, a tempest of thunder converges into a primordial behemoth, several hundred meters in diameter, roaring towards the heavens, effectively isolating the sea god's domain with its overwhelming might. A colossal figure, also towering at 100 meters, stands high in the sky, adorned with 9 soul rings of black and red, inscribed like runes upon his form. With a thunderous fist, he strikes towards Tang San. Boom. Crack. The space shatters, and the crimson, glass-like surface collapses at the mere touch. Tang San, now embodying the sea god, changes countenance in the face of this cataclysmic blow. A cerulean dragon silhouette bursts forth from his hand, swiftly coiling around the arm, culminating in a resounding explosion. Chapter 43. You kicked my sheep. Meng Ye gazed upon the awe-inspiring scene before him, the shattered void. The seemingly indestructible giant pierced through its body by the trident of the sea god, yet still unleashing a terrifying power that made the heavens and earth tremble. Repeatedly forcing the sea god to retreat, the deity possessed a body that was nearly immortal. Yet the giant's injuries only worsened under the influence of the sea goddess power. This harrowing battle, which appeared to have already determined a victor, persisted relentlessly for 3 days. The conflict caused the sea to sink several meters, shrouding the area between the two great empires beyond Jialing Pass and Relentless Thunder, rendering it a forbidden zone for humanity for a millennium. With his left arm severed, the giant's strength seemed to be waning, reverting to its original form. Despite being gravely wounded, it still exuded an unparalleled grace. How could this be? The newly ascended sea god, Tang San, looked in disbelief at his own left arm, which was equally empty, golden divine blood flowing forth without restoration. The giant said, revealing a chilling smile. You may attempt to slay me and see if you perish alongside. You. Tang San's expression shifted in shock, but he quickly regained his composure, sensing his injuries beginning to heal. As long as a deity's heart or brain remained unscathed, other wounds were not deemed critical. In contrast, his opponent was already at the end of their strength. The outcome was clear. You are a worthy adversary, Tang San declared solemnly, raising the sea god's trident above his head with one hand. I shall employ my strongest technique to vanquish you, leaving no trace of your remains. The ocean continued to churn violently, and at that moment, countless sea spirit beasts perished in the depths, the power of the sea. A manifestation of the faith of the sea spirit beasts and sea spirit masters was under the absolute dominion of the sea god, who held sway over their very existence. He would never have resorted to such measures unless pushed to this extreme, as it jeopardized the very foundation of the sea god. Brilliant divine light gathered upon the sea god's trident. The moment it was thrust forth, the confines of space shattered, appearing directly before the giant. Sizzle. A precise and fierce strike, potent enough to grievously wound or even slay a deity, pierced straight through the opponent's heart. Suspended in the void, Meng Ye, who had been observing the battle from the beginning, felt a tightening in his chest, a suffocating sensation rendering his mind momentarily blank. He understood that this was himself, or rather, his fate. Darkness. An ominous, malevolent aura shot forth from behind Jialing Pass, and in the next instant, a terrifying scythe of death struck the sea god with devastating force. It was a deity symbolizing corruption and darkness, the Rakshasa god. In the aftermath of the battle, Meng Ye's figure was no longer present, causing the events he witnessed to blur into obscurity. The god of Rakshasa and the god of angels appeared, joining forces to vanquish the sea god. However, having ascended to the realm of the sea god, it would not be so simple for him to perish. The divine realm, or rather, the sea god, would not permit it. In his final moments, Meng Ye beheld a familiar silhouette beside him, a visage of stunning beauty marred only by sorrow. As he succumbed to a void of consciousness, Meng Ye's heart was tumultuous. This was a scene he had never encountered in his previous life. Yet the outcome seemed scarcely altered. Once again immersed in the dreamscape of the system, Meng Ye stood in contemplation for an extended period, the system refraining from interruption, allowing him the solitude to reflect. Time slipped by unnoticed until Meng Ye finally inquired, "System, can fate truly be altered?" Upon glimpsing his own conclusion, he recognized that the giant he envisioned represented an ideal version of himself, having battled the Lord God with the utmost prowess of a limit Douluo. Yet he had merely faltered in terms of divine form and power. Nevertheless, the sensation it imparted remained one of despair and impotence. Of course it can. The system's response was unequivocal, imparting a sense of enlightenment that invigorated Meng Ye's spirit. You must have many questions, such as why you faced Tang Sen alone in battle. Why the divine realm chose him over you. No, I can surmise a bit of that, though I am uncertain of its accuracy. The system acknowledged Meng Ye's intelligence, which, in turn, augmented the possibility of reversing fate. After a brief silence, the system seemed taken aback by Meng Ye's profound insights. Standing upon the grasslands, Meng Ye gradually reclined, resting his hands behind his head as he mused. It must be that Xianrenxue encountered a problem that hindered Bibidong. As for the divine realm, those deities possess some foresight into the future, especially the god of Azura, who governs the core of the divine realm. They are likely even more convinced than I that the so-called fate is immutable. This was his understanding. Ignorance often breeds a sense of freedom, while deities, at times, exhibit the greatest cowardice and trepidation towards the unknown, preferring to adhere to the so-called trajectory of destiny. Coincidentally, Meng Ye did not belong to this world. The factor coursing through his veins endowed him with the courage to defy the heavens. Indeed, in the eyes of those deities, he was merely an inconsequential butterfly. Even if this butterfly could unleash a tempest capable of obliterating their fragile divine realm. I harbor no such grand ambitions. Feeling as though the system was subtly encouraging him, Meng Ye found himself bemused yet soon broke into a smile, declaring, however, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. This system cannot bestow upon you a divine position. Such a thing, it seems, is not strictly necessary, is it? To speak frankly, Meng Ye harbored the belief that deities were not invincible, especially after perceiving the so-called destiny. It merely represented the most probable future extrapolated from his current circumstances. Yet, even this mere possibility bestowed upon him the strength to contend with the supreme deity. This was precisely why Meng Ye remained skeptical of the alleged fate. Rising to his feet, he continued, that is sufficient. However, this system can create some miracles for the host. If they are not to be utilized, then so be it. Meng Ye glanced around and noticed a sheep leisurely grazing. With a decisive kick, he sent the creature flying and remarked, "Bring it forth. What treasures do you possess?" My system has yet to connect with the essence of this world. Thus it can only assist the host in seeking desired opportunities. The attainment of these depends solely on the host's endeavors. I must find a suitable divine position for myself. Ding. System scanning in progress. Scan complete. A total of 4 divine positions discovered. 1. Angel God, semi-divine king, with the legacy located in the martial soul hall, within the Douluo hall. 2. Sea God, semi-divine king, situated on Sea God Island, with the inheritance medium being the vast sea universe shield. 3. Rakshasa God, divine king, positioned in the void, with 2 entrances located within the territory of the Salikar Principality, deep within the Twilight Forest, and on a solitary island 300 miles off the eastern coast, known as the Eastern Sea Abyss. 4. Azura God, divine king, found in the city of Slaughter, in a nameless town southeast of the Tiando Empire, concealing an underground metropolis rife with sin and violence, now tainted by the Rakshasa God. Twilight Forest? Meng Ye was generally aware of the 4 divine positions, as they had appeared in the original text. However, he was utterly astonished that the entrance to the inheritance of the Rakshasa God would be located in the Dusk Forest. In his previous life, he had encountered a fragment of fortune there, albeit accompanied by immense peril, to the extent that it could be described as a near brush with death to obtain it. In retrospect, the dangers of that place were likely intrinsically linked to the Rakshasa God. Shaking his head, he continued, "Never mind, please assist me in finding a suitable 5th soul ring. Please confirm the desired age, attributes, and quality of the soul beast, host. A reminder, you have 5 opportunities left for searching." Why 5? Because the host has been reborn for 6 years, having just utilized 1, and additionally, you kicked my sheep. Is this not a dream? That sheep is not real. What does the host believe this system is? Meng Ye, it seems I have overlooked this matter. The system appears to be more aligned with the data, or perhaps with higher dimensional beings. This dreamscape should be more akin to reality for him. A power-type soul beast, aged between 50,000 and 70,000 years. Ideally a top-tier soul beast with exceptional attributes. Ding. System search in progress. Chapter 44, Luoxian. A total of 34,829 soul beasts meeting the criteria have been identified, residing in the starred Doe Great Forest, the Evil Spirit Forest, the Extreme North, the Ocean, and the Setting Sun Forest. Halt. Meng Ye hastily called for a halt, but the system showed no intention of stopping. If he did not shout out soon, his head would be on the verge of exploding. Just tell me the 3 most suitable options I can find. Ding. The 3-eyed golden lion located in the starry forest possesses supreme attributes. Although its age is insufficient, it is undoubtedly the best choice for the host. Next, the Titan Snow Demon. Found in the far north, it boasts unparalleled strength and near-supreme attributes. The mention of the Titan Snow Demon caused Meng Ye to pause. This soul beast was indeed a fitting choice, a top-tier soul beast with Titan bloodline, its power unquestionable. It even resonated well with his second martial soul. However, the ice attributes might conflict with the supreme thunder he had previously acquired, posing a certain risk. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What is the last option?" The mutated 1,000-gene Ant Emperor, residing deep within the starry forest. It possesses immense power and is a 50,000-year soul beast with terrifying combat capabilities rivaling that of a 100,000-year soul beast. His pupils contracted, and Meng Ye's heart raced. This was precisely the ideal soul beast he had been seeking. The 1,000-gene ant was synonymous with strength and was even superior to the most elite power martial souls, such as the Haotian hammer or the mighty gorilla, at the same level. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as having near supreme strength. He was not surprised that the mutated 1,000-gene ant emperor could achieve supreme attributes, but finding such a gregarious soul beast, which dwelled deep underground, would have been nearly impossible without the system's assistance. This will do. Provide me with its location. This system will imprint the soul beast's location into the host's mind. Note, the direction of this mutated soul beast's mutation is absolute strength. Please proceed with caution. Understood. Meng Ye did not comprehend why the system specifically cautioned him. Yet he remained vigilant. Mutated soul beasts typically exhibited one of 2 directions, a beneficial mutation or a detrimental one. Naturally, those that mutated negatively were often swiftly eliminated by the harsh laws of nature. Conversely, those that mutated positively either became the alpha of their group or led to the surrounding groups being supplanted. Upon awakening, Meng Ye opened his eyes and gazed at the sky, where a familiar and enchanting visage appeared before him. Blocking the sunlight, her long hair, once neatly tied back, cascaded down one side, adding an ethereal charm to her beauty. "What are you doing here?" He sat up from the grass, and the stunning young girl took a few steps back, nearly stumbling in her surprise. With arms outstretched, She staggered to a halt and then placed her hands behind her back, revealing a shy smile. The academy is about to have a break, so I came here for a stroll. I didn't expect to find you here as well. Luo Xian was in high spirits, yet due to her introverted nature, she had very few friends. Even when she did have acquaintances, she seldom initiated conversation. Thus, this place served as her sanctuary, a haven where she could unwind, lying on the grass to relax or running freely. Reflecting on it, Meng Ye recalled why he had come here. It seemed he had stumbled upon this location by chance. However, in truth, it was a place that Luo Xian had brought him to in a previous life. Over the years, it had become one of the few places etched in his memory. Do you truly enjoy coming here? Meng Ye inquired. A question that seemed to catch Luo Xian off guard. Yet, having known each other for a few months, they had grown somewhat familiar. For Luo Xian, Meng Ye might be the only friend with whom she felt entirely at ease, capable of engaging in normal conversation without any sense of repulsion. After a moment of contemplation, she stepped aside, gracefully brushing the hem of her academy uniform before sitting down. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, revealing one side of her exquisitely sculpted visage. Nodding slightly, she replied, "Yes, it is quite tranquil and spacious here. Moreover, it's rather comfortable to sleep here." "Isn't it?" Meng Ye interjected with a smile. Although the dialogues were not occurring simultaneously, he still remembered them vividly. Luo Xian's heart raced as she turned to Meng Ye in surprise, exclaiming, "How did you know?" After a moment of astonishment, she lowered her gaze, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. This was hardly something to boast about. Her mother had scolded her for it numerous times, and she often found herself napping within the academy. Feeling a bit flustered at being so accurately described by Meng Ye, Luo Xian experienced a sense of vulnerability. Had it been anyone else, she might have fled the scene. "Just a guess," Meng Ye replied, momentarily taken aback himself, having spoken his thoughts impulsively. "Is that so? Then, do you also know what my favorite food is? Or is that merely a guess as well?" Luo Xian slowly lifted her head to meet Meng Ye's gaze, her bright eyes glistening with clarity. Though Meng Ye possessed formidable mental acuity, capable of seeing through others, at that moment, he felt as though Luo Xian could peer directly into his soul. Meng Ye initially believed that Luo Xian would not take notice of these subtle cues, which he himself had inadvertently revealed, and thus felt confident that his secrets would remain concealed. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye offered a wry smile and remarked, "You remain as perceptive as ever." Luo Xian, though introverted, was by no means weak. Her thoughts were innocent, yet not dull or foolish. However, she shook her head and continued, "I consider myself quite foolish. My mother and father often say I never seem to mature, yet they still indulge my whims. Luo Chuan, too, despite being my younger brother, often finds himself worrying about me. Aren't they all your family? That is entirely natural." Meng Ye did not perceive any issue. Rather than attributing her family's affection for Luo Xian to her character, one might assert that it is this very environment that has shaped her soul. "And what of you?" Luo Xian gazed intently into Meng Ye's eyes, expressing her genuine feelings. "I am undeniably so foolish. Why do you treat me with such kindness?" A bittersweet smile flickered across my heart. Meng Ye was truly unaware. Despite his persistent desire to abandon this relationship, after all, Luo Xian no longer recognized him. He assumed it would be a simple endeavor. However, reality proved otherwise. When the figure he had spent half his life attempting to find and approach reappeared before him, a torrent of memories surged forth like an incantation, making it impossible for him to forget. Ironically, the more he sought to erase them, the more vividly those memories crystallized, rendering them even harder to relinquish. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the grass to sway gracefully in its direction, and his delicate form gradually reclined upon the verdant ground. "I apologize for posing such questions. Yet it is of no consequence." Meng Ye reclined on the grass, finding the atmosphere truly relaxing. In fact, it was only after Luo Xian's arrival that he felt the place had become complete. Turning his head to glance at the exquisite figure lying beside him, he noticed that Luo Xian was asleep, a gentle smile gracing her face. A soft hum resonated as he brushed his palm over the storage soul guide, revealing a celestial herb in his hand. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to return it. He remained quietly by Luo Xian's side until the sun soared high in the sky, at which point she furrowed her brows and awakened, rubbing her eyes. Rising from the grass, she stretched languidly, her perfect curves and lines betraying none of her youthful age. Soul masters mature early, and with the genetics inherited from her parents. Luo Xian's figure was remarkably tall. Meng Ye could distinctly sense that, over the past few months, she seemed to have grown taller than him. Of course, Luo Xian was also a few years his senior. Let us head back, she suggested. Luo Xian paused momentarily, her cheeks flushing as she turned to Meng Ye. Nodding in agreement. Chapter 45. Farewell. Upon their return to Seoul Master City, they were met with the sight of Luo Chuan standing in the middle of the street. His face contorted with anger. Passers-by instinctively kept their distance, for although most inhabitants of this city were soul masters and order was relatively well maintained, one could never be too certain of an impulsive confrontation. Encountering such a madman was a source of fear for anyone, hence avoidance was deemed the wisest course of action. Luo Chuan, what brings you here? Luo Xian inquired, having walked closely beside Meng Ye throughout their journey, despite their lack of overtly affectionate gestures. However, this mere scene nearly drove Luo Chuan to the brink of fury. Sister, where have you been? He demanded bluntly. Luo Xian, seemingly perplexed by her brother's demeanor, remained unperturbed. For he was, after all, her younger brother. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled and replied, "It's a secret." This response only fueled Luo Chuan's anger further, his face turning a shade of purple as he glared at Meng Ye. Meng Ye, why are you staring at me? Looking for a fight? Luo Chuan had been secretly observing him for quite some time, even following him around occasionally, which left him utterly perplexed. It was not a significant matter, yet being trailed by someone was rather unsettling. Previously, only Douluo and Ghost Douluo had covertly watched him. I'll be heading back now, goodbye. Luo Xian waved her hand in farewell to Meng Ye, then proceeded towards her home. Only then did Luo Chuan cast a glance at him before following suit. Sister, I must tell you, that guy harbors ill intentions. All right, I understand. I've seen him exchanging glances with that Huliana several times. Yes, I know. You've mentioned it. Sister, dinner is ready. Let us hurry, or it will get cold. Not wishing to endure any further of Luo Chuan's nagging, Luo Xian dashed back home. Meng Ye returned to the Spirit Hall Academy, as he would soon be heading back to the Duchy of Serikal. He wondered how Lei Xingyang was faring. Since their last encounter, they had only exchanged letters. The correspondence primarily inquired about each other's well-being, but also included requests for living expenses. As for Wang Shuo, it seemed he had opted for direct studies at the Serikal Academy, his cultivation stagnant. Yet his ability to amass wealth was exceptional, having become a minor noble over the years. The sincerity conveyed in their letters indicated that he still regarded Meng Ye as a friend. 20 minutes later, Meng Ye arrived at the academy gates. The grandeur of Spirit City was quite astonishing. Meng Ye, what a coincidence. Where have you returned from? The three members of the Lu family approached, now clad in casual attire instead of their usual uniforms. Lu Meng, in particular, wore a floral dress, bounding towards him with enthusiasm. I was handling some matters outside the city. What about you? Meng Ye playfully tapped Lu Meng on the forehead. Though she was older than him, her youthful exuberance was evident. While she often expressed admiration for him, his discomfort with her affectionate approach was palpable. Meng, do not be rude, Lu Yu admonished, pulling her sister back. She then turned to Meng Ye, explaining, a week ago, our family received some news urging us to return home. We must leave earlier than expected. Is there any trouble? Meng Ye inquired. It was generally inappropriate for outsiders to pry into family matters, yet these few were among his rare friends. And he felt compelled to ask. Lu Yu shook her head. It should be nothing significant. Considering the timing, it is likely my grandfather's birthday is approaching, prompting us to celebrate. You didn't tell me, elder sister. Lu Meng exclaimed in surprise, glancing anxiously at Lu Yu, who seemed to have forgotten such an important occasion. You know how it is, Lu Yu sighed. Lu Meng is adept at playing tricks, but when it comes to serious matters, she often falters. Lu Yu then extended an invitation to Meng Ye, though she was uncertain, it seemed likely. Such invitations among acquaintances served to deepen bonds, and in her view, the Lu family gaining favor with Meng Ye would be beneficial, even reflecting a certain stance of the Spirit Hall. I shall decline, intending to return to Serikal. Perhaps I shall visit another time, Meng Ye politely refused. Having known them from a previous life, he had become somewhat familiar with the trio over a few months. Visiting them was not an issue, yet the Lu family resided in the Xinglua Empire, and the journey would consume a considerable amount of time. This back and forth would take up half of his holiday. Indeed, it seems I have been somewhat presumptuous, Lu Yu conceded with an apologetic smile, not pressing the matter further. Then, elder sister, may I accompany Meng Ye to Serikal for a visit? Lu Meng suddenly interjected. Nonsense, Lu Yu responded sternly. casting a glance at her sister. If you do not attend grandfather's birthday, I wonder if you will dare return home afterward. Besides, you must not inconvenience Meng Ye. Oh. Lu Ming often indulges in mischief, and Meng Ye has grown accustomed to it. After bidding farewell to the trio, Meng Ye encountered Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin once more. Over the course of several months, Hulaina finally grasped the fundamentals of the visualization technique. This secret method relies heavily on mental fortitude. Advancing further cannot merely be achieved through diligence, but necessitates years of arduous cultivation or an enhancement of soul power. Fortunately, the fox spirit martial soul is indeed semi-psychic. Thus, Hulaina's progress has been commendable. In no more than a month, I shall break through to level 50. Do not fall too far behind. Yin declared with an air of arrogance, his height affording him a somewhat condescending perspective. Should you wish to spar, I am ever ready. Meng Ye cast a blank glance at him and replied, You. Enough, Yin. If you have grievances, take them to the soul arena. Do not embarrass yourself here. Yin glared at Meng Ye, anger simmering within him as he prepared to retort. Hulaina, unable to endure the scene any longer, noted that Yan's persistent bickering after a defeat bore the hallmarks of impotent fury. Moreover, Meng Ye's assertion was indeed factual. Among soul masters, the strong command respect. And the most straightforward way to resolve disputes is through combat. If one is unwilling to concede, then a fight is inevitable. However, Yin presently lacked the confidence to challenge Meng Ye once more. Nana, my spirit seems to falter, Yin muttered, casting a furious glance at Meng Ye before snorting dismissively and falling silent. In the past, Hulaina could not easily suppress him. At most, she would assert her authority as a disciple of the Pope. Yet now, he dared not act too brazenly in her presence. A month prior, Hulaina had decisively defeated Yin in a soul battle, establishing the first clear hierarchy among the three. Consequently, Hulaina officially became the captain of the Martial Soul Palace Academy representative team. Meng Ye serves as the vice-captain. Meng Ye, where do you plan to go during the holidays? The peculiar aura surrounding Hulaina, which often overwhelmed others, had dissipated. Her enhanced mental control now allowed her to wield her innate abilities with exquisite precision. This was indeed a manifestation of her rising prowess. I intend to return to Salakar for a while, she stated. Is that so? How unfortunate. Hulaina replied with a hint of regret. I was planning to invite you to enter seclusion together and then seek the 5th spirit ring. The trio had already reached the 49th level, poised to transcend that bottleneck and acquire the 5th spirit ring to ascend to Spirit King. At that point, the three would also be bestowed the purple record badge by the Spirit Hall, securing their illustrious reputation across the continent. Meng Ye had only been promoted to the Soul Sect for a few months, so they did not truly believe he could swiftly advance to level 50. What level of soul power does he possess now? He is still quite a distance from level 45. Yin, having finally discovered a point where he surpassed Meng Ye, seized this opportunity and taunted him. Hulaina furrowed her brow, wishing to interject, but before she could utter a word, Meng Ye had already made his move. Zing! A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the scene, and a flicker of fear crossed Yan's face as he fell silent. Meng Ye cast a cold glance at him and calmly remarked, You are exceedingly verbose. At that moment, Yin was rendered utterly speechless, his throat constricting painfully as he recalled the absolute dominance with which Meng Ye had previously overwhelmed him, leaving no room for reaction. This was his first experience of Meng Ye's terrifying aura up close, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 46. The Summons of Qian Dao Lu. After warning Yin, Meng Ye bid farewell to Hulaina and Xieyu, returning to the academy to continue his training. The semester's final assessments had concluded, and he could leave at any time. However, this was the Spirit Hall, and he was still, in name, a registered disciple of Bibi Dong, making it necessary to extend his greetings. Another day passed, and a rare tranquility enveloped the bustling Spirit City as the Spirit Hall Academy went on break, with the majority opting to return home to visit family. Naturally, some disciples, summoned from remote regions by the Spirit Hall, faced more challenges. Those unfortunate enough to have to traverse half the continent found the most direct route lay across the entire Stardew forest. For those with less advanced cultivation, the journey home was less a familial visit and more an adventure. The Hall of the Pope. It would be prudent to return and assess the situation, but one must not neglect their training. Bibi Dong looked at Meng Ye, initially intending to encourage him not to slack off. However, upon reflection, she realized that even as the Pope, She did not possess the same level of diligence as Meng Ye and ultimately softened her stance, saying, "Very well. A bit of relaxation is permissible. A soul master's cultivation requires balance between relaxation and exertion. Thank you, Your Holiness." After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong sighed and stated, "This time, I shall have Ghost Douluo escort you home, and I grant you a token of the elders, which you may exercise at necessary times." Her initial motivation for taking Meng Ye as her disciple was selfish, aimed at paving the way for Huliena. However, as time passed, she realized she had underestimated Meng Ye's value, leading to his lack of recognition toward both the Hall of the Pope and her, his nominal teacher, as well as the Spirit Hall itself. Yet, even in this realization, she found herself powerless, as she had little to impart to Meng Ye, and the resources she had provided paled in comparison to his displayed talent. Not to mention, there was no opportunity to offer timely assistance. Even embellishment was absent. The only noteworthy aspect for Meng Ye to remember was perhaps that Ghost Douluo had aided him in acquiring a spirit ring. On this return, "You must prepare for the Soul Master competition. I shall arrange for you to visit a place of opportunity to enhance your cultivation." Understood. Meng Ye furrowed his brows, pondering the nature of the opportunity that Bibi Dong might be aware of. Could it be the City of Slaughter? Unlikely. That place could not be accessed easily. Moreover, while the ability to manifest a domain is indeed rare, with Meng Ye's martial soul, the probability of developing his own domain upon reaching the 70th level is significantly high. There is no necessity to pursue the so-called killing god domain, and the notion of domain stacking is utterly absurd, as if domains do not consume soul power at all. Suddenly, a footstep echoed from behind him. Just one, yet it was alarmingly close, within a mere 3 steps. How formidable! This was Meng Ye's immediate thought. The arrival's cultivation and strength were among the most terrifying he had ever encountered. "Who is it? What brings you here?" Bibi Dong's noble and exquisite face turned cold in an instant, her gaze turning dark as she scrutinized the figure behind Meng Ye. A terrifying aura spread forth unabashedly. Yet it deftly avoided Meng Ye, instead enveloping the newcomer. The entire Pope's Hall was instantly shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. The sunlight streaming in from the grand entrance seemingly devoured, with Bibi Dong at the center, akin to a black hole that consumed everything around her. However, at that moment, Meng Ye also sensed that the figure behind him exuded a completely opposite energy, one of vast and profound light. "Your Holiness, the Grand Elder wishes to see this disciple. I must ask for your permission to escort him," the newcomer stated directly, devoid of any semblance of reverence. "Humph! Insolence!" Bibi Dong struck her staff, her terrifying soul power surging further, repelling the energy released by the newcomer. She continued with a voice laced with fury. "Since when has the Pope's Hall allowed Qian Douluo to meddle? Return and inform him not to compel me to remind him again." Under the pressure exerted by Bibi Dong, Golden Crocodile Douluo was filled with astonishment. Years ago, Bibi Dong had been coerced by Qian Douluo into giving birth to Qian Renxue. Although she had secretly slain Qian Xuanji, Qian Douluo ultimately saw hope for divinity in Qian Renxue and refrained from further complicating matters for Bibi Dong. It is worth noting that at that time, Bibi Dong was not even qualified to assume the role of Pope. Though she gradually seized control of the Spirit Hall over the past 2 decades, the Douluo Hall still held an esteemed status. The 7 great elders remained the core of the Spirit Hall, and Qian Douluo was the unwavering anchor, as long as he was present. The Spirit Hall could not be shaken. Yet today, Golden Crocodile Douluo realized with shock that Bibi Dong's strength had, unbeknownst to him, surpassed his own. How had she achieved this in 2 decades, when she had not even stepped into the tidal Douluo realm back then? Despite his astonishment, Golden Crocodile Douluo mustered his courage, lowering his posture as he clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Your Holiness, the Grand Elder has made considerable concessions in recent years. I implore you to concessions?" Bibi Dong's expression remained icy, even more so than before, as she coldly retorted, "I believe he dares not." The Golden Crocodile Douluo, a formidable figure of his time, was already seething with anger after being suppressed by Bibi Dong. Upon hearing her words, he found it increasingly difficult to contain his fury. "Pope, you..." A weary sigh, resonating with age, interrupted the Golden Crocodile Douluo's outburst. The deep, venerable voice continued, "After all these years, you have indeed yet to forgive me. Qian Douluo, how dare you?" Bibi Dong suddenly rose, her hands sweeping through the air toward the void before her, unleashing a wave of darkness. However, Meng Ye did not lose his vision. To be precise, he merely sensed a fleeting flash of golden light, after which he found his surroundings transformed. Before him stood a magnificent cathedral, which, in contrast to the grandeur and solemnity of the Pope's palace, exuded an added layer of sacred reverence, as if every inch of the floor and walls radiated brilliance. A terrifyingly intense light filled the space, and Meng Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. This power approached the pinnacle of attributes. In the center of the cathedral loomed a colossal statue of a six-winged angel, its angelic sword emanating a flame-like sacred radiance. Beneath the statue stood an elderly man with hair as white as snow, his hands clasped behind his back. His youthful visage belied his age, and his eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of the cloudiness typically associated with old age. With a wave of his hand, Douluo said, "Golden crocodile, you may return now." "Yes, great offering," the golden crocodile Douluo replied. At this moment, Meng Ye realized that not only he but even the golden crocodile Douluo had been directly transported by Douluo in that fleeting instant. What terrifying power! Even without spatial soul skills, an extreme Douluo could easily manipulate space. Those with profound comprehension of space could traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. However, to accurately draw a target before oneself, especially in front of Bibi Dong, is a feat likely achievable only by the three unparalleled Douluos of this era. Douluo, the six-winged angel martial soul; Poseidon, the sea god martial soul; Tangchun, the Haoyan hammer. Among these three, the first two undoubtedly possessed greater innate talent, yet surprisingly, when it comes to accomplishments, Tangchun shone even brighter. Meng Ye, possessing a primary martial soul and a second martial soul, I presume I am not mistaken? Douluo raised his hand to stroke his beard, his gaze piercing through everything as he appraised Meng Ye. What instructions does the esteemed elder have in summoning his disciple? Meng Ye did not respond, instead bowing respectfully. Given Douluo's stature, even an ordinary titled Douluo would likely kneel before him. To stand unbowed would be impossible, for none could withstand his overwhelming presence. However, since Douluo sought him out, the situation was different, especially considering the risk of incurring Bibi Dong's wrath. Douluo would not stoop to such measures merely to assert dominance over him. He chuckled, neither humble nor arrogant. The young man possessed a commendable pride. Douluo returned his hand behind him, continuing with a smile. "If I were to ask you to pledge your loyalty to the Douluo Palace and become my disciple, would you comply?" "I must respectfully decline." Raising his head, he met Douluo's gaze. And even knowing that the man before him could effortlessly end his life with a mere gesture, he felt little fear. Chapter 47. Douluo's belief why? Douluo was not angered. Rather, he admired Meng Ye's courage and the unique aura he exuded. He discerned that Meng Ye's intellect was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Recognizing his identity and strength while still maintaining his composure, this fortitude was indeed rare in the world. "I already have a mentor," Meng Ye stated, his gaze unwavering. "Moreover, the esteemed elder does not genuinely wish to take me as a disciple. Even if I were to bow before you, it would not yield the outcome you desire." He chuckled. "How do you know I do not sincerely wish to take you as my disciple?" A benevolent smile graced Douluo's face. "Because of what lies behind the esteemed elder." Douluo faltered, his expression gradually turning serious. "Do you know what lies behind me?" he inquired, while a tempest surged within him, pondering just what kind of prodigy this young man was. The six-winged angel, the god of light, the god of angels, and the very foundation of the Spirit Hall. Meng Ye astutely articulated the profound legacy that the Spirit Hall has preserved for millennia, simultaneously revealing the faith of Douluo. At that moment, Douluo genuinely contemplated the idea of taking Meng Ye as his disciple, rather than merely binding him to the Spirit Hall as a means of manipulation, which he deemed a strategy of lesser merit. The current offerings, particularly the golden crocodile Douluo, serve not only as the pillars of the Spirit Hall but also as the guardians of the six-winged angel spirit. They are among the assurances that the legacy of the six-winged angel remains unextinguished, akin to the seven sacred pillars of the sea god, safeguarding the divine heritage. Douluo, recognizing Meng Ye's extraordinary talent, aimed to cultivate him as one of the offerings rather than elevating him to the position of pope. With a complex glance at Meng Ye, Douluo sighed and continued, "You must understand that the position of pope is unlikely to fall into your hands, whereas you might temporarily assume the role of the grand offering." Given Meng Ye's wisdom, he would naturally grasp the underlying implications, and thus, Douluo refrained from excessive elaboration, opting instead to directly convey the reality of Meng Ye's situation. It was clear that the position of Pope was reserved for Bibi Dong in favor of Hulayina, while Qian Daolu could bestow upon him the title of second offering. Should Qian Rinxue ascend to divinity, he would then become the grand offering. Weighing these factors, it seemed that Qian Daoliu's proposition was indeed more enticing, though he overlooked a crucial aspect. The grand offering was overly concerned. For Meng Ye held no interest in the position of Pope. With a carefree smile, Meng Ye replied, I would not dare to overstep into the role of grand offering. How can I trust that you will remain loyal to the spirit hall? Qian Daoliu's expression suddenly turned cold, and Meng Ye distinctly sensed the surrounding aura of light taking on a chilling, murderous intent. He discerned the implication behind Meng Ye's words. A mindset devoid of desire and ambition is, at its core, the most challenging to control. Those in positions of power are most wary of subordinates who possess potential and intelligence yet remain ungovernable. Should such individuals harbor ambitions, it would spell disaster. When did the grand offering cultivate the notion that all soul masters are unwaveringly loyal to the spirit hall? Meng Ye retorted in astonishment. This very statement caused Qian Daoliu's murderous intent to dissipate instantaneously, his eyes reflecting a newfound clarity. Ultimately, the spirit hall is merely a vast conglomerate of interests, seemingly in possession of abundant resources for soul masters. However, what are soul masters? They occupy a prestigious status above ordinary individuals, representing the noblest of professions. Yet their essence is rooted in the principle of survival of the fittest. The so-called faith is nothing but a farce. Ordinary people, having endured immense suffering and feeling powerless to effect change, are compelled to believe in the existence of deities, while the ultimate aspiration of soul masters is to attain divinity. You are correct, strength reigns supreme. Qian Daolu regained his composure and gazed at Meng Ye, continuing, Very well, I will not impose further. However, today you must vow to uphold a promise. Regardless of whether you become the Pope in the future, you must not oppose the Douluo Hall, nor shall you bring harm to my granddaughter. What say you? A vow. To speak candidly, it is but a mere phrase, possessing an essence that likely pales in comparison to a fleeting sigh. Nevertheless, Meng Ye harbored a deep aversion to such matters. Furrowing his brows, he endeavored to articulate something. Yet in the next moment, an overwhelming aura of terror enveloped him entirely. Not only did his body become utterly immobilized, but even the flow of his vital energy and soul force seemed to freeze in place. Boom. Crack, 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 crack. The suffocating agony surged forth. Blood vessels appearing in his eyes, his form slightly sinking, veins bulging ominously, bathed in crimson. At this moment, Qian Daolu's expression remained devoid of sorrow or joy. Yet the palpable terror emanating from him was undeniable, even without the release of his martial soul. Before the legacy of the angelic deity, he wielded the strength of a demigod. Crack, hiss. Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy erupted around Meng Ye, who, despite still being ensnared by a formidable pressure, slowly straightened his posture and lifted his gaze, revealing a menacing expression directed at Qian Daolu. Might I inquire, esteemed grand offering, about the age and cultivation of the young master? 24, with a six-winged angel martial soul, innate level 20 soul power, having reached the soul emperor realm, and poised to break through to the tidal Douluo realm before the age of 40, thus glimpsing the divine. Though Qian Daolu was astonished that Meng Ye could speak within his domain, he expounded upon Qian Rinxue's talents in great detail. His intention was clear, to undermine and suppress Meng Ye, forcing him to confront reality. Alas, he miscalculated yet again. A metallic scent wafted from Meng Ye's mouth as he sneered at Qian Daolu, continuing, As for myself, I am nearing 13 this year, at level 49 Soul Master, with my innate martial soul fully realized, and I aspire to transcend to the unparalleled Douluo realm before the age of 30. What did you say? Qian Daoliu's imposing aura dissipated, his once calm eyes narrowing in shock. With the sudden withdrawal of pressure, Meng Ye, already on the brink of exceeding his limits, coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering a few steps and nearly collapsing to the ground. The crimson droplets stained the hallowed floor of the sacred hall, rendering it a tad less divine and noble. Laughter, wild and unrestrained, echoed throughout the sacred domain. This scene was likely something Qian Daolu had never envisioned occurring before his very eyes. Following his laughter, Meng Ye's aura did not diminish due to his injuries. Rather, his spirit became more intensely concentrated owing to the emotional upheaval. A somewhat dim barrier flickered around Meng Ye's body, faint arcs of electricity dancing along its surface. Though seemingly insignificant, it temporarily severed the sanctity of this angelic domain. This spectacle caused a slight furrow to form on Qian Daolia's brow. "Are you surprised, Grand Offering?" Meng Ye rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his hair moving without a breeze, enhancing his bold and domineering presence. "In truth, it should be I who is astonished. The Haotian sect's previous Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao, astonished the world by entering the tidal Douluo realm at the age of 44. Surely you have heard of another individual?" Qian Daolu remained silent, listening attentively to Meng Ye, his eyes betraying a hint of complexity. Tang Chun, though little is recorded about him, has been overlooked by the ignorant masses, despite being the architect of the Haotian sect's esteemed status as the foremost sect in the world. Pray tell, Grand Offering, do you believe these two Haotian Douluos are comparable? Humph. Utterly laughable. With a casual wave of his hand, Qian Daolia's eyes brimmed with disdain. Years ago, Tang Chun had defeated him in a direct confrontation, a defeat that was indisputable and left no room for argument. Thus, even after all these years, he adhered to the promise made in defeat, refraining from stepping foot into the mountain range where the Haotian sect resided. Despite the fact that his own son had been grievously injured by Tang Chin's descendants, leading indirectly to his downfall, he endured in silence. As for the recent news that Tang Hao, who had just ascended to the rank of title Douluo, had emerged unscathed from an encounter with Qian Daolu, that was not merely a rumor. It was nothing more than a jest. Did that grand enshrined truly believe that a 40-year-old title Douluo could hope to overcome the insurmountable barrier of the 100th level? Meng Ye wore a smile upon his face. Not one of mockery, yet in the eyes of Qian Daolu, it appeared exceedingly glaring. The six-winged angel martial soul, which he held in high esteem and regarded as his faith, now seemed utterly insignificant by comparison. The harsh reality of this truth was something he found impossible to accept. Chapter 48. Return to Salakil. The words of Meng Ye were no longer mere sarcasm to Qian Daolu. They pierced his heart like a chilling steel blade. The profound cultivation and state of mind he had honed over a century felt momentarily unstable. He acknowledged Tang Chun as his rival, despite lacking divine heritage. He had reached the 99th level, challenging both him and Poseidon, the embodiments of two gods. The techniques created by the Haotian sect were nothing short of divine, firmly establishing it as the preeminent sect in the realm. In its prime, the Haotian sect instilled fear even in the spirit hall. Yet what was Tang Hao? Merely a fortunate junior. Thus, it became imperative to keep him at bay. Although Qian Daolu expressed such sentiments, he showed no inclination to act or apply further pressure. Merely gazing at Meng Ye. At that moment, he was genuinely curious about Meng Ye's response, for the astonishment Meng Ye had elicited just moments before was overwhelming. The Grand Elder, if he truly wished to act, would not hesitate so. Meng Ye had indeed felt a flicker of fear earlier. Knowing that Qian Daolu was intent on killing him, however, he was now certain that Qian Daolu would not take his life. Absolutely not. He had unearthed Qian Daolia's lifetime of efforts and hopes, even trampling them underfoot. Now, Qian Daolu likely regretted his earlier words, wishing to draw him back at any cost. Yet, in this world, there is no such thing as a remedy for regret. Did the Grand Elder ponder why such a disparity existed? A glimmer of light flashed in Qian Daolia's eyes. He was eager to hear Meng Ye's thoughts. I surmise that since the young master awakened his martial soul, he has not had much time for arduous training, has he? Qian Daolu fell silent. This matter was, after all, a result of his helplessness to protect Qian Rinxue. He had no choice but to act thus, fully aware of what Bibi Dong had once endured. Despite his disdain for his son's disgraceful actions, he could not deny that he was, after all, his son, and it was for the future of the Spirit Hall. Ultimately, Qian Xuanji's demise at Bibi Dong's hands was a matter of karmic retribution, yet Qian Daolu remained uneasy, fearing for Qian Rinxue's safety from Bibi Dong's malevolence, which compelled him to arrange her presence in the Heaven Do Empire. As for the so-called plan to usurp the nation, Qian Daolu alone could, within a day, quietly eradicate the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire without such complications. However, it now seemed more prudent to allow her to cultivate in the Douluo Hall, where she would not be hindered in her training. With innate soul power at level 20, even if she progressed slowly, she should not take until 24 to reach Soul Emperor, especially with a divine martial soul. Breaking through to title Douluo after 30 would be considered tardy. The true golden age for soul masters to elevate their cultivation is before the age of 20. Qian Rinxue had squandered nearly 2 decades of precious time. And no matter how exceptional her talent, she had wasted half of it. This place was sufficient to make up for her shortcomings. All that was needed was for the opportune moment to arrive. For today, this shall suffice. You may return. Waving his hand, the power of space was summoned. And in the next moment, Meng Ye vanished from the Douluo palace, taking with him the bloodstains on the ground, which disappeared in an instant. Douluo shook his head. He was acutely aware of Rinchue's current predicament. However, he understood that it was impossible to recall her immediately. Over the course of more than a decade, Rinchue had invested tremendous effort into the coup, even harboring the belief that success would earn her the recognition of Bibi Dong. If she were to abandon her plans abruptly, it would likely lead to even more extreme inner demons and bottlenecks, necessitating a suitable opportunity. Either the coup must succeed or fail. Only then could Rinchue return to the Spirit Hall and wholeheartedly strive to overcome the formidable 100-level chasm. Indeed, there was potential to utilize this circumstance. With such talent, he feared that Meng Ye might become another Tangchen in the future. Douluo was now more concerned about Meng Ye's prodigious gifts, which appeared nothing short of astonishing. Upon returning to the Pope's palace, Meng Ye once again took his leave, and with the ghost Douluo escorting him, he naturally made a smooth journey back to the Serical Duchy. Thank you for your assistance, Elder. Well, I shall leave you here. Farewell. The ghost Douluo nodded, and then his figure vanished, needing to return to the Spirit Hall to report. The journey from Spirit City back to the Serical Duchy took 5 days, during which Meng Ye's injuries had largely healed. Although Douluo's pressure was terrifying, he had not truly attacked, resulting in only minor wounds. The key was that it had also awakened part of his physical potential, a blessing in disguise. After a little over 10 minutes, Meng Ye arrived at the entrance of the Serical Spirit Hall, where the hall was unusually quiet, with only a solitary figure dozing at the counter. The Spirit Hall was generally quiet, bustling only during the annual awakenings of commoners' martial spirits. He walked straight inside. Lei Xingyang's office was on the 3rd floor. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon pushing the door open, he found Lei Xingyang seated behind his desk. Though his hair remained white, his spirit was still vigorous. You're back. He glanced up at Meng Ye, as if he had already anticipated his arrival. Oh, just returned from vacation. What are you up to? Meng Ye observed that Lei Xingyang was dressed rather warmly, his complexion somewhat pallid. Although the Douluo continent is not known for its perpetual spring, it generally enjoys a temperate climate, save for the far northern regions. The Duchy of Salical, being coastal, rarely experiences extreme weather conditions. It's nothing. I merely ventured into the far north and caught a chill. A bit of medicine will suffice, Lei Xingyang remarked nonchalantly. However, Meng Ye sensed something amiss. Frowning, he approached Lei Xingyang, noting a faint chill emanating from him. As a soul saint, he should be impervious to ailments like a cold, let alone a plague. The unmistakable aura of cold poison enveloped him. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Ye placed his hand on Lei Xingyang's shoulder, channeling his soul power into his body. With a soft hiss, a delicate plume of white smoke gradually emerged from Lei Xingyang as Meng Ye's soul energy coursed through him. Such potent cold poison. Did you encounter an ice blue scorpion? Meng Ye inquired. No, it was a toad, surprisingly formidable, Lei Xingyang replied, his complexion slowly improving. He had endured this affliction for quite some time, and even with his robust physique, he nearly faced a regression in his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye's brow furrowed even deeper. Were it not for his timely return, Lei Xingyang would likely have continued to bear the burden, potentially sacrificing the already scarce remnants of his lifespan. The Zhuqing ice toad, a soul beast embodying the dual properties of ice and poison, approached the pinnacle of its attributes. Meng Ye had preliminarily discerned the source of this lethal toxin. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief, for it seemed that the Douluo continent harbored no soul beasts possessing such extreme toxins. Otherwise, Lei Xingyang would have long since succumbed. Did I not instruct you to seek a martial soul? How did you end up in the extreme north? Meng Ye inquired, perplexed, while continuing to channel his soul power to assist Lei Xingyang in expelling the chilling poison. Upon my return, I traversed several neighboring provinces. I did manage to locate a few with innate full soul power, yet I failed to find the ultimate martial soul you mentioned. In a fit of frustration, I ventured to the extreme north, intending to capture one for reference. Meng Ye, after a moment of silence, it appears this might still be his responsibility. The information he provided pertains solely to the cultivation of supreme martial souls, neglecting the means of discernment. He has encountered the extreme thunder, Lei Xingyang, but has yet to witness the others. His only reference is likely Meng Ye's martial soul. Chapter 49. The ice extreme divine crystal gulping down a sip of warm water. Lei Xingyang set aside the heavy coat draped over him. One pant leg was thoroughly soaked, remnants of ice clinging to it. He attempted to rise, but faltered, a frown creasing his brow. Although the cold poison had been dispelled, it seemed he had forcibly suppressed his injuries, relying on the muscles of his thigh to move. In truth, his calf had long been eroded by the cold toxin, so it would be wise not to move for now. Meng Ye retrieved a celestial herb from his storage soul guide. Given the circumstances, seeking out a top-tier healing soul master would be the optimal approach. The soul hall possesses such individuals, yet the back and forth would be troublesome, and Lei Xingyang could not afford to wait. What is this? Lei Xingyang inquired curiously, eyeing the peculiar celestial herb in Meng Ye's hand. Celestial chrysanthemum, Meng Ye replied, a rare treasure well suited for you. It should aid in your recovery. Without elaborating on its effects, he directly handed it to Lei Xingyang, instructing, consume the flower's core first, then sequentially ingest the petals, refining the medicinal properties with your soul power. Lei Xingyang hesitated, sensing the herb's rarity, despite having never encountered it before. However, Meng Ye remained silent, abruptly snapping the stem and presenting the flower before him. The medicinal properties dissipate swiftly. If you do not consume it, it will be wasted. He offered Lei Xingyang no chance to refuse. Ultimately, Lei Xingyang consumed the celestial herb, his soul power elevating by 5 levels, and his physique experiencing a remarkable enhancement. With his injuries nearly mended, this herb was originally effective in significantly accelerating soul power cultivation for those below level 70, yet it lost efficacy beyond that threshold. The soul saint's requirements for soul power vastly differ from those below that rank. Nonetheless, being reputed as a herb capable of refining an indestructible body, it profoundly transformed Lei Xingyang. With just 1 level remaining until promotion, refining the residual medicinal properties should suffice. Meng Ye noted that Lei Xingyang had reached a bottleneck. How has your mental strength increased so remarkably? Lei Xingyang's soul power had reached level 79, and he cast a puzzled glance at Meng Ye. Recalling that the last time they met, Meng Ye's mental fortitude had not been nearly as formidable. Prior to Meng Ye's arrival, he had researched numerous methods to stimulate potential, primarily for trial and error. The most extreme approach involved forcibly stimulating several acupoints, resulting in a significant surge in soul power. Naturally, the cost was steep. Lei Xingyang's talent was commendable, and had he not engaged in such reckless experimentation in his youth, attaining the rank of title Douluo would have been feasible, while becoming a soul Douluo would have been well within reach. A treasure that enhances mental strength, akin to what you just consumed. With one eye partially closed, Lei Xingyang regarded Meng Ye with a peculiar expression, clearly perplexed by the source of such a rare treasure. Did you raid the Spirit Hall's treasury? He inquired. No, Meng Ye replied. The Spirit Hall lacks such items. Although it wields significant power, its resources are limited to a few soul bones at best. The true wealth and foundation of the Spirit Hall lie within the Soul Masters, not in material accumulation. After a brief silence, Lei Xingyang seemed to recall something and retrieved an ice-encased jade box from his storage soul guide. This item originates from the mouth of a certain toad, he remarked. Exuding a remarkable chill, perhaps it resonates with your second martial soul. He was the sole individual aware of the nature of Meng Ye's second martial soul. Even through the jade box, Meng Ye sensed that this object was extraordinary, and he detected a familiar aura, the essence of ultimate ice. As he reached out to take it, a thin layer of frost quickly formed in Lei Xingyang's palm, which he casually shattered. Were it not for the cold poison within him, such ultimate ice would not have been capable of inflicting such severe damage. Despite being merely a soul saint, Lei Xingyang's self-discovered blood techniques aligned perfectly with his martial soul, rendering his strikes overwhelmingly powerful. Any ordinary soul Douluo, upon being engaged in close combat, could only hope for a swift surrender unless they possessed a soul skill that immunized them from physical harm. Crack, crack, crack. As Meng Ye infused his soul power into the jade box, the chilling aura emanating from its surface gradually dissipated, and he lifted the lid. Inside lay a deep blue crystal, roughly the size of a fist. What do you think? Lei Xingyang asked. Furrowing his brow, Meng Ye admitted his unfamiliarity with the object, though he could sense the ultimate ice contained within, as well as a powerful elemental energy. As he held it, its texture felt warm and comforting, invigorating his internal soul power. Give it a try, Meng Ye suggested, handing the crystal to Lei Xingyang. Without hesitation, Lei Xingyang accepted it. However, the moment Meng Ye released his grip, crack, 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 a visible layer of ice crystals enveloped Lei Xingyang, even frosting his eyebrows, creating a somewhat comical sight. Why is it harmless in your hands? He exclaimed, forcing his soul power to shatter the ice and return the crystal to Meng Ye. I believe I have a notion of what this item is, Meng Ye mused, rubbing the crystal between his fingers. Its texture remained akin to warm jade. He elucidated. This is the Ice Extreme Divine Crystal, a rather peculiar treasure of heaven and earth, and it is indeed beneficial to me. Meng Ye had not anticipated that Lei Jingyang would possess such fortuitous luck. The Ice Extreme Divine Crystal could merely be classified as a premier mineral, however. Its true value lies in its association with the rare ice essence formed over millennia. Once it nurtures an ice spirit within, it can even be regarded as a sentient metal, significantly amplifying the potency of ice attribute soul power. In the hands of an ice attribute soul master, this singular crystal could, upon subduing the ice spirit within, temporarily unleash the ultimate manifestation of ice. Furthermore, it enhances the effects of this ultimate ice, rendering it a treasure in the eyes of ice attribute soul masters. This is indeed fortuitous. Lei Jingyang considered it a favorable circumstance that this object would prove beneficial to Meng Ye, ensuring that his journey was not in vain. At this moment, a glimmer sparkled in Meng Ye's eyes as he turned to Lei Jingyang and inquired, "What is the specific location of the ice toad you encountered? In which direction might it be found? This is rather challenging to ascertain." "Please wait a moment," Lei Jingyang replied, rising to retrieve a map from the bookshelf behind him. He laid it upon the table and gestured thoughtfully. "It lies to the northwest of Tiando City, approximately a 3-day journey, passing through 3 cities. Eventually, you will reach a small border town. From there, delving 50 miles into the far north should bring you close." The map bore numerous annotations, a testament to Lei Jingyang's extensive experience. When venturing into unfamiliar territories, this approach significantly enhances the likelihood of returning alive. "Do you wish to go?" Lei Jingyang glanced up at Meng Ye. "Not at this moment," Meng Ye replied, shaking his head. "The distance spans the entirety of the Tiando Empire, and at my pace, even with relentless travel day and night, it would take at least 2 weeks. Moreover, there is no guarantee of any fruitful discoveries. So it remains merely a fleeting thought for now. Perhaps I shall explore it in the future." "Then take this map," Lei Jingyang offered, rolling it up and presenting it to Meng Ye. "It contains many places I visited in my youth. Should you find it intriguing, you may wish to explore them later. I have also marked some perilous areas." To Lei Jingyang, this map represented far more than mere cartography. It encapsulated decades of his adventures and experiences across the continent. Meng Ye did not refuse. This item was indeed useful to him. Although many years had passed, and some discrepancies might have arisen, the general direction was undoubtedly accurate. In this world, there exists no GPS. Possessing a map refined through meticulous exploration could spare one from numerous detours. "By the way, I heard that upon your return, your friend is awaiting you at the Wang family estate. You should pay a visit. It must be Wang Shuo, right?" There are not many peers from whom Meng Ye recalls. Wang Shuo was always lingering nearby, making it impossible not to remember him. However, Lei Jingyang shook his head. "Not him? There is more." Chapter 50. Undercurrents in the Principality of Salakal, a vassal state of the Heaven-Do Empire, a considerable degree of autonomy is granted. The primary reason the Heaven-Do Empire acknowledges the sovereignty of Salakal is that it can no longer contain the burgeoning independence not only of Salakal but also of numerous provinces within the empire, each resembling a small nation of its own. The only impediment lies in internal discord. If extraneous dissent could be eradicated, these regions would indeed function as independent kingdoms. The empire, beset by its confrontation with the Douluo Empire, finds itself unable to address these issues, having to juggle multiple threats simultaneously. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, Meng Ye arrived at the Wang family's estate. The Wang family, possessing a hereditary title, held significant standing in Salakal. Wang Shuo, in particular, enjoyed a distinguished lineage as his mother was the emperor's sister, thus making him part of the royal family. Coupled with the vast resources at the family's disposal, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that they were the wealthiest in Salakal. The sprawling estate exuded opulence, enveloping a small forest within its confines. With a grand castle majestically situated at its center, a circular fountain shimmered under the moonlight, casting rippling reflections. Under the guidance of the steward, Meng Ye was introduced to Wang Shuo and a gathering of individuals. "What is this?" he inquired, noting the lively atmosphere. Apart from Wang Shuo, he recognized several familiar faces, some of whom he had merely glimpsed before. "Boss, you finally made it." Wang Shuo, now more rotund than before, approached with the eagerness of a buoyant ball. He intended to envelop Meng Ye in a bear hug, but Meng Ye raised a hand to deter him, gesturing towards the gathering. What is going on here? Wang Shuo, adorned in a bespoke, lavish outfit, exuded an air of nobility as he replied with a hint of melancholy. If you hadn't returned, I would have been drained dry by these fellows. Humph. They didn't want to entertain me either. A fiery figure strode forth, radiating an unmistakable warmth that enveloped the surroundings. Years had transformed Huo Wu's physique to match the allure of her martial spirit, yet her temper remained equally fierce. Scanning the crowd, Meng Ye observed a multitude of vibrant characters. It's all a misunderstanding. Haha, it is my honor to have you all here. My hospitality has been lacking. Wang Shuo smiled, fully aware that he could not afford to offend this formidable presence. Once the laughter subsided, Wang Shuo leaned closer to Meng Ye and whispered, Boss, these folks are not here with good intentions. Allow me to handle them for now. Glimpsing at the rotund figure, Meng Ye did not fully grasp his meaning, yet the glint in Huo Wu's eyes hinted at unspoken tensions. Indeed, they were not here to extend warm welcomes. Haha, Meng Ye, you finally arrived. We've been awaiting you for several days. Huo Wuxuang, perhaps under the influence of spirits, approached with boisterous laughter. Gradually, the surrounding individuals converged, creating an atmosphere that felt as if they were encircling Meng Ye. I heard you went to the Martial Soul Academy. What a pity. A towering figure, at least 2.5 meters tall, approached with a glimmer of fervor in his eyes. I have developed a new skill, and I hear you are quite formidable. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in azure battle attire, exuding an aura of combativeness, directed a gaze toward Meng Ye, emanating an undeniable presence and a formidable soul power. Then, another individual appeared, marked by a blue lightning emblem on his forehead, his elongated form strikingly defined, even without manifesting his martial spirit. He radiated an astonishing potential for explosive force. His eyes sparkled with both curiosity and a hint of battle intent, a flicker of electricity dancing in the air around him. This was Yu Tianxin, the brother of Yu Tianheng, one of the twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. All these individuals were prodigies of the four elements, each possessing innate soul power that constituted at least half of their being. Now, gathered in one place, Meng Ye could not entertain the notion that they were merely convening for a trivial gathering, especially considering their apparent anticipation. Meng Ye, a blue figure suddenly dashed in from the side. Meng Ye furrowed his brow and sidestepped to evade the oncoming assault. The assailant, caught unawares, toppled toward the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, a force grasped her shoulder from behind, preventing a disastrous collision. You do not be impolite. Another figure, slightly aloof, approached with an aura that seemed to brighten the surroundings with each step. Her pale blue gown accentuated her flawless silhouette, captivating the attention of everyone present. Meng Ye casually helped the person to straighten up, only to be surprised when the latter seized his hand and refused to let go. He caught you. Meng Ye furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of distaste at the frivolous actions of the other party. Yet, considering she was a woman, he refrained from being excessively harsh. Fortunately, at that moment, Shui Binger approached and unhesitatingly seized Shui Yue by the ear, pulling her back without mercy. Despite her frantic flailing of arms in the air, it proved futile. The scene was somewhat amusing. Shui Bingo exuded an ethereal beauty, her features so exquisitely refined that they appeared almost unreal, imparting a dreamlike quality. After offering a slight bow as an apology, she added, "It has been a long time." Indeed, Meng Ye replied with a nod. While others may not have been particularly courteous, he at least found Shui Binger's demeanor agreeable. He then turned his attention to the others, inquiring, "If you have matters to discuss, please state them directly." He felt a sense of exasperation. Lei Jingyang had referred to them as friends, yet apart from Wang Shuo, none seemed capable of expressing even a semblance of friendliness. Each appeared intent on either eliminating him or extracting his kidneys. The group exchanged glances, seemingly deliberating on who would speak first. Generally, among the Five Elements Academy, no one readily yielded to another. However, if one were to assess actual strength, Yu Tianxin would undoubtedly be the most formidable. We wish to hold a friendly exchange match before the Soul Master competition. Of course, the primary focus will be on sparring. What are your thoughts? Yu Tianxin proposed. He and Feng Xiaotian hailed from Thunder Academy and Divine Wind Academy, respectively, and had little prior interaction with Meng Ye. However, Hu Yanli still harbored resentment from when he was humiliated by Meng Ye after being incited by Huo Wuxuan, leading to a broken hand, a minor injury compared to the significant loss of face he suffered, which still lingered in his mind. An exchange match? Meng Ye now comprehended their intentions. As a student of the Spirit Hall Academy, he would undoubtedly encounter these individuals as rivals in the Soul Master competition. Although it was uncertain whether they would face each other directly, it was evident that they sought to probe his capabilities in advance. This may not solely be their initiative. It was likely influenced by the higher-ups of their academy. The purple badge he possessed had certainly granted him considerable notoriety, but it also brought with it numerous troubles, as exemplified by the current situation. Forgive me, but I must decline. Meng Ye naturally refused, as defeating him would yield no advantage. More importantly, it was utterly meaningless. None of those present warranted his exertion of strength, and the outcome was not worth contemplating. Humph. Huyen Li crossed his arms and snorted coldly, preparing to advance, only to be halted by a hand. Among the crowd, the elder-looking Feng Xiaotian stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Brother Meng, there is no need to be hasty in your refusal. We merely wish to witness the prowess of a genius from the Spirit Hall. Of course, if you concede, we shall not pursue the matter further. Consider this a non-event." A cunning smile. This was Meng Ye's initial appraisal of Feng Xiaotian. Among this group, Feng Xiaotian was the most seasoned. His talent might not be the finest, but he possessed considerable cunning, leveraging their numbers and the prestige of the Five Elements Academy. His words served both as a means of intimidation and provocation. However, he clearly misinterpreted Meng Ye's stance and overestimated his own position. Why not concede yourselves? Meng Ye's indifferent gaze pierced Feng Xiaotian. A palpable aura of unyielding authority surged forth, causing the faces of those surrounding him to shift dramatically. With Feng Xiaotian instinctively taking a half-step back, that mere half-step delivered a devastating blow to his pride. Yet, confronted with the terrifying presence akin to that of a ferocious beast, he found himself unable to meet Meng Ye's gaze, regardless of his reluctance. In that moment, all present were left in profound astonishment. Chapter 51. The resurgence of the exchange competition. The imposing presence of Meng Ye left the members of the Five Elements Academy momentarily stunned, creating a palpable tension in the air. Their purpose for being there was certainly not to instigate conflict. Furthermore, Feng Xiaotian had already raised suspicions of opportunism. Despite their numerical advantage, they could not rely on sheer force to intimidate. It is worth noting that they did not belong to the same academy. Their interactions were characterized more by rivalry than camaraderie. Even if they were allied, they would not dare to act in such a manner, for this was not their territory. And prior to their arrival, they had been cautioned by the senior members or elders of their academy. Feng Xiaotian's cleverness had perhaps exceeded its bounds. The expressions of the siblings, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, were grim, yet they turned their gaze toward Feng Xiaotian. For their true intent was to engage in a friendly contest. Although they had previously suffered defeat at the hands of Meng Ye, they bore no grievances, acknowledging that they simply lacked the skill. In fact, Huo Wushuang even felt a twinge of gratitude toward Meng Ye, as Huo Wu's once impulsive and arrogant demeanor had undergone considerable transformation. Unbeknownst to him, even his temperament had matured beyond what was depicted in the original narrative. "Meng, my brother, remain composed," Huo Wushuang interjected, stepping forward to mediate the situation, smiling as he positioned himself between the two. "Since we have journeyed such a distance, and you have seen our sincerity, how about we introduce a wager?" Catching a glimpse of Huo Wushuang, Meng Ye, despite their lack of prior acquaintance, did not harbor any disdain. He retracted his imposing aura and regarded Huo Wushuang calmly. "I have agreed to the exchange competition. As for the wager, I shall forego it." He disapproved of Feng Xiaotian's demeanor. His forthrightness was commendable, while the underhanded tactics were unwelcome. "Come now, I have specially prepared 5,000 gold soul coins. Surely, you can allow me to win at least once." Huo Wushuang, unexpectedly, began to press the matter, indicating he had come well prepared. "Do you truly believe you can best me?" Meng Ye perceived that Huo Wushuang was somewhat overconfident. After all, a few years prior, he was not even a match for him, let alone now. However, one could never be too certain. A fierce glint ignited in Huo Wushuang's eyes, and the atmosphere around him grew notably charged as he stated, "Thanks to your encouragement, my cultivation has significantly advanced over the years, and my martial spirit has grown even stronger. In the past, had circumstances been the same, the ones to provoke him would likely have been the Huo siblings, Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu. Yet now, he found himself appreciating Huo Wushuang. In his view, Feng Xiaotian's arrogance had reached excessive levels. Impulsiveness might be tolerable, but arrogance was a different matter entirely, difficult to gauge and control. "I have a spirit fighting arena within the forest of my estate," Feel free to make use of it if it pleases you, Wang Shuo offered, wiping the virtual sweat from his brow. As the host of this gathering, he extended a gracious invitation, having already accorded them due respect. Previously, when the Five Elements Academy arrived early and made their intentions known, it was he who took the initiative to welcome them. As a nobleman with considerable wealth, cultivating these promising connections was vital for their enduring success. In this regard, Wang Shuo was a genius in his own right, at a similar age to Meng Ye. With these connections, inheriting his father's title in the future seemed almost assured. Exchanging glances, the group followed the butler towards the forest behind the estate, while Wang Shuo leaned in, whispering to Meng Ye, "Boss, do you have confidence in winning?" Casting a glance at the plump figure beside him, Meng Ye replied, "Have you ever seen me lose?" Wang Shuo immediately squeezed his facial flesh and said, "That's good to hear. As per our usual arrangement, let us split the winnings 50-50. You really ought to lose some weight," Meng Ye remarked, somewhat exasperated. In his youth, Wang Shuo had merely appeared to have a bit of baby fat. Even being somewhat endearing, how had he become somewhat alarming in such a short span? It had only been a few years, and he had not even dared to use steroids. "Boss, don't criticize me. You know my martial spirit," Wang Shuo retorted. "How can you even mention it? A bare martial spirit? What possessed you to think of adding an auxiliary spirit ring?" Meng Ye responded, realizing that discussing this topic was unavoidable. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Wang Shuo was indeed talented. Spirit masters could indeed attach auxiliary spirit rings, but such endeavors rarely succeeded. For instance, a martial spirit like a sword or knife, which was destined for offensive capabilities, would struggle to incorporate an emerald swan spirit ring, only resulting in effects akin to breaking defenses or enhancing speed. In contrast, martial spirits with stronger compatibility, such as blue-silver grass, staffs, or water elements, could choose between auxiliary or battle spirit paths. Wang Shuo's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head awkwardly, saying, "Boss, you know my martial spirit is rather average. I won't achieve much in the future, so spirit rings are of little consequence to me." "Meng Ye, generally? You truly dare to say so?" Although there is an element of serendipity involved, Wang Shuo's second soul skill is, in fact, an exceptional healing technique. Furthermore, despite his martial spirit being bear-like, it is a unique shaman bear. Its strength is formidable, not on par with pure power martial spirits, but when compared to some of the elite beast martial spirits, such as the white tiger martial spirit, he is not significantly inferior, and his defensive capabilities may even surpass those. He possesses the ability to both deal damage and provide healing, while also serving as a meat shield. His first soul skill is a battle cry that enhances the strength and speed of his allies within a certain radius. With a higher soul power, he could stand at the back of the team and, at a critical moment, charge forward as a shield for the healer. What a remarkable sense of security that would provide. As for cultivation talent, it is not lacking. Reaching level 23 by the age of 12 already meets the admission criteria for Shrek Academy. Of course, due to the peculiar combination of soul rings and martial spirits, it is likely that Shrek would not accept him. As they spoke, the group arrived at the soul fighting arena, which was quite grand, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, surrounded by a ring of water pools. This design appears intentional, likely for the convenience of noble spectators, as a misstep off the stage would result in an unfortunate plunge. Naturally, it also offers a cushioning effect, preventing secondary injuries. In an exchange match, there is no need for excessive seriousness. Given our small number, why not simply guard the arena? Hu Wushuang proposed at this moment. "How do we go about guarding?" Hu Yanli replied in a deep voice, eager to challenge Meng Ye and redeem his previous defeat. "There are just 8 of us, from the first participant onward. None may concede until defeated or until they surrender. If the champion is defeated, they cannot reclaim their title but may still issue challenges." Hu Wushuang scanned the others, noticing their silence, and continued with a smile. "To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall be the first to take the stage." Indeed, with so few participants and not a team competition, there is no need for elaborate tournament structures. However, this method of guarding poses a significant challenge for the champion. As the group is predominantly composed of soul masters, single-handedly defeating each participant in succession is nearly impossible. Nevertheless, it provides a clear opportunity for everyone to assess the strength of the others present, and, as Meng Ye suspected, the exploratory intent is quite overt. At this point, Hu Wushuang had already stepped onto the arena, and Wang Shuo's steward, also a soul master of the soul sect, took on the role of referee. "Now, May the first challenger step forward. This is an exchange match. Adhering to the principle of friendship first, please keep your strikes within reasonable limits. The steward stood confidently at the center of the arena. After a brief exchange of glances, it became evident that no one wished to be prematurely exhausted in this exchange match. Furthermore, Huo Wushuang is not to be underestimated, aside from Feng Xiaodian and Yu Tianxin. The others lack absolute confidence in defeating him. Suddenly, a flash of electricity crackled through the air, startling several participants who quickly turned to look. Initially suspecting it was Yu Tianxin who had acted. To their surprise, the next moment revealed Meng Ye standing in the arena, several dozen meters away. How swift! The onlookers were taken aback. It was, of course, impossible to traverse dozens of meters in an instant. Only teleportation could achieve such a feat. While Meng Ye could not teleport, he was capable of moving faster than their reactions. Chapter 52. The defeat of Huo Wushuang. Huo Wushuang's ascent to the stage did not align with the sentiments of the other members of the Five Elements Academy. As the exchange competition was merely a pretext, many harbored a curiosity to gauge Meng Ye's abilities, indirectly probing the strength of the Spirit Hall as well. With Meng Ye's premature appearance, it inadvertently served its purpose. Could it be that you have shifted your focus to agility-based attacks? Huo Wushuang expressed her astonishment, for such speed was beyond what even their academy's agility-based students could aspire to. You are rather verbose. Meng Ye chose not to explain. This was merely the explosion he sought. If his base speed were a mere 3, at critical moments he could unleash a staggering 30. In contrast, even with a foundation of 10, an agility-based attack could at most produce a burst of just over 20. The strength of one's physique determined the upper limits of such bursts. Who would have anticipated that Meng Ye had nearly directed all his spirit rings towards enhancing his attributes and power? I wager on Fire Wushuang's defeat. At the edge of the soul-fighting arena, Wang Shuo took the initiative to act as the banker, creating a lively atmosphere and fulfilling his role as the host. Little did he know, the first to place a bet was none other than Huo Wu, who wagered on Fire Wushuang's loss. Sister, that's a bit excessive, don't you think? I'm your dear brother. If you lose, you won't be anymore, she retorted, her arms crossed, unfazed. Over the years, her mindset had matured significantly. Yet it was impossible for her to entirely relinquish the challenge against Meng Ye. In their past, their spirit power surpassed Meng Ye's, but they had failed to grow, which was understandable. However, if they were to lose again now, it would imply their talents were inferior to Meng Ye's. As prodigies, if their most cherished gift, talent, were to be overshadowed, there would be little left to take pride in. I too bet on Fire Wushuang's defeat. Feng Xiaodian sided with Huo Wu, directly wagering 500 gold soul coins, well aware of the arena's rules. I wager 1,000 gold soul coins, also on Fire Wushuang's loss. People often succumb to the allure of conformity, or perhaps simply wish to join in the excitement. Regardless, as everyone placed their bets against Fire Wushuang, Wang Shuo felt a twinge of anxiety. He had adjusted the odds to 1-to-1, and thankfully, the crowd was not large, alleviating some of his pressure. For it was merely a form of entertainment. Knowing is one thing, but the conditions were still proposed by him. Fire Wushuang glared at Meng Ye, visibly displeased. Are both parties prepared? The steward glanced at the two. The number of participants was scant, yet the rules must still be upheld. No problem. We can begin at any time. Indeed, Meng Ye nodded in agreement. Release your martial souls. Buzz. The brilliance of their martial souls and the colors of their spirit rings intertwined, emanating an astonishing aura. Flames and thunder clashed in the center of the soul-fighting arena. The spectators, initially relaxed and observing the battle, suddenly changed their expressions upon witnessing Meng Ye's spirit rings. Yellow, purple, black. What could this mean? Though Feng Xiaodian was older, he too could not comprehend the implications of such a spirit ring configuration. If a spirit ring were to differ by a few hundred years, the disparity for a spirit master wouldn't be significant, but a difference of several thousand years would yield an astronomical enhancement. Not to mention a 10,000-year spirit ring, which could signify an overwhelming gap in power for a spirit master unless there was a distinctive advantage in martial souls. What immense power of thunder! What type of martial soul is this? Even the ever-composed Yu Tianxin appeared astonished at this moment. He was particularly focused on the thunderous energy emanating from Meng Ye. His blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul trembled at the instant Meng Ye unleashed his martial soul's presence. In the arena of soul battles, the contest commenced with fervor. A sudden arc of electricity erupted from Huo Wushuang's shoulder, causing his expression to grow significantly more solemn. Attempting to maintain a facade of ease, he inquired, "What is the meaning of this? The soul ring is one thing, but why has the aura of your martial spirit transformed as well?" Meng Ye did not respond to his query. Arcs of electricity had coalesced into lightning, intertwining violently around him. Subsequently, the second soul ring upon him erupted with a radiant purple glow. In a moment of astonishment, Huo Wushuang, unable to ponder further, directly unleashed his third soul skill. A brilliant golden red light surged forth, intensifying the surrounding heat. Yet, the suppression was all too apparent. Even with the enhancement of his soul skill, he could merely disperse the encircling arcs of electricity, his soul power still stifled by half. Realizing that time was of the essence, Huo Wushuang charged directly at Meng Ye. Though his speed was not particularly swift, the formidable strength of the one-horned fire-violent dragon was no trifling matter in a head-on confrontation, even within the Five Elements Academy. He was renowned as the second strongest in direct combat, only behind Feng Shaodian. A faint dragon's roar echoed, its terrifying might further alleviating the oppression of the thunder. Meng Ye nodded slightly, demonstrating remarkable judgment in maximizing the advantages of his martial soul even under its suppression. However, it was still insufficient. With a resounding thud, he stamped his foot, causing the ground to tremble ominously. His second soul skill, Rampage, drawn from a 3,000-year-old mutated blood tiger. It amplified his strength and speed by 50%. In truth, by mobilizing all his vital energy, both his strength and speed could potentially double. With his defense experiencing a similar enhancement, Huo Wushuang surged forward, covering a distance of over 10 meters. However, Meng Ye arrived first. A bolt of lightning slicing through the void. The clash of fire and thunder erupted, engulfing the center of the soul-battling arena in a cloud of dust. As the terrifying flames and lightning engaged in a fierce struggle above, in the next moment, Huo Wushuang's figure was propelled from the dust. Landing gracefully and poised like a coiled leopard, his body flickering with a radiant glow of fire intertwined with lightning. Attribute suppression. Previously, it was merely a matter of momentum being restrained, but now he felt nearly 10% of his soul power suppressed within him. There was no time to delay. The next move would determine the victor. With this thought in mind, Huo Wushuang's fourth soul ring illuminated. With a fierce cry, he embodied the spirit of 1,000 warriors. As his fourth soul ring activated, this technique was a formidable single-target soul skill, and upon unleashing his martial soul and soul skill, his already exaggerated physique underwent a transformation. Fiery red scales emerged upon his surface, while his hands became broad and his fingertips sharpened. Most importantly, a single horn erupted from his forehead, encircled by rippling golden red flames. In the next instant, he charged fiercely toward the stationary Meng Ye. Meng Ye squinted, sensing the force behind this strike. Crack! The surrounding lightning gradually took on a pale hue, and his muscles swelled correspondingly, reaching a level comparable to that of Huo Wushuang when he unleashed his fire dragon martial soul. His formal attire was stretched to its limits, revealing sharp, well-defined contours, each inch seemingly sculpted by divine craftsmanship. Boom! A more terrifying thud echoed, as a distinct footprint appeared on the granite-paved soul-fighting arena beneath his feet. As they clashed once more, Meng Ye summoned flickering lightning in his hand, coalescing it into a devastating thunder sphere. The arcs of electricity within mostly transformed into a brilliant white. Zing! The moment the horn touched the thunder sphere, Huo Wushuang sensed imminent danger. But it was too late to retreat. Boom! The ensuing explosion was even more fearsome than before, with dust spreading across half of the arena, which rivaled the grand central stage of a major soul-fighting arena. Oh! Huo Wu gasped in shock, while she did not believe Huo Wushuang could triumph. She had not anticipated such a fierce confrontation. With a cry of despair, Huo Wushuang was struck down from the stage by an overwhelming force, plunging directly into the water. Wang Shua's servant hurried to rescue him, pulling Huo Wushuang from the depths. Despite his disheveled appearance, Huo Wushuang had not sustained the severe injuries everyone anticipated. He bore only a red mark on his forehead, with most of his soul power expended. "I have lost," Huo Wushuang said, clasping his hands in gratitude towards Meng Ye. This gesture left others perplexed, and Huo Wu, relieved that Huo Wushuang was unharmed, disdainfully remarked, "Have you lost your mind? Sister, shall we return now?" After a wry smile, Huo Wushuang was certainly not dazed. In fact, he was acutely aware that there was little chance for Huo Wu to defeat Meng Ye. He alone understood the true nature of Meng Ye's earlier move, which had effortlessly neutralized his most powerful attack, while simultaneously sending him flying, all without inflicting serious harm. This precise control over strength was what made Meng Ye truly formidable. It indicated an abundance of power still at his disposal. Chapter 53. You two repulse me, Zing. In the second match, Hu Yanli made his move. Years ago, he had suffered a broken arm at Meng Ye's hands, and he had harbored a deep-seated grudge ever since. Now, with his cultivation level elevated, he sought vengeance. The true terror of the diamond mammoth martial soul lay primarily in its formidable size, towering over 2.5 meters, resembling a colossal mountain of flesh. Excluding all other factors, in terms of vitality, Hu Yanli was the strongest peer Meng Ye had ever encountered, aside from himself. Lightning coalesced in his hands, akin to a thunderous fist, ruthlessly crashing down upon the descending mass of flesh. This was the core offensive soul skill of Hu Yanli's diamond mammoth, known as Crush. It locked onto its target, exerting pressure while utilizing its massive physique to overpower the opponent, truly maximizing the advantages of both size and martial soul in one devastating technique. Bang! The instant a fist struck the abdomen, a wave-like pattern radiated from the belly, spreading throughout the entire body. Thud! The thunder beneath Meng Ye's feet buckled under the weight of this force. However, he himself exhibited no signs of being overwhelmed. With a piercing scream, Hu Yanli was propelled backward, having been struck by an attack that, in theory, should have been impossible to withstand head-on. Yet, Meng Ye shattered it with sheer, unadulterated brutality. Meng Ye's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Hu Yanli. To be candid, the combination of Hu Yanli's appearance and his grotesque style of attack was quite disconcerting to him. A layer of white smoke swiftly dissipated around them. That punch had approached the threshold of his full power under normal circumstances. Wu Wushuang, situated beneath the arena, swallowed hard. Relieved that Meng Ye had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, he felt he would be unable to rise at all. Although Hu Yanli's technique was repugnant, countering it was no simple task. The other members of the Elemental Academy either opted to distance themselves using control-type soul skills or resorted to employing more potent soul techniques, incurring greater soul power costs in a forced attempt to break through. As for directly confronting it head-on, they not only doubted their capability, but also found the notion revolting. Heh, it seems Hu Yanli is in for a downfall, Feng Xiaodian remarked with a malicious grin, being among those who harbored the greatest disdain for Hu Yanli. What astonishing power, Yu Tianxin murmured, her brow furrowing as she gazed at Hu Wushuang, inquisitively inquiring, Hu Wushuang, did you not discern the nature of his martial soul and soul skills? Don't ask me. Had I understood, I wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Perhaps you should inquire about it yourself, Hu Wushuang retorted. Although he had lost decisively, it was impossible for him not to feel vexed. While Yu Tianxin's prowess hinted at her being the foremost of the 5 Elements Academy, this was not the moment to bring up sensitive topics. Yu Tianxin ceased her questioning, instead continuing to observe the unfolding situation in the arena, where Hu Yanli's defeat seemed inevitable. Hiss! Hu Yanli, clutching his abdomen in agony, rose to his feet. His complexion grim as he glared at Meng Ye and demanded, why do you still possess so much soul power? After battling Hu Wushuang, he had assumed that Meng Ye would have exhausted a significant amount of soul power, preparing for a chance to redeem himself. However, the outcome was far from what he anticipated. That punch nearly expelled his previous meal. The diamond mammoth was a martial soul renowned for its balance of power and defense. With its flesh combined with soul skills, it was likely that even the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex would struggle to inflict such devastating harm upon him. Crack! Lightning flickered at Meng Ye's fingertips, as he was unwilling to grant Hu Yanli any further opportunity to squander time. This method of defending the arena was not particularly advantageous for the challenger. Regardless of his strength, soul power remained finite. Had he not been acutely aware that these individuals aimed to probe his limits and wished to avoid wasting time on mind games, he would not have methodically struck them down one by one. Boom! In the next instant, a terrifying thunder spear sliced through the air, traversing the entire arena. Hu Yanli's figure was forcefully propelled into the arena, only to crash into the water at its edge. The sheer might of this strike punctured the arena itself, leaving Hu Wushuang and the others wide-eyed in astonishment. While they could easily damage portions of the granite arena, achieving a single blow that penetrated through was utterly beyond their capabilities. None among them could accomplish such a feat, in their minds. This level of destructive power was not something a soul sect could wield. Only a pure power soul master could possibly attain such strength. Next, Hu Yanli was retrieved and had fallen into a coma, a helmet-like soul bone safeguarding him, had it not been for this protection. That blow would have rendered him gravely injured or even on the brink of death. Feng Xiaotian ascended the soul fighting arena, a confident smile gracing his face from beginning to end. Allow me to introduce myself. I apologize for my previous abruptness. He even performed a noble's greeting, stating, I am Feng Xiaotian, hailing from the Divine Wind Academy. I have no interest in your name. May we commence? Meng Ye had no intention of engaging in conversation with him. Feng Xiaotian belonged to the type that reveled in his own cleverness. Although he appeared amiable on the surface, the pride within him was more pronounced than that of anyone else. I should be the one asking you, he continued with a smile. After all, your soul power must have been considerably depleted. You may give it a try. Z. The electric light flickered once more, and Feng Xiaotian felt the overwhelming force that showed no signs of diminishing. His smile began to falter. How could this be? Utilizing a soul skill of such magnitude should have significantly drained your soul power. Not only Feng Xiaotian, but others too found this astonishing, for typically, the potency of any martial soul skills is directly proportional to the consumption of soul power. Given the formidable power and destructive capability displayed by Meng Ye, it is likely that an ordinary soul master has already expended over 70% of their soul energy. Excellent. Haha. Feng Xiaotian, displaying considerable composure, quickly recovered from his momentary astonishment and exclaimed with laughter, I shall engage you in battle using my self-created technique, the 36 slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf. I eagerly await your instruction. As he spoke, his entire body crackled as his bones shifted, expanding in form, while his hair transformed to a deep azure. From his left shoulder emerged a fearsome wolf head, exuding an aura of chilling cold. The Gale Demon Wolf had mutated into a dual-headed wolf spirit. While the Gale Demon Wolf was merely an ordinary martial soul, its transformation bestowed upon Feng Xiaotian innate full soul power, elevating him to the ranks of top-tier martial souls. Commence. The steward glanced at both combatants, noting their readiness, and with a swift gesture, retreated to the edge of the arena. Drawing from the previous experience of Huyan Li, Feng Xiaotian understood that Meng Ye's attacks were swift, remarkably swift. Moreover, the force behind them was terrifying. Therefore, he showcased the advantages of his mutated martial soul, charging towards Meng Ye while leaving a long azure phantasm in his wake. The Gale dual-headed wolf combined both speed and power in its assaults, which is why it attained the status of a top-tier martial soul. With a flourish of his palm, dozens of sharp gusts converged to form wind blades, directly sealing off Meng Ye's position. Swoosh! Meng Ye sidestepped, yet was still grazed by a blade of wind, leaving a faint trace of blood on his chest. His body lacked any petrifying defenses, rendering him somewhat vulnerable to such sharp assaults. However, the greatest folly of Feng Xiaotian perhaps lay in his reckless charge towards him. Thud! In an instant, Meng Ye vanished from his position, unleashing a speed even greater than before. There was no lingering shadow. Yet he appeared before Feng Xiaotian in the blink of an eye. What? Bang! Pht! A punch landed, and Feng Xiaotian's haste became his greatest blunder, inadvertently amplifying the force of the blow, blood splattering everywhere. As he regained his senses, Feng Xiaotian lay unconscious at the edge of the fighting arena. His wolf-shaped emblem shattered upon his shoulder. If you had a bit more fur, it would not be a concern. However, possessing multiple heads is rather pathetic. No wonder Huowu looked down upon you. Feng Xiaotian paid dearly for his overconfidence, had he utilized his self-created soul technique from the outset. Though it might not have altered the outcome, it would not have been so disastrous. The already defeated Huowu Shuang exchanged a glance with the awakened Huyan Li, silently relieved that Meng Ye had not been excessively ruthless before. The shattered martial soul meant that recovery from this injury would take no less than 10 to 15 days. Chapter 54. Approaching conclusion. Lei Xingyang, your disciple is rather heavy-handed. Isn't. Within the grand estate of the Wangshuo family, several figures were intently observing the exchange competition, one middle-aged man clad in a blue suit glaring furiously at the composed Lei Xingyang. Surrounding him were others, including a burly man with snow-white hair, towering at nearly 3 meters, resembling a small giant. However, in terms of build, Lei Xingyang was not significantly inferior. Such strikes are unpredictable, especially when your disciple himself was careless. Who can be blamed? Lei Xingyang was not one to coddle him, giving a dismissive glance as he spoke nonchalantly. You speak nonsense. Your disciple clearly struck to injure. Has anyone died? Lei Xingyang dug at his ear, maintaining an air of indifference. You. The other party was so infuriated that his chest heaved, yet faced with Lei Xingyang's demeanor, he found himself utterly helpless. Enough. Let us continue watching. The middle-aged man in a crimson suit glanced at his counterpart, halting further discussion. They were not here to quarrel. In previous Soul Master competitions, the Spirit Hall had practically monopolized the victories, and given the current might of the Spirit Hall, even those with capability dared not contest. Nonetheless, it was essential to at least comprehend the strength of the Spirit Hall, for knowing the extent of the disparity was beneficial. The battles continued unabated, and Feng Xiaoyan's swift defeat had diminished the confidence of the remaining participants. While they may not have favored Feng Xiaoyan's arrogance, they certainly acknowledged his prowess. Apart from Yu Tianqin, none dared claim absolute certainty in defeating him in single combat. His soul power must be dwindling. Yu Tianqin, will you not make your move? Huo Wushuang glanced at Yu Tianqin, and, judging by the soul skills being employed, it was evident that Meng Ye was likely low on soul power. Casting a brief look at him, Yu Tianqin, with an expressionless demeanor, made his way toward the battle arena. He, too, sensed that Meng Ye's soul power should be limited. While it seemed somewhat unworthy of victory, the critical point was no longer whether they could win, but rather that they must win. After all, they had come together from the Five Elements Academy, and if they were all defeated, it would transcend personal pride. It would be a matter of accountability upon their return. Despicable. At that moment, Shui Yuerer, who had been standing beside Shui Binger, cast a disdainful glance at Huo Wushuang. Hey, which side are you on? Our Five Elements Academy is merely in a competitive relationship, whereas they are from the Spirit Hall. Regardless, she would not grant Huo Wushuang any leniency. However, upon catching a glare from Huo Wu, she retreated behind Shui Binger. Humph. Huo Wu, observing the smiling Huo Wushuang, furrowed her brow and remarked, "Does that fellow look like he is running low on soul power to you?" She felt that Huo Wushuang was not merely undermining Meng Ye, but was actually putting Yu Tianqin at a disadvantage. Meng Ye showed no signs of significant soul power depletion. At most, he appeared somewhat fatigued. Isn't this merely to bolster your chances of victory? Let us wait and see. If Yu Tianqin falters, you can seize the opportunity to defeat him. Huo Wushuang scratched his head, fully aware of the gap in strength between himself and Meng Ye. After witnessing the defeats of Huyan Li and Feng Xiaotian, he was astonished yet began calculating Meng Ye's consumption. As fellow soul masters, while there might be variations in the quality of their soul powers, the overall difference in total soul power would not be too great. Having achieved 3 consecutive victories, it was improbable that Meng Ye was as effortless as he seemed. Indeed, this was the truth. The explosive power stemming from Meng Ye's extraordinary attributes and robust foundation surpassed that of his peers. Yet the depletion of his soul power and stamina was not insignificant. He exhaled deeply, stabilizing his breath. I can wait for you. Though Yu Tianqin aspired to victory, he would still harbor doubts if it were achieved through unfair means. No need. This is sufficient. Meng Ye nodded to the steward. Both parties unleashed their martial spirits, and the battle commenced. Crackle, crackle. As the martial spirits were released, a fierce lightning storm erupted between the two, with continuous collisions causing the lightning serpents surrounding Yu Tianqin to be noticeably suppressed. Indeed, your martial spirit's attributes surpass mine. Yu Tianqin gazed intently at Meng Ye, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Rather than attacking immediately, he inquired, "What kind of martial spirit do you possess? Is there truly a thunderous martial spirit stronger than the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex in this world?" The latter part of his question seemed more of a self-reflection, as the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex had long been recognized as the continent's foremost beast martial spirit and could also be deemed the most potent among thunderous attributes. While it might not be the absolute strongest, it was certainly among the very few that could be definitively stronger than it, an undeniably top-tier martial spirit. An entity martial spirit. What sort of martial spirit is that? Yu Xiangxin furrowed his brow as he gazed at Meng Ye, for he had never heard of such a martial soul. You will come to know it in due time. It was not just Yu Xiangxin. Few on this continent were familiar with the notion of the original martial soul. However, it would not be long before the true value of such a martial soul was unveiled. Let us await the unfolding of events. Their exchange was neither intricate nor lengthy, and upon its conclusion, Yu Xiangxin had fully manifested his martial soul. His arms were adorned with deep blue scales, and his fingers had transformed into formidable claws. This form, however, was not the most suitable for human combat. The human arm and fingers are the most agile and efficient appendages among all terrestrial beasts. If they possessed strength and hardness comparable to dragon claws, the human hand would undoubtedly surpass them. While most may find this feat unattainable, Meng Ye was capable. Boom. Crash. In their fierce clash, sparks flew as Meng Ye had yet to fully harness the ultimate attributes of his power, resulting in considerable soul power expenditure. Thus, he relied solely on his strength to confront Yuxiangxin head-on, gripping the dragon claws tightly, with his mortal flesh enduring the sharpness of the claws. Such tremendous strength. Yuxiangxin's fighting spirit soared as a bolt of lightning flashed in his eyes, suddenly unleashing an even greater surge of soul power. The third soul skill, Fury of Thunder, was activated. Buzz. Meng Ye furrowed his brow. Although he wished to conserve his soul power, he reconsidered and realized that the remaining opponents seemed easier to manage. Therefore, he resolutely invoked his second soul skill, Rampage. Though merely a second soul skill, its amplification rivaled that of Yu Tianheng's third soul skill, perhaps even surpassing it. His second soul ring had reached 3,000 years, far exceeding the 2,000-year limit of a battle soul master's third soul ring. The only deficiency lay in the attribute enhancement, but that was of little consequence. Meng Ye's lightning attribute was inherently stronger than Yu Tianxin's, rendering any additional amplification unnecessary. With a thunderous dragon roar reverberating through the heavens, a fierce bolt of electricity coalesced into a beam that shot skyward. The blue lightning god dragon surged. In the final moments, Yu Tianxin had unleashed the destructive power of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus to its fullest extent, a colossal dragon of lightning hurtling directly toward Meng Ye. The fourth soul skill of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, Break. Confronted with this attack, Meng Ye felt a stir within him. The lightning serpents erupting from his body shifted to a brilliant white. This peculiar white lightning, imbued with an aura of annihilation, seemed to erase all colors from the surroundings. Although the thunder contained in Yu Tianxin's strike proved ineffective against Meng Ye, the sheer force of the soul power carried with it posed a significant threat. Even a mere palm strike wielded with the majority of his soul power could shatter mountains and stones. In a moment of dire peril, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, striking the center of the soul fighting arena, and an apparition was sent flying into the water. In an instant, the terrifying heat evaporated the surrounding moisture, causing a dense cloud of steam to rise. As the dust settled upon the arena, a bare-chested figure emerged, defined and striking. With eyes aflame with intense lightning, emanating a domineering aura of destruction, the spectators shuddered, some unable to meet the gaze of those piercing eyes. Only one remained unfazed. Shui Yuer gazed at Meng Ye with a look of infatuation, while Si Lu even licked his lips. Chapter 55. The impulsive fire dance. Yu Tianxin was pulled from the water as well, though in a rather poor state. His body had been invaded by extreme lightning. Were it not for his own blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial spirit possessing a lightning attribute, he would have likely suffered grave injury. Even so, he stood rigidly, a stark expression on his face, occasionally twitching in place. He had learned a lesson. After finally dispelling a portion of the thunder, Yu Tianxin respectfully saluted Meng Ye with clasped fists. Although he faced defeat, Meng Ye had demonstrated to him the pinnacle of the thunder attribute, revealing that the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul was not the ultimate power. This realization alone made the journey worthwhile for him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yu Tianxin held a deep admiration for Meng Ye, recognizing his exceptional talent and composure, which stood out even on the entire continent. The blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul indeed possessed the potential for greater strength. However, the inherent limitations of inherited martial souls were evident. Relying on the experiences and knowledge amassed by predecessors ensured a path devoid of mistakes and weakness, yet it also confined the potential ceiling of power. A prime example of this limitation is perhaps the Haotian hammer, since Tang Chun. No one from the Haotian clan has reached the level of a title Douluo through their own cultivation. Shifting his gaze to the others, Meng Ye calmly inquired, "Shall we continue?" At this juncture in the battle, the outcome had become inconsequential. An early conclusion or a draw would both be acceptable results. Why not continue? I am here to. Huo Wu boldly ascended the steps to the battle arena, her graceful arc creating a striking scene. Meng Ye furrowed his brow, realizing that this situation was becoming increasingly precarious. His soul power was indeed dwindling. While defeating Huo Wu was not an insurmountable task, he would likely have to reveal some hidden cards, which would be a Pyrrhic victory. The strength he could afford to expose was nearly exhausted. Suddenly, Meng Ye raised a hand. "I concede." "What?" The others were taken aback, unable to fathom why Meng Ye would make such a decision. Although it was merely an exhibition match, A contest they had engaged in for many years had deeply ingrained the notion of fierce competition within them. Defeat was acceptable, but surrender was unfathomable. They believed Meng Ye should feel the same way. Stay right there. Wu, incensed, halted Meng Ye, who was about to step down from the arena, her expression a mix of anger and indignation. Do you look down on me? Not at all. It's just that my soul power is reduced to less than 10%. It's merely an exchange match. There's no need for a life and death struggle, is there? Meng Ye turned back to glance at her, his brow still furrowed. Wu possessed a fierce competitive spirit and a strong sense of pride, qualities he had already come to understand. Wu was momentarily speechless, unable to muster a retort. After all, it was a fact that Meng Ye had fought for so long without any soul power left. Ultimately, she, unwilling to relent, declared, I can wait for you to recover your soul power. This deepened Meng Ye's frown. His stance had been quite clear, and there was no need for such gravity. Yet, witnessing Wu's vengeful demeanor, he felt a tinge of displeasure. Ha ha ha, sister, I believe Meng Ye is right. You are a girl. Even if he were to defeat you, it would not be a glorious victory. Wu Shuang sensed the situation escalating and quickly stepped forward to mediate. In this instance, he was the only one capable of speaking up. Others would only exacerbate the situation. Shut your mouth. To his surprise, Wu was equally furious, shooting him a glare that silenced him. Wu Shuang recoiled, retreating. This scene amused Hu Yinli and Feng Xiaodian, the latter gazing at Wu with admiration. Captivated by her domineering presence, Wu's gaze returned to Meng Ye, her stubbornness tinged with a glimmer of determination, indicating that she would not be satisfied without a proper contest. Very well. Meng Ye turned and returned to the battle arena, standing in his designated position. The arena, which could be described as opulent, was now somewhat uneven. Nonetheless, it was still sufficient to host a match or two without hampering the performance of the Soul Masters. I shall wait for you to restore your soul power. No need. Meng Ye glanced at the steward and nodded once more, signaling him to commence the match. Both sides unleashed their martial souls. Begin. A figure enveloped in flames suddenly appeared behind him, and in the next moment, the fiery shadow charged directly at Meng Ye with astonishing speed. You dare to insult me? Fire Dance exclaimed angrily. This first soul skill was her swiftest, and although Meng Ye had effortlessly neutralized it in the past, it did not imply its weakness. Very few could withstand such velocity. Bang! To everyone's surprise, as the fiery shadow approached, Meng Ye raised his hand and accurately caught it within his palm. With a puff, a cloud of white smoke emerged, and the flames dissipated into nothingness. Do not misunderstand. I rarely harbor mundane prejudices towards others. How they perceive it is beyond my control. Moreover, crackling sounds echoed as his bones erupted, and Meng Ye's figure expanded slightly, his height surging to a level comparable with that of Hu Yinli. Yet, this was not a mere increase in muscle mass. It was as if his very bones and flesh had undergone a proportional enlargement, while his muscular coordination remained unchanged. As the transformation concluded, a deep and resonant voice emerged from Meng Ye. I must admit, I am rather displeased at this moment. The spiritual secret technique of attack developed by Meng Ye is embodied in the Thunder Beast, while the Blood Essence secret method is a continuation of Lei Jingyang, refined and improved thereafter. Meng Ye named it the God of War Body. As long as one's vitality and physique are sufficiently robust, this maneuver can unleash power that rivals even the true form of a martial soul, retaining the most adaptable form of humanity. It possesses strength and speed that can match or even surpass that of a martial soul, along with formidable defensive capabilities. A heavy sense of oppression spread throughout the air, as Wu stared rigidly at Meng Ye, her long, delicate legs instinctively retreating. In truth, it wasn't just her. Even those who were far away, such as Wu Shuang and Feng Xiaodian, were momentarily frozen in astonishment. Sister, it's so terrifying, Shui Yue said, fearfully hiding behind Shui Binger. The sight of Meng Ye in this state instilled a profound sense of dread within her. The terrifying aura, reminiscent of a ferocious beast, was enough to instill fear even in a soul king standing nearby. Meng Ye, Wu concedes. Please show mercy, Wu Shuang urgently called out. At this point, he genuinely feared that Meng Ye might lose control and deliver a direct blow to Wu. In normal circumstances, a single punch could nearly inflict severe injury on Hu Yanli, and now, in this monstrous form, it seemed unlikely that a single blow would leave anyone alive. I will not. To everyone's surprise, Wu suddenly unleashed a brilliant blaze of fire, which rapidly intensified, culminating in a searing fireball forming above her head. Sister, stop. Huo Wushuang anxiously rushed onto the stage, attempting to intercept Huo Wu. However, at that moment, a fiery ring erupted from Huo Wu, sending Huo Wushuang flying. Though he remained uninjured, the resisting fire ring was a control-type soul technique and lacked any lethal power. With an unwavering gaze fixed on Meng Ye, Huo Wu raised her hands high, continuing to gather her soul power. With a sigh, Meng Ye appeared before Huo Wu in an instant, grasping the blazing fireball with one hand. Boom! As the fireball detonated, the flames erupted like a shockwave, engulfing the entire forest in a searing heat. Plop! Huo Wu was unceremoniously thrown into the pool, while Meng Ye, seamlessly transitioning from the stage, reverted to his original form, intending to dissuade Huo Wu from her reckless endeavor. Little did he know that she would provoke him into action, utilizing fire against him, a testament to her commendable bravery. You wouldn't want to fight the final match, would you? Meng Ye queried the Shui sisters. He casually donned the robe handed to him by Wang Shuo. After that last encounter, his trousers were nearly in tatters, and he had no desire to run about in disarray. Of course not. Thank you, Shui Binger replied with an elegant nod and poised demeanor. Unlike Huo Wu, she was not impulsive and understood that Meng Ye's actions were meant to preserve the dignity of the Five Elements Academy, which could have been deemed a successful exchange competition had Huo Wu not acted so rashly. Chapter 56. Return to the Spirit Hall with the exchange competition concluded. The remaining affair was a grand banquet. To celebrate Meng Ye's return, Wang Shuo had summoned the royal chefs from the palace. Numerous members of the royal family and nobility seemed to have caught wind of the event and, unabashedly, made their presence known. For the reputation of the Five Elements Academy loomed large in the Heaven Do Empire. Ah, this young friend possesses astonishing talent. You have truly opened my eyes, remarked a middle-aged figure in a blue formal attire, exuding an impressive aura as he approached Meng Ye. Turning to glance at the individual while indulging in food, Meng Ye's instincts kicked in. A soul Douluo, yet the precise level of cultivation eluded his perception. Forgive my rudeness. May I inquire your esteemed name? Meng Ye responded, certain he did not recognize this individual, although the aura seemed familiar. Yu Yun Ting, elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, currently serving as the dean of the Thunder Academy, and the uncle of Yu Tianxin, the man replied, revealing his identity without a hint of disdain typical of a stronger individual addressing a weaker one. Ah, an elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, my apologies. Meng Ye reciprocated with a courteous bow, adhering to the necessary etiquette. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Meng Ye found his impression of the elder quite favorable, noting a distinct absence of hostility or aversion. However, to his surprise, several other deans from elemental academies approached him subsequently, engaging in brief conversations that seemed more a formality than anything substantial. This left Meng Ye perplexed. While he was aware these individuals had observed their exchange competition closely, he had not anticipated they would harbor any particular thoughts towards him. Boss, what does this all mean? Wang Shuo appeared equally bewildered. His lineage was that of a hereditary aristocracy, with only a handful of ancestors who had barely attained the rank of Soul Emperor, rendering them rather uninformed about the realm of Soul Masters. How should I know? Do you think I am a deity? Meng Ye shot him a vexed glance. If he possessed the ability to see into the hearts of men, he would not be here. He would simply find a stone bridge, sit beside it, and amass wealth effortlessly. The nobles and the upper echelons of the Soul Master Academy rarely found common ground. Yet individuals like Huo Wushuang were still seen as desirable allies by the aristocrats, even if only to cultivate a modicum of goodwill. It is easy to envision that the future of these esteemed students from various academies would undoubtedly be bright, and any connection formed could be immensely advantageous for the nobles. As for Meng Ye, they remained uncertain whether he was merely self-aware or intimidated by his imposing presence, as they did not approach him further. Brother Meng, thank you. Huo Wushuang, now clad in formal attire, approached him. Meng Ye continued to indulge in his meal, seemingly indifferent to him. Both siblings were not to be trifled with, and it would be prudent to maintain a distance from them in the future. After concluding the banquet, Meng Ye departed from the estate, making his way towards the Spirit Hall. As he traversed the midway point, he furrowed his brow, glancing toward a shadowy corner of the street, sensing a peculiar aura of soul power. Moments later, Lei Zhengyang emerged from the shadows, appearing quite refreshed, as if he had just relieved himself. Please tell me you didn't come all the way here merely for that, Meng Ye remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Lei Zhengyang. Ahem, one has urgent matters. Lei Zhengyang admitted awkwardly, having been caught in the act. Indeed, Meng Ye nodded in agreement. Although it was merely a short distance, if nature called, one could not simply hold it back. Just like now, Meng Ye had not felt any urgency initially, but after consuming a fair amount at the banquet, coupled with the earlier commotion, he found himself needing to heed nature's call. "Where are you going?" Lei Xingyang inquired curiously as he observed Meng Ye suddenly stride toward the shadows of the street. "Urgent matters." 2 months swiftly passed, and Meng Ye returned to the Spirit Hall, with less than 6 months remaining before the official commencement of the Soul Master competition. "Your Holiness," he addressed respectfully. In the span of 2 months, he had broken through his bottleneck, yet had hesitated to seek the soul ring he desired, delaying his journey to the Star Doe Forest. It now appeared that he would need to rely on the power of the Spirit Hall to acquire that soul ring. "It seems you have not been idle during this time, which is commendable," Bibi Dong remarked with a nod of approval. She could discern Meng Ye's improvement. The enhancement of one's soul power was quite evident in a soul master. With the competition approaching, once Nara emerges from her seclusion, I shall arrange for you to enter that fateful place alongside her. For now, you may return and await further instructions. Understood. Departing the Pope's chamber with an outwardly calm demeanor, Meng Ye was nevertheless filled with perplexity. He was now certain that it was not the city of slaughter. What then could that fateful place be? Seeking to enhance his cultivation, he pondered little further as he returned to the Spirit Hall Academy. He arrived early. Yet many of his peers had also returned ahead of time. Upon reaching his dormitory, he opened the door to find a musty odor lingering, despite his absence being brief. He opened the windows to air out the room and tidied up a bit, ensuring everything was in order. After a considerable amount of effort, he had nearly spent half the day. He went to the cafeteria to resolve his lunch needs before returning to his dormitory to meditate. He had thought the day would pass uneventfully, awaiting the next day to seek out Bibi Dong, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. "Ah, it's you all. What brings you here?" Upon opening the door, Meng Ye was met with the sight of the Lu family's 3 siblings. Though 2 months had passed, he could still perceive a subtle transformation in their demeanor. Of course, it was equally plausible that this impression stemmed from the distortion of memory due to their prolonged absence. "We heard you just returned, and we would like to invite you to gather with us. Of course, we have also extended the invitation to Luo Xian," Lu Yu said with a warm smile. The trio was acquainted with quite a number of individuals, particularly Lu Meng, who could rightly be termed the darling of the academy. However, it seemed that many of those connections were somewhat influenced by her charm. "Is that so? Very well then," he replied. Meng Ye was inclined to refuse. He desired more time for cultivation, yet he felt that the pursuit of his training, driven by a sense of obligation, had become somewhat exhausting. To outsiders, his progress seemed astonishing, as if he were advancing by leaps and bounds. However, in his eyes, the reality was starkly different. Each increment of soul power, due to his intense focus, was painstakingly slowed down, and the mental fatigue from prolonged meditation was even more intense than the exertion from employing soul techniques. Even his willpower felt strained. As he closed the door, the group made their way outside the academy. Along the way, Lu Meng, the lively girl, could not contain herself and began to act mischievously. "It seems like you've become more handsome again, Yi," she said with a radiant smile as she approached Meng Ye. "Lu Meng, are you asking for a scolding?" Lu Yu shot her a disapproving glance, questioning her manner of speech. "Oops, I'm sorry, big sister," Lu Meng exclaimed, closing her eyes and retreating behind Meng Ye, feigning innocence. While her demeanor was undeniably adorable, her words often left much to be desired, leaving Meng Ye momentarily speechless. Indeed, he was younger than most, in terms of age. There were hardly any peers younger than him in the Spirit Hall Academy. Yet, when it came to cultivation, few surpassed him. Strictly speaking, in the realm of soul masters, it would not be inappropriate for this young girl to address him as senior, which was a tad disrespectful. "I apologize for my lack of discipline," Lu Yu said apologetically, glancing at Meng Ye. "Humph, just like your mother," Lu Meng muttered softly from her position behind Meng Ye. Suddenly, swish. "Ah!" Lu Yu quickly stepped forward and tugged at Lu Meng's ear, dragging her from behind Meng Ye, prompting a cry of distress. "It seems the elders have spoiled you these past 2 months. If I don't discipline you today, I'm not your sister," Lu Yu said with a fierce expression. An unusual display of frustration from her. "Wow, uncle, I'm so embarrassed." Lu Ji, witnessing the scene, shook his head helplessly and cast an apologetic glance toward Meng Ye. "It's nothing." Chapter 57, The Warning of 7 Wolves. After the commotion, Meng Ye and the others arrived at the academy gate, where Luo Xian was already waiting, evidently having come to find Meng Ye later. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she appeared much more cheerful and natural than before. The youthful innocence in her features had gradually transformed into delicate contours, and her smile radiated a newfound confidence. "It's been a while." She greeted Meng Ye warmly upon seeing him. Meng Ye hesitated momentarily, then nodded, wishing to say something, but the words eluded him. "We've made a reservation at a restaurant. Let us go," Lu Yu said, gesturing for the way. Lu Meng, having received a reprimand, was now considerably more subdued. As they exited the academy, this scene was fortuitously observed by Yin and Xieyu, who were passing by. Humph. Ever since Meng Ye overshadowed him and Bibi Dong displayed a greater preference for the latter, Yin has harbored a growing discontent towards Meng Ye, which has only intensified following his recent elevation in strength. They have both ascended to level 50 and acquired their 5th soul ring, simultaneously receiving the prestigious purple badge bestowed by the Papal Hall, thus establishing a modest reputation across the continent. Yin, don't complicate matters unnecessarily. I am well aware. No need for reminders. Though initially irked, Yin managed to compose himself and inquired. I recall that woman frequently appearing beside Meng Ye. Do you know her? I do not. But she seems to be Meng Ye's confidant. A confidant? Are you certain? Yan's eyes widened in surprise as he pressed for more information. What are you implying? Xie Yu's gaze sharpened, concerned that Yin might provoke trouble. They had come to understand Meng Ye's temperament. He was a relentless cultivator who preferred to be left undisturbed. However, should one incite his ire, it would be wise to hope for his benevolence at that moment. Do you think Nara is aware of this? Yin cast a sidelong glance at Xieyu, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He recognized that Bibi Dong favored Meng Ye more. And with Hulaina increasingly associating with him, despite his attempts to draw closer over the past 2 months, Hulaina had remained indifferent to his advances. After much contemplation, he concluded that even if he could not possess her, he must ensure that Meng Ye does not have her either. This must be something she is unaware of. Meng Ye was blissfully unaware of Yan's antics as he made his way to the restaurant. The journey was marked by silence. Yet Lu Yu and the others instinctively provided space for Meng Ye and Luo Xian. When a group travels together, it is effortless to bring two individuals closer. But one cannot simply encroach upon the middle when others are present. What would it signify to move towards the periphery? Would it imply a pretense of unfamiliarity? Despite their proximity, the two remained mute, exchanging only a few casual remarks before resuming their walk. Upon arrival, Luo Xian elegantly yet playfully gestured at the entrance, inviting them in. This establishment was owned by her family, a gesture of hospitality, although she would not have behaved thus in the past. The hour was late, and the restaurant was relatively empty, having passed the meal time. The group selected a private room and had scarcely entered when Luo Chuan entered with the menu in hand. Esteemed guests, what would you like to order? It appeared as though he had come solely to take their orders. Yet Meng Ye could distinctly sense that much of Luo Chuan's attention was fixated on him, his gaze almost skewed with intensity. You all may order. I've dined previously, Meng Ye said, handing the menu to the others. Luo Xian, you are more familiar with the offerings. Please make the selections. Lu Yu passed the menu to Luo Xian. After she ordered, Luo Xian handed the menu back to Luo Chuan. Noticing his lingering gaze on Meng Ye, she playfully pinched Luo Chuan's hand from their collective blind spot. Ouch. What is it? Luo Chuan's contorted expression startled the others, and while Meng Ye noticed, he chose to remain silent. No, it's nothing. Please wait a moment. I will bring your dishes, Luo Chuan replied. Though puzzled, he said nothing further. Lu Yu and the others were unfamiliar with Luo Chuan. Although he bore a resemblance to Luo Xian, it was insufficient for them to draw any conclusions. In the kitchen, Luo Chuan instructed the staff to serve Meng Ye and his companions before hastily ascending the stairs. What is the matter? You seem flustered. Helping out is meant to be a form of training, remarked Luo Zaichun as he set down his teacup and regarded his son. Father, I object, Luo Chuan exclaimed, causing his father to look perplexed. What do you oppose? My 7 wolves? With a loud clap, Luo Chuan struck the table, spilling tea. I oppose my sister's association with that fellow named Meng Ye. Luo father observed the spilled tea in silence before calmly responding. What undesirable habits or faults did your mother find in him? Did you unearth anything other than merits? He flirts with other women. Yet I have heard that it is he who pursues Meng Ye. He maintains his integrity and self-respect, reminiscent of my own youth. He is a cold-hearted man. He does not have any affection for my sister. Men, after all, prioritize their careers, which is commendable. I see no issue with that. He also has the responsibility of being a father to 7 wolves. Luo Chuan, danger. Meng Ye was blissfully unaware of the commotion occurring above, for his own surroundings were equally lively, leaving him little time to pay attention to anything else. During the meal, Lu Meng began to initiate conversation once more. This girl simply could not contain her thoughts and would express whatever came to her mind, only to be silenced by Lu Yu. Ultimately, the atmosphere during the meal turned out to be amicable, filled with nostalgia and lighthearted chatter. After the gathering concluded, the group made their way towards the academy. It was then that Meng Ye spotted Yin and his companions standing at the entrance of the academy, seemingly awaiting his arrival. "Why did you not inform us upon your return?" Hu Laiina inquired, casting a slightly furrowed glance at Luo Xian beside Meng Ye, yet still approached him to ask. "I have already visited the Pope's Hall." Meng Ye was perplexed. The current acclaim of these 3 individuals had undoubtedly reached its zenith. Should they continue their unbeaten streak, they might very well become legendary figures of their era. Of course, Meng Ye could be included in that narrative. "Well then, we shall take our leave," said Lu Yu, as the trio exchanged brief farewells, clearly wishing to avoid further entanglement in the subject. "We are, after all, comrades. It has been a while since we last met. Shall we not gather for a small reunion?" Hu Laiina remarked, her control over her emotions and expressions commendable, accompanied by a warm smile. Casting a glance at the nearby Xie Yu and Yin, the former appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Shaking his head, Meng Ye replied, "I shall refrain from attending. The Pope will summon me tomorrow." Although they were labeled teammates, the team from the Spirit Hall comprised only the 4 of them, forming a rather insular circle. Both Xie Yu and Hu Laiina posed no issues, but Yin elicited a degree of aversion from Meng Ye. This individual was no child, his temperament was unalterable, and his grudges were not mere whims, but deeply ingrained memories. While grudges are not inherently problematic, the principle of reciprocity must be considered, and for him, it applied universally. "Very well, regarding that secret technique, there are aspects I find unclear. I trust you can assist me?" Hu Laiina inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Meng Ye, an unusual aura emanating from her. "Which part?" Meng Ye showed no intention of evading others. It was likely that this secret technique had long since reached the hands of the elders within the papal hall. While its dissemination was undoubtedly impossible, he remained unfazed. His secret technique was not so easily mastered. Lightly biting her lip, Hu Laiina remarked, "I cannot visualize living beings. That simply indicates your spiritual power is insufficient." "Continue your training," he replied. A flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed Meng Ye's eyes. His secret technique was not so easily cultivated, especially in an era where spiritual methods remained entirely uncharted. Even if there were issues, no one would be able to discern them. "However, I have successfully acquired my 5th spirit ring, and my spiritual power has greatly increased. Yet, that is still inadequate. Meng Ye is undoubtedly the supreme authority on this secret technique, beyond reproach." Chapter 58, Opportunity and Crisis. Within the papal hall, Bibidong turned to the ghost Douluo beside her, inquiring, "Elder Ghost, how have you fared with the cultivation of that secret technique?" "I regret to admit, my aptitude is rather limited, and I have yet to unravel the essence of that technique," responded Ghost Douluo, who was also plagued by doubts. He had even eavesdropped on Meng Ye's guidance to Hu Laiina, but had found no deficiencies. Logically speaking, with his rank as a titled Douluo, he should have made some progress merely by emulating the technique. "You remain at the initial stage, observing, correct?" Bibidong asked, her tone indifferent. "Indeed, it appears I have miscalculated. Meng Ye must be concealing something and has likely discerned my intentions. What does your holiness intend?" Although Ghost Douluo had only practiced a portion of the technique, his cultivation level afforded him an understanding of its significance. Even a fragment was sufficient to enable him to achieve a preliminary application of titled Douluo-level spiritual power, comparable to a self-created spiritual attack soul skill. "What are you pondering? Do you think Meng Ye is a fool? A mere purple badge is hardly sufficient to exchange for such a precious secret technique," Bibidong remarked with a cold glare at Ghost Douluo. He dared not speak further. To accompany a monarch is akin to walking with a tiger. Failing to fathom Bibidong's thoughts is a mark of incompetence, while accurately guessing her intentions is a death sentence. Let him cultivate within the secret realm. It reflects my stance. After the soul fighting competition, I shall allow him to select a soul bone from the treasury. Bibidong understood clearly that the secret technique Meng Ye provided was incomplete, serving as a bargaining chip. She would offer as many benefits as Meng Ye was willing to reveal of the technique. As for outright theft, it was unnecessary, for in her eyes, Meng Ye's intrinsic value was not lesser than that of the secret technique itself. The following day, Meng Ye and Hulaina arrived at the papal hall, where they encountered Bibi Dong. "Follow me," she commanded, rising from her throne and striding toward one side. The two exchanged curious glances but complied without hesitation. The papal hall was indeed grand. Traversing a dimly lit corridor, Meng Ye could ascertain that they remained within the confines of the papal hall. Yet an oppressive aura lingered in the air. At the end of the corridor, a blood-red teleportation array was inscribed within the chamber, emanating an ominous energy that pervaded the surroundings. In the dim space, only the faint light from the flickering candles illuminated the intricate patterns, casting an eerie glow. Decay, oppression, darkness, and a stench of rot filled the atmosphere. "Step onto the array. I shall personally send you forth." Bibi Dong gestured towards the center of the array. After the two ascended, she turned to Meng Ye and instructed, "You must assist Nar in completing her trials and ensure her safe return." "Understood." Meng Ye nodded slightly. Finding the outcome unsurprising, had entry been so effortless, Hulaina would have likely entered long ago. Bibi Dong would not be stingy with Hulaina, and it was evident that this place was rife with both opportunity and peril. Suddenly, Bibi Dong struck her staff with force, and a radiant light erupted from the demonic illustrations on the surrounding walls. In the next moment, the two vanished amidst the blinding brilliance. "Nar, do not blame your master." Bibi Dong sighed softly, turning to depart. This was a bidirectional teleportation array, but returning from the other side came with conditions. In a desolate, silent expanse of withered trees and marshes, Meng Ye and Hulaina materialized. The sky was shrouded in darkness, obscured by ominous clouds, and only the luminescent minerals and algae on the ground provided a semblance of light. As they recovered from the disorientation caused by the spatial shift, both displayed expressions of vigilance, scanning their surroundings. "The Pope did not inform you of the opportunities here?" Meng Ye inquired, his brow furrowed. "My master mentioned that the opportunity lies in a type of spirit soul, akin to soul beasts. Absorbing it can enhance the age of soul rings. But we will be forcibly removed from this place in 3 days," Hulaina revealed, evidently possessing more information than Meng Ye, which Bibi Dong had not disclosed to him. Just as she finished speaking, a shadow leaped down from a nearby tree, perfectly blending into the environment, rendering it nearly invisible to the naked eye. Bang! The shadow moved with incredible speed, but Meng Ye reacted even faster, delivering a powerful punch that sent the creature flying. It collided with a tree trunk, shattering it and burying itself deep into the ground, from which a circle of white light emerged above the lifeless being. "Is that a soul ring?" Meng Ye pondered. "No. That is the spirit's soul. Absorbing it can directly enhance the age of a soul ring by a decade." "Only a decade?" Meng Ye expressed his dissatisfaction, promptly turning to explore the surroundings. "Aren't you going to absorb it?" Hulaina was taken aback by Meng Ye's decision. Though it was merely 10 years, such increments could accumulate. If her second soul ring could be elevated to a millennium level, it would represent a significant enhancement. "Too weak. I'll search for others. If you wish to absorb it, do so quickly." As he spoke, Meng Ye's voice faded into the distance, swallowed by the dim, fog-laden marsh, obscuring the sky from view. Gradually, his figure vanished into the mire. Hulaina gasped, channeling her soul energy to enhance her vision, but found it impossible to locate Meng Ye's trace. Meanwhile, Meng Ye remained oblivious to the considerable distance that had formed between them. Unlike Hulaina, he could distinctly pinpoint her location, even without visual confirmation. It seems an interesting fellow has arrived. In the realm of the unknown, a graceful figure flickers in and out of the darkness, each movement stirring the very laws of the shadowy abyss. This innate talent is indeed remarkable, though one wonders about the strength of the will behind it. A slender hand, as smooth as jade, emerges from the shadows, gently tapping the void before it, causing invisible ripples to radiate outward. With a swift motion, the figure encounters another spirit, and after a brief hunt, discovers it remains unchanged after a decade, leading to a sense of disappointment and an aversion to absorption. Assessing the surroundings, an exploration of the correlation between the strength of these spirits and their environment ensues. Every living being evolves according to its habitat, resulting in distinct zones of strength and weakness dictated by the harshness or abundance of the surroundings, even in the most adverse conditions. The trial of slaughter commences. Ensure the survival of yourself and your companions within the next 20 minutes. as rewards will be granted based on the level of completion. Failure will result in the obliteration of a soul ring from the challenger. The sudden voice echoing in his mind momentarily stuns Meng Ye, whose immediate response is not to the system, but to mobilize every aspect of his mental realm. Every inch of the mental ocean, even the essence of his soul, is meticulously searched, ultimately revealing a blood-red mark upon the core of his spirit. Roar. Within the confines of his mental space, Meng Ye envisions the nurturing thunder beast unleashing a thunderous roar, its claw shattering the mark into fragments. Upon completion, he expands the territory of the thunder beast, erecting an indomitable mental barrier in the ocean of his psyche. In reality, Meng Ye cannot suppress a spurt of blood, for even a mere disturbance can unsettle the essence of his spirit. Yet, he is even more averse to any intrusion within his mental domain, be it from gods or other entities. A voice of suspicion arises. Meng Ye's gaze sweeps through the void like that of a hawk, sensing a presence that eludes his grasp, remaining unseen. Who is it? Crack. His entire skeleton resonates with a thunderous crack, the tangible surge of vitality boiling within him, prepared for an all-out assault at any moment. Hee. It seems you do not appreciate my gift. Very well, return to your companions. My trial remains in effect. An intriguing, deep, and neutral female voice emerges, its gentle tone brushing against every inch of his skin, cold and chilling. What a terrifying aura of slaughter. Meng Ye bit his tongue, using the pain to steady his racing thoughts, yet his sense of direction had entirely abandoned him. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way towards Douluo. For this place was steeped in an unsettling aura. It seemed that to fulfill Bibi Dong's task, he could not afford to stray too far from Douluo. Chapter 59. The Unknown Deity. Meng Ye once again sought out Douluo, who found herself surrounded by numerous spirit souls. Although their control abilities were quite formidable, their lethality was decidedly limited. In an instant, Douluo was ensnared, unable to extricate herself from the encirclement. Crack. Boom. Thunder roared across the heavens as terrifying lightning snakes pierced through swathes of spirit souls. Amidst a cascade of white halos, a solitary yellow one finally emerged. Meng Ye. Douluo was startled by the sudden assault, but her expression brightened upon recognizing him. Are you all right? Douluo appeared somewhat unwell, her complexion pale and her soul power significantly depleted, yet the allure in her gaze had intensified, her eyes revealing signs of being consumed by obsession. Should anything happen to Douluo here, it would be quite troublesome for him to report back to Bibi Dong. I just heard a voice in my mind, she said, biting her lip as if striving to suppress something. It seems to be urging me to complete a trial, after which I would receive some sort of reward. What trial? Meng Ye was almost certain that the other party was a deity, yet he could not ascertain which one. It was improbable that the entity was the Rakshasa god, as the aura differed significantly from that of Bibi Dong's martial soul. He preferred to believe that the one he encountered was the god of slaughter. Douluo's complexion appeared rather abnormal, and though she seemed poised to speak, she hesitated, unwilling to utter a word. Upon witnessing the scene, Meng Ye discerned the peculiar glimmer in Douluo's eyes. However, he dared not attempt to assist her in unraveling the so-called trial. His own mental realm could endure a degree of turbulence, and he felt confident in that regard. Yet, he understood that one should never tamper with another's spiritual sea, for it could lead to dire consequences. Should one's mental essence suffer a grievous blow, the ramifications could range from amnesia or a descent into idiocy to the far graver fate of complete mental collapse, resulting in instant demise. At that moment, a creature, seemingly constructed from shattered fragments, began to approach the two. Its limbs were disproportionately short, and its legs curled like those of a frog. However, its claws were nearly the same size as its entire body, and its grotesque exterior was shrouded in darkness, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. Surrounding it was a swirling mass, the nature of which, whether hair or some other substance, remained a mystery. Meng Ye's gaze sharpened as he beheld the colossal creature, towering at least 7 or 8 meters high. Judging by its aura, it was no less formidable than a 10,000-year soul beast, though its precise strength remained uncertain. First, he must eliminate this monstrous entity. Douluo, too, summoned her utmost focus. Her seemingly frenzied state was merely a facade, not affecting her clarity of mind. Crack! The fierce lightning serpents scattered in all directions. With 3 days still to endure in this place, Meng Ye was uncertain if a relatively safe haven existed, compelling him to conserve both stamina and soul power. Clang! A nearly 2-meter-long thunder spear materialized in his grasp, yet Meng Ye refrained from hurling it. This third soul skill, the Thunder Strike Spear, was the very embodiment of lightning, perfectly capable of harnessing his might, making its range equally formidable, though its true application lay in close combat. You focus on absorbing that soul essence. I shall contend with it. Then we shall switch, Meng Ye instructed, gesturing towards the yellow soul essence. This object bore a resemblance to a soul ring. Although the principle behind enhancing soul ring longevity was obscure, its lack of adverse effects sufficed. Hulaina nodded in agreement and approached. Unbeknownst to Meng Ye, a peculiar crimson glint flickered in Hulaina's eyes as she turned her back to him. Clang! Boom! The Thunderstrike spear carved through the earth around them. To conserve soul power, it had yet to reach its utmost thunderous potential, yet the spear still rent the ground asunder. With a velocity that approached the extreme, it traversed the void like a thunderclap across flat terrain. As it swept through, an explosion of heat and lethal energy coalesced within that singular strike. Roar! The beast let out a furious bellow, only to be sent tumbling back several dozen meters. Its uniquely shaped legs clung to the ground as if magnetized, refusing to topple. Sizzle! The lightning surged into its body without hindrance, seemingly inciting the creature into a frenzied charge toward Meng Ye. Clang! Its claws were extraordinarily tough, glimmering with a metallic sheen, rivaling the Thunderstrike spear in strength, if not surpassing it. Bang! Once more, Meng Ye repelled it, leaning back as his entire body arched like a bow, summoning every ounce of strength for one decisive throw. Crackle! Boom! The instant he released, the contact between his palm and the lightning erupted in a thunderous roar, and as it slipped from his grasp, a ring of sonic boom shattered the air. Sound barrier breached. In an instant, a strike more terrifying than lightning pierced the beast, pinning it to the ground, as the unleashed thunder coiled around it like chains, anchoring it firmly in place. Boom! In the next moment, a flash of white light erupted from Meng Ye's fingertips, and a small mushroom cloud began to rise slowly. The destructive nature of ultimate thunder was brought to its zenith by Meng Ye, should this blow connect, unless faced by a purely defensive soul master. Even a soul emperor would meet their demise here. The battle unfolded in less than 10 seconds. A flurry of rapid assaults showcasing his physical prowess and the superiority of his martial spirit to perfection. Buzz! A ring of violet light emerged from within the creature, quietly hovering in the void. A millennium? Meng Ye was evidently dissatisfied with this outcome. This creature should possess the strength of a 10,000-year soul beast. Approaching the essence of the soul, Meng Ye did not absorb it. Instead, he raised his hand and drew it towards himself with his soul power. To his surprise, the soul ring generated by the essence seamlessly integrated into his body. Crackle! Lightning burst forth as Meng Ye's martial spirit was unleashed once more, and the hue of the yellow first soul ring gradually deepened, ultimately transforming into a rich purple. The soul ring underwent a metamorphosis. Meng Ye furrowed her brow. Yet she proceeded to employ her first soul skill with lingering apprehension. Crack! A bolt of lightning coalesced in her hand, infused with only a modest amount of soul power. Yet its potency was noticeably greater than before. Casually, she hurled it forth. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated as a shockwave of lightning erupted, obliterating the surrounding dead trees and concealed spirit souls. After a careful evaluation of the soul skill's effects and the enhancements provided by the soul ring, which indeed had intensified, she finally felt a measure of relief. Returning to Hulaina's side, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, dominated by a black hue, with the only illumination emanating from the mysterious luminescent algae and minerals of the island. Hulaina was still in the midst of her absorption, while Meng Ye continued to observe and explore the area. In this unknown realm, amidst the shadows of darkness, two figures materialized from the ripples of space before a silent presence. It appeared that an intriguing individual had arrived, fierce and domineering. One of them, embodying temptation, spoke in a sultry tone. Oh, how delightful! Yet, alas, the will to kill is insufficiently resolute. The other voice, low and somewhat hoarse, was androgynous, making it challenging to discern its gender. With arms crossed, one could ascertain it was likely female if one overlooked the chiseled, sculpted musculature and intricate veins. There's no need for such brutality. Violence is rather tedious, it chuckled. Now let us discuss the outcome. What has Bibi Dong sent our way? One is her direct disciple. Somewhat mediocre, yet suitable for my trial. The embodiment of temptation replied. shaking her head in disappointment. The other, possessing a twin martial soul, has rejected my trial. Their talent is remarkable. Eh? The shadow in the darkness gradually emerged, gazing at the interlocutor with astonishment. What does this imply? Can mere mortals refuse our trials? The embodiment of temptation laughed. Ah, that was rather ruthless, the figure imbued with a murderous intent explained. To strike directly at one's spiritual essence. I suspect he might even dare to touch his own soul. Should he do so, he would be utterly ruined. Corruption, your trial shall proceed. Observe that mortal discreetly. Very well. Chapter 60. The sacrifice awaits once Douluo awakened. Meng Ye gleaned from the voice within her mind the nature of their current location. The East Sea Abyss. The gates of hell, and the land of corruption. These appeared to be the appellations tied to this place, steeped in ancient legacy. Douluo conveyed the information from her mind to Meng Ye, yet she still refrained from disclosing the specifics of her trial. The East Sea Abyss left Meng Ye in contemplative silence. The other two names seemed to be mere variations. Now he comprehended who wielded dominion over this realm, the Rakshasa god. The system had previously assisted him in locating several divine positions, each with its own detailed legacy. Among them, the one that left the most profound impression on him was the legacy of the Rakshasa deity. This particular divinity is the most enigmatic in the original narrative, having never made an appearance, nor is the location of its legacy known, yet it boasts an illustrious record in battle. It once contended with the Asura deity for the title of God King. Although it ultimately faced defeat, it appeared that the Asura deity did not emerge unscathed either. The notion that the Asura deity has dominion over the Rakshasa deity is merely a matter of hierarchical suppression. The domain of slaughter is imbued with the divine will of the Asura deity, yet it too has been encroached upon by the divine essence of the Rakshasa deity, illustrating that even with the inheritance of a divine position, Bibi Dong cannot be equated to the Rakshasa deity. The Rakshasa deity, the sea god, and the angel god are not primordial deities within the divine realm. These entities, having attained divinity through faith or extraordinary means, are by no means insignificant figures. Each wields a supreme artifact, capable of trading blows with the god king. Let us proceed to explore this place. Meng Ye refrained from further inquiring about Douluo's trials. This Rakshasa deity had long since departed from the divine realm. Otherwise, it would not dare to challenge the god of Asura. The method of inheritance was likely distinct from that of the divine realm, yet it could be confidently asserted that it would not fall upon him or Douluo. Bibi Dong, by now, should have completed more than half of her trials. Douluo nodded, her condition showing no signs of improvement. Rather, the peculiar allure in her gaze became increasingly pronounced. Over the course of 2 consecutive days, the sporadic appearances of spirit souls were not particularly formidable. Even if they did manifest, their contribution would merely amount to an enhancement of a century's worth of cultivation at best. Meng Ye has fully ascended to the 3rd soul ring, a soul ring of 9,000 years. With just another 1,000 years, he can reach the coveted 10,000-year soul ring. A leap that signifies a substantial transformation. As he explored the surroundings, Douluo suddenly came to a halt. Noticing her stillness, Meng Ye turned to inquire, only to find himself inexplicably succumbing to unconsciousness. A sense of alarm surged within him, but it was too late. He collapsed helplessly to the ground. The trial of corruption, to attract one's companion and lead them into darkness, with a duration of 2 days. Failure in the trial results in a penalty. Lowering one's cultivation by 5 levels and stripping away a soul ring. With a pale expression, Douluo felt a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her heart heavy with despair. Her innate talent was indeed remarkable, yet the arduous journey to reach her current level had demanded countless efforts. Now, suddenly deprived of 5 levels and even a soul ring, the loss transcended mere cultivation. It inflicted a profound psychological wound, leaving her to understand that her life's aspirations were effectively shattered. The second phase of the trial of corruption, engaging in union with one's companion to absorb their entire cultivation and talent, with the reward of transforming one's martial soul into the 9-tailed celestial fox. To forego this opportunity would condemn one's cultivation to never surpass level 50 through personal effort. This unexpected revelation left Douluo stunned. Her gaze fixated on the fallen Meng Ye. She knelt beside him, a look of sorrow etched upon her face. Why are you so heartless? It seemed she was questioning Meng Ye, yet he could not hear her now. The divine held absolute dominion over mortals. Unless one's strength approached that daunting threshold of 100 levels, it was utterly impossible for mortals to contend against the laws of existence. Leaning closer, her face nearly brushing against his. Hulaina's pallor was tinged with a blush. A flicker of tenderness shone in her eyes as she whispered softly, "Do you know? I truly wish you would glance my way more often. But I am a disciple of the Pope. My teacher has invested so much in me that I cannot, nor do I wish to, disappoint their expectations. Thus I endeavor to convince myself. Yet, witnessing your repeated displays of talent and the admiration you garner from our teacher brings me a sense of joy. I, Hulaina, despise men weaker than myself. Yet why can't you be a little more assertive, a little more proactive?" At this moment, Hulaina thought of Luo Xian, a bitter wave of jealousy surging within her. "She is truly beautiful. I even find myself envious. But you are mine, if only for this fleeting moment." Her bashful visage gradually drew closer, their lips meeting, her heart racing. A delicate, enchanting sweetness coupled with a warm, soft touch stirred every nerve within her. The heat of the moment enveloped them, and the gentle sensation pressed closer. The fabric of her clothing slipped away. Detailed narrative continues for 800 words omitted. Ding. Synchronization of data with the host's consciousness is complete. What is happening? Meng Ye appeared on the previous expanse of grassland. Although he was aware that this location constituted the internal realm of the system, it bore no distinction from the real world. "Host, your kidneys are about to be harvested." "Meng Ye?" The very first words I heard upon arriving here were these, and Meng Ye's expression darkened. He pressed on with his inquiries. "What on earth is happening? How did I end up here?" "Meh, that sheep is grazing again." Although oblivious to its significance, Meng Ye dismissed it as merely a quirk of the system, so he paid it no mind. "Oh, it was I who brought you here." Meng Ye paused, then spoke darkly. "You had better have a valid reason. Don't misunderstand. This system has indeed saved you. In this realm, even deities cannot harm your soul. As for your body, TSK. Get to the point." Meng Ye was reluctant to squander time. The place he found himself in was far from secure. The Rakshasa deity possesses 3 incarnations: death, slaughter, and corruption, each representing a fragment of the deity's divine consciousness, essentially acting as avatars, though each incarnation holds a divine position. How is that possible? Can a deity truly attain multiple divine positions? Meng Ye furrowed his brow upon hearing this. If that were the case, how could the Rakshasa god possibly be defeated by the Asura god? With a few more avatars, could it not engage in a collective assault if it could not win in a one-on-one duel? That seemed implausible. The host is overthinking. The Rakshasa god only sees the divine position in a fit of rage after being vanquished by the Asura, having merely perfected the art of creating avatars. Nonetheless, this method is indeed formidable. Unfortunately, the Rakshasa god's actions also provoke the other 2 divine kings, leading to a nearly obliterated soul. And the original form remains in slumber. What relevance does this hold to my current predicament? Meng Ye still failed to grasp the crux of the system's words. It is indeed pertinent. The host is presently too weak, unable to even catch a glimpse of one of the avatars. That avatar of slaughter seems to hold you in high regard, yet you declined her trial. Now, the fallen avatar has sent Hulaina to take your essence. At this, Meng Ye's expression darkened entirely, and he inquired, "What impact will this have on me?" The system could not ascertain. It brought the host in to avert unforeseen circumstances. Even if she were to indeed claim your essence, you would not suffer any repercussions. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye sighed in relief. These avatars of the Rakshasa god were deities in their own right, and he was utterly powerless to counter them. However, a surge of indignation continued to swell within him. "Do not be upset, host. You will not be at a disadvantage." The sheep, too, raised its head in agreement, and then, bang, Meng Ye decisively kicked him out. And his mood improved significantly. "My sheep," the host exclaimed, "you will face retribution." "Retribution for me?" Meng Ye naturally dismissed such notions. He rebelled against fate. However, before he could finish speaking, his consciousness was forcefully expelled from this realm. As an entity of pure awareness, being thrust through a narrow passage was uncomfortable. Though devoid of any physical pain, one could liken the sensation to that of a cloth twisted into a helix. See, retribution has arrived. Chapter 61. Capturing the 5th soul ring. Upon reopening his eyes, Meng Ye immediately scrutinized his body, finding no anomalies. "You are awake," Hulaina remarked. Standing a short distance away, the peculiar look in her eyes having vanished. A faint, sweet fragrance lingered in the air, yet Meng Ye paid it no heed. Focusing instead on his soul power, vitality, and mental state, all appearing normal, which brought him a sense of relief. "What time is it? You may leave now." "The exit is that way," Hulaina indicated a direction, seemingly the same place they had entered. "Ah, right. She then retrieved a black crystal from her storage soul guide, resembling the surrounding rocks. That esteemed elder said, "This is your reward, and I am to deliver it on their behalf." Although he had declined the trial of the incarnation of slaughter, it seemed the promise of a reward was still honored. Taking the crystal, a surge of information flooded his mind, devoid of any spiritual imprint. Reward enhances a soul ring by 5,000 years. Although it fell short of his expectations, Meng Ye had no desire to linger in this place or return. He absorbed the reward and proceeded toward the exit. After the two departed, two figures silently materialized from the void. What transpired here? One asked. It appears to be a failure. He possesses a force that safeguards his essence, making it impossible to inherit your divine position. Humph. You wouldn't be doing this on purpose, would you? The incarnation of slaughter crossed its arms, staring intently at the other. Do not speak so lightly. I rather admire that young girl. She would rather destroy her cultivation than harm another. If her talent were a touch better, I might even consider passing my legacy to her. But alas, let us observe her future opportunities. Humph. Meng Ye was oblivious to the presence of the two incarnations. Upon reaching his original position, he returned to the spirit hall through the teleportation array. As they traversed the corridor, Hulaina remained unusually silent, refraining from speech until they reached the Pope's chamber, where she once again faced Bibi Dong. "Your Holiness, teacher," Hulaina murmured, lowering her gaze, unable to meet Bibi Dong's penetrating stare. Perceiving Hulaina's peculiar demeanor, Bibi Dong inquired, "Nana, what troubles you?" "I have failed to meet your expectations, Master." At these words, Bibi Dong's brow furrowed deeply. She rose and approached Hulaina, channeling her soul power into her, meticulously sensing the changes within her. Moments later, Bibi Dong calmly withdrew her hand and helped Hulaina to her feet. "Nana, although your cultivation has declined, your soul power has become more refined, and it seems your martial soul has undergone a transformation. This is indeed a positive development. There is no need for concern. You shall cultivate once more." "Teacher, I am well aware of the immense hopes you have placed upon me," Hulaina replied, feeling a surge of guilt. "Enough of this. There is no need for further words. Focus on your cultivation. I shall not hold this against you." Bibi Dong reassured Hulaina, displaying no sign of disappointment. Meng Ye remained silent, yet at this moment, he could roughly infer what Hulaina had done, letting out a sigh within. "Your Holiness, I have acquired a precious herb in that serendipitous place, which may prove to be of some use." Meng Ye stood to the side and retrieved a jade box from his storage soul guide, presenting it to her. "Oh," Bibi Dong remarked, glancing at the jade box, while Hulaina looked on in curiosity. Although they had spent 3 days in the Eastern Sea Abyss, they had not been apart for long. Initially, Meng Ye had ventured alone for less than an hour, and she had not seen him discover any fortune along the way. This item is known as the Chilua tulip. Its medicinal essence can be absorbed from the flower's core, but it is inedible. It serves to enhance soul power and solidify one's foundation. Without a detailed explanation of its value, Bibi Dong could discern its significance. As for Hulaina, even if she did not desire it, Bibi Dong would find a way to assist her in its absorption. This item is indeed extraordinary. Nar, do not forget to thank Meng Ye. Bibi Dong reached for the jade box, not allowing Hulaina the opportunity to refuse. As her mentor, she held a different bond with Hulaina, despite Meng Ye being her named disciple as well. "Thank you," Hulaina said, pressing her lips together. Her delicate, rosy lips glistened as she offered a charming smile. Nodding, Meng Ye chose not to speak further. He had gathered a fair share of rewards from this journey. As for this celestial herb, he had already consumed the autumn water dew and saw no need to partake again. If he sought solely to enhance his soul power, a trip to the ice and fire yin-yang would be far more effective than consuming the herb. His soul power had gradually approached the realm of mental fortitude. Any further hastening would only widen the gap with his physical form, jeopardizing his foundation, an unwise trade-off. He now required a period of consolidation, and the increase in soul ring years was an unexpected boon. Purple, purple, black, black. This is an exceedingly formidable soul ring ratio for a soul sect. After a brief moment, Meng Ye departed from the Pope's hall, leaving Hulaina behind with Bibi Dong. "Nar, I shan't inquire about what transpired. Simply tell me, does it pertain to him?" Bibi Dong asked earnestly, gazing at Hulaina. Flustered, Hulaina hurriedly replied, "Master, this matter has nothing to do with him. It was my own initiative." "Enough." Bibi Dong waved her hand, suddenly lifting her hand to gently stroke Hulaina's head, sighing, "You truly resemble me, and I harbor no malice towards him. Even if he did not present this precious herb today, I would not make things difficult for him, yet neither would I allow him to leave unscathed. Nar, men are often heartless. If you hold affection for him, I could arrange a marriage for you, but do not expect him to genuinely cherish you. Do you understand? Pressing her lips together, despite her flushed cheeks, Hulaina responded, I understand, master. What do you understand? Bibi Dong released her hand, handing the celestial herb to Hulaina. Speaking softly, had it not been for this precious herb, I would have bound him today to consummate your union. He may have patience, but your youth cannot afford to wait. Teacher, I, Hulaina, have also discovered for the first time that my usually noble mentor possesses such a fierce side. My face flushed even deeper, leaving me at a loss for words. All right, come with me, and I shall assist you in absorbing this rare treasure to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. With that, Hulaina regained her composure and followed Bibi Dong into the Pope's palace. Meanwhile, Meng Ye returned to the Academy's dormitory and entered a state of meditation. A faint arc of electricity emanated from his brow, and to shield himself from mental disturbances, he kept the barrier over his sea of consciousness intact, while simultaneously suppressing the injuries to his spiritual essence. With a sudden spurt of blood, he felt considerably better. Although his sea of consciousness still throbbed with pain, it was slowly recovering and had not suffered any irreparable damage. After meditating through the night until dawn, Meng Ye sensed a slight enhancement in both his mental strength and cultivation, confirming that no lingering hazards remained. He proceeded once more to the Pope's palace, where he encountered Bibi Dong. The fifth soul ring? She inquired. Yes, my disciple has broken through the bottleneck and discovered the trace of a suitable soul beast. Bibi Dong did not respond immediately. Instead, she waved her hand, and a shadow promptly materialized beside her. Come with me, Ghost Elder. The Soul Master competition is approaching, and you must return within a month. Nao will accompany you. Hulaina's fifth soul ring had been removed, and she now had to acquire a new one. However, that precious celestial herb would sufficiently compensate for her loss, perhaps even surpassing her previous gains. Seeing Meng Ye remain silent, Bibi Dong inquired, Do you have any further requests? I wish to hunt a mutated beast king, a soul beast of 50,000 years. Relying solely on Ghost Elder may entail some risks. Meng Ye had already surpassed his limits, and the reason for his delay in hunting for a soul ring was precisely this. Even with Lei Jingyang, it would be perilous. That region harbored significant dangers. Bibi Dong frowned upon hearing this, surprised that Meng Ye would seek such a soul beast. However, considering Meng Ye's value, a stronger soul ring was indeed preferable, and given her current position, she found it difficult to refuse. Once more, she waved her hand, and a white figure appeared alongside Ghost Douluo. The two elders shall accompany you. Thank you, Your Holiness. This was an unspoken transaction. Both Bibi Dong and Meng Ye understood its implications. The value of Meng Ye lies in his innate talent and secret arts, and now, perhaps, the presence of Hulaina as well. Hence, Bibi Dong cannot possibly refuse his terms. Even if he desires to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, Bibi Dong would acquiesce. In Chapter 62, A Perilous Soul Hunt, the journey to the Star Doe Forest commenced, with the group possessing formidable cultivation, thus enabling swift progress. Bibi Dong mentioned a time frame of 1 month, but with Hulaina joining, even a slight delay would be acceptable. Thank you for your assistance previously, Meng Ye. It was nothing. Meng Ye glanced at Hulaina, already surmising the circumstances. Otherwise, he would not have presented that immortal herb. However, some matters are better left unsaid, as revealing them serves no benefit to anyone. Higi, it seems our Laina has matured, came the androgynous voice of Douluo, sending a chill down Meng Ye's spine, prompting him to edge away. The two titled Douluos maintained positions at the front, their speed consistently surpassing that of Meng Ye and his companion. He preferred to remain closer to Ghost Douluo, as Douluo truly embodied his title, exuding discomfort from within. Ghost Elder, I must trouble you once more on this journey, Hulaina remarked, evidently familiar with the two esteemed titled Douluos, as Bibi Dong's right and left arms. Despite their prestigious status, they understood Bibi Dong's regard for Hulaina and thus treated her with utmost care. Child, why do you act so distant with us? However, I must inquire why your soul power has diminished. Has the process of recovery harmed your foundation? Douluo asked with genuine concern. Bibi Dong would not disclose such matters, and naturally, Hulaina would not speak of it voluntarily. Encountering a slight mishap, my foundation has been restored. I appreciate your concern, esteemed elders. That is good to hear. We shall seek a superior soul ring for you on this expedition. Indeed, Hulaina replied with a smile. Her previous soul ring was obtained from a 10,000-year red-tailed fox. While soul masters typically hunt for soul beasts that share origins with their martial spirits, as it yields the best results. The quality of the acquired soul rings is also the most stable, ensuring they are never lacking. Even though Meng Ye had previously suggested she seek mental-type soul rings, Hulaina did not dare take the risk, for Bibi Dong had placed immense expectations upon her, and she could not afford to gamble. A fox-type soul beast is not out of the question, yet to further enhance her strength, she must seek a soul beast of greater prowess than her own martial spirit. In Meng Ye's eyes, this is merely foundational. As Bibi Dong's disciple, she had the privilege to choose such soul beasts. Even Meng Ye had previously relied on fortune to acquire soul rings, striving to hunt for those of higher age to compensate for the quality of the rings. 3 days later, with fewer companions and all possessing considerable cultivation, they reached the outskirts of the Stardow forest in just 3 days. After resting for an hour, the group ventured into the depths of the forest. Nana, last time we sought a 10,000-year red-tailed fox. This time, shall we look for a mutated soul beast? Douluo inquired, noting that if the two titled Douluo were intent on searching, there was a substantial probability of locating a suitable soul beast. Hulaina cast a perplexed glance at Meng Ye, hesitating to speak. Elder, I suggest we seek a spirit-type soul beast over 20,000 years old, or perhaps a fox-type soul beast. Specific varieties are not necessary, Meng Ye proposed proactively. Douluo paused, unfamiliar with Meng Ye, and although he had gleaned some insights from Ghost Douluo, he remained somewhat perplexed. Just as he prepared to articulate a response, Ghost Douluo interjected, casting a penetrating glance at Meng Ye before stating, "Follow his suggestion. He possesses a method." Ghost Douluo had witnessed Meng Ye employing the scatter soul secret technique, which allowed for the absorption of soul rings by sacrificing a portion of the soul power inherent in the soul ring itself, enabling one to absorb it at a higher level, even doubling the enhancement. However, this technique harbored its own mysteries. Ghost Douluo understood the principle, but, after informing Bibi Dong, attempts to replicate it at all ended in failure. Compared to the mental secret arts, the efficacy of this scatter soul technique was undoubtedly more immediate and seemingly simpler. Very well. As they approached the inner regions, the two titled Douluo took turns searching, one safeguarding Hulaina and Meng Ye while the other scoured the surroundings. Ghost Douluo's speed was remarkable. Within a mere 10 minutes, he could survey all soul beasts within a 10-mile radius. During this time, several had been discovered: a red-tailed fox, a demon-eyed fox, a crimson flame fox, and even a three-tailed fox, yet none were suitable. After several hours, the trio awaited Ghost Douluo in a clearing. While Meng Ye pondered deeply, "Kid, none of these are suitable. What exactly are you searching for?" The soul rings that Nana previously acquired were the most fitting. Douluo expressed his impatience after a prolonged search. Meng Ye, having his thoughts interrupted by Douluo's gaze, calmly responded, "Among these, the three-tailed fox possesses a stronger bloodline, but it does not align with the spiritual attribute. The crimson-eyed fox is merely a matter of appearance and lacks any spiritual property. Its enhancements would primarily be in speed and strength. Are you suggesting that the charming fox martial spirit should charge headlong into battle?" Douluo retorted in anger. Yet upon reflection, he found no grounds to counter Meng Ye's assertions. Hulaina's martial spirit was fundamentally oriented towards control. Although control types necessitate a degree of melee and direct combat prowess, such abilities are merely auxiliary, with control remaining the core function. Furthermore, the potency of charm-type soul skills, aside from the strength of the martial spirit, heavily relies on mental power. Whoosh! Ghost Douluo's silhouette returned from afar. Barely a shadow flickering past before he stood before the group. Squeak! What about this one? Ghost Douluo presented a small, delicate monkey, its fur a luminous white, with eyes radiating a cerulean hue. Although no larger than a cat, Meng Ye sensed an immensely powerful wave of mental energy, indicating this was indeed a true spirit-type soul beast. Azure Sea Spirit Ape. Old Ghost, how did you manage to capture this little creature? Douluo was somewhat taken aback. This little creature was quite elusive. Though diminutive in size, as a spiritual-type soul beast, its offensive capabilities were formidable. A single mental shock, if one were caught off guard, could potentially inflict serious harm even on a typical soul sage. Moreover, its petite form afforded it remarkable speed, enabling it to vanish in the blink of an eye. Douluo snorted coldly, disregarding Douluo. He, being an agility-type combatant and a title Douluo, found it laughable to compare speeds. Even 100,000-year soul beast would struggle to match him. Nevertheless, it was a commendable choice, with an estimated age of around 18,000 years, making it quite suitable. Meng Ye nodded. This soul beast's spiritual attribute undoubtedly ranked among the elite, although it employed spiritual attack soul techniques. The advantage of spiritual-type martial souls is that as one's mental strength increases, the efficacy of other soul techniques naturally ascends as well. What's wrong? The two titled Douluos and Hulaina noticed the subtle change in Meng Ye's expression, fearing he had sensed something amiss. We must leave at once. Suddenly, Meng Ye's expression changed dramatically. With a startled exclamation, he seized Hulaina and dashed towards the edge of the forest. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted, startling even the formidable ghost Douluo and the flower Douluo, who stood frozen in place. The terrifying sound sent tremors through the ground, causing the green sea spirit monkey in ghost Douluo's grasp to nearly slip from his hands. What manner of beast is this? Roared the flower Douluo, infuriated, as he charged towards the soul beast. Massive ancient trees were uprooted as a fearsome figure loomed, towering over 20 meters, a cyclopean giant cloaked in a slate-gray hue. With a cultivation of at least 50,000 years, the flower Douluo was undeterred by his fury, unleashing a radiant golden light. Elder, cease at once. That soul beast is accompanied by 100,000-year soul beast. Meng Ye's voice resonated from a distance, the violent sound waves sending the surrounding woods into disarray. The flower Douluo hesitated for an instant, while the ghost Douluo swiftly vanished from sight, pursuing the direction of Meng Ye. Who dares to disturb the revered beast? Face your demise, he bellowed. You old ghost, wait for me. Amidst the colossal roar, a fire dragon, composed of dark red flames, surged towards the heavens. Ultimately, the fluctuations of the flower Douluo's soul power disturbed the soul beast that hunted the cyclopean giant, prompting a fierce counterattack from the guardian beast. A creature of over 100,000 years, having endured at least 2 tribulations. Chapter 63. The enhancement brought by the spiritual soul Ringha. After fleeing a considerable distance, the group finally came to a halt, gasping for breath. Meng Ye and Hulaina were indeed exhausted. Their cultivation levels were evident. However, to describe their current state as disheveled, one could see that the white robes of Douluo were charred and clung to his body. His hair was in disarray, appearing somewhat frayed, and even after escaping peril, he was still gasping in fright. Hulaina and Meng Ye sat beneath a tree, the former belatedly realizing that Meng Ye was grasping her hand, causing her cheeks to flush, yet she remained silent. Young man, what on earth was that creature? Douluo, his mind still foggy, pondered. Had it not been for the extraordinary qualities of the Qirong Tongtianju, he might not have escaped at all. Soul beasts over 100,000 years old were referred to as ferocious beasts by the elders. However, that particular beast was not the crux of the matter. What do you mean? Douluo inquired. Hearing the term ferocious beast for the first time, his curiosity piqued. Elder Ju must have seen the golden soul beast behind that one-eyed giant, right? Are you referring to that small creature resembling a lion? Could it be the pup of that 3-headed hound? Douluo, nearly wounded by the flames of the hellhound, was understandably furious, thus his words were somewhat heated. Yes, that is it. However, it is not merely the offspring of the 3-headed hound. It is the target that the hellhound is sworn to protect. Thankfully, the elder did not harm it. Otherwise, the Douluo forest would surely face a tide of beasts. Meng Ye added, noting the indifference of the 2 titled Douluos. A tide of beasts sweeping across the entire continent. At that moment, even the 2 titled Douluos paused in their breaths. They were unconcerned about ordinary beast tides, for such occurrences seldom affected vast expanses, typically only troubling the towns near the Douluo forest. However, if it were to engulf the entire continent, their composure would falter. Imagining the multitude of monsters dwelling deep within the Douluo forest bursting forth was enough to send shivers down their spines. Even with the depth of the martial soul hall's foundation, others might remain oblivious. But they were acutely aware of the potential horrors lurking within the unexplored regions of the Douluo forest. With soul beasts over 100,000 years old and ferocious beasts, estimating the numbers within the Douluo forest's expansive scale, one could conservatively assume there were hundreds. You need not frighten this old man. That is merely a soul beast not even reaching 10,000 years. How could it possess such prowess? Douluo remained skeptical. The elder questioned why a soul beast less than 10,000 years old would dare pursue a soul beast of 50,000 years for the hunt. Wouldn't it fear retaliation, especially with a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows to protect it? Meng Ye rose to his feet, casting a lingering glance at Douluo, and remarked, "That is the essence of the Star Doe forest. Even the lord of this forest must protect it. Do you still believe I jest?" Only then did Douluo fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, recalling how he had nearly unleashed his ninth spirit skill, his complexion paling at the thought. Had he faltered in that moment, it is likely they would have met their end here today. "Senior, please grant me that spirit beast," Meng Ye requested, his breath steady as he approached Douluo to claim the azure sea spirit monkey. "Be cautious. This little creature is quite swift," Douluo cautioned, aware that if it were to flee, capturing it would prove difficult. "Understood." With a swift motion, he grasped the creature, which suddenly emitted two beams of blue light from its eyes, shooting directly into Meng Ye's own. "Meng Ye!" Douluo exclaimed, rushing to his side. However, she was astonished to find no change in him. Instead, he unleashed a bolt of lightning, stunning the azure sea spirit monkey. This clever little being weighed less than 10 pounds, half of which was its brain. It understood it was no match for the elder and had been waiting for the opportune moment to escape using a surprise mental attack. Meng Ye elucidated the situation before handing the azure sea spirit monkey over to Douluo. Only spirit beasts killed by one's own hand can yield spirit rings for absorption, while he was prepared for the mental assault. Douluo was not in the same position. "Thank you. It's nothing," Meng Ye replied calmly before settling down to meditate. Douluo observed him with a complex expression, ultimately sighing softly as she began to prepare herself to absorb the spirit ring. Typically, spirit masters do not casually absorb spirit rings, aside from the ritualistic bathing and incense. One would at least refrain from doing so in a poor state. With already insufficient mental strength, absorbing in a compromised condition could lead to backlash from the spirit ring. "Old ghost, what is the situation with this lad?" Douluo pondered, feeling as though his years of experience had been in vain, as if his wisdom and insight were being overshadowed. "Humph," Douluo snorted, glancing at Douluo, and said, "No more idle chatter. This boy is a prodigy, beyond the realm of common understanding. I shall check if that ferocious beast has pursued us. You remain here to guard." "Very well." The ghost Douluo departed once more, and in hindsight, he should have detected the situation earlier. Yet, who could have anticipated that the three-eyed golden lion would pursue the one-eyed giant relentlessly? They had scarcely a moment to react. Meng Ye's timely awareness stemmed from his cautious nature, utilizing mental detection to sense the surroundings. Approximately 10 minutes later, Douluo completely restored her soul power and physical strength and began to absorb the soul ring. However, upon gazing at the 18,000-year soul ring before her, she hesitated. This was far beyond her limits. Typically, a soul master's fifth soul ring limit hovers around 12,000 years, even for those wielding powerful attack-type beast martial souls. 18,000 years surpassed the threshold by 50%, indeed presenting a challenge for absorption. "I shall impart to you a secret method of soul absorption," he declared. "This technique is quite simple. Once you grasp the essence, absorbing soul rings beyond your limits becomes effortless." Unbeknownst to her, Meng Ye had approached her, raising a finger to gently tap, transmitting a message directly into Douluo's sea of consciousness. With a slight pursing of her lips, Douluo nodded, resolved to proceed without further hesitation, and commenced the soul ring absorption. The process was fraught with difficulty. Her comprehension and application of the secret method were not profound, as it was merely a newfound skill. Midway through, she encountered a moment of peril due to backlash. Meng Ye placed his hand gently on Douluo's shoulder, an act not intended for exploitation, as disturbing the process of absorbing a soul ring was ill-advised. However, shortly thereafter, a surge of soul power was drawn forth and infused into his own being. By maintaining his mental composure, he was assured that the backlash from the soul of a 10,000-year spirit beast would not endure for long, even in the absence of a soul ring or physical form. After offering a brief word of caution, Douluo gradually regained her composure. Ultimately, after nearly an hour had elapsed, she successfully absorbed the soul ring. "Nana, how does it feel?" the esteemed Duke of the Chrysanthemum inquired with a hint of concern. "It manifests as a mental shock, however. I perceive that my other soul abilities have also seen enhancement," Douluo remarked, casting an incredulous glance at Meng Ye, astonished by the substantial improvement brought forth by the mental soul ring. Having previously attained a fifth soul ring, she could distinctly discern the differences. In contrast to the previous ring, this one afforded her a comprehensive enhancement, although a portion of her soul power had dissipated. The higher age of the soul ring compensated significantly for that loss. More importantly, this was a formidable single-target soul skill that greatly amplified her explosive potential while simultaneously enhancing the control capabilities of her other soul rings, yielding results that were nearly double those of her last soul ring. Level 54. It seems that Herb has provided you with considerable enhancement. Although Meng Ye anticipated that the exquisite Kira tulip would be suitable for Hulaina, he did not foresee such a remarkable enhancement. Originally at level 52, she had fallen 5 levels to 47, yet that singular Kira tulip elevated her back to level 50. Even without the spirit ring of the Azure Sea Spirit Monkey, her strength had increased by more than 5 levels. This distinction lies between the Spirit Sect and the Spirit King, not the Spirit Master. Thank you, Hulaina murmured. Uncertain of how to express her gratitude, she wished to draw closer to Meng Ye, yet found herself at a loss for words upon doing so. With a gentle lift of her beautiful visage, she gazed into Meng Ye's eyes and declared, "My martial soul has undergone a transformation. My teacher has emphasized that the metamorphosis of the martial soul is of greater significance than the enhancement of soul power, hence I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you. It is getting late. Let us strive to exit the forest today." Meng Ye evaded slightly, and from the previous distance, he could even catch a faint whiff of a delicate fragrance. Chapter 64. The Eerie Emperor of the 1,000 Gene Ants. Young man, your soul dispersion secret technique possesses a remarkable uniqueness. How about we exchange it for a piece of soul bone? Rest assured, I shall also assist you with 3 tasks, ensuring you do not suffer any loss. Douluo expressed his intrigue towards Meng Ye's secret technique, for the soul dispersion secret technique held immense significance for soul masters. Although he was unable to utilize it himself, his curiosity remained unabated. On the journey to the domain of the Emperor of the 1,000 Gene Ants, he proactively offered to exchange with Meng Ye. Yuguan, has your mind been scorched by that soul beast? Before Meng Ye could speak, Ghost Douluo took the initiative to voice his thoughts. Regardless of whether Meng Ye agreed or not, he was bound to suffer losses in this matter. Given their previous acquaintance, Ghost Douluo would not simply stand by. A soul bone, with Meng Ye's innate talent, would merely serve as an embellishment, perhaps even considered insignificant. However, the value of that secret technique was known to every soul master. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the appreciation for its worth. As a title Douluo, they understood all too well the benefits derived from even the slightest enhancement of soul rings. It was not a matter of quantity, but rather ensuring the ability to absorb soul rings beyond their level, which would solidify their advancement to the 95th rank. Historically, fewer than half of the titled Douluos achieved this milestone. Within the Spirit Hall, only a select few, Bibi Dong, Ghost Douluo, and Ju Douluo, along with the 7 esteemed offerings, had surpassed the 95th rank. The remaining elders, numbering over 10, were all stuck beneath that threshold. To suggest exchanging a mere soul bone for a treasure capable of sustaining a soul master family's legacy for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, or reshaping the entire soul master realm, was indeed audacious of Ju Douluo. Ju Douluo was already somewhat irked by Ghost Douluo's earlier departure, and upon hearing this, he retorted angrily, "You old ghost, cease your nonsense. At worst, I shall pledge that I will never disclose it in this lifetime. And then wait for someone to unearth your grave? I would not mind doing it myself." Upon their passing, titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall were interred on the holy mountain of Douluo Palace, and Ju Douluo clearly intended to engage in some underhanded dealings. What do the deceased care for oaths? Are you truly intent on making an enemy of me? You are the one lacking in shame. As the two continued their heated exchange, Meng Ye intervened, stating, "Elders, we have arrived." A vast chasm lay before them, over 10 meters wide, and more daunting were the thorny rocks densely covering the cliffs on either side, with the remains of soul beasts hanging ominously from them. The chasm extended for over 1,000 meters, clearly marking this place as a perilous abyss where a careless misstep could lead to a gruesome fate. "Young man, are you certain the soul beast you seek is here?" Ju Douluo, having abandoned the previous topic, regarded Meng Ye with skepticism. Meng Ye could only nod. The location in his mind was provided by the system and was infallible. Approximately 500 meters below lay an underground cavern, home to a mutated ant emperor of the 50,000 year level. They had already ventured deep into the Stardoe forest, and to avoid any mishaps. He requested the two elders to act swiftly to subdue it together. Upon hearing this, Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Ghost Douluo then inquired, "How do we lure it out? It would not be easy for any of us to capture it directly. It is not merely challenging to capture." But Meng Ye is almost certain that the two-titled Douluo would not even lay a finger on it. The mutated thousand-gene Ant Emperor possesses a terrifying strength that rivals a soul beast of 100,000 years. In a favorable environment, the balance of power shifts. And he even doubts whether the two-titled Douluo could retreat unscathed. If he could find a slightly larger soul beast to cast down, the scent of blood would lure it out. Those bones hanging from the cliff walls did not leap down on their own, at least not entirely. They were the remnants of the thousand-gene Ant Emperor's meals. Since it does not come out to hunt actively, he would draw it out instead. Should he fail, it would not matter. Meng Ye had contingency plans. Without hesitation, the Ghost Douluo acted, seizing a 1,000-year-old brown bear soul beast and casting it down the cliff, blood splattering. Waiting in place for several minutes, the earlier lesson weighed heavily on the group as they ventured deeper into the Stardow forest, each feeling a twinge of anxiety. Uncertain whether they would encounter the terrifying beast from before. Suddenly, a sound emanated from below, and the few guarding the cliff's edge perked up. While the two-titled Douluo emanated faint fluctuations of soul power, ready to strike at any moment. Below, 300 meters down, the approaching figure glimmered with a subtle sheen of soul power, its spiritual perception fully activated. Moments later, it bellowed, "Attack!" Buzz. The chrysanthemum Douluo was the first to act, expanding a layer of light golden soul power to create a barrier around them. Meng Ye observed the activation of the third soul ring, speculating it to possess both defensive and control effects, though the specifics remained unknown. Ghost Shadow Hand. Boom. The Ghost Douluo unleashed his soul skill, forming a colossal ghostly hand that erupted from below the cliff, capturing a mutated thousand-gene Ant Emperor, entirely dark gold in hue. Hiss. Emitting a metallic screech, Meng Ye felt a wave of discomfort ripple through his bones, frowning as he took several steps back, while Hulina beside him also retreated, her face etched with concern. The two-titled Douluo would face no issues. They were capable, yet this soul beast was beyond their usual encounters. Against a typical 50,000-year soul beast, Meng Ye might have considered standing his ground, but this one was perilous. After being hurled into the air, the Ghost Douluo's figure followed closely, and a myriad of ghostly apparitions erupted, surrounding the thousand-gene Ant Emperor in the air. "Old ghost, be careful not to kill it." The chrysanthemum Douluo worried that the Ghost Douluo's heavy-handedness might result in the death of this soul beast, rendering their efforts in vain. However, a full minute passed, and the black mist in the sky showed no signs of dissipating, prompting the chrysanthemum Douluo to sense something amiss. He soared into the air. Bang! He caught a figure that was sent flying from the black mist. "Old ghost, are you alive?" "Enough chatter. This creature is extraordinary. Let us strike together and resolve this swiftly." The ghostly Douluo spoke in a deep, hoarse voice, causing the surrounding malevolent energy to dissipate slightly. Just moments ago, Meng Ye had urged them to join forces, and the two had been somewhat dismissive, regarding the mere 5,000-year soul beast as insignificant. They were titled Douluos, after all. And at the pinnacle of the 95th rank, their counterparts were 10,000-year soul beasts. Even if they could not directly confront them in the domain, defeat would not come easily. It could be said that as long as the soul beast was not of 10,000-year caliber, they regarded it with disdain. "All right, watch me." Although the chrysanthemum Douluo appeared somewhat delicate in demeanor, he was a formidable offensive titled Douluo. The wondrous chrysanthemum of heaven in his hand swelled in the wind, transforming into a colossal blossom. With the eruption of his sixth soul ring, countless blade-like petals converged into a whirlwind, hurtling towards the thousand-gene Ant Emperor, still ensnared in the ghostly shadows. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the petals, numerous avatars of the Ghost Douluo approached, and the resulting explosions echoed through the heavens. "Be careful. Don't kill it," the Ghost Douluo cautioned upon witnessing the chrysanthemum Douluo's onslaught. "Just watch and see what I'm capable of." Just as the words left his lips, a burst of golden light erupted from his soul skill. Quick to react, the chrysanthemum Douluo recalled his martial soul's true form, barely managing to block the strike. The immense chrysanthemum enveloped the golden light. His wondrous chrysanthemum of heaven possessed boundless utility, capable of offense, control, and defense. This beast can actually break free from my soul skill. It truly has some prowess. What a pity, the chrysanthemum Douluo thought, startled as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Elder, be cautious. Meng Ye's alarm rang out from the ground. The wondrous chrysanthemum of heaven had failed to ensnare the thousand-gene ant emperor. The chrysanthemum Douluo, realizing belatedly that his martial soul's true form had trembled, felt his pupils constrict. Crack. A fissure appeared in the surface of the soul power barrier. And this slight crack sent the chrysanthemum Douluo into a panic as if he had stepped on his own tail. What on earth is happening with this beast? Sweating profusely, the chrysanthemum Douluo seized control of his martial soul and unleashed a beam of golden light. 8th Soul Skill, Gate of Holy Light. Chapter 65, 5th Soul Ring. Hiss. The thousand-gene ant emperor, beset by the assaults of two tidal Douluos, could not withstand even the most extreme attributes and plummeted from the sky, leaving a trail of faint golden blood scattered around. Bang! Yet even so, the uniquely shaped massive feet struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble. A faint golden light spread across its body, resisting the chrysanthemum Douluo's 8th soul skill. Even without exerting full strength, its aura remained unabated, a testament to its terrifying vitality. This beast possesses formidable jaws, nearly overwhelming my martial soul. The chrysanthemum Douluo was genuinely incensed. The two tidal Douluos surrounded the thousand-gene ant emperor, denying it any chance of escape, with the ground itself enveloped by the chrysanthemum Douluo's barrier. Thank you, esteemed elders. As Meng Ye approached the two formidable tidal Douluo, he resolved to eliminate the soul beast. Hiss. Sensing Meng Ye's murderous intent, the ant emperor of 1,000 June suddenly unleashed an even more terrifying surge of soul power, radiating a blinding golden light. Insolence. The ghost Douluo struck once more, a colossal ghostly hand descending to suppress the ant emperor. However, it could not completely subdue the creature, merely restraining it in place. Although not a power-type martial soul, the ghost Douluo's cultivation was indeed that of a tidal Douluo. With such a strike, an ordinary soul sage would kneel, and even a soul Douluo would be pressured. Yet, this soul beast remained steadfast, supported by its 4 pairs of legs, resisting the immense ghostly hand. It seemed necessary to give this beast a lesson in mobility. The chrysanthemum Douluo's gaze turned icy as he unleashed his martial soul once more. While the power could indeed be perceived as that of a pure-strength tidal Douluo, soul masters did not possess such formidable defense and vitality. Even their martial soul avatars were not invincible. Swish. Clang. Several blade-like petals sliced through, severing the ant emperor's legs, yet when they struck its forelegs, they failed to cut through, repelled by a surge of golden light. Hiss. The more grievously wounded the ant emperor became, the more ferocious it grew, emitting an even more chilling roar. Yet, it was all for naught. With such severe injuries, escape from the two tidal Douluo was no longer a possibility. Zzz. Clang. A thunderous spear shot forth, instantly piercing the ant emperor's weak point, ending its suffering, as a jet-black soul ring materialized. The ghost Douluo then retracted his soul skill. Although its battle prowess rivaled that of a 100,000-year soul beast, it did not equate to one, lacking a domain and being purely a force. It was destined to differ from a true 100,000-year soul beast. Enduring such a siege from two tidal Douluo was already remarkable. Young man, this soul ring is not easy to absorb. You must tread carefully, cautioned the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo. Initially, they believed it to be close to 50,000 years. Knowing Meng Ye possessed secret techniques, they had no significant concerns. However, having verified its true nature, they realized this was far beyond a mere 50,000-year soul beast. While the soul power may suggest such, the soul ring's intensity was likely much greater. Attempting to absorb it at such a level posed risks that could scarcely be articulated. For an ordinary soul master, it would be tantamount to certain death. Furthermore, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, prolonging the process would be ill-advised. As they were deep within the Stardoe forest, an area perilous for both humans and soul beasts alike. Thank you, Meng Ye said, clasping his hands with a confident smile. With the esteemed elder's assistance, how could I possibly fail? Excellent. The chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes lit up, clearly pleased with Meng Ye's words. You may proceed with the absorption. Even if a 100,000-year soul beast were to appear today, I shall ensure your safety. Although Douluo harbors a certain envy towards Meng Ye's secret techniques, he does not possess the ability to utilize them himself. Thus his desire is not particularly fervent. Instead, he holds a deep admiration for Meng Ye's demeanor throughout their journey, decisive, sagacious, composed, and even adept at seizing opportunities without the arrogance often found in youth. While this may come at the cost of some youthful exuberance, It is, in fact, a virtue. In this world, the repercussions of impulsiveness can be dire. Crack. Meng Ye settled down, his soul power remaining at its zenith. He resolutely activated the secret technique of blood vitality, his form transforming into a colossal giant. Like a small titan, he commenced the absorption of that soul ring. This approach served two purposes: to expedite the absorption process and to contend with the fact that this particular soul ring exceeded his limits. The crux of the matter lay in the attribute of ultimate power, the dominance of which he had encountered before. Strictly speaking, this could not be classified as a conventional attribute, as it defies easy definition. After all, the potency of elemental attributes can manifest in a palpable suppressive effect, whereas the nature of power attributes is far more elusive. Even the Haotian hammer, renowned as the strongest weapon spirit and the epitome of power-type martial spirits, could not attain ultimate strength without the amplification of Haotian sect's secret techniques. However, unlike elemental attributes, the advantage of power attributes is that they do not conflict with the ultimate thunder he has already mastered. There exists no point of contention between the two. With a hiss, his formidable blood vitality surged outward, gradually enveloping the vicinity in a heavy mist tinged with crimson. This ethereal barrier, radiating intense heat and pressure, caused the surrounding void to twist ever so slightly. Is this the materialization of blood vitality? Duke Geo glanced at Ghost Duke, astounded. They had witnessed many phenomena, from the terrifying oppression of Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu's domains, to the lethal aura born from overwhelming killing intent. Yet, they had never encountered blood vitality that could be directly projected outward. This phenomenon was undoubtedly neither soul power nor mental energy. This young man had learned some peculiar secret techniques from an unknown source, exhibiting a physique as robust as a soul beast. It was he who had previously suggested that they train together. Ah, so that's why you, old ghost, suddenly sought me out for training, Duke Geo realized. Silence. Ghost Duke retorted, his voice low, as Duke Geo gestured at him with a delicate finger. Clearly, despite their long-standing camaraderie, he found Duke Geo's effeminate tone somewhat distasteful. Though their relationship remained amicable. Humph, little Mei turns her back on me. You weren't saying that when you sought him out. Say another word. Ghost Duke's eyes glinted with a murderous light, fixated on Duke Geo, as he warned, try me. At this, a profound silence enveloped them. The two titled Douluos continuing their vigilant patrol as guardians. Hulaina stood by Meng Ye's side, occasionally gazing at him with an entranced expression, lost in her thoughts. As seconds ticked by, Meng Ye's formidable blood vitality not only failed to wane but instead exhibited a tendency to amplify. The diameter of his aura expanded from 3 meters to 5, creating a barrier that even pressed the ground down slightly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and the surrounding blood vitality erupted uncontrollably, the materialized shockwave sending grass and leaves flying. Crack, crack, crack. The body gradually resumed its normal size, the clothing torn, revealing perfectly defined contours. However, having learned from previous experiences, he had custom-tailored a pair of exceptionally resilient trousers to avert any potential mishaps. Had he succeeded? Douluo had lost count of how many times he had been astonished. The fact that Meng Ye had failed to absorb this soul ring would not have surprised him. Yet the astonishing reality was that mere half an hour had passed, and he had succeeded. This pace, compared to an ordinary soul king absorbing a typical 10,000-year soul ring, was only slightly slower. Well done, let us proceed. Retrieving a complete outfit from the storage soul guide, the group made their way towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest. Shortly after their departure, a golden soul beast, guided by scent, arrived at the location. Chapter 66. Returning to the normal path sniffing, it seemed to detect a familiar scent. The resplendent golden creature emitted a low growl, its fur bristling. Rue beast. The nearby humans have likely departed. You should return for now. I will summon some soul beasts to retrieve them for you to deal with. Having lived carefree in the depths of the Stardow forest for thousands of years, the three-eyed golden lion was understandably furious at the sudden attack that nearly cost it its life. I shall personally tear those humans apart. The youthful yet distinctly clear voice of a girl emanated from the three-eyed golden lion. The tone was melodious, had it not been for the murderous intent behind her words. One might have mistaken her for a little princess. Rue beast, among those individuals, the one who attacked you possesses the title of Douluo, and they likely lack the courage to reappear here. The Scarlet King, though esteemed as one of the fierce beasts, could only serve as a guardian to the three-eyed golden lion. Hearing its words, he felt helpless. Were it a pursuit? He was confident in his ability to catch up to Douluo and even detain him. Yet he dared not leave the three-eyed golden lion, should any misfortune occur. Emperor Tian would surely flay him alive. I have memorized their sense and the trajectory of their fates. They will inevitably return here. One of those humans must be killed. A peculiar light emanated from the third eye atop the three-eyed golden lion's head. The reason it was revered as the emperor of spiritual beasts was not only due to its ability to double the growth speed of surrounding soul beasts and enhance the chances of a 100,000-year soul beast breaking through its bottleneck, but also because of this third eye. It is said to harbor the power of destiny, which Emperor Tian regarded as the key to the fortune of the Star Do Forest. After Meng Ye and his companions departed from the Star Do Forest, they spent several days journeying back to the Spirit City, specifically to the Hall of the Pope. It can be said that Meng Ye is indeed a veritable treasure on the move. After Meng Ye's brief visit, he returned to the academy. His presence here more akin to a formality than a prolonged stay. Indeed, thus far, the power he has exhibited far surpasses that of his peers, conservatively speaking. Even an average soul emperor would unlikely stand a chance against him. Ghost Douluo conveyed the situation to Bibi Dong with utmost honesty. He has consistently served as Bibi Dong's eyes, aiding her in navigating the entirety of the continent and gathering intelligence. Meng Ye once remarked to Lei Jingyang that the Pope is confined within the papal hall, unable to venture beyond its walls. While this was said in jest, it also holds a kernel of truth. Bibi Dong would seldom, if ever, leave this place, which is precisely why the presence of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo is imperative. The Soul Emperor? It is likely that there is more to it than meets the eye, she said, casting a glance at Ghost Douluo. From the beginning to the end, Ghost Douluo had never witnessed Meng Ye unleash his full power, or perhaps he simply never had the opportunity to do so. Whether an opponent is too strong or too weak cannot serve as a reliable gauge of one's true strength. And Meng Ye's vast range of abilities only complicates any assessment further. There is no need to pay him undue attention. Maintaining the status quo is sufficient. Since he has assisted Na-Er in acquiring a suitable soul ring and has imparted a similarly valuable secret technique to her. Bibi Dong glanced at the silent Hulaina and smiled, saying, "After all, he is a disciple of mine." Indeed, the two titled Douluo exchanged glances. Perceiving the underlying message in Bibi Dong's words, this was a cue for them to be mindful of their future actions. Previously, Bibi Dong regarded Meng Ye merely as an astute yet ordinary disciple, difficult to control and lacking in constraints, hence her lack of recognition of him. With Hulaina's connection now in place, although unspoken, Bibi Dong chose to trust her own judgment. "Teacher, I shall return as well," Na said. "Yes, Na-Er. With the Soul Master competition approaching, you all need to harmonize and prepare diligently," came the response. Na-Er understood. Upon leaving the papal hall, Hulaina returned to the academy with a smile, her spirits high. Not only had she regained her strength during this visit, but she had even experienced an elevation in her abilities. Her martial soul had undergone a transformation, with her fox spirit evolving into a true, celestial fox martial soul. However, her joy was short-lived. Upon returning to the academy, she discovered that Meng Ye had gone to the dining hall with Luo Xian and the 3 members of the Lu family. Her lively steps slowed, and she raised her hand, finding herself unable to voice her thoughts despite the proximity. "Meng Ye, have you been hunting souls?" Meng, mind your manners. "You are not a child any longer," Liu admonished, gently restraining the overly enthusiastic Lu Meng. The girl squirmed like a cat, refusing to settle down. "Yes." Meng Ye nodded. Upon his return to the academy, he had fortuitously encountered several individuals. Lu Meng had come to fetch Luo Xian for a meal. Typically, Luo Xian seldom dined at the academy due to the crowds, which made her hesitant to go alone, prompting Lu Meng's suggestion to accompany her. On their way, they fortuitously encountered Meng Ye, who had just returned and had not yet eaten, so he decided to join them for a meal. "Meng Ye, does this mean you have attained your 5th soul ring?" Lu Yu exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. He had initially thought Lu Meng was merely asking a casual question, only to find it was indeed true. Just returned. But how did Meng come to know of this? Meng Ye found it somewhat peculiar. This young lady is not lacking in intelligence. Yet she certainly wouldn't anticipate such matters. At most, she possesses a touch of cleverness. "Hiki, Luo Xian informed me of this," Lu Meng said with a beaming smile, playfully making a sign, her expression brimming with pride. Meng Ye turned to look at Luo Xian, who responded with a serene smile. Her graceful demeanor, untouched by the dust of the world, only enhanced her already stunning beauty. "I cannot quite articulate the reason, but it seems I can faintly perceive the essence of your soul power." A subtle blush adorned her exquisite features, adding an intoxicating allure to her already breathtaking visage. Meng Ye found himself somewhat entranced. Oh. However, the delightful atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Lu Ming's exclamation. The group continued their journey towards the dining hall, where the crowd was sparse, nearing mealtime. The culinary offerings at the Spirit Hall Academy were quite commendable. Each dish was meticulously prepared, ensuring both hygiene and ambience were well above standard, with a diverse selection of dishes available. Additionally, there were items prepared to order, so the group ordered enough to satisfy their appetites. Luo Xian sat beside Meng Ye, her face consistently adorned with a hint of rosy blush and a smile, particularly delighted as she savored her favorite dish, braised pork knuckles. Meng Ye believed that it was primarily due to his heightened sensitivity, coupled with their occasional encounters, that Luo Xian was able to discern his soul power cultivation without giving it much thought, just as he himself could effortlessly gauge the cultivation levels of other soul masters, provided the disparity was not too great or through some special means. This was a matter of experience and established patterns, all of which could be traced. Subsequently, he found himself with little to occupy his time, returning to his previous rhythm of cultivation, further developing his secret techniques, and occasionally communicating with Lei Xingyang through letters. This was his most ideal state. As for the future, he preferred not to dwell on such matters. Have you heard? Senior Hulaina seems to be causing quite a stir at the soul-fighting arena. How could you speak of my goddess in such a manner? But aren't you a female? So what if I am? Hulaina's appearance was not particularly striking, nor was her figure so alluring as to evoke an instinctive reaction at first glance. However, she possessed an enchanting aura that was deeply captivating. All her ordinary traits combined to create a charm that transcended mere physical beauty. What's going on? It was said that the senior had recently experienced a significant surge in cultivation, easily overpowering both Yin and Xiaoyu, and in a fit of displeasure, had even taken it out on Xiaoyu. The students eager for gossip were all ears, growing increasingly excited. The murmurs of such discussions floated through the not-so-crowded cafeteria, allowing Meng Ye and his companions to overhear. They paid little heed. It was a normal manifestation to wish to test one's strength after an enhancement, or at least, that was how Meng Ye saw it. Chapter 67. The Gossip of a Wei's Clang. Meng Ye emerges victorious. At the soul-fighting arena, nearly a month had passed since their return from the soul-hunting expedition, and the 7 representatives of the Spirit Hall team had already been determined. There was no doubt about Hulaina and her companions, with Meng Ye serving as the vice-captain. However, his unique strength and approach often left others feeling somewhat out of place. Simply put, Meng Ye had never considered collaborating with others. This was also true for Hulaina and her companions. Even if Meng Ye had not participated, he would merely have selected 4 to fill the ranks. Currently, the same principle applied, as he chose the 3 most powerful soul masters to accompany him, which still amounted to merely filling numbers. Besides an auxiliary soul master named Suyu, who wielded a 48-level brilliant golden staff martial spirit, the other 2 held no significance in the eyes of Meng Ye and his trio. Furthermore, they could not find any common ground among the 4 of them, let alone coordinate effectively. With 3 powerful attackers and 1 controller, their formation was inherently mismatched for team synergy. In terms of strength, Meng Ye had undoubtedly become the strongest. With virtually no one able to withstand his strike, Hulaina followed closely behind, capable of launching mental attacks that could incapacitate Yin and Xiaoyu in a short span. Consequently, both Xiaoyu and Yin found themselves in an awkward position, having transitioned from being on par with Hulaina to now occupying the second tier. Why? How can you be completely immune to my mental attacks? A voice of an androgynous nature, blending both masculine and feminine tones, resonated through the arena, accompanied by an ethereal figure standing upon the battlefield. Beside them lay a portion of the arena, reduced to ruins by a bolt from a thunderous spear, a devastation amounting to 1/10 of the entire combat stage. A charred gash extended towards the audience, leaving behind a profound pit. Upon returning from the abyss of the Eastern Sea, his 3rd soul skill had metamorphosed into a millennium-level ability, its potency significantly magnified, particularly in terms of intensity and the force of thunder. This overwhelming prowess was a consequence of Meng Ye's inability to harness it fully. The augmentation bestowed by that power soul ring was immense. Now, even a casually thrown spear could potentially annihilate soul beasts over 5,000 years old from a distance of 100 meters. Your mental fortitude is insufficient, he declared. I have mentioned before that mental strength requires time to cultivate. Relying on martial soul fusion techniques is somewhat misguided. With a slight shake of his head, Meng Ye offered his assessment of this fusion technique. The enchantment known as demonic charm amalgamated the physical assault of Moon Blade with the mental onslaught of Hulaina, emerging as a bizarre assassin shrouded in mist. Regrettably, Xieyu's mental prowess was too feeble, although Hulaina's martial soul had evolved to possess formidable physical attack capabilities. It could not affect substantial change. In conclusion, this martial soul fusion technique, now merely a drain on soul power, had little value left. It merely stacked the strengths of both parties, yielding a sum of 1-1-5-2-5, which fell short of the expected outcome for a martial soul fusion technique, where the minimum should be 1-1-2. Demonic charm fell silent, subsequently dissolving in a flash of red light back into Hulaina and Xieyou. Xieyou bore a hint of dissatisfaction, while Hulaina appeared considerably more composed, having never contemplated the possibility of defeating Meng Ye. "Meng Ye, come here," called Oways. Appearing at the edge of the arena, descending from the battlefield, Meng Ye approached Oways, inquiring, "Director, is there something you need?" After this match, he was already prepared to return to his training. Engaging with these opponents seemed futile, not that there weren't stronger adversaries, but the instructors present, even the Soul Emperors, were easily overpowered by him. There were a few Soul Saints, yet they were reluctant to face Meng Ye, as the disparity in cultivation was far too great. Winning would be expected, and losing would cast a shadow on their dignity. "Aha, you must be weary," Oways chuckled, offering a fruit resembling a watermelon. Its flesh succulent and sweet. "I am not fatigued, Director. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Meng Ye accepted the fruit, albeit with some curiosity, as he felt a twinge of thirst. "It pertains to the matter I mentioned earlier." Meng Ye silently returned the fruit. Ovis cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. The dean has taken this into consideration, and the college committee has unanimously decided to reject it." Meng Ye blinked and patiently awaited the continuation. Only then did Oways address the crux of the matter, stating, "However, we sincerely hope you can assume the responsibilities of the vice-captain of the Academy's representative team." He deftly split open a ripe, crimson melon, its juices flowing abundantly. He was indeed a bit parched. Oways remained unperturbed, simply gazing at Meng Ye with a smile, awaiting his response. Meng Ye was, of course, not merely a bystander, but rather contemplating the implications of Oways' words. It was indeed true that he held the position of vice-captain. However, it appeared that Hulaina was the captain. Moreover, he had previously harbored doubts regarding the trio of Hulaina, as he believed they were not inclined to consider the team's cohesion. Were they not all pursuing their own agendas, while others did the same? The sheer disparity in their cultivation levels was sufficient to instill despair in the representatives of other academies. "What does the dean expect me to do?" Meng Ye inquired, wiping the corners of his mouth after indulging in the fruits of gossip. "The dean is well aware of your capabilities. Your understanding of martial souls is unparalleled. Hence, he hopes you might select some disciples to reinforce the Academy's representative team or serve as reserves for the backup squad. What say you?" Oways revealed a sly smile akin to that of a cunning fox. "This is hardly the responsibility of a vice-captain. My role is primarily to remove those who do not meet expectations and to extend invitations to those who do," Meng Ye asserted. "Ultimately, the decision would rest with the Academy's higher-ups. I shall replace Suyu and his companions entirely," Meng Ye declared decisively. Oways was taken aback by Meng Ye's resolute stance. His curiosity piqued. Is such a decisive action appropriate? They are, after all, the finest disciples after you in terms of cultivation and talent. Does the dean believe they possess any synergy with us? Oways gently shook his head. Aside from Suyu, who offers some support, the others are merely embellishments. And do you believe that, fighting independently, they could triumph over the blue lightning tyrant dragon or the infernal white tiger? This question left Oways momentarily speechless, prompting a rueful smile as he continued to shake his head. The blue lightning tyrant dragon was universally acknowledged as the strongest beast martial soul on the continent. If one were to assess martial soul strength, neither Yin nor Xie would stand a chance against their ranks, particularly in melee combat. The white tiger martial soul could easily match Yin's prowess. As for Xieyou, he displayed no glaring weaknesses. Suyu, on the other hand, is quite commendable. At the very least, he can assist the four of you. The dean was likely aware of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's Seven Treasures Heart, which, as a support-type soul master, had limited efficacy if reliant solely on soul skills. The enhancements provided by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were singular, rather than instantaneously amplifying the entire group like a halo, thus resulting in a formidable enhancement ratio. With the unique secret techniques of the sect, The 7 treasure glazed towers enhancements could reach their pinnacle, achieving the remarkable feat of simultaneously providing multiple enhancements to several individuals. Very well, yet they cannot be entirely dismissed. They must serve as a reserve team for unforeseen circumstances, always conceded, albeit with a hint of caution. Meng Ye, however, did not respond. Instead, he furrowed his brow. What was this reserve team? His intention was to select a few gifted disciples who had yet to mature, allowing them to observe closely and gain experience. He was certainly not hopeful for the next competition. His age was too advanced, and what experience could he possibly gain? Would he be able to master the secrets of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda? Moreover, this fellow was a staunch supporter of Yin. Expelling him would undoubtedly incite discontent. And to leave him on the periphery, watching, would be akin to inflicting both physical and emotional harm. The dean, I still believe, Meng Ye intended to decline. When suddenly I beg of you, always interjected, producing yet another watermelon. Ultimately, Meng Ye acquiesced. It was not a significant matter. At worst, he could select a few more. The reserve team was not entirely devoid of opportunities to participate. Chapter 68. Reselecting teammates the following day at the Seoul Duel Arena. Yin stormed towards Meng Ye, his face flushed with anger, while the latter sat among the spectators, leisurely enjoying a slice of watermelon. Yin interrupted. What do you mean by this? Why did you expel my disciple? Your disciple? Meng Ye glanced up, swallowing the bite of watermelon he had just taken, and inquired with confusion. Who are you referring to? Suyu. In the entire academy, who doesn't he know he is my disciple? Meng Ye set down the half melon in his hand and retrieved a sheet of paper from his storage soul guide, densely inscribed with numerous details and names of various students. This implies that factions have formed within the academy, a coalition of families and noble offspring, relentlessly gathering intelligence and suppressing talented disciples. Are you complicit in this matter? Yin was momentarily taken aback. This was hardly a grand affair. Suyu, being an auxiliary soul master, naturally required flattery, which necessitated undertaking tasks for him. Although the Advanced Soul Master Academy was relatively small, it was replete with intrigue and covert rivalries. As one of the Academy's most formidable prodigies, Yin, while not overtly arrogant, could not afford to be too low-key, occasionally ruffling feathers, and he could not personally address all grievances. Individuals like Suyu played a pivotal role in this dynamic. I know nothing. This has nothing to do with me. Although Yin's expression darkened, he could only concede to the situation. While this affair was minor, its dissemination could tarnish his reputation, especially after recently acquiring the purple badge, which was indeed significant news. What did you just say? Who in the entire academy is unaware that he is your man? Yin nearly ground his teeth in frustration. His anger flared, yet he dared not confront Meng Ye too aggressively and could only turn away in exasperation. After dismissing Yin, Meng Ye resumed eating the melon, contemplating the events in the battle arena. He did not wish to resort to such measures, yet in the realm of action, one must employ methods that compel others to yield, at the very least in one aspect. This was essential to maintain an appearance of impartiality. Otherwise, the requisite fairness would be compromised. Your actions will not go unchallenged by Yin. Hulaina approached, a drop of sweat trickling down her alluring visage. It was uncertain what had transpired, but after the transformation of her martial spirit, Hulaina could fully control her alluring powers, ensuring that she did not incite temptation merely by walking down the street. Nonetheless, Meng Ye still sensed a faint, almost imperceptible allure emanating from her, which could easily ignite a forbidden flame if one were not cautious. Casting a glance at Hulaina, he frowned and remarked, Yin is not the crux of the matter. His strength pales in comparison to mine, and he will never dare to confront me directly. As for his subordinates, Captain, Vice Captain, good morning. At that moment, Suyu approached with an obsequious expression, holding an exquisite lunchbox in his hands. Is there something you need? Meng Ye inquired calmly, seemingly anticipating his arrival. This is a small token of respect, a modest gift for past grievances. I hope you will forgive me, Suyu replied. Understood, you may leave. Meng Ye waved his hand, accepting the lunchbox. With a broad smile, Suyu bowed and retreated, his demeanor excessively amiable. Meng Ye then nonchalantly opened the box, revealing an array of exquisite delicacies, earth dragon tendons, ultra-northern ice shrimp, and eastern sea red ginseng. Such a box was not inexpensive, containing limited offerings from the most prestigious restaurant in Seoul Master City, likely priced at around 100 gold soul coins. What is the meaning of this? Hulaina gazed at the scene before her with a hint of astonishment. struggling to comprehend the underlying reasons. As a support-type soul master, he naturally dared not offend me. The fiery spirit upon which he relied now sought to distance itself from him. Can you imagine the outcome if I were to have the Academy expel him on those charges? A support-type soul master devoid of any connections, yet with commendable talent, would typically be revered by various sects or soul master families. However, that would be the best-case scenario. The harsh reality is that his life expectancy could be quite limited. In a world where wolves are plentiful and prey scarce, it is fortunate to leave with one's life intact. The case of the nine-heart begonia serves as a prime example. Though the golden staff martial soul may not rival the nine-heart begonia, as a member of the Spirit Hall's representative team, his information has long been disseminated among the prominent soul master families and sections. The Academy would not expel such a gifted disciple. Hyena slightly shook her head, still struggling to fully grasp the situation. Indeed, they would not. But I merely need him to believe they might. Meng Ye took a bite of the icy shrimp from his meal box, its chill and sweetness a delightful treat, and continued. I have also kept them in the reserve team, which they perceive as a generous act beyond the norm. Thus they are naturally grateful to me. I must admit, although these minor characters are adept at adapting to circumstances, when utilized effectively, they do provide a certain enjoyment. After all, who wouldn't wish to be surrounded by those who elevate them like the moon among stars? Hyena appeared to have come to a realization, her eyes sparkling momentarily before a smile broke forth as she inquired, "Are you not concerned he might spit in it?" Meng Ye, who was preparing for a second bite, hesitated before replying he wouldn't dare. Though he said this, the mere utterance of it had dampened his appetite. It was akin to discussing the restroom during a meal. Although aware of the lack of relevance, the thought was nonetheless disconcerting. Well, you have the audacity to poison the atmosphere so early in the morning. How appalling. A lively voice interjected, and soon after, the spirited Lu Ming bounced over. Lu Yu and Lu Ji were also present, along with Luo Xian. Lastly, there was a rather composed figure, appearing to be in his 40s, clad in a long robe. Were it not for the dark circles under his eyes and his pallid complexion, he might have exuded an ethereal elegance. You all have arrived. With a gentle smile, Meng Ye approached the group. However, Lu Ming dashed past him, eagerly reaching for the food box, and Lu Yu could not catch her in time. Lu Ming. You. Lu Yu. Visibly flustered, felt her chest rise and fall in agitation. It's fine. I have already eaten. This was gifted by someone else. Meng Ye chuckled, unperturbed. As he had lost his appetite, he turned to the others, saying, "There is still some time. I will find you a soul-fighting venue shortly for you to familiarize yourselves. Time is somewhat pressing, as there will likely be a practical test this afternoon." Lu Yu finally calmed down but still furrowed her brow and asked, "Meng Ye, is it truly acceptable for you to arrange us into the Academy's representative team so suddenly?" "No problem. It's merely a selection of a reserve team, primarily aimed at allowing some disciples to observe on-site and absorb valuable experience. It does not necessarily imply that you will actually take to the field," Meng Ye remarked with a casual wave of his hand. Although Ovis assigned him the task of enhancing the team's cohesion, it essentially meant he had to fulfill his responsibilities. He had no authority over Hyena. Thus he could only rely on Meng Ye. As the dean of the academy, Ovis's perspective focused on the future development of the institution, which differed greatly from Bibi Dong's approach. Meng Ye possesses a unique philosophy regarding soul masters, one that is remarkably avant-garde, and always intends to leverage this aspect. While he does not expect him to mentor a cohort of prodigies akin to himself, discovering a suitable direction for the future development of the academy would indeed be beneficial. The soul master system has remained relatively unchanged for several centuries. This is reassuring. Lu Yu also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat anxious about the matter. After all, the Soul Master Tournament is not an event to which just anyone can aspire, particularly as it represents the Wuhuan Palace Academy. In recent competitions, the Academy's representative team has gradually become synonymous with victory, consequently bearing an even greater burden of pressure. My soul power, could it be too feeble? Luo Xian timidly interjected, feeling somewhat out of her depth amidst the crowd. Do not fret, this is merely an opportunity to gain experience. The food system does not necessitate extensive practical combat experience, as long as one has a grasp of the rhythm of the battle, Meng Ye reassured her. His selection of comrades was not solely based on familiarity. Rather, these individuals truly possess remarkable talent. Although Luo Xian's soul power may be lacking, it does not imply that her soul skills are ineffective. It is contingent upon the circumstances. Furthermore, the last individual, who appeared as though he might succumb at any moment, is of paramount importance. Chapter 69. Do not perish here. The rather decrepit disciple, named Jeremy, is a soul master, yet he is only 21 years old, wielding a level 46 heavenly mechanism disc as a support-type soul master. As a support class, achieving this caliber of proficiency indicates that his talent surpasses that of Su Yu. However, his peculiar appearance and soul spirit have led the Academy to regard him as an oddity, thus neglecting him without expulsion. He is often mistaken for a faculty member. Ahem, he began, but before he could complete his sentence, he was seized by a violent coughing fit, trembling as he clasped his fists together. Thank you, Vice Captain. I shall, do my utmost, cough. The effort of that single statement nearly caused him to expel his last breath, leaving Meng Ye concerned that he might collapse right there. Had it not been for his previous life experience of witnessing this individual's soul spirit, he would have hesitated to summon him. Big sister, do you think this person will actually die here? Is he truly our age? Lu Ming whispered to her elder sister, having consumed Meng Ye's food. Do not speak nonsense. The Academy possesses all of its students' information, Lu Yu retorted, glancing at Jeremy, unable to continue. At that moment, Jeremy turned to reveal a strange smile, which, when coupled with his frail demeanor, appeared as though he was on the brink of departing from this world. The thoughts of all present converged in an uncanny consensus. Do not perish here. Where is the Academy uniform? Meng Ye lamented. For this individual's physique could not be described as weak. Rather, it bore a striking resemblance to that of an invalid. I cough. My limbs are unwieldy. Ahem. Please forgive me. Cough, cough. Once again, an alarming speech ensued, causing Meng Ye's eyelids to flutter with each cough he emitted. This fellow was certainly not on the brink of death. Meng Ye had encountered him again after leaving the Wuhuan Temple Academy in his previous life. Although he still appeared to be in a state of half-life, it was evident that he would not meet an untimely demise. Enough, Meng Ye interjected, halting Jeremy's reckless actions with a raised hand. Your primary focus should be on listening to the arrangements. There is no need to respond to anything overly complex. If you truly cannot endure, simply lie down. Do you understand? Just as he was about to speak, a surge of excitement flushed his face crimson. With a sudden collapse, Jeremy, already weakened, fell to the ground, convulsing after struggling to catch his breath. Lu Ming gasped in fright, her hands shielding her eyes. Yet she curiously peeked through her fingers to observe the scene. Meng Ye's expression darkened as he exclaimed, I told you to lie down, not to actually die. With a swift motion, he pressed his hand against Jeremy's back, channeling an immense surge of soul power into him. A flash of electricity illuminated the air, stabilizing his breath. Following a series of convulsions, Jeremy's consciousness gradually steadied, prompting Meng Ye to refrain from further provoking him, allowing him to remain seated in the audience. This fellow possessed a rather unique soul skill. It required neither extensive experience nor adept battlefield control. At critical moments, he simply needed to heed instructions and unleash his soul skill, subsequently lying down. Soon after, a few more individuals arrived. Meng Ye, however, did not have the luxury to provide extensive guidance but could certainly filter their abilities and offer them a general direction. This was precisely what Ovis had wished for him to accomplish, such as identifying the types of soul rings to hunt or suggesting methods to assist during their training. He could discern these matters with a mere glance, yet such qualifications were not universally attainable as they demanded a degree of talent. Additionally, the earlier soul rings, whether through fortune or skill, had to be sufficiently adequate. Regrettably, most of these individuals were disciples from prominent families. These family members typically graduated from the Spirit Hall Academy and seldom remained within the Spirit Hall, leading to a lack of emphasis from instructors towards them. Hulaina stood beside Meng Ye, finding herself with little to do. The tasks Meng Ye was undertaking were originally meant for her. However, the disparity between their abilities was vast, and she was still in the process of accepting Meng Ye's guidance. Thus, I invited them to gain some experience for the ordinary disciples. Meng Ye does not perceive himself as omnipotent. Rather, he adeptly capitalizes on the strengths of others. In his view, those soul master families with a rich lineage possess, at the very least, sound foundational soul rings and cultivation paths in their early stages. Crafting a systematic tutorial from scratch would demand considerable time. However, the existence of pre-existing educational materials changes the landscape entirely. Are you implying? Hulaina sensed she was on the verge of grasping the crux of the matter, albeit with uncertainty. Your soul skills, if I am not mistaken, should encompass charm, foxtail needle, strength, and speed amplification, as well as amplified charm and illusion array, correct? How does it feel now that your fifth soul skill has transformed into mental impact? Meng Ye cast a glance at her and effortlessly articulated her soul skills. Although he had not inquired, a modicum of attention would suffice for him to deduce them with remarkable accuracy. Hulaina, however, was somewhat taken aback. While such matters may seem straightforward when spoken of, it is no trivial task for outsiders to discern them unless disclosed. This indeed indicated a significant enhancement. Yet, had one possessed a fundamental understanding of mental prowess or taken the time to observe the soul ring configurations of various soul master families, they would not have selected the second and third soul skills in such a manner. A mere pair of soul rings could not bestow substantial physical lethality. And the fox spirit martial soul, which was not inherently of a purely mental attribute, found its mental strength elevated to a level comparable to that of a formidable assault type due to these two rings. Generally, established soul master families would not commit such an error, for their enduring legacy is well-deserved. Those that fail to endure have brought it upon themselves. My teacher has permitted me to consider your counsel when absorbing soul rings, Hulaina remarked, smiling as she shook her head, still not entirely grasping the necessity of extensive experiential accumulation in this matter. Meng Ye furrowed her brow, perplexed by Bibi Dong's intentions. Was she suggesting that her disciple should be taught by someone else? The spiritual attribute soul rings, the higher the quality and age, the better. After casting a glance at her, she left a remark and proceeded towards the battle arena. The training was nearly complete. A brief respite was in order, followed by lunch, after which the time for assessing their achievements would arrive. So you and the others come and assist. Just employ the tactics we have used in the past. Is that agreeable? So you had not anticipated that Meng Ye would call upon him, yet he rose to head towards the arena. However, a figure surged ahead. I shall take the lead. It was Yin, who had been harboring a great deal of frustration, likely seeking to reclaim his honor. Meng Ye did not oppose Yin leading the team, albeit with only 4 members. No need. I can manage alone, Yin replied haughtily as he stepped onto the battle arena. Aware that he was no match for Meng Ye, he sought to reclaim his pride against the others. He understood that Meng Ye was acquainted with Lu Yu and her companions, which motivated his actions. Under Yan's insistence, the battle commenced. With a flourish, Lu Yu's first spirit ring illuminated, casting a brilliant radiance that compelled everyone present to squint their eyes. Though the light was overwhelmingly intense, it created the illusion of a delicate veil obscuring their vision. For Yan, who was directly facing this attack, the experience was particularly disconcerting, akin to suffering from cataracts, rendering him momentarily disoriented. Narrowing his eyes, Yan's countenance darkened as he slammed his hands onto the ground, activating his own first spirit ring. Knowing he could not best Meng Ye, his anger fueled a ruthless resolve. He aimed to obliterate the insignificant foes before him without hesitation. With a thunderous roar, terrifying lava erupted from the earth, instantly raising the ambient temperature to a deadly level. Even more alarming was the relentless spread of the molten rock towards the opposing side. The individuals utilizing their spirit abilities had never encountered such a spectacle, and they were momentarily taken aback. Stay calm. Lu Ji will continue to use her spirit abilities. I will hold him off, Lu Yu stated coolly, positioning herself to shield against Yan's overwhelming force. The others felt a slight easing of the pressure and began to execute the tactics laid out by Meng Ye. At the heart of the team stood Lu Ji, Lu Yu's brother, with Lu Meng behind him, cradling a sunflower in her hands, gradually channeling her spirit power to enhance Lu Ji. Buzz. The light attribute of their martial spirits made it difficult to discern the specific abilities they employed, but Meng Ye observed with clarity. Almost simultaneously, the spirit rings of the sunworm, light, and sunflower martial spirits illuminated in unison. Their spirit rings were identical, derived from a top-tier light attribute spirit beast, serving as the core spirit ability of their family, Radiance of the Sun. However, the distinction lay in Lu Meng's enhancement of others, while Lu Yu and Lu Ji augmented their own capabilities. Oh, has it already begun? Douluo appeared beside Meng Ye at some point, watching the unfolding scene in the battle arena with keen interest. Meng Ye observed with acute clarity that standing at the forefront, Lu Yu's attributes were, in fact, the most formidable, teetering on the brink of extreme potential, with the aura surrounding her distorting the very air. Yet at this moment, under Lu Meng's amplification, Lu Ji's solar insect radiated an even more resplendent brilliance, armed with the soul skill of solar radiance and augmented a second time by Lu Meng. The solar insect at this instant embodied the pinnacle of martial spirits. Buzz. In an instant, it was as if an artificial sun materialized above Lu Ji's head. And the soul power he unleashed shattered the confines of the Soul King threshold, showing no signs of abating. Lu Ji unleashed his fourth soul skill, Light Explosion. A final burst of power. This soul skill was one they had originally hunted together. Yet, this was not the culmination of their efforts. The infinite mechanism. As a compass appeared in Jeremy's grasp, his presence took on an air of enigmatic profundity, akin to a celestial mechanism inscribed with ultimate truths emanating a mysterious glow. Buzz. Boom. With the arcane light enveloping the already formidable Lu Ji, the next moment, the terrifying artificial sun, which was already nearing the strength of a soul emperor, expanded more than double its size in an instant. How is this possible? Crack. The composed and powerful Douluo crushed the ground beneath his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. As a tidal Douluo, his astonishment was palpable, and the others were even more astounded. That sphere of light now bore an uncanny resemblance to the sun itself, radiating a lethal and terrifying heat that warped the very fabric of space. Having already utilized his third soul skill to enhance his attributes, Lu Ji was propelled to his zenith through the secondary amplification of the solar flower, directly reaching an aura almost akin to that of a soul emperor, while the enhancement from the mechanism plate constituted a third amplification. Ugh! Lu Ji's complexion flushed crimson. This surge of power had surpassed his limits. Were it not for the fact that the mechanism plate's enhancement was solely directed at soul skills, and the technique was released externally, he would have already been devastated by the backlash of his own soul skill. No way. Yen, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. Should this technique descend, not even he, nor another soul emperor, could withstand its ferocity. He could not fathom how several soul sects had coalesced such immense power in such a brief span, nor did he wish to dwell on it. All he desired was victory. Furious flames accompanied by swirling dust surged toward the group, engulfing a significant portion of the arena. Fifth soul skill, Raging Sands and Blazing Flames. This was Yan's most potent 10,000-year soul skill. Although it was an area of effect attack, it fused the powers of fire and earth. Those caught in its path would not only endure the terrifying heat of the flames, but would also have their flesh and blood ravaged by the abrasive sands. Were it not for its challenging control, this soul skill could easily annihilate a team of 7 comprised of a soul sect in the arena. Buzz. Meanwhile, faced with Yan's reckless soul skill onslaught, the 5 individuals turned pale. Even Lu Ji, the primary attacker, found it challenging to maintain focus and control over his soul skill. Stay calm. At a critical moment, Liu stepped forward, gritting her teeth as she unleashed her soul skill to buy time for Lu Ji. She had already activated her third soul skill, Radiance of the Sun, which not only amplified light attributes, but also gathered surrounding light elements. When all 3 of them executed their skills simultaneously, they could indeed enhance each other's powers. Her martial spirit was already close to the pinnacle of brilliance, making it even stronger at this moment. Suddenly, a chain formed from concentrated light elements ensnared Yen without warning, binding him firmly in place. "You insignificant trick, let me go!" Yen shouted in anger, attempting to break free, but all that was heard was the sound of the chain tightening. Light binding. Although her fourth soul skill was merely 4,000 years old, at this moment, Lu Yu's attributes were nearing their ultimate form. Yan's own enhancement skill only bolstered his defense, offering no increase in power. Even with an additional soul ring, he could not break free at that moment. What was more terrifying was that his soul power was being gradually suppressed back into his body. Attribute suppression. Even the ferocious onslaught of flying sand and blazing flames was momentarily stifled. Damn it! Yen, sensing the impending suppression, unleashed his soul power recklessly, causing the chains to begin to shatter. With a muffled grunt, Lu Yu stepped back half a pace and glanced behind her. The exchange of glances between the siblings was instinctive. They understood that Lu Ji had completed his soul skill, prompting Lu Yu to decisively retreat. Lu Ji waved his hand, bringing down the artificial sun above them, which began to tremble in the void. The lethal heat and waves of soul power pressed down upon everyone present, leaving them gasping for breath. Aside from the elder Jew, perhaps only Meng Ye could maintain his composure in the face of such overwhelming force. "Buzz. Oh, what a delightful surprise you've brought me." In the next moment, Elder Jew appeared beneath the sun without warning, raising his hand to reveal a wondrous chrysanthemum radiating vibrant light, which expanded and surprisingly enveloped the entire sphere of light. 7th soul skill, true form of the weapon spirit. Had he not been present today, an accident could have easily occurred. and it would not have been easy for Meng Ye to withstand this attack. Thank you, Elder. Meng Ye said with a slight bow, expressing his gratitude to Elder Ju. No need for thanks, Elder Ju replied with a smile, his gaze fixed on Meng Ye. Whether his presence here was coincidence or fate mattered little. He was evidently more intrigued by the cooperation of Lu Ji and the others. How did you find these youngsters? Elder Ju was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jeremy. The trio's martial spirits shared a common origin, allowing for seamless cooperation. As for the heavenly mechanism disc, Meng Ye was somewhat surprised. After using that last soul skill, Jeremy had collapsed to the ground, with Lu Ming curiously standing by to check if he was alive. The heavenly mechanism disc's soul effect was to amplify soul skills, nearly doubling the power of any known soul skill. Certainly, the more powerful the soul technique, the greater the consumption of soul power it demands. It appears that such an extraordinary ability seems to place Jeremy on the brink of collapse. Indeed, there is an unexpected delight in the fact that His Holiness the Pope has requested you and Nara to embark on a journey. Is everything settled here? The chrysanthemum Douluo nodded, finally addressing the matter at hand. Meng Ye glanced at Ju Douluo and said, I shall join you shortly. Feel free. Ju Douluo replied with a smile, showing little concern as he turned and departed. Typically, disciples, even the elders among them, would not dare to delay even for a moment when summoned by Bibi Dong. However, Meng Ye and Hu Liena were afforded such liberties, which Bibi Dong would not mind. That will be all for today. The remaining matters can await notification. Tomorrow, the list of official team members and reserve candidates will be announced. Dismissed. Most disciples gradually began to disperse, and Lu Yu approached with two others. Meng Ye, that fellow seems to be on the verge of trouble, Lu Ming remarked. Pointing at Jeremy, Meng Ye glanced at Jeremy, who was barely clinging to life, as the stewards from both academies carried him away. This simply would not do. He intended to cultivate this individual. Even in the later stages, or rather, it could be said that in those later stages, this fellow would become a formidable weapon, doubling the effectiveness of soul techniques. In high-level combat, this was no longer merely a matter of determining victory or defeat. It was a means of achieving an instantaneous turnaround. No need to worry, he should survive. You all may return and await further instructions. Wait, I refuse to accept this. Yan, his face flushed with indignation, glared at Lu Yu and the others, clearly unhappy with the outcome of the match. He had been under Lu Yu's control for the entirety of the duel, unable to unleash his true power, and thus, he was naturally discontented. I offered you a chance. Tomorrow, you shall have another opportunity for revenge. Meng Ye regarded Yan with a calm demeanor. Though he said little, his imposing gaze, filled with unspoken authority, served to temper Yan's fury slightly. The reason Meng Ye refrained from immediately proceeding to the Pope's hall was to prevent Yan from causing trouble for others, offering him a cautionary warning. Luo Xian, unable to participate, felt somewhat dejected as she made her way out of the soul-fighting arena. Luo Xian, let us walk together, Lu Ming said, rushing over to entwine her arm with hers. Chapter 71. The method to restrain the Haotian hammer. The Pope's hall. The Haotian hammer martial soul? Indeed. It appears that remnants of Haotian have manifested in Tiando City. Given your understanding of martial souls, how formidable is the Haotian hammer? Bibi Dong's gaze pierced through Meng Ye with intensity. At this moment, Meng Ye was also somewhat taken aback. Had Tang Sen revealed himself prematurely? Upon reflection, it seemed that Tang San had not first showcased the Haotian hammer publicly during the Soul Master competition. The true revelation occurred when he encountered Talon, who was obstructing the entrance of Shrek Academy. At that time, many witnesses were present, making it entirely plausible for scouts to have discovered this. Bibi Dong likely surmised as much. Your Majesty, you wish to inquire about methods to counter the Haotian hammer, do you not? Indeed. It is the continent's foremost assault-type weapon martial soul. Bibi Dong had heard of Owase's high regard for Meng Ye, particularly regarding his comprehension of martial souls, which prompted her line of inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Ye raised his head and spoke candidly. Forgive my frankness, but such a method does not exist. The Haotian hammer, revered as the mightiest of weapon spirits, surely carries profound significance that His Holiness the Pope must comprehend. Can it truly be that even you cannot conceive of its limitations? Naturally, Bibi Dong is skeptical of the notion of a spirit possessing no weaknesses. If that were the case, the Haotian hammer would not merely be the preeminent assault spirit, it would reign as the supreme spirit of the continent. Neither the six-winged angel nor the sea god spirit dares to claim the title of the strongest. The Haotian hammer is not invincible. Were it not for the unparalleled legacy of the Haotian clan, it would merely rank as an exceptional spirit. Meng Ye furrowed his brows and remarked, "If one must propose a viable method, it would likely entail the creation of a skill that rivals it. This is the only approach I can conceive. For the might of the Haotian hammer, wielded in conjunction with the great Sumeru hammer, is overwhelmingly formidable. It possesses a power so dominantly fierce that even understanding its principles does not enable me to replicate such a divine technique. Tang Chun is indeed a prodigious talent." Bibi Dong fell into a momentary silence. Her apprehension towards the Haotian sect fundamentally stemmed from this reality. Otherwise, she would hardly regard a few ancient title Douluo with any seriousness. As Meng Ye articulated, the Haotian hammer, while a supreme martial soul, has not ascended to the level of deification. Suddenly, Bibi Dong cast a penetrating gaze at Meng Ye, contemplating the secret techniques he had mastered. Yet she refrained from pursuing the matter further. "The remnants of Haotian harbor an irreconcilable enmity with my spirit hall, should we encounter them in the future. Remember to eliminate them without mercy." "Understood, Master," Meng Ye nodded, dismissing the concern internally. If it were not for the inevitable opposition to Tang San, what relevance would the Haotian sect hold for him? "Well then, you have performed admirably at the academy. Should you require anything, simply communicate it to Ovis. He will assist you," Bibi Dong encouraged. "You may return now." "Yes," he replied. Meng Ye departed from the Pope's palace, deep in contemplation. Bibi Dong's words served as a timely reminder. He would inevitably confront Tang San, and it was prudent to strategize in advance, at the very least devising methods of restraint. He had contemplated severing Tang San's opportunities directly, yet hesitated, for the concept of fate is exceedingly enigmatic, and he could not ascertain whether such actions would yield counterproductive results. For instance, the 8 spider lances and the celestial herbs. He awaited a resolution. Whether Tang San would reclaim those fortunes through a series of fortuitous events, grow even stronger, or meet his downfall. These uncertainties represented his current dilemma, a tentative exploration of destiny. "Lord Meng Ye, here is a letter for you." Upon returning to the academy, the steward handed him an envelope. "Thank you." Accepting the letter, he noted the signature was from Wang Shuo, who occasionally wrote to him. In this era, sending a letter was no trivial matter. "Boss, I've arrived in Tiando City and will be exchanging ideas at the Tiando Royal Academy for a year. It's utterly torturous. What are you up to? With your charm, you must be surrounded by beauties." "Ah, if I had known, I would have infiltrated the Wuhuan Academy as well. I'm so envious. By the way, things have been a bit chaotic in Do City lately. A madman created a huge pit in the ground while I was out shopping. Terrifying." Chuckling, Meng Ye recognized that Wang Shua's letters were typically infused with such casual banter, and he regularly wrote, which explained why there was no hint of estrangement upon his last return. Their friendship had always been strong. With Wang Shuo in Tiando City, Meng Ye's mind began to formulate ideas. He penned a letter in response and entrusted it to the steward. The journey from Wuhuan City to Tiando City would conservatively take at least 2 weeks, with expedited delivery through specialized channels considerably hastening the process. The following day, after concluding his meditation, Meng Ye arrived at the Academy's fighting arena. Yan, undeterred, insisted on continuing, yet this time, his defeat was even more pronounced. Originally, with Su Yu and 2 other primary team members, all of whom were formidable attackers, they should have had the upper hand, especially with Yan, a Soul King, on their side. However, this time, Lu Ming amplified Lu Yu, whose martial spirit was inherently stronger than Lu Ji's, already approaching peak attributes. With Lu Ming's enhancement, her power surged dramatically. Combined with Lu Ming's other auxiliary soul skills, the duo managed to suppress Yin and his team for nearly a minute with their luminous binds. Lu Ji's light explosion grew exponentially stronger with the accumulation of light elements. After a minute of charging, it had reached its limit, and with Jeremy's amplification, even a Soul Emperor would be brought to his knees. Boom. Given the previous incident, Ovis had arranged for 2 Soul Sage-level instructors to provide protection in the vicinity, thus averting any unforeseen mishaps. "That will suffice. Meng, Lu Yu, you 2 may take a break. Jeremy, you 2 can rest." "Hooray!" Lu Ming let out a cheer. Just moments ago, she and Lu Yu managed to hold back Yin and his companions, but it had completely drained their soul energy. Thus, Meng Ye advised them to rest. For without soul power, remaining here would only allow them to watch, unable to take any further action. Meng Ye continued, stating that he would arrange a series of 1v1 soul battles between individuals of similar strength, primarily to familiarize themselves with each other's soul skills and combat styles, ensuring that the encounters would not be overly intense. Lu Ji nodded in agreement. Despite the fatigue, he did not wish to squander this opportunity. Ultimately, Meng Ye decided to designate the three of them as the main force. Although Lu Ming's soul power was somewhat lacking, her healing and amplification abilities were on par with the illustrious Golden Scepter. More importantly, with her presence, either Lu Ji or Lu Yu could directly achieve the combat power of a Soul King. The synergy with Lu Yu was optimal, capable of collectively incapacitating their opponents. Jeremy would serve as a substitute, ready to step in when necessary, acting as a trump card, while the original trio of Su Yu was relegated to the reserve team. As for Luo Xian, Meng Ye instructed her to follow him. After organizing their training, he led Luo Xian to a soul battle arena. At that moment, a teacher stood opposite them. Having waited for quite some time, it was Shi Qing, who had previously accompanied them and the ghost Douluo on their soul-hunting expedition. "Thank you for your assistance," Meng Ye nodded, addressing Shi Qing. "It's no trouble, but my strength is considerable. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "Yes. I appreciate it," Meng Ye responded, nodding once more. He gestured for Luo Xian to prepare 2 buns for him and instructed her to stand outside the arena. With a crackle, 5 soul rings materialized in a flash of electricity. Purple, purple, black, black, black. After leaving the East Sea Abyss, he had already achieved a qualitative transformation of his first and third soul rings through the hunting of essence souls. And he had allocated the reward of the 5,000-year soul ring enhancement towards his third soul skill. He had mastered Ultimate Thunder and had long contemplated enhancing his strength after acquiring the 5th soul ring. Thus, the potency of the Thunderstrike spear needed to be amplified. "All right, be careful," Shi Qing bellowed, his body swelling and bursting forth as the final soul ring among the 7 optimally matched ones illuminated. The barbaric bear martial soul. The true manifestation of his martial spirit. His massive form, merely resting, towered nearly 5 meters high, exuding the formidable soul pressure characteristic of a soul sage. Meng Ye directly consumed 2 steam buns, which represented Luo Xian's second and third soul abilities. The third soul ability, Purification, grants immunity to soul power, attributes, and aura suppression effects, lasting for 5 minutes. The second soul ability, Amplification, increases strength by 30, enduring for 10 minutes. The overwhelming pressure of a soul sage's soul power, with its extreme attributes, cannot be entirely disregarded. However, with these 2 enhancements, Meng Ye could unleash his full potential. Chapter 72, Victory. Roar. The barbarian bear martial soul unleashed its battle cry, entering a state of frenzy, and charged forward with a brutal assault. In its true martial soul form, it executed a signature set of skills, exuding an intimidating aura as it rushed towards Meng Ye, causing the entire battle arena to tremble. Ziz. Clang. With the augmentation from Luo Xian, Meng Ye's already formidable strength surged to a new level. In his grasp, the Thunderstrike spear transformed into a divine weapon. And despite the exaggerated disparity in size between the spear and the bear's massive claws, they clashed in a thunderous collision. Boom. Amidst the intense explosion, Meng Ye was propelled back to the edge of the arena. Taking a deep breath, he felt his body undergo a transformation, expanding to over 3 meters in height, while simultaneously radiating a silvery brilliance. His martial soul experienced a secondary awakening at the silver level. Coupled with the blood chi secret technique, he embraced the form of the war god. Meng Ye found himself in a position where he scarcely required the assistance of amplification-type soul skills. For further enhancement would render his physique unable to bear the strain. Merely these 2 elements were sufficient to elevate his combat prowess to its zenith. The second soul ring subsequently illuminated, and then, boom. The arena beneath him trembled as Meng Ye's speed became so rapid that it evaded the naked eye entirely. A terrifying bolt of lightning enveloping Shi Qing, unleashing a relentless barrage of assaults. The already formidable strength, combined with this unparalleled burst of energy, forced Shi Qing, despite activating his martial soul's true form for its terrifying defense, to retreat step by step. Even his charge through the tumultuous bear was repelled by a fist imbued with thunder. Zing! The lightning surged, and the amassed power reached its pinnacle as Meng Ye unleashed a devastating lightning strike spear. Realizing he could no longer contend with Meng Ye's velocity, Shi Qing activated his 5th soul skill, Barrier, curling his body into a spherical shape as a heavy, earthy-hued barrier of soul power materialized. As a martial soul balancing both strength and defense, this maneuver was potent enough to withstand a full frontal assault from a soul saint of the same tier. Boom. Meng Ye's combat style is epitomized by a singular word: explosiveness and unparalleled intensity. Once unleashed, it is nearly impossible to halt until the battle reaches its conclusion. The terrifying force of Thunderous Might struck fiercely against Shi Qing's defensive soul technique, and even without employing the ultimate thunder, the attribute suppression was evident, shattering the soul power barrier in an instant. Beneath the physical defense formed by his martial soul's true body, Shi Qing was still forcefully repelled several dozen meters away. Seizing the moment, Meng Ye did not pause. Like a cheetah, he swiftly appeared before Shi Qing, the lightning spear materializing as he thrust forward. Boom, 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 boom. The commotion here caused the entire soul arena to tremble slightly. A raw display of strength is far more awe-inspiring than any ornate soul technique. The dazzling techniques reveal only their effects, while sheer power allows those in the vicinity to viscerally experience the earth-shattering impact. Douluo, he swallowed hard. Yin stared blankly at the arena that seemed to be sinking. Initially harboring some animosity towards Meng Ye, he now felt utterly relieved. What monstrous entity have I offended? While there are soul emperors capable of contending with soul saints, very few can engage a soul saint utilizing their martial soul's true body and emerge unscathed. The martial soul's true body signifies a qualitative change, rendering a soul saint nearly invincible against opponents who have not reached that level. Not to mention, the disparity brought about by a soul ring is significant enough, especially when considering 2 rings. Although the number of 10,000-year soul rings is the same, 3 for each, Meng Ye's ability to unleash power rivaling that of a soul saint left everyone in a state of bewilderment. He dominated the battle from start to finish. Bang! Boom! What on earth is happening? Weiss was taken aback. The tremors of the arena reverberated throughout the entire academy. The principal, Shi, and teacher Shi Qing are engaged in combat. A trembling soul emperor teacher pointed towards the arena. Where the battle was nearing its climax, Shi Qing forced to the edge of the platform. The soul arena is not a place for life and death. Merely stepping off the stage signifies defeat, rendering the continuation of the fight unnecessary. With bulging eyes and bristling white whiskers, he stormed, "Nonsense. Why are you not stopping them?" The Martial Soul Palace Academy does not prohibit, and even encourages, sparring among students, but this escalation is beyond absurd. He would believe it if someone claimed it was a life-and-death struggle. Meng Ye had stated that this was merely a sparring session, thus we must not intervene. The teacher was in a dilemma. While they could intervene, since Meng Ye possessed the purple record badge, the appearance of the elder's command forced them to weigh whether to heed a Weiss or his own directives. You all. Ovis felt a surge of breathlessness. His gaze fixed upon the escalating horror of the battle before him, hesitating to intervene. Despite being a soul Douluo, his advancing age, and the nature of his martial soul, which was not of a power attribute, made him wary of the potential repercussions should he step in. How lively it is. What is happening here? The figure of Douluo appeared behind Ovis without warning, his astonishment directed towards the soul arena. Elder, I am at a loss. I implore you to take action, Ovis exclaimed, his surprise giving way to a plea for Douluo's intervention. No need for concern. Is this not an exhilarating clash? Why should we intervene? Douluo remarked with a smile, his voice laced with a soft, almost sinister undertone. What Ovis perceived as a terrifying confrontation merely registered as a sparring match to Douluo. Nevertheless, witnessing such a duel between a soul sage and a soul king was undeniably astonishing to him. He had merely passed by and, drawn by the commotion, came to observe, only to find himself confronted with this scene. A fleeting expression of intrigue crossed his face as he scrutinized Meng Ye's combat style. The soul skills were formidable. The transformation technique even more so, and the swift yet precise movements and attacks were akin to thunder. The question lingered, how many secrets did this young man conceal? The abilities employed by Meng Ye were largely unknown to him, merely simplified as his self-created soul techniques. However, relying solely on self-created techniques could not bridge the fundamental gap between a soul king and a soul sage. The disparity in soul power was evident, with a difference of over 20 levels affecting strength, speed, and defense. The impact of 20 levels of soul power coupled with 2 soul rings was immeasurable. Yet, Meng Ye, through numerous instances of absorbing soul rings beyond his level and employing various methods, managed to obliterate this gap. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as Shi Qing teetered on the brink of falling from the arena, his body severely injured by the power of lightning. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed his 6th soul skill, the Savage Bear Shockwave. This formidable 10,000-year soul technique, derived from a ground dragon soul beast, unleashed a terrifying surge of orange-yellow energy. In the state of his martial soul's true form, this attack hurtled toward Meng Ye at close range. In this instant, even the formidable Douluo felt a twinge of anxiety, his soul power surging dramatically. Outside the battle arena, Luo Xian stood frozen, her mind a blank slate. With a tremendous crash, the entire arena trembled as a shadow was violently propelled out of the battle stage, crashing into the ground below. Panting heavily at the edge of the arena, Meng Ye's body had returned to its original size. Not only that, but even his martial soul had been retracted into his body due to the depletion of soul power. He had truly reached his limit. However, in contrast, his accomplishments shone brightly. Shi Qing was gravely injured, and after narrowly dodging the final strike, he was forcefully incapacitated by a bolt of lightning. With the cultivation of a Soul King, he had faced and defeated a Soul Sage head-on, not just any random contender, but a genuine expert among Soul Sages. This achievement, even when viewed in the context of the entire history of Douluo continent, was remarkably illustrious. Chapter 73. Untitled. Simply put, the author could not think of a title, so a random one was chosen. The Soul Sage, a power-type Soul Sage, was indeed defeated in direct combat. Yes, the subordinate happened to pass by and witness the entire event. Unsurprisingly, Douluo promptly reported the situation to Bibi Dong. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. She too found it hard to fathom how a Soul King could prevail over a Soul Sage, unless it was through twin martial souls. Where two martial souls simultaneously had soul rings attached, perhaps such an immense disparity could be mitigated. However, no twin martial soul would dare to do this. Casually attaching soul rings to a second martial soul before reaching the title Douluo stage would not only be wasteful but also a path to self-destruction. No one understood the cultivation of twin martial souls better than she did. Had the second martial soul gone unnoticed? Bibi Dong once speculated that Meng Ye might possess a second martial soul, yet her conjecture was devoid of any substantial evidence and remained merely a hypothesis. Given her own formidable cultivation, she found herself unable to discern any truth in it, leading her to abandon the thought altogether. His combat style, distinct in its own right, unleashed an astonishing power through his secret techniques, likely rivaling that of a true martial soul. Thus, Bibi Dong could only voice her assessment. Meng Ye's soul power aura had remained unchanged from the beginning, making the existence of a second martial soul impossible. Secret techniques. Bibi Dong murmured, furrowing her brow. After a moment of silence, she declared, "Very well, allow Oways to act according to his own judgment." Indeed, while Bibi Dong could not fully comprehend Meng Ye's intentions, it was evident that his actions were deliberate and methodical, leaving her unconcerned about any potential squandering of his innate talents. Furthermore, there was no need for further discussion on the matter. "No, suppress it," she commanded. Generally speaking, such occurrences could considerably elevate one's reputation. After all, defeating a Soul Sage with the strength of a Soul King was no trivial achievement, leaving even Bibi Dong somewhat astonished. The martial soul fusion technique of Xiaoyu and Hulaina had triumphed over a Soul Emperor, and this feat was publicly announced with the conferment of the Purple Record Badge, naturally aimed at further enhancing their prominence. To triumph over the strong with the weak evokes a profound astonishment in anyone's eyes. Bibi Dong's decision to suppress the news was straightforward. A tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. And Hulaina and her companions had similarly received the Purple Record Badge. If Meng Ye's achievements shine too brightly, they may inadvertently overshadow the brilliance of the trio, particularly that of Hulaina. Should the disparity become too pronounced, even if she wished for Hulaina to inherit the papal position, it would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. On the other hand, Meng Ye was recuperating his soul power swiftly, aided by the dual assistance of Luo Xian and Lu Meng. "I can't go on," he exclaimed, collapsing. "Stop being foolish," Lu Yu admonished, giving a playful tap to the mischievous Lu Meng. Her Sunflower Martial Soul's second soul skill was the restoration of soul power, which, albeit a single target ability, exhibited remarkably significant effects. In simpler terms, given her soul rank, as long as she consistently focused on one individual, she could potentially harness the soul power equivalent to 3 soul ranks. Previously, her contribution was indispensable in suppressing Yin and his companions. With a pout, she continued to channel her soul power. Luo Xian, standing nearby, visibly pressed her lips together. Her first soul skill also pertained to the restoration of soul power and injuries, and she had poured her entire soul energy into Meng Ye. However, as her cultivation was merely at the Soul Master level. It did not allow for an immediate restoration of Meng Ye's soul power. After a few more minutes, Meng Ye had fully regained his soul power, and the internal injuries sustained from the battle had also healed considerably. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, his soul energy became more vibrant. "You are awake." The first sight that met his eyes was Luo Xian's exquisite visage, causing Meng Ye to momentarily pause before nodding. Rising to his feet, he retrieved a verdant leaf from his storage soul tool, releasing a faint medicinal aroma. Summoning a steward, he instructed, "Administer this to teacher Shiqing. It will aid in his recovery." After all, it was he who had sought out Shiqing to test his prowess. And while both had been somewhat reckless with the final move, Shiqing had sustained considerable injuries. Without this dragon grass leaf, even a healing-type soul master would require a significant amount of time to restore him, not to mention the backlash from his martial soul's true form. Understood. The steward accepted the dragon grass leaf with a hint of reverence and turned to leave. "What is this?" Lu Ming inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she leaned closer. "It is a type of medicinal herb that can stabilize one's foundation and enhance vitality, beneficial for healing injuries and augmenting soul power." As he spoke, Meng Ye took another leaf from his storage soul tool and consumed it. One leaf was sufficient to alleviate severe injuries to moderate ones. Whether he ingested it or not was inconsequential, but he preferred not to be left with any subtle, unnoticed injuries. Lu Ming, however, was fixated on him, her eyes wide and shimmering. With no other option, Meng Ye reluctantly handed her a leaf. "Ah." Lu Yu abruptly interrupted Lu Ming, who was about to consume the dragon grass leaf whole, raising her eyebrows in admonition. "This is a rare treasure. How could you waste it so carelessly?" "But he ate one too. I just wanted to taste it," Lu Ming replied, cradling her head and looking plaintively at her elder sister while gesturing toward Meng Ye. This object holds little significance for Meng Ye at present. It is not due to its low value, but rather because he seldom finds himself in harm's way. Meng Ye would not easily allow himself to sustain any grievous injuries. Should he incur a wound that proves difficult to heal, it could significantly hinder his future endeavors, a scenario he would never permit. Meanwhile, Luo Xian stood beside him, her countenance perpetually adorned with a smile, and upon witnessing Meng Ye's recovery, she felt a profound sense of relief. However, it appeared that the depletion of her soul power was quite severe. Once she relaxed, a disorienting sensation of lightness overcame her. Her body, no longer under her control, began to topple to the side. As her consciousness stirred, she realized her entire being was rendered weak and limp, compelling her to close her eyes in anticipation of the impending pain. Yet, the agony she had envisioned failed to materialize. Instead, a sturdy arm caught her. The moment their bodies made contact, Meng Ye sensed the complete exhaustion of her soul power, stirring a complex array of emotions within him. When Luo Xian found herself in his embrace, a flicker of panic ignited within her. At that moment, Meng Ye was not clad in garments. His pants remained intact. Yet her cheeks flushed crimson as she instinctively sought to struggle. Yet, her inherently fragile physique, now in a state of weakness, only rendered her increasingly feeble and pliable. "Let us take a moment to rest," he suggested. With a sense of helplessness, Meng Ye could only assist Luo Xian to a nearby resting area, where she gradually regained her composure. "Luo Xian, are you all right?" Lu Ming, having ceased her playful antics, approached Luo Xian with concern. I'm fine," she replied, her frail countenance still adorned with an unusual blush, which was not a mere fleeting moment of vitality, but rather a simple manifestation of her shyness. Meng Ye took out a piece of dragon ginseng leaf and brought it to Luo Xian's lips. "Consume it. It will be beneficial for you." Although still somewhat bewildered, Luo Xian felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance upon seeing Meng Ye and subsequently ingested the dragon ginseng leaf. It is a common affliction for support-type soul masters to possess relatively weak physiques, while beast and weapon soul masters, even when deprived of soul power, retain a strength far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Support-type soul masters, upon losing their soul power, become little more than average people. Unless they encounter fortuitous circumstances or undergo rigorous training to bolster their strength, support-type soul masters cannot hope to exhibit any combat prowess. However, Meng Ye was somewhat astonished by Luo Xian's level of soul power. Just over half a year ago, she had only recently acquired her third soul ring, and now she had already reached level 35. If she could maintain this pace, it was likely she would ascend close to level 40 by the conclusion of the Soul Master Tournament. This rate of advancement was undeniably swift. Indeed, Luo Xian was a few years younger than Lu Meng. Meng Ye, our training here has concluded. Hu Laiina approached at that moment, as the others had already been dismissed and were gradually leaving the battle arena. With a smile gracing her face, she looked at Luo Xian and cheerfully said, "Hello." Chapter 74, Wang Shua's Mission Wuan Temple Academy, Canteen, second floor private room. Meng Ye and others were gathered for a meal, which in itself posed no issue, as it was merely a means to replenish some energy after their training session. However, Hu Laiina also joined them, followed closely by Xiaoyu and Yin. Xiaoyu was Hu Laiina's brother, while Yin simply tagged along. At the table laden with dishes, only Meng Ye truly indulged in the feast, while the others appeared somewhat restrained in their appetite. Meng Ye felt indifferent. After all, everyone present was of the same age, and dining did not necessitate excessive formality. Hu Laiina seemed quite intrigued by Luo Xian, engaging in lively conversation filled with laughter. "Oh, Luo Xian, are you in the same class as Meng Ye?" Indeed, it was unclear whether it was Hu Laiina's captivating charm that appealed to both genders or some other factor, but Luo Xian exhibited no signs of discomfort. The two even delved into discussions about their personal preferences, appearing as if they were the best of friends, much to the perplexity of the onlookers. Xiaoyu, who understood Hu Laiina, recognized that his sister would not become so close to someone without reason, yet he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Yin, on the other hand, fixated on Meng Ye while rapidly consuming his meal, seemingly attempting to prove that he could match Meng Ye in terms of appetite. Lu Yu and the others hesitated to speak, as the 4 recipients of the purple badge from the Spirit Hall Academy were present. Despite their good rapport with Meng Ye, a sense of inexplicable pressure lingered. Only Lu Meng Dong was restless, constantly glancing around. "Are you truly capable of eating like this?" Finally, he turned his gaze to Jeremy, who was seated alone. He too had been invited. Meng Ye placed significant value on his soul skills, and Ovis notably elevated his treatment. However, he appeared quite unsteady, his hands trembling as if he might drop his food at any moment, which made it difficult for others to believe that he was fine. Curiously, he did not expend much soul power, whether augmenting Lu Ji or assisting Lu Meng with a supportive soul skill. He did not deplete his energy, yet his body could not withstand the strain, causing him to collapse before the task was complete. Additionally, it was rather peculiar that his enhancements were beneficial to auxiliary soul skills, as typically, support-type skills cannot amplify other support skills without a backlash. Even food-type skills, which are essentially auxiliary, are included in this prohibition. Upon reflection, it is understandable. If 2 support types continuously bolster one another, what would that entail? Jeremy's unique situation led Meng Ye to speculate that he was not augmenting the soul master themselves, but rather the soul skill directly, thus circumventing this issue. As the meal concluded, the group dispersed. Lu Yu and the others departed, while Jeremy was escorted away. "Thank you," he managed, though there was a lingering concern that he might falter along the way. Luo Xian headed home, making her way towards the academy gates, while Hu Laiina proceeded to the Pope's palace, also walking toward the academy's exit. Xiaoyu typically followed Hu Laiina but was thwarted from doing so this time by a mere glance from her. "What is your 5th soul ring?" Yin, in an unexpected turn, refrained from provoking Meng Ye further and merely inquired about his 5th soul ring. Meng Ye regarded him with a frown and calmly replied, "It is of the 50,000-year caliber. You need not contemplate it." Humph. Yin's forehead was marked by prominent veins, clearly indicative of his lingering discontent. However, in the realm of soul masters, strength reigns supreme, and there is little to be said when one is outmatched. With a hasty turn, Yin chose not to linger any longer, departing with Xiaoyu in tow. Thus, approximately a month passed in succession. The Spirit Hall Academy was fervently engaged in preparing for the Soul Master competition, while merchants from various parts of the continent flocked to Spirit City, bringing with them a multitude of news. Notably, numerous prodigies from Soul Master academies had gathered in the royal cities of the 2 great empires. Months prior, the Spirit Hall had established an agreement with the 2 empires regarding the Soul Master competition. The preliminaries and advancement rounds were to be conducted within the 2 empires, each granting a reserved spot, with the top 15 from the advancement rounds heading to Spirit City for the finals, including the teams from the 2 empires. 33 teams would vie for supremacy, though the outcome was likely to culminate in a face-off between the royal teams of the 2 empires and the representatives of the Spirit Hall. "Boss, I've gathered the details. It appears there was a skirmish on the street that day, involving a Soul King and a Soul Sovereign. The commotion was quite significant, and ultimately, a sole Douluo intervened, incapacitating the remaining spectators, though specifics remain unclear. As for that Shrek Academy, it was recently renamed from the Blue Tyrant Academy, allegedly due to the headmaster gifting the academy to her former lover. Just a jest, of course. The so-called Shrek 7 monsters are rather enigmatic, making inquiries difficult. However, I did manage to uncover some intelligence. They are on the verge of breaking through to level 40, and all are quite youthful. The sole sovereign who engaged in the fray is one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Boss, do you know them? Wang Shua. Upon reading Wang Shua's letter, Meng Ye's gaze sharpened. Indeed, it was as he suspected. He had intercepted the celestial herb. Yet Tang San and his companions had still managed to break through their bottleneck ahead of time. Achieving level 40 was no small feat, yet without the celestial herb. An average age of 15 makes such a breakthrough seem fantastical. Hulaina and her companions were now around 21, having only recently ascended to the rank of Soul King, thus earning the title of the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation. It is worth noting that among the Element Academy's members, the eldest, Feng Xiaotian, while nearing level 50, was already 24 years old, perilously close to exceeding the age limit for participating in the Soul Master competition. The others were mostly in their 20s, still a considerable distance from level 50, excluding Meng Ye, an anomaly in his own right. The prevailing definition of genius in this era is achieving the rank of Soul Master around the age of 20, with 18 being the benchmark for absolute top-tier talent. As for achieving such a milestone at 15, it necessitates extraordinary fortune, or else the singular possibility of possessing a divine martial soul. Meng Ye's physique has undergone systematic reconstruction, and his innate talent is, in fact, on par with divine-grade martial souls. Coupled with the wealth of experience accumulated over a previous life and abundant fortuitous encounters, it is no wonder he has reached his current stature. After pondering for a moment, he took up his pen and composed a letter, dispatching it with urgency through specialized channels. 9 days later, outside the Heaven-Do Imperial City, at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, Wang Shua received the missive. Despite the expedited delivery, the letter arrived in Heaven-Do City after a span of 9 days, just as the Soul Master competition was approaching. It's your letter, boss. Thank you for this. In the future, please ensure my letters are expedited, Wang Shua remarked, tossing a gold soul coin to the messenger as he accepted the letter. Thank you. The recipient was evidently taken aback by this unexpected reward. Although the Heaven-Do Royal Academy comprised primarily nobility or royal members, they could not match Wang Shua's wealth. His entrepreneurial talent had flourished amidst the black markets, soul-fighting arenas, and even auction houses he frequented alongside Meng Ye several years prior. Thus, he adhered to the principle that if a problem could be resolved with money, it was not a problem at all. Upon opening the envelope, Wang Shua's expression soured as he exclaimed, "Boss, this is quite a predicament you've placed me in." Wang Shua, what is it? A charming young woman in the academy's uniform approached him, affectionately linking her arm with his. It's nothing, Wang Shua replied, swiftly stuffing the letter into his storage soul guide to prevent her from seeing its contents. I might have to leave the academy for a bit to seek permission from the education committee. Is there anything I can assist with? I could ask my father to help. Forget it, your father has no fondness for me. It's better I handle this myself. My boss has assigned me quite a challenging task, and I need to see it through. Chapter 75, Selecting Soul Bones. Wang Shua, who is this boss of yours? Why do you heed him so? The young woman inquired, her brow furrowed with discontent. After all, Wang Shua belonged to royalty, albeit not of the Heaven-Do imperial lineage, and she begrudged his lack of the elevated demeanor typical of nobility. You wouldn't understand how formidable my boss is, he sighed. I'll bring you a gift when I return. So go enjoy yourself. With a dismissive wave, Wang Shua departed toward the outskirts of the academy. Though slightly displeased with Wang Shua's demeanor, she chose not to dwell on it, as they were indeed in a relationship. Meanwhile, Wang Shua descended from the mountain where the Heaven-Do Royal Academy was located. The exaggerated weight of his burdens made the journey down quite a challenge for his not-so-robust physique. Boss, if you assign me another task like this next time, I might just sever ties with you, he grumbled, steeling himself as he made his way toward the Heaven-Do Imperial City. After approximately a day's journey within the Imperial City, Wang Shua returned to the academy, bringing back a cat girl as a gift for his girlfriend. Wang Shua, are you trying to get yourself killed? Spare me. On that day, the entire Tiando Academy echoed with Wang Shua's anguished cries. What was the cause, you ask? It is said that he is an exchange student, a scion of some noble family from Serical. One cannot help but wonder what captivated the little princess about him. Perhaps it is his wealth. After all, have you not seen that rotund fellow flaunting his golden coins everywhere? Humph. Sooner or later, he will squander it all. That insufferable glutton. In a world where some thrive, it is only natural for envy to arise. Fairness is a rarity in this realm. As for Wang Shua's extravagant spending, it is indeed true. His family holds a hereditary title, yet they primarily engage in commerce, making them the wealthiest in all of Saracle. While there may be many affluent nobles within the Tiando Empire, few can rival him in wealth, particularly among the offspring of officials and tycoons. After all, no one's fortune comes without effort. Wang Shua's advantage lies in his ability to transform his resources into tangible wealth, rather than merely waiting idly for it to dwindle. About a month later, Meng Ye finally received a response from Wang Shua. "Oh dear leader, I have suffered greatly in aiding you. My girlfriend is threatening to break up with me. If you do not compensate me the next time we meet, I shall sever our friendship." Meng Ye was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications. What does this fellow mean? You were merely asked to investigate a few matters, yet you've even lost your girlfriend? Furthermore, what relevance does this have to me? He chuckled softly, shaking his head, and continued reading. It appeared that Wang Shua had not disappointed him. "Boss, I've managed to gather some information regarding the Shrek Academy, which you instructed me to investigate with the noble's assistance. It seems that someone named Tang San has indeed uncovered a soul bone. Moreover, it is reported that they arrived from Soto City merely 6 months ago, back when they were still sole sovereigns. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, there are members from the 7 treasured glazed tile school and possibly the Star Luo royal family. That Ning Rongrong is quite adorable, and Zhu Zhiqing is impressively formidable. Ahem. Returning to the main topic, they ventured into the Sunset Forest for soul hunting 10 days ago. The scouts I enlisted, disguised as mercenaries, managed to glean this information. That Tang San is no ordinary character. He, much like you, boss, has also absorbed soul rings beyond his level, though undoubtedly not as adept as you. Additionally, boss, by the time this letter reaches you, the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent should be underway. In a few months, I shall make my way to Martial Soul City to visit you. You must strive to excel." With a smile, Meng Ye stored the envelope away, his expression gradually shifting to one of calmness, tinged with a hint of coldness. He had come to a remarkably clear understanding of this so-called fate. It seemed almost infallible, akin to a preordained program. Even should disruptions arise, they appeared to be rectified through various means or patched seamlessly. Having reached this point, he relinquished any further thoughts of influencing Tang San, rather than fixating on him. It would be more prudent to dedicate time to fortifying his own strength. Knock, knock, knock. "Meng Ye, the teacher requests our presence." Meng Ye opened the door, only to find Hu Laiyin standing there. Without hesitation, he said, "Let us go." This was indeed a troublesome matter that had garnered significant attention, as being summoned every few days greatly impacted his training time and efficiency. Upon their arrival at the Spirit Hall, they were met with an unexpected figure clad in an opulent dark green robe, with hair and beard as white as snow. This was unusual. Typically, he would display dark green hair as a result of his own toxic afflictions. Upon seeing Meng Ye, he nodded amicably and acknowledged, "I have met His Holiness the Pope." "Ah, Meng Ye, Laiyin, today marks the commencement of the Soul Master competition. The reason I summoned you here is primarily for you to select suitable rewards," Bibi Dong stated with a smile. This smile, however, seemed not directed solely at Hu Laiyin. Meng Ye felt a disquieting unease under her gaze. Yet he refrained from voicing his discomfort. "Teacher, is this truly appropriate?" Hu Laiyin questioned, sensing a degree of impropriety, given that the Soul Master competition had yet to conclude. Although these rewards were indeed provided by the Spirit Hall, their purpose largely aimed at generating momentum for the event, and for the three of them, they possessed unwavering confidence. Still, such actions could easily invite criticism, especially from the elders within the Spirit Hall, not all of whom possessed suitable soul bones. Bibi Dong's initiative felt somewhat disheartening. After all, which title Douluo was not a pillar of the Spirit Hall. Yet, Bibi Dong merely shook her head gently and asserted, "It matters not. This is the conclusion reached by the Elder Hall. I am merely facilitating your selection of the appropriate rewards." As Meng Ye felt a twitch in his eyelid, he was acutely aware that Hu Laiyin's concerns were entirely unfounded. It was likely that the entire Elder Hall would not dare to oppose Bibi Dong. Although the high-ranking offerings held esteemed positions, who among them would have the audacity to bare their fangs at Bibi Dong, save for Qian Daolu? It was not a matter of mere soul bones. As long as Bibi Dong refrained from touching Qian Rinxue, she could deplete the entire treasury of the spirit hall. And Douluo would remain absent. Like all ancestral families, the legacy of the six-winged angel, a divine martial spirit, formed the very foundation of the spirit hall. "Follow me," Bibi Dong declared, rising to escort the two to the treasury. However, she soon cast a glance at the poisoned Douluo and remarked, "Do you expect me to personally see you off? Your Holiness, I wouldn't want to trouble you." The poisoned Douluo replied with a respectful bow before turning on his heel and exiting the papal hall. Having previously abducted Meng Ye, Bibi Dong was naturally not inclined to treat him warmly, and his presence here bore a hint of seeking atonement. After all, the Spirit Hall remained the official institution for Soul Masters, and even a dignified title Douluo was required to report here. Even the formidable Sword Douluo, one of the top martial spirits inscribed on the Elder's decree, would periodically visit to register his soul power. However, for title Douluos, each breakthrough was a formidable challenge, and thus they often came only after several years or even decades. In simple terms, without visiting here to leave a record. Even becoming a title Douluo might not be publicly acknowledged, and there would be no official recognition of their title. At best, one might achieve a reputation within the Soul Master community and self-declare a title. Having reached the level of a title Douluo, the pursuit of reputation, alongside cultivation, was paramount, which explained why few Soul Masters would disrespect the Spirit Hall. A quarter of an hour later, Bibi Dong led the two into the treasury, where they were greeted by a profusion of soul bones and treasures, devoid of gold soul coins or banknotes. For the Spirit Hall, wealth represented merely the most base form of resources, and the worth of these items transcended mere monetary value. Several towering racks, each standing 5 meters tall, displayed an array of soul bones, meticulously labeled with their age, quality, and even provenance, nearly 100 in total. Furthermore, deeper within lay jade boxes containing rare materials, likely numbering in the hundreds. Within the realm of Soul Masters, soul bones were often referred to as priceless treasures, underscoring the terrifying depth of the Spirit Hall's resources. In addition, there were various soul-guiding devices, secret techniques from the Soul Master community, and an assortment of rare and exquisite items. Meng Ye's gaze was drawn to a corner where soul-guiding devices were stored, captivated by a tattered book. Chapter 76, Soul Guiding Device Blueprints. You may select any suitable soul bones, Bibi Dong instructed. "Yin and Xiaoyu, I have already chosen 2 of commendable quality for you." "Thank you, Master." Hulayina stepped to the center of the shelf and began her selection. The soul bones are generally categorized into 6 segments, with the head and torso soul bones being the most precious, followed by those of the limbs. Of course, this excludes the external soul bones. External soul bones, which predominantly do not belong to the human skeletal structure and possess the ability to grow, are thus regarded as second in rarity only to the 10,000-year soul rings. Meng Ye approached the corner and picked up the book, which was nearly half destroyed. A mere glance at the remaining content sent a pang of headache through him. Intricate lines delineated a myriad of runes and patterns, entwined with one another. Not only was comprehension elusive, but he also found himself unable to decipher their meanings even when considered individually. As he delved deeper, the complexity only intensified, rendering it nearly impossible to ascertain specifics through mere imagery. Nevertheless, he had roughly deduced the nature of this artifact. It was a blueprint for a soul-guiding device, although it was missing numerous sections, rendering the latter part utterly indecipherable. The text undoubtedly documented the long-lost techniques of soul-guiding devices. In this era, it remains a mystery from which epoch the soul-guiding devices currently in circulation originated and how they fell into obscurity. However, the existing remnants of these devices suggest that there was once a magnificent era for soul-guiding technology, which has since faded into oblivion for reasons unknown. What? Can you comprehend the contents within? Bai Dong appeared behind Meng Ye, wielding a scepter. "I cannot decipher it, but my disciple holds no interest in soul bones. Might this artifact serve as a reward instead?" Meng Ye directly grasped the tattered book, a cloud of dust enveloping him, revealing that this object had likely accumulated years of neglect in this forsaken place. It appeared not to be torn, though it bore traces of scorching. Nonetheless, this artifact, despite its presence here, remained indecipherable, utterly devoid of significance. Should you desire to take it, you are free to do so. The soul bone is still available for selection. Bai Dong waved her hand, indicating that Meng Ye could proceed to choose a soul bone. As she had stated, this item was indeed beyond comprehension, presumably merely preserved here as a relic. "Thank you, Your Majesty. In that case, I shall choose this one," Meng Ye remarked, casually pointing to a soul bone without a second glance. The left arm soul bone of the 20,000-year-old heavenly soul tree? Bai Dong approached the shelf, initially expecting Meng Ye to select something of greater value, only to be surprised by his choice. She frowned and said, this soul bone appears to be an auxiliary soul skill of average quality. I can allow you to choose again. No, the other soul bones may not suit me either. Meng Ye shook his head, dismissing the soul bones present as beneath his notice. The finest among them scarcely exceeded a mere 10 pieces, each over 50,000 years old, with a few reaching 80,000 years. However, upon entering, he had already employed his spiritual perception, revealing that not a single piece truly met his standards. This was perhaps attributable to the majority being remnants passed down from the title Douluo, resulting in damage or depletion of soul power, consequently diminishing their quality. Nonetheless, the Spirit Hall's presentation of several soul bones as rewards was a calculated move to create an impression, leaving him with no choice but to select one. Otherwise, he would have had no desire for such items. Bai Dong, evidently aware of this nuance, refrained from further commentary. Teacher, I have made my choice, Hulaina announced, approaching with a piece of soul bone resembling a blue crystal. This particular item, the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, originated from a 6,000-year-old azure sea spirit monkey and was among the best preserved and highest quality pieces available, perfectly suited for her. Very well, Bai Dong responded, taking the soul bone while also collecting the piece Meng Ye had casually selected. With a smile, she added, I shall hold on to it for you. It will be yours after the competition. Come along. Hulaina beamed in return, knowing that Bai Dong regarded her as family, always providing her with the finest. As they exited the Pope's Hall, Meng Ye remained lost in thought regarding the soul guide blueprints, remaining silent. Suddenly, a dark green figure appeared before him, obstructing his path. Poison Douluo. Hulaina, accompanying him, tensed upon recognizing the newcomer, yet quickly composed herself, respectfully inquiring, Your Excellency, is there something you require? Even as a disciple of the Pope, few titled Douluo would dare to challenge her, yet the necessary respect remained paramount. After all, the strength of a titled Douluo was undeniable, and one's background could not substitute for personal prowess. Ah, no need for formality. I have come to seek him. Douluo chuckled, displaying an amiable demeanor. Among the titled Douluo, he was perhaps the least imposing, though his reputation loomed large. Senior. Hulaina's expression shifted in alarm, wishing to interject, but Meng Ye raised a hand to forestall her. Fear not. I am acquainted with the senior, he reassured Hulaina, then turned to Douluo, smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting. Seeing your complexion, senior, you must be in high spirits. Congratulations. Ha! You clever little rascal, still as sharp as ever. Indeed. I have come to register my rank and take the opportunity to reminisce with you. Douluo laughed heartily. In that case, senior, please follow me. Meng Ye smiled gently, leading Douluo towards a tea house. Although Hulaina felt somewhat uneasy, witnessing the camaraderie between the two eased her concerns, and rather than intruding, she turned back to the academy alone. Inside the tea house, Douluo joyfully shared his recent experiences with Meng Ye. He had heeded Meng Ye's advice and, harnessing the power of the 8 spider lances, not only alleviated his own toxins, but also significantly enhanced his cultivation. He ascended from level 92 to level 93 and is now even striving towards level 94, a result of years of suppressed toxins within his soul power finally erupting. Have you ever encountered Tang San? Meng Ye inquired. Douluo, lifting the teacup to his lips, paused in surprise and replied with a hint of curiosity. How do you know that I met Tang San? It seems that we share quite a bond. Indeed, it must be the ice and fire Tuinai. Meng Ye explained. I happened to hear some information about the Sunset Forest, and given Tang San's interest in toxins, I thought you might be acquainted. Quite right. Douluo's eyes lit up with excitement. That young man exchanged some medicinal materials with me for a volume on toxins. His alchemical skills are truly extraordinary. I almost wish to keep him with me. Meng Ye found himself at a loss for words. Although he could be seen as a master of deception, given that the 8 spider lances were not originally his, he had at least not deceived Douluo. The poison classic was somewhat absurd, akin to the various hidden weapons that were merely compulsory studies for the outer disciples of the Tang sect. The crucial types of poisons, such as the Yama-S letter, and even the myriad treasures within the ice and fire duality, were not documented. What was the issue? Upon observing Meng Ye's reaction, Douluo paused momentarily. It's nothing, as long as you are happy, senior. Meng Ye set down his teacup and continued. Since you have resolved the matter of the Baihun snake's venom, perhaps you might contemplate utilizing poison for cultivation. How does one cultivate with poison? Douluo failed to grasp Meng Ye's underlying implication. Acknowledging that he had indeed suffered a loss regarding the poison classic, Meng Ye shared his understanding of the cultivation of martial souls. Specifically the cultivation of the sinister martial soul, with Douluo, whose own martial soul was the malevolent phosphor serpent emperor. Of course, this was not to suggest that he should resort to direct murder. If you are interested, Senior, you might consider targeting some poison attribute soul beasts. Given the phosphor serpent emperor's ability to absorb toxins, your poison might reach new heights. This method was indeed peculiar. Very well. I shall heed your advice and experiment upon my return. As Douluo listened, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had always perceived poison as something lethal, with stronger targets being more formidable, yet he had never considered that the poison attribute could enhance one's strength. The notion of infection and the ability to reclaim poison within oneself to bolster cultivation revealed the terrifying nature of Douluo's martial soul. Since Douluo owed him a favor, Meng Ye was more than willing to assist in enhancing his power. As for whether Douluo might one day align with the Tiando Empire against him, Meng Ye only sought to maintain Douluo's neutrality, which would be a boon for the entire continent. Chapter 77. The Secret of Visualization Soul Bones? Before departing, Douluo was once again queried by Meng Ye regarding Tang San. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, strangely enough, like me, he possesses an external soul bone. Indeed, it is a remarkable phenomenon. Safe travels, Senior. After bidding farewell to Douluo, Meng Ye found himself less than elated. This was not merely a curious occurrence, but rather a situation that theoretically should not exist. It was not that similar soul beasts were exceedingly rare. The probability of high-level soul beasts producing soul bones was not insubstantial, making it entirely possible for two identical soul bones to occasionally emerge. However, this probability, both theoretically and practically, was pitifully low, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The mere existence of such a probability led him to question whether it could alter the outcome of the Soul Master competition, as this confrontation would significantly affect the future landscape of the continent. It is no exaggeration to assert that without this tournament, the war would not have escalated as rapidly. The Spirit Hall would not have resorted to extreme soul-hunting plans, forcibly annihilating numerous sections. Though the soul-hunting operations appeared to diminish potential threats, they were, in fact, a desperate strategy that would cause the Spirit Hall to lose the people's support in every sense. Despite the Spirit Hall controlling over 60% of the continent's Soul Master resources in terms of sheer numbers, the population under its dominion paled in comparison to either of the two great empires. Moreover, this was not the actual population under control, but rather a forceful suppression of cities by leveraging the advantage of Soul Masters to extract military strength. Facing two adversaries, their forces barely reached 70% of either side, and even with a substantial number of Soul Masters, the top-tier powerhouses held the advantage. However, this was the extent of their strength. The so-called grand trend was simply the will of the people, and the Spirit Hall was, in essence, acting against the natural order. Resistance to the prevailing tide would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Victory in war is not merely defined by winning battles. Another month passed, and a letter from Wang Shuo arrived once more. Boss, the fighting here is incredibly intense. The preliminary matches have been unfolding with an intensity akin to a frenzy, reminiscent of those formidable academies that previously faced off against you. Moreover, the Shrek Academy has proven to be exceptionally formidable, having triumphed over several institutions. With their main roster yet to fully take the stage, I have placed a significant wager on them. Indeed, this venture promises considerable returns. In the ensuing days, letters from Wang Shuo will arrive, detailing the developments of the Spirit Master competition. Meng Ye gazed at the letters, though he had not witnessed the entire competition firsthand. He was well aware of the prevailing circumstances. Boss, it's happened. Shrek Academy has defeated both the Tianshui Academy and the Xiangjia Academy. It appears they are quite formidable. That Tang San's martial soul seems to be something other than blue silvergrass. Approximately 2 months later, Meng Ye's attention faltered as he contemplated the letter in his hand. He promptly set about composing a reply and dispatched it without delay. Although Wang Shuo possessed average strength, his exposure had granted him considerable insight into martial souls, rendering him far more knowledgeable than the typical soul master. He certainly could discern the nature of a blue-silver grass martial soul. Having completed these tasks, Meng Ye proceeded to the soul fighting arena. After 2 months, all necessary preparations had been diligently made, and everything unfolded without a hitch. The deployment of Lu Ji, and Lu Meg as the main force was seamless, their coordination approaching perfection. With a resounding crash and a crackle of energy, Meng Ye once again triumphed over another Soul Sage instructor, and this victory came with considerably greater ease than before. The significant increase in the age of his soul rings, particularly the substantial enhancement brought forth by the fifth soul ring, meant that during his earlier confrontation with Shi Cheng, he had not truly unleashed his full potential. The most evident point was that mastering one's own power should allow for effortless control, rather than a mishap resulting from excessive force. With a wry smile, he returned the opponent's gesture of respect. This was not an acknowledgement of Meng Ye's status, but rather a recognition of his strength. As a ghost leopard soul master, his ability to create clones and execute rapid assaults would pose a challenge even to fellow soul sages. Yet Meng Ye's explosive speed matched that of his opponent. And as for strength, it was beyond compare. Meng Ye wisely chose to withdraw, which allowed him to recognize the disparity in strength, accepting his defeat with grace. How about it? Hu Laiina approached, presenting him with a piece of fruit. It's about time. The preparations for the tournament should be sufficient. Meng Ye nodded, accepting the offering and taking a bite. His training had been solitary, engaging in battles with various soul saints, rather than participating in group sessions. He had already challenged those specializing in offensive, defensive, and agile combat, even dueling with single attribute soul saints. Only the Spirit Hall could provide such a diverse array of high-ranking soul masters. As for the soul Douluo, he had not entertained the thought. The reasoning was straightforward. A soul king could exert strength comparable to an offensive soul saint, which was nearly his limit and could not be sustained for long. Thus, his battles were swift. If he could not conclude a fight within 3 minutes, his condition would rapidly deteriorate. Even if he could withstand the fight, the soul Douluo's sheer advantage in soul power would render him virtually invincible, leaving him with little hope of victory. Buzz. At that moment, Luo Xian approached as well. She had been assigned to the reserve team by Meng Ye after he suggested that always pay more attention to many talented disciples. Consequently, numerous soul respect level or innate full soul power disciples received additional resources. With the abundance of soul masters in the Spirit Hall, naturally, many possessed talent. Although Lei Xingyang had not yet discovered the ultimate attributes, he managed to identify 3 innate full soul power prodigies from several provinces. This indicates that the true potential of the Spirit Hall lies within these fresh talents, awaiting discovery. Take, for instance, Jeremy and the Heavenly Machine Disc. Even if it merely maintains its current characteristics without any growth, it could become a formidable weapon at higher levels. It would directly double the effects of soul skills. Meng Ye had even encouraged him to attempt amplifying his 4th soul skill, the ultimate attribute enhancement. Although Jeremy fainted from the exertion, it was indeed a success. In that moment of transcendence, even Meng Ye struggled to bear it. The terrifying thunder, had it not been restrained by Zhu Douluo, would have leveled the entire soul arena with its overwhelming force. Thank you. Accepting the steam bun from Luo Xian, he appreciated the characteristic of food-type soul masters, which allowed for satiation and a more effective replenishment of physical strength than ordinary food. I think I may have practiced incorrectly. There seems to be an issue with the visualization method, Luo Xian said, her cheeks tinged with red. Meng Ye had imparted this visualization technique to her. As a food-type soul master, her combat power was significantly lacking, making physical enhancement impossible, yet her mental talent proved to be quite remarkable. Meng Ye wished for her to acquire a modicum of self-defense capability. Mastering this secret technique could rival that of a spiritual martial soul. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye raised his hand and gently tapped Luo Xian's forehead, assuming she had visualized something erroneous and intending to erase it. However, the outcome took him by surprise. Zing! A conspicuous arc of electricity flashed, and Meng Ye's hand was unexpectedly repelled by a forceful counteraction. His pupils contracted. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a potent wave of mental energy, conservatively estimated to be nearing the level of a soul emperor, already capable of external manifestation. What have you envisioned? Hesitant to proceed recklessly, Meng Ye inquired. It seems to be myself. Meng Ye furrowed his brow upon hearing this, contemplating the implications of visualization. This technique harbors significant risks, as it can easily provoke latent elements within the depths of one's consciousness. For instance, when Hu Laiina visualized her martial soul, she inadvertently began to emanate an alluring aura, not due to a loss of control, but because her subconscious was activating the innate talents of her martial soul, while her conscious mind struggled to rein it in. Thus, It is advisable to initially focus on inanimate objects to avoid any adverse effects on oneself. The transition from inanimate to animate is a transformative leap from the rudimentary understanding of this arcane art to its mastery. Chapter 78. Another Luo Xian, do you not feel any discomfort? Meng Ye inquired earnestly, observing Luo Xian's delicate visage. She averted her gaze slightly, her cheeks flushing with color. This reaction is entirely natural. At least it appears that her awareness remains unaffected. No, I merely feel that the sequence seems to be misaligned according to the method described. Meng Ye remained silent, directly grasping her hand and infusing it with a stream of spiritual energy to meticulously examine for any discrepancies. The sequence of actions was certainly flawed. Cultivating the visualization technique resembled the art of painting, where one first delineates the rough form with mental energy before advancing to the intricate contours of complex objects. It is rare to find one who can instantly render a lifelike portrait. Without adequate mental control, one is likely to conjure images that are utterly incongruous, which can easily distort the cultivator's mind and consciousness. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. And Meng Ye himself had been ensnared at this stage for several years in his previous life. Relax a bit. I will attempt to enter your consciousness space with my mental energy. Please refrain from overthinking, he said upon noticing that Luo Xian's hand felt somewhat warm. Her face flushed to the roots of her ears. With a slight nod, Luo Xian endeavored to calm herself. The realm of the mind is an exceedingly private domain, and typically, individuals maintain a sense of vigilance towards unknown entities within half a meter of their proximity. This range is often the distance at which most wild animals sense a threat and may react aggressively. The mental space functions similarly to a direct and intimate contact. Mere relaxation cannot dispel the instinctive defenses. Generally, unless one's mental realm overwhelmingly surpasses another's, or if the other party perceives an indissoluble bond between them. It is implausible to traverse the mental barrier without obstruction. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoed in Luo Xian's mind, prompting her to nervously close her eyes. Yet she made no effort to resist. Meng Ye furrowed his brows, finding the situation unexpectedly smooth. Luo Xian's mental space was vast, far exceeding his expectations. Encompassing a grassy expanse veiled by the lake, with a diameter surpassing 100 meters. This magnitude was not inferior to that of many soul emperors. It was not that Luo Xian's mental strength rivaled that of a soul emperor, but rather the stability of her mental realm. A mental space should ideally be a void, devoid of anything except the essence of one's spirit. It is only upon reaching the level of a soul emperor, as one's soul and mental power evolve, that a personal inner world gradually takes shape, with the essence of the spirit concealed within. This was where Meng Ye's mental entity found itself upon the grassy terrain. Encountering the manifestation conjured by Luo Xian, her skin was flawlessly pale, unmarred by any imperfection, and her breathtaking curves resembled the elegant lines of an artist's canvas. Adorned in a flowing black veil gown, even with her eyes firmly closed, she could not conceal the aura of nobility that enveloped her. Yet, why was it thus? At this moment, Meng Ye's mind was in complete disarray. What he envisioned was no longer merely a perfected manifestation, but rather an exquisite entity of imagination. The essence of temperament is intangible and elusive. The thunderbeast Meng Ye conjured appeared formidable yet lacked the soulfulness characteristic of living beings or spirit beasts. According to his deductions, if the visualization technique reached this level, it transcended mere mental prowess and became life itself. At that instant, an unsettling chill coursed through Meng Ye, sending shivers down his spine. A soft chuckle resonated through the air, and Meng Ye's gaze fixated on Luo Xian as he gravely inquired, "Who are you?" It was inconceivable that Luo Xian could have conjured this. She simply lacked the capability, at least not at this moment. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, and Luo Xian's mental realm was engulfed in shadows. With only a sliver of spiritual energy, Meng Ye swiftly lost his perception of the surroundings. However, he remained unperturbed. This was merely a fragment of his consciousness, and even if it were extinguished, it would amount to nothing more than a flicker of mental energy, leaving his true self unaffected. A warm breath brushed against his ear, and Meng Ye sensed the presence of something standing behind him, most likely the enigmatic Luo Xian. Without turning, he continued to press. "What exactly are you?" Even in his past life, he had only mastered the visualization technique to a remarkable degree, and he was utterly unaware of what a perfected manifestation beyond that might entail. Or rather, it should not exist at all. He merely sought to create an idealized avatar, not a true independent consciousness. To possess an independent consciousness was no longer a secret technique, but an act of creation. Us came a languid, soft voice from beside him. Through his peripheral vision, Meng Ye noticed the figure had drawn perilously close, their faces nearly touching, enough to feel the warmth radiating from one another. You awakened me, and it was your secret technique that brought me into existence. What do you mean? Meng Ye was taken aback, unable to recall any such actions on his part. Oh, dear man. Suddenly, the surroundings shifted dramatically, reverting to their original state, with the enigmatic Luo Xian standing before him, adorned in a flowing gown. A familiar smile gracing her lips. You may return. I will not harm her, nor should you attempt to destroy me, for she too would encounter peril. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, being within Luo Xian's mental ocean rendered him hesitant to act recklessly. Thus, he chose to depart. After Meng Ye's spiritual entity vanished, Luo Xian lazily reclined upon the grass, murmuring in a dreamlike state, "We will meet again, just a little longer." As she succumbed to slumber, the sea of consciousness seemed to dim, as if veiled by a delicate gossamer. It's nothing to worry about. It is a blessing. You should continue your cultivation, Meng Ye reassured her, choosing not to disclose the actual circumstances after departing from Luo Xian's realm of awareness. Luo Xian nodded, opting to place her trust in Meng Ye. Her situation was indeed peculiar. Although Meng Ye harbored some suspicions, the enigmatic visualization entity surpassed his comprehension. Movement was undoubtedly impossible. Once the form of the visualization technique had solidified, any subsequent shattering would be akin to a devastating blow to the essence of the mind. The consequences could range from severe injury to the outright collapse of the sea of consciousness. Luo Xian, have you truly cultivated to that extent? Hulaina gazed at Luo Xian in astonishment, for she herself had only just begun her journey. It remained uncertain how much time and effort would be required to reach a state of mastery. I am unsure, Luo Xian replied. Her rapport with Hulaina had blossomed over the past couple of months, free from conflict. Hulaina had even invited her for a stroll, marking the beginnings of a genuine friendship. You haven't taught her anything else, have you? Hulaina cast a dubious glance at Meng Ye, convinced that she could not possibly be inferior to Luo Xian. Not at all, Meng Ye replied succinctly, affirming the similarity of their situations. Though Hulaina remained skeptical, she chose not to press further and instead took Luo Xian aside for further discussion. Meng Ye was still pondering over Luo Xian's situation. Indeed, this visualization secret technique was his own creation, thus it perfectly aligned with his own essence. For others to cultivate it to any degree, they must rely on their own exploration. In simpler terms, it is akin to the cultivation of soul power. This technique also demands inherent talent. It is entirely possible for a user to possess greater aptitude than he, the creator. If someone could directly visualize a deity, it would not be inconceivable for them to surpass Meng Ye, the originator. Chapter 79. Soul Guidance Devices. After more than half a month, Meng Ye finally received a reply from Wang Shuo. Boss, this blue-silver grass is extraordinary. It cannot be burned. After your suggestion, I took a closer look, and I noticed a golden segment in the middle, which is thicker and possesses remarkable resilience. It is indeed different from ordinary blue-silver grass. It must be a mutated martial soul. The exchange of letters had become almost routine. Meng Ye set the letter aside, his brow furrowing. According to Wang Shuo's intelligence, the amalgamation of these characteristics could only point to one possibility. Tang San had awakened the blue-silver emperor martial soul ahead of time. This was far from good news. Any soul beast or martial soul bearing the title of emperor is invariably a pinnacle existence. No matter how formidable the blue-silver grass may be, it remains merely blue-silver grass. Its controllability would become increasingly ineffective in the later stages. Furthermore, blue-silver grass cannot possess significant explosiveness or lethality with weak control. It would ultimately degenerate into a subpar martial soul. The blue-silver emperor, however, was an entirely different story. Once awakened, it would directly become a top-tier martial soul. Even possessing a gifted domain, its control and attack power would not be inferior, and in the later stages, it would stand comparably to the Haotian hammer. The continent's foremost assault-type martial soul, justifiably regarded as the most powerful control-type martial soul. What complicates matters further is the domain. The Haotian hammer does not possess any gifted domain. Approximately 10 days had elapsed since the delivery of this letter, and it was likely that the promotion matches had already commenced, indicating that the finals were drawing ever closer. Another week passed, and as expected, Bibi Dong summoned Meng Ye, Hulaina, and others. Teacher, what has happened? Hulaina inquired, having noticed Bibi Dong's grim expression. Having spent so much time together, She had rarely seen Bibi Dong display such a demeanor, which had always been characterized by nobility. During this competition, a remnant of the Haotian lineage has emerged. I need you to eliminate him on the arena. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye's expression shifted from surprise to grave concern. It was certain that Tang Hao would follow. And when conflict erupted, the variables would become too unpredictable. Moreover, to commit murder on the arena, regardless of who met their demise, would tarnish the reputation of the Spirit Hall as the host. Bibi Dong must have been blinded by rage, for she would never have made such a decision otherwise. Master, who is that person? Hulaina inquired directly, adhering to Bibi Dong's intent without hesitation. Tang San, son of the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, possesses twin martial souls, with the second being the Haotian hammer. A chilling intent gleamed in her eyes, indicating that this was not merely a grudge against the Haotian sect, but rather a misguided transfer of anger. Just as disciple Hulaina was about to speak, Meng Ye stepped forward, asserting, I find this course of action unwise. Bibi Dong's gaze, laced with menace, turned towards Meng Ye. She remained silent. Yet the aura she exuded was enough to instill fear. Seizing the moment before Bibi Dong completely lost her composure, Meng Ye, under immense pressure, spoke. The Soul Master competition is a grand event, held in the Spirit City. Any open casualties would severely damage the reputation of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong fell into contemplation, remaining silent, while Yin grew increasingly restless. Humph. Yin glared at Meng Ye, exclaiming, Are you afraid? What is the Haotian sect, after all? Ignoring Yin, Bibi Dong was clearly flustered, her mind racing to find a target for her frustration. Such words might be acceptable in their presence. But once an order was issued from the Hall of the Pope, retracting it wouldn't be so simple. Gradually regaining her composure, Bibi Dong glanced at the four before her and raised her hand, stating, Xiaoyu, you and Yin may return. Yin questioned, What? Understood, Xiaoyu replied quietly, having remained silent throughout, and calmly turned to leave. Speaking may not always be prudent, but saying less would certainly avoid mistakes. Once the two departed, Bibi Dong directed her gaze back at Meng Ye, her voice low and serious. Do you understand that the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect are sworn enemies? They cannot coexist. The disciple comprehends this, Meng Ye replied. However, this action will not obliterate the Haotian sect. It will merely prompt them to emerge sooner. Meng Ye was aware that Tang Hao and his son had long been forsaken by the Haotian sect. However, Bibi Dong remained oblivious to this fact. His intention in stating such was merely to stabilize her. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow in contemplation, fully cognizant of the intricacies involved. Moreover, her prior impulsiveness had been predominantly provoked by Yu Xiaojiang, and it was a marvel she managed to maintain her composure. You are correct. This time, it was my impulsiveness, she conceded, casting a deep glance at Meng Ye and realizing she had underestimated his sagacity. No one is infallible. Meng Ye shook his head, acknowledging that calming Bibi Dong was merely the initial step. Addressing the tangible issues ahead was paramount. He continued, furthermore, since that son of Tang Hao is present for this competition, it stands to reason that he himself shall not be absent. A sharp glimmer flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, as if the mist had parted. Her anger, though sparked by Yu Xiaojiang, had not driven her to complete irrationality. Meng Ye had already hinted at her, and even made it explicit, if she still could not comprehend, then her position as Pope would be rendered meaningless. Nar, Bibi Dong cast a glance at Hulaina, disciple present. From now on, you may draw closer to Meng Ye. Let today's matters be set aside, and the competition shall proceed as usual without any reservations, Bibi Dong remarked, regaining her former nobility and tranquility as she addressed Hulaina. As you command, Hulaina responded, her complexion slightly flushed, bowing respectfully. You may return now. Yes. Upon leaving the Pope's hall, Meng Ye did not dwell on Tang San's affairs. It was almost certain that Tang San would not perish. Rather than plotting against him, it would be wiser to devise a means to retain Tang Hao. Meng Ye, what is this? Hulaina inquired curiously, observing the exquisite headpiece in Meng Ye's hand as he delicately etched something upon it with a small carving knife. Oh, just a trinket, he replied. A trinket, you say? Hulaina was skeptical. The crystal-like object was evidently a soul bone, though she could not fathom why Meng Ye would choose to carve upon it. The value of a soul bone is immeasurable. Is it not a pity to damage it? In truth, Meng Ye was rather indifferent. This soul bone had belonged to Shinian and had unexpectedly fallen into his hands after he dispatched it using a mental secret technique. This was a gem-like spiritual head soul bone of good quality. Yet Meng Ye truly had little regard for the accompanying soul skill and could not conceive of any practical application for it. Thus, he resolved to use it for practice. Although he could not decipher the book filled with numerous soul guide blueprints, he had managed to interpret nearly all the independent runes, though their specific meanings remained unclear. However, lack of understanding did not preclude imitation, as imitation is indeed the first step in human learning. Ding! Just as he was carving, a fantastical radiance suddenly emanated from the soul bone, enveloping Meng Ye's hand. This was an indication that the soul power within the soul bone was being released, simultaneously activating its effects. Typically, this could only be achieved through direct fusion with the soul bone. Otherwise, even shattering it would be futile, as the soul power would dissipate, leaving behind a worthless fragment. It worked! Meng Ye exclaimed, joy illuminating his face as he beheld his hand shrouded in light. What is this? Douluo marveled at the scene, initially believing Meng Ye had employed some soul skill. Chapter 8. Convergence at the Spirit Hall. Buzz. The soul power of the soul bone has been released, undoubtedly affecting its quality and resulting in some degradation. Although it is somewhat regrettable, Meng Ye does not dwell on it. He simply has not found superior materials for experimentation. To him, the Ice Extreme Divine Crystal holds greater value than the soul bone. For now, he must relinquish this endeavor and consider searching for suitable rare metals in places like Gongxin City in the future. He has committed the unique pattern to memory, as it can stimulate soul power. This should be the core formation of a soul guiding device, a crucial element in its creation. If he can decipher all the core formations from the incomplete soul guiding device manual, he will be able to restore the legacy of the soul guiding device. Such a development may not significantly enhance his combat prowess, but even a partial restoration of the technology could have an epic-making impact on warfare and the entire continent's dynamics. Let us proceed. Starting today, the training regimen will be relaxed to allow others to adjust their states. As dusk approaches, Meng Ye strides towards the academy. Douluo nods and follows closely behind. Although Douluo is the captain of the academy's representative team, most decisions are still made by Meng Ye, and she holds no objections. Currently, while Wang Shua's letter has yet to arrive, it should be on its way to Spirit Hall City, after all. Judging by Bibi Dong's reaction, the participating teams must have already set off for some time, with the royal guards accompanying them in large numbers. Starting from Tiando City and Xinglua City, it is conservatively estimated that it will take at least 20 days to arrive. Continuing the previous high-pressure training during this period would only be counterproductive. Having accomplished what needed to be done, Meng Ye must ensure that everything is foolproof. They cannot afford to lose in this grand competition. If this tournament proceeds smoothly, the Spirit Hall can use it as a stepping stone to gradually expand its influence, encroaching upon the two great empires and slowly forming a sweeping momentum across the world. This is in stark contrast to the original narrative, which forced a counterproductive approach, pushing the majority of soul master sects, families, and academies directly into opposition. In their haste, they even proclaimed themselves emperor prematurely, providing the two empires with a pretext for military action. Although the justification for war may sound appealing, it cannot mask its brutality, yet it remains indispensable. Without a reason, one risks losing the tide of events and the support of the populace. 3 days later, on a clear morning, exhale, breathe. Meng Ye arrived at the entrance of the Soul City, where a carriage slowly approached and came to a halt. Boss, Wan Shua, adorned in resplendent attire of white adorned with golden patterns, exuberantly leaped out of the carriage and made a dramatic dive. Thud. Meng Ye effortlessly blocked the nearly 200-pound figure before him, gently pushing him aside after releasing his strength, and remarked with exasperation, "Are you looking for a beating? Your message arrived quite punctually." Approximately an hour earlier, Wang Shua's letter had arrived, indicating that they would soon reach the city gate, and he inquired whether Meng Ye was surprised. Indeed, it was quite a considerable surprise. "Hey, boss, you're still as strong as ever, like a humanoid soul beast." Wang Shua chuckled, scratching his head, then suddenly remembered to call out towards the direction of the carriage. "Schwerer, come down, we have arrived." Meng Ye hesitated. He typically did not employ spiritual perception when meeting acquaintances, hence he had not realized there were others in the carriage. As the curtain of the carriage was drawn back, a delicate, fair hand emerged, followed by a petite figure clad in exquisite attire. With Wang Shua's assistance, she gracefully descended from the carriage, her demeanor elegant, and she performed a slight bow towards Meng Ye, demonstrating impeccable royal etiquette. "Hello, MM." Meng Ye nodded in return, although surprised. He recalled Wang Shuo mentioning he had a girlfriend, found in Tiando City, so it was not entirely unexpected. However, this young woman, despite her youth, seemed to possess an extraordinary background judging by her poise. Hiki, boss, this is Shueku, my girlfriend. Wang Shuo generously introduced her, a proud expression evident on his face, making him somewhat insufferable. Shue, your highness the princess? Meng Ye was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting significantly. His first thought was of the surname Shue, and then it dawned on him. Was this not the little princess of the Snow Knight Emperor? Casting a peculiar glance at Wang Shuo, he thought, what has this fat fool done? Quite impressive indeed. Boss, you know? Wang Shuo was also stunned, not expecting Meng Ye to so directly unveil Shue's identity, and hurriedly leaned closer, whispering, Boss, please don't expose me. It took quite a bit of effort to sneak Shue here. She mentioned she had never left the royal city and wanted to see the Soul Master competition. You both snuck out. Now, Meng Ye's expression towards Wang Shuo shifted from peculiar to astonished. How on earth did they manage this? A princess escaping from her country, what a farce. This was no fairy tale. The guards of Tiando City would not be lax, and they would never make it past the palace's defenses. The palace's personal guards were all Soul Masters, at least starting from the Soul Sovereign level, not to mention the elite troops constantly patrolling, which included formidable experts of the Soul Emperor and Soul Saint ranks. Meng Ye was hesitant to assert that he could discreetly extract a living person without prior consent, especially from the borders of the Heavenly Empire. Hush! Wang Shuo grimaced, quickly grasping Meng Ye's arm. Please, keep your voice down. I promise to return Shue afterward. She claims this is a lifelong request of hers, and it is also a singular plea of mine. With a half-closed eye, Meng Ye had no intention of exposing their secrets. He simply stated, I will ensure your confidentiality and arrange for your safe return afterward. Now, enlighten me on how you accomplish this. Truly, you are my leader. It's settled, Wang Shuo replied enthusiastically. After finalizing their discussion, Shue could not afford to remain in the open for too long and retreated back into the carriage. At this hour, the Soul Master City was bustling with practitioners from two great empires, and they might encounter someone who recognized Shueku, which would inevitably lead to exposure. Just as the trio was preparing to depart, another carriage halted beside them. Meng Ye, on the verge of boarding his own vehicle, suddenly paused. He turned to the carriage, his expression transforming with surprise. What a remarkable coincidence! A sweep of his mental energy confirmed the familiar soul power emanating from within, and the occupant had already noticed him. A young girl with a ponytail poked her head out, her lively eyes surveying her surroundings, brimming with curiosity about the world. Following her, a second girl, bearing a striking resemblance, also peeked out, her demeanor exuding vivacity and eagerness. Suddenly, upon spotting Meng Ye, she exclaimed in delight, Brother Meng Ye, without a trace of apprehension. The little girl leaped down from the carriage, and Meng Ye had no choice but to step forward and catch her. Unlike Wang Shuo, who would have merely let her fall, Meng Ye cradled her in his arms. The girl, appearing around 6 or 7 years of age, was utterly adorable. After being caught, she affectionately nuzzled Meng Ye's cheek and promptly wrapped her arms around his neck. Xiaoling, Xiaoxi, how did you two manage to come as well? He asked while reaching out to catch another little one attempting to jump down. These two were quite the handful and not easy to manage. Hiki. Elder Lei mentioned that Brother Meng Ye was here, so we came. The first girl exclaimed as she perched on Meng Ye's shoulder, flashing a sweet smile. The other child nodded in agreement, echoing, yeah. At that moment, the carriage curtain was completely drawn back, revealing Lei Zhengyang accompanied by a handsome young boy who stepped down. The boy muttered something under his breath, his expression somewhat aloof, yet the faintest curl of his lips betrayed a hint of amusement. Well then, Meng Ye began, intending to voice his thoughts, but upon seeing everyone present, he opted for silence and simply smiled wryly. What do you think? Do you feel confident? Upon disembarking, Lei Zhengyang's first utterance was this. Clad in the formal black attire of the spirit hall, with his silver hair meticulously arranged at the back of his head, he exuded an indescribable aura of oppression. His formidable stature alone commanded respect without the need for anger. It's not a significant issue, Meng Ye nodded, then paused, his eyes widening in surprise as he gazed at Lei Zhengyang. Have you made a breakthrough? Indeed, I achieved it a month ago, Lei Zhengyang responded with a smile, stroking his beard. A few months prior, when Meng Ye returned to Salical, he had administered the wondrous Qi Rong Tong Tian Ju to him. At that time, he was merely a level away from breaking through, and after a month or two of consolidation, he successfully shattered the bottleneck. Now, he had also acquired a spirit ring, Ascending to the rank of Spirit Douluo. Chapter 81. 3 with innate full spirit power. Meng Ye. I want that. I want it too. Slow down. Meng Ye trailed behind the two little ones, a look of helplessness on his face. Despite being a dignified spirit king and a genius capable of surpassing even spirit saints, as well as a disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, albeit a nominal one, he found himself being led around by two little girls. A situation he had never encountered before, yet felt utterly powerless to resist. The trio of children were named Gu Ling and Gu Shi, the former the livelier sister, while the latter was the elder twin. The last of the group, a somewhat aloof young man, was Wu Yu. All three were taken in by Lei Xingyang, with the sisters found at the border between the Tiando and Xinglua empires. Wu Yu, on the other hand, was purchased from a black market dealer in the city of Xinglua. All three were orphans, initially too timid to even converse with Lei Xingyang upon their arrival. Over time, Lei Xingyang nurtured them, caring for them while employing medicinal baths to reconstruct their foundations, thereby preventing the premature demise of these three prodigies. It is worth noting that they were indeed fortunate. Following Meng Ye's advice, Lei Xingyang sought out geniuses with extraordinary martial spirits, traversing not just the surrounding provinces, but ultimately making his way to the extreme northern territories, effectively circling the entire continent before bringing the trio back. Each of them, without exception, possessed innate full spirit power. As for the reason for being overlooked, it is rather simple. They were never granted the opportunity to awaken their martial souls. It was Lei Xingyang who assisted hundreds of children like them in awakening their martial souls, ultimately selecting these three. The rest were largely escorted to Longxing City by Lei Xingyang, who, being from a well-off family, lacked for nothing. Moreover, even if these children grew up to be mere servants, it would still be 100 times better than wandering aimlessly in the streets. Under the system of the martial soul hall, such circumstances should not exist. However, in reality, it is impossible to account for every detail. The two great empires are in constant friction, and internal issues are becoming ever more intense, making orphans a common occurrence. Those fortunate enough might be sold in the black market to decent families, potentially leading to a good life, while the less fortunate may find themselves homeless on the streets, perhaps merely surviving. As for being sold to nobles with peculiar tastes, their fate would likely be far worse than death, which makes these three little ones quite fortunate indeed. Hee, brother Meng Ye, would you like some? The spirited girl, Gu Ling, perched herself back upon Meng Ye's shoulder, offering him the candy she had just savored. I shall not partake. You enjoy it, Meng Ye replied, shaking his head with one hand holding Gu Shi's. Wu Yu followed closely behind Lei Xingyang in silence, her curious gaze occasionally wandering around despite her sorrowful past, which is a good sign of her childhood curiosity. Thus, they continued their journey toward Lei Xingyang's residence. Wang Shua had already escorted Xueku ahead, as her bold venture onto the streets posed certain risks. Initially, upon seeing the three little ones, Xueku's playful spirit surged. But with Wang Shua's coaxing, she was calmed down, agreeing to accompany him for a stroll later, which allowed for a smooth departure. Oh, Meng Ye. At that moment, Meng Ye encountered Luo Xian and Hulaina approaching him. It appeared they were out for a leisurely stroll, having completed their training in the final days. Luo Xian observed the two little ones next to Meng Ye with curiosity and smiled brightly. Gu Ling promptly leaped down from Meng Ye's shoulder and stood obediently by his side. Hulaina then turned to Lei Xingyang, inquiring, Might I ask who this esteemed elder is? My teacher, the master of the Serical Main Hall. Lord Lei. Hulaina replied with a polite bow, recognizing that, given her status, she need not show excessive reverence to a main hall master, though she would accord more respect to a hall's patriarch. Nonetheless, as Lei Xingyang was Meng Ye's mentor, that made the situation different. Greetings, Luo Xian also nodded slightly. The two little girls beside Luo Xian gazed curiously at the two beautiful older sisters. Ha, there is no need for formality. I am here on no particular business, Lei Xingyang remarked, waving his hand dismissively as he cast a questioning glance toward Meng Ye. Meng Ye, why are you looking at me? The two little girls exchanged glances, their faces adorned with mischievous smiles. While they were undeniably adorable, Meng Ye found himself somewhat exasperated. Children could be quite a handful. Fortunately, these two were relatively well-behaved. Trailing obediently beside Lei Xingyang, Hulaina, being a disciple of Bibi Dong, exuded a remarkable grace and poise, engaging in a few polite exchanges with Lei Xingyang. Luo Xian, on the other hand, was considerably more reserved. Although she did not shy away from conversation, It turned out that the two little girls were more enamored with her, affectionately calling her sister as they flanked her on either side. As they strolled along, they unknowingly arrived at Lei Xingyang's residence, where they were graciously invited inside. The butler and servants, responsible for maintaining the estate, stood at the entrance to welcome them. Yes, please attend to your duties. Prepare a bit more for today's lunch. Lei Xingyang instructed, observing the courtyard's cleanliness with a nod of approval. Understood. He seldom stayed here, and without proper care. This residence would likely devolve into a neglected state within a year or two, making the presence of these servants quite essential. Meng Ye is welcome to stay. Yet residing alone in the entire mansion may feel somewhat desolate. Living directly in the academy's dormitory would indeed save time. He chuckled. Since both of you are friends of Xiaoyi, why not stay for lunch? Lei Xingyang stroked his grizzled beard and cast a warm smile towards the two ladies. His beard was not long, and though he had surpassed the age of 80, he bore none of the weariness often associated with the elderly. He preferred to keep his beard trimmed, as he believed that a lengthy beard would only serve to emphasize his age. Meng Ye was uncertain about the method he employed to judge temperament based on appearance. Thus, it would be more prudent to comply. Thank you, Elder Lei. Please wait in the living room for a moment. Xiaoyi, accompany me for a while. Lei Xingyang beckoned Meng Ye to the courtyard. A spacious residence capable of accommodating over 10 individuals, not small by any means. The central courtyard contained a considerable expanse of open space. He left the few young ones in the front yard with Hulaina and Luo Xian, while Wang Shua was likely with Shueku, choosing rooms, and had not yet been seen. What is the matter? Lei Xingyang turned to Meng Ye, his expression filled with confusion. What do you mean? What is the matter? Meng Ye raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the question. Among those two ladies, which one do you prefer? Meng Ye felt a bit pressured by the directness of the question. Aren't you going to ask if I have any feelings for her? He sighed, shaking his head. You know I don't wish to contemplate such matters right now. Hearing this, Lei Xingyang furrowed his brow. You can't just leave those two young ladies waiting indefinitely. You must provide some form of response. What response? I have done nothing. Meng Ye spread his hands in exasperation. He was not a fool. He was acutely aware of the situation, yet he truly wished to avoid it. He even deliberately attempted to ignore various emotions that could sway his focus, all in pursuit of unwavering cultivation. With a sigh, Lei Xingyang shook his head. You remain unchanged. Is there perhaps a hidden concern? Lei Xingyang was perplexed. Having watched Meng Ye grow, he had never observed any signs of heartbreak. Aside from his extraordinary maturity and wisdom, Meng Ye appeared quite untroubled. However, it was precisely this demeanor that struck Lei Xingyang as overly composed, perhaps the sole flaw he perceived in him. No, Meng Ye replied after a brief pause, opting to deny any such notion. He himself was uncertain whether he harbored any hidden concerns. Chapter 82. The Shadow on Luo Xian's sister Luo Xian. This is for you. The little girl, Gu Ling, had found a tiny flower from who knows where and presented it to Luo Xian with a playful demeanor. Thank you. Luo Xian was quite fond of these two little ones. They had bonded during their journey and had grown familiar with one another. As they waited in the living room, the two girls clung to Luo Xian, bouncing around energetically, though it was unclear whether their excitement stemmed from the long trip or from their affection for her. Meanwhile, Wu Yu remained silent throughout the journey and now simply sat in a chair, closing her eyes in meditation, devoid of any fluctuations in soul power. In order to lay a solid foundation for them, Meng Ye, during his last return to Salical, meticulously imparted his arcane knowledge to them, guiding them almost hand in hand. Unlike his initial intentions with Hulaina, which were merely to comply with Bibi Dong's commands, the secret arts he shared with the three youngsters were both refined and simplified, aimed at facilitating their swift initiation and establishing a strong groundwork for their future cultivation. Among the trio, Wu Yu displayed the most diligence, with Lei Xingyang often remarking that he resembled Meng Ye in his relentless dedication to practice. Gu Ling was the most vivacious. While Gu Shi struck a balance between the two, she was quite composed yet often led astray by her younger sister. Little sister, you are Gu Ling and Gu Shi, right? Hulaina, seated nearby and initially intending to remain silent, found herself compelled to speak upon observing the evident closeness between the two young girls and Luo Xian. Her smile, undeniably warm and inviting, coupled with an effortless charm, left even Luo Xian, another woman, somewhat awestruck. However, perhaps due to their youthful sensitivity, Gu Ling and Gu Shi were reluctant to approach Hulaina. After exchanging glances, Gu Ling gently nudged Gu Shi forward a few steps before retreating to Luo Xian's side. as if to convey, "I'm leaving my sister with you, please don't catch me." Hulaina couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, but quickly turned her attention to Gu Shi, saying, "You are the elder sister, correct?" "Yes, I'm in my first year, half a minute," Gu Shi replied, raising a delicate finger. Being orphans who had wandered for a long time and rarely experienced parental affection, both girls were not particularly adept at communication and harbored an instinctual fear of strangers and unfamiliar environments. Apart from Lei Xingyang and Meng Ye, they seldom displayed closeness to others, with Luo Xian being a notable exception. "Are you Meng Ye's younger siblings?" Hulaina, evidently lacking experience in such situations, smiled and extended her hand, hoping to reassure Gu Shi. However, Gu Shi instinctively recoiled, and Gu Ling hurriedly joined her, clutching her sister and retreating. "I'm sorry," Hulaina said, observing the two little girls cowering behind Luo Xian, feeling a sense of panic as she realized her actions had frightened them. The two girls huddled together, eyes shut tight and motionless, their small frames trembling involuntarily. The fear they harbored towards the world had evidently etched itself into their very souls, making it difficult to fathom the trials they had previously endured. "It's all right now," Luo Xian said, standing up and gently embracing the two little ones. A gentle, almost ethereal warmth enveloped them, and after a brief moment, they gradually began to calm down. Their little faces still bore a hint of pallor, and they were hesitant to meet Hulaina's gaze. "What has transpired?" Meng Ye and Lei Xingyang emerged, sensing that something was amiss in the surroundings. The two young girls appeared as if they had discovered a lifeline, rushing over to grasp his hand. "I apologize. I had no inkling it would turn out this way," Hulaina expressed with a hint of remorse. After soothing the two girls, Meng Ye surmised the situation, letting out a sigh as he reassured, "You are not to blame." Among the three youngsters, Wu Yu was somewhat different. Having been reborn, he possessed a profound understanding and thus focused solely on cultivation. Wu Yu lacked trust in this world, opting instead for avoidance. The two girls, however, still harbored a fear of their surroundings, finding solace only in the presence of Lei Xingyang or Meng Ye. Even as they leaned on each other, they were left with a sense of helplessness and dread in facing this world. Noticing that they did not reject Luo Xian, Meng Ye allowed them to acclimate to the unfamiliar environment. Once they were calmed, the two youngsters gradually began to interact with Hulaina. Though they remained closer to Luo Xian, Meng Ye could not quite fathom the reason, but it was undoubtedly a positive development. "Brother." As they were about to step out for lunch, Wu Yu suddenly appeared in the corridor, seeking Meng Ye. "Wu Yu, is there something you need?" Meng Ye inquired, turning his attention to her. "That sister named Luo Xian, she has a shadow about her." Meng Ye furrowed her brow. Wu Yu's martial soul was exceptionally unique, akin to that of a ghost type akin to the ghost Douluo, yet distinct in its own right, exhibiting greater strength and a more aggressive nature. The soul of the Dark Warrior, a peculiar martial spirit that, despite being a specter, possessed formidable power and defense. Consequently, Wu Yu's eyes could perceive many things that eluded the gaze of ordinary individuals. Meng Ye recalled the bizarre entity within Luo Xian's spiritual sea, and a heaviness settled in his heart. Had it truly awakened? No, that could not be the case. It was merely Wu Yu's peculiarity that allowed her to sense that formidable power. "It's all right. There's no need for concern. Let us proceed," Meng Ye assured, guiding Wu Yu back to the living room, where he invited everyone to dine. Lei Xingyang, typically devoid of pretentiousness, would have changed into more comfortable attire were it not for the presence of the two ladies. The imposing black robe of the spirit hall, while dignified, was quite uncomfortable to wear. "Dinner is served. Let us eat," he announced. "Gu Shi, hurry up." Gu Shi is being dragged along by Gu Ling. Nearly tripping over the threshold in her haste, her words caught in her throat. "Oh dear, my little ancestor. Can you all slow down a bit?" Wang Shuo called out, hastily following behind. He was genuinely concerned for the little ones, treating them as if they were his younger siblings. "Ha! Uncle Wang needs to lose some weight," Gu Ling exclaimed, laughing heartily, her antics bringing lightheartedness to the gathering. "Hey, you little rascal, you call my boss brother, yet here you refer to me as uncle? Have I spoiled you for nothing?" Wang Shuo retorted, though his round face belied any signs of aging. Once the meal concluded, Wang Shuo found himself unable to resist Shueke's persistent pleas and agreed to take a stroll outside, ultimately seeking Meng Ye's company for support. With no other recourse, Meng Ye reluctantly summoned Shecheng to provide temporary protection for them. Typically, the regulations in Soul Master City are stringent, and few dare to cause disturbances. However, with numerous individuals from the two great empires arriving, The situation has become quite chaotic. Moreover, should anything happen to Shui, given her status, it would spell trouble. As for the guards brought by Wang Sha, they are a common sight throughout Soul Master City. Ever since Shi Cheng was defeated and subsequently treated with the dragon grass leaf, he pledged his loyalty to Meng Ye, a sentiment echoed by several soul saints, who are not lacking in discernment. The future of Meng Ye shines brightly at this juncture. Choosing a side will undoubtedly yield benefits without any drawbacks. Although they belong to the Spirit Hall, the disparities in rank and treatment are evident, reflecting the distinctions of factions. We wish to visit Brother Meng Ye's academy. Gu Ling and Gu Shi are equally unwilling to remain at the estate, clamoring to venture out for some amusement. I yearn to witness the soul-fighting arena. To Meng Ye's surprise, Wu Yu, too, uncharacteristically voiced a request. Frankly, Meng Ye felt more fatigued than if he were to engage in battle with the soul sage. Children are indeed challenging to manage. How did he not encounter such dilemmas in the past? He decided to take them along, as there was still a week before the arrival of individuals from the two great empires, so there was no rush. At this moment, Lei Zhengyang, wearing a smile, remarked that he was not merely escorting three little rascals for no reason. Allowing them to experience a new environment was also part of his intention. Let us proceed, Meng Ye declared, leading the way. Hu Laina and Luo Xian also intended to return to the academy, making it convenient for them to travel together. Hooray! Chapter 83. Struggling to conceive a title, Water Meng Ye has now become a prominent figure at the Spirit Hall Academy. Adorned with the purple badge and serving as the vice-captain of the Spirit Hall representative team, renowned for his fierce battles against soul saints. As he traverses the academy, he inevitably draws attention, especially while accompanied by three young children. Who are those little ones? I don't know. They came in with Meng Ye. Those two little girls are simply adorable. I adore them. Gu Ling and Gu Shi, feeling somewhat regretful, had initially come out of curiosity but soon realized the gazes of those around them were rather intimidating. They clung closely to Meng Ye, hesitant to wander off. Come. Let me take you to the soul arena. It should be relatively empty now. Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with interest at the mention of the arena. Though at just over 7 years of age, her body was still in the early stages of development, making physical confrontations potentially dangerous. Thus, Meng Ye and Lei Xingyang refrained from imparting any combat techniques to them. Hu Laina and Luo Xian had nothing pressing to attend to, so they decided to join the group. Upon arriving at the Soul Arena, they found it indeed sparsely populated, yet a few battles were still underway. With the Soul Master competition approaching, the atmosphere was charged with an irresistible urge to engage in action.